Looking for Li Xian. Who are you? What do you want? Li Zhuang furrowed his brow, observing the other party, while the roller shutter door remained only partially raised. His gaze was filled with suspicion, for in the realm of Guansuafor, a clean and neat uniform indicated that one belonged to the company, and their rank was unlikely to be low. Clearly, individuals of such standing should not be here. Before the middle-aged man outside could speak, Li Xin's voice echoed from behind. You're looking for me. With that, he placed a hand on the roller shutter door, exerting a slight force to push it fully open. Please come in, Li Xian invited the two at the entrance. Li Zhuang regarded Li Xian and the two men outside with a questioning gaze. The pair outside bore a resemblance to one another, akin to a father and son. The younger man nodded first and followed Li Xian into the relatively cramped repair shop. The middle-aged man frowned slightly, clearly unimpressed by the disorder of the workshop. Yet, contemplating his son's inquiries, he suppressed his discomfort and stepped inside. Li Xian, leading the way, kicked aside a mechanical part that obstructed their path and guided the two into his room. Li Zhuang followed closely behind, eager to enter, but was halted by Li Xian. Li Zhuang, half a head shorter than Li Xian, lifted his chin, frowning as he looked up at him. Li Xian returned the gaze, saying, It's too small in there, you should stay out. Fine, I won't go in, but I shall see what tricks you're up to. Li Zhuang scoffed, turning to leave. Bang! Li Xian closed the door, focusing on the two seated in his room. At this moment, both men sat on Li Xin's bed. The younger man appeared somewhat uneasy, though it wasn't solely due to the cramped space. The middle-aged man seemed far more composed. Li Xian, the younger man stammered, clearly acquainted with Li Xian. Bai Mu, long time no see. Li Xian greeted with a smile. Bai Mu quickly responded, It's been a while. After exchanging pleasantries, Bai Mu appeared less tense and awkward. Hello, Uncle Bai. Li Xian acknowledged the middle-aged man beside him. He was Bai Chuan, Bai Mu's father. Bai Chuan nodded, indicating he had no desire for further small talk. We're here to find you, and you should know the reason. Seeing this, Li Xian sat down on a nearby pile of parts, calmly nodding. I understand. I brought the contract and the item you desire. If you have no objections, sign the contract and it will be yours. Bai Chuan retrieved a contract and a boxed item from his briefcase. Li Xin's gaze first fell upon the box in Bai Chuan's hand, then shifted to the contract. He calmly inquired, May I see it first? Bai Chuan, upon hearing this, said nothing further and handed both items to Li Xian. Even though one of the items was considerably valuable, Bai Chuan harbored no concerns. His status far exceeded that of Li Xian, and as long as Li Xian was a normal person, he wouldn't dare pull any tricks. However, as Li Xian held the two items, his heart was anything but at ease, despite his outward calm. One was an employment contract while the other contained a potion. Both would dramatically alter Li Xin's fate. Li Xian placed the box potion on his lap and began examining the contract beside him. The first thing that caught his eye was the title of the contract. Blueprint Biotech Group Employment Contract. Li Xin's gaze continued downward, where his personal information was already filled in on the form. He did not linger on this detail too long. His confidentiality level was not particularly high, and it was no great issue for someone else to acquire the form and fill it in. As he flipped through the contract, he encountered clauses detailing the salary and benefits the company would provide, as well as the obligations Li Xian would need to fulfill. At the end, he saw a line that read, The employee has voluntarily signed the dispatch agreement and will be dispatched to Hengan Defense Company within 7 working days of employment. Here, only the name was left blank, awaiting Li Xin's signature. After reviewing the contract, Li Xian let out a soft sigh. Though he had long prepared himself mentally and had even sought this opportunity himself, when the contract was truly laid before him, he realized he had previously overestimated his situation. Blueprint Biotech Group was the ruler of many cities in this land, and becoming an employee of this conglomerate was the aspiration of all who resided here. Li Xian was no exception. Without the ancillary clauses, this was a contract that would be unattainable even if Li Xian sold himself multiple times over. Yet, the issue lay within the ancillary clauses. Hengan Defense Company was a subsidiary under the security department of Blueprint Biotech Group. It was not wholly owned, but held shares. Currently, Hengan Defense Company was situated in a war zone. The enemy was the Mildanites, another faction of human colonizers. Both sides belonged to different powers, each occupying considerable lands and settlements on this planet. Signing this contract meant that upon employment, Li Xin would be dispatched to the war zone by Blueprint Biotech. And working for a relatively unsafe company was certainly not good news. However, Li Xin understood that it was precisely because of this that the contract had reached him. Originally, this contract was supposed to be signed by Bai Mu, as Bai Chuan had spent a considerable sum and utilized connections to allow Bai Mu to bypass many clauses and join Blueprint Biotech Group directly. But who could have anticipated that this originally favorable position would ultimately turn out to be a poisoned chalice cloaked in sweetness? Thus, Bai Chuan needed someone to take the fall for his son, and while he sought a scapegoat, Li Xin required a future, and they found common ground. At this moment, Li Xin turned his attention to the other item in his hands and slowly opened the box. What met his gaze was a vial of light blue potion, from which sparkled tiny points of light, reminiscent of stars. Li Xin gazed at the vial with a hint of obsession. This was something capable of altering his destiny, the very reason he was willing to sign the contract. The box also contained instructions for the potion's use, a silver syringe, and its name, Number 7 Psychic Stimulation Compound. Chapter 3. Signing psychoenergy is the key to humanity's strength and the foundation upon which we traverse the vastness of the cosmos. However, mastering this energy is not a simple endeavor. Unless one is born into a family that possesses this innate ability, others must resort to stimulants to awaken their latent powers. The Number 7 Psychoenergy Stimulant Compound is one such potion. Li Xin gazed at the vial in his hand, his eyes drawn to the glimmering syringe within the box. All that was required was to assemble the syringe, aim it at his neck, and administer a swift injection. Then, it would be a matter of whether his body could withstand the surge and successfully activate the psychoenergy. Bai Chuan, sensing Li Xin's thoughts, calmly remarked, "I believe you would prefer not to inject it here. Should you succeed, you would still be regarded as an illegal psychic, and capture would lead to death." Li Xin reined in the desire in his eyes. Reluctantly placing the syringe back into its container, he then stated, "Of course not. I am well aware of the rules." Despite his words, his gaze remained fixated on the Number 7 Psychoenergy Stimulant Compound. It took immense resolve for him to return it to the box and close it. Next, Li Xin picked up the contract and glanced at Bai Mu. Bai Mu, understanding the situation, promptly handed him a pen and a seal. It was surprising that even in this interstellar era, signing documents remained so straightforward. Naturally, Li Xin understood that this simplicity stemmed from his low status. Had he been of a higher rank or the contract more significant, the signing process would have required additional verifications, such as blood samples, retinal scans, or even chip authorizations. But for now, a signature and a thumbprint sufficed. Having completed the contract, Li Xin exhaled deeply, handing it to Bai Chuan. Observing Li Xin's demeanor, Bai Chuan shook his head slightly and said, "Do not appear so reluctant. The only reason I am offering you this opportunity is due to your friendship with Bai Mu. Joining the Blueprint as a formal employee is a coveted position. The chance to serve in a war zone is something many would fight for." Li Xin composed himself and nodded, replying, "Uncle Bai is correct. This is indeed my fortune." Bai Chuan's words held merit. Finding someone to take the fall for Bai Mu was not a difficult task, even with the contract's requirements for a candidate who had undergone 8 years of military training and had received multiple accolades as an outstanding student. The 4th star system was not lacking in people. The opportunity presented to Li Xin was, indeed, a gesture of kindness from Bai Chuan and Bai Mu. For Bai Mu, there were better, safer jobs available, making the allure of a war zone position less compelling. However, for others, including Li Xin, this was a valuable life-or-death contract. Bai Chuan stored the contract in his briefcase and, after a moment's contemplation, added, "You should carefully consider your decision before injection. After all, administering the stimulant is not necessarily a prudent choice. Once injected, the psychoenergy will no longer be under your control. My personal suggestion is to sell it. At the very least, it could improve your family's living conditions." Li Xin nodded in agreement, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Bai. I will give it serious thought." Bai Chuan recognized the lack of sincerity in Li Xin's response but chose not to press further, standing up with his son. Seeing this, Li Xin hurriedly opened the door. Outside stood a burly man, Li Zhuang, who appeared to have been eavesdropping. No wonder there had been no sound of repairs during their conversation. Upon noticing the door open, Li Zhuang quickly turned away, feigning busyness. After giving him a brief glance, Li Xin said nothing more and escorted Bai Chuan and Bai Mu to the entrance. Bai Chuan remarked, "All right, this is where we part ways." Understood, Uncle Bai, Li Xian nodded. Bai Mu added, Goodbye, Li Xian. I hope to hear good news from you. Li Xian smiled slightly, responding, You shall only receive good news from me. Bai Mu's face brightened with a smile. And then father and son entered their vehicle, which soon departed with a soft hum of the engine. Li Xian watched the vehicle disappear from view, only turning away once the taillights were no longer visible. Upon turning, he noticed Li Zhuang standing a short distance behind him. Watching intently, Li Xian said nothing further and walked back to his room, retrieving the boxed stimulant and placing it into a black backpack. Observing Li Xian's preparations to leave, Li Zhuang could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Are you really going to hung in defense? I hear it's a war zone, and with that stimulant, could you not just forego the injection? IVE got your father's compensation here. Surely, it's enough to find you a wife. Li Zhuang's demeanor had shifted, now appearing genuinely concerned as he held out the card. Li Xian took the card, glanced at it, and then chuckled as he pushed it back towards Li Zhuang's chest, saying, The contract is signed. How could I possibly not go? He has been gone for over a decade. Even if there were compensation, it must have been spent long ago for this money. You should keep it for your own retirement or find yourself a woman, if necessary. Don't worry. I will not be a failure. I will only succeed. Li Zhuang's face paled slightly, and he mumbled, at a loss for words. Given his temperament, managing to say so much without losing his temper was no small feat. Li Xian patted Li Zhuang on the shoulder and calmly stated, Old man, you have worked hard to raise me, spending your life in this cramped repair shop and saving every penny to put me through school. I know it hasn't been easy for you. Now that I am an adult and graduated, though the repair shop isn't bad, it isn't the life I want to lead forever. Since you have the means now and no longer need to support me, why not find a woman while you still can? Who knows, you might even have a little brother for me. After hearing this, Li Zhuang sighed and replied, Your temperament is quite similar to your father's. However, you make a valid point. It's time for me to stop spending on you. I will find a woman tomorrow. Chapter 4. The Psycho-Energy Center. Satisfied with the exchange, Li Xian turned and slung the black bag across his chest. Stepping out of the repair shop, he did not look back, knowing Li Zhuang would undoubtedly be watching him. Uncertain if he would ever return, he understood that their farewell, at least on the surface, was a joyful one. He could not turn back and disrupt the atmosphere. With purposeful strides, Li Xian advanced, while behind him, Li Zhuang, with his heavy mechanical limbs, approached the doorway. Just as Li Xian had watched Bai Chuan and Bai Mu leave. This man stood at the entrance, observing Li Xian's receding figure. The tall silhouette before Li Zhuang evoked memories from over a decade ago, when he had watched another figure fade away, Li Xian's father, who was also Li Zhuang's brother. At this moment, the resemblance between their departing figures was striking. Li Zhuang's eyes grew moist as he beheld the two similar silhouettes, illuminated by the radiant starlight. It was not until Li Xian's figure turned the corner and vanished from sight that Li Zhuang sighed deeply, feeling a sense of loss. He turned to face the repair shop that had been his home for so many years. Gripping the card in his hand and pulled down the shutter. Once the door was secured, he muttered, Li Xian is right. I should find a woman? Li Xian stepped out of the alley, sighing softly as he hailed a cab to the Psycho-Energy Center. All right, the driver replied, and the vehicle quickly set off. Through the rearview mirror, the driver observed Li Xian, noting the backpack slung across his chest, and could not help but inquire, Are you going to stimulate your psycho-energy? Li Xian nonchalantly drew a handgun from his waist, resting it casually on his thigh, and replied, Ask what you must. Do not inquire about what you should not. The driver offered an awkward smile, glancing at the loaded weapon in Li Xian's hand, and refrained from further questions. Although this city did not impose particularly strict controls on firearms, those who possessed them were still a minority. The driver had no desire to discover whether Li Xian's weapon was genuine or if it contained ammunition. As the journey progressed, the vehicle moved smoothly along, the buildings and crowds outside swiftly retreating. Li Xian directed his gaze out the window, passing a construction site bustling with activity. Among the laborers were not only humans, but also the indigenous species of the fourth star system, the Churlu. This avian race, which stands on two legs and has lost the ability to fly, is also an intelligent species. After humanity conquered this planet, they were subsequently utilized as slaves and laborers. Tasks such as mining, construction, and the fundamental roles in hazardous chemical jobs were assigned to the Chilu tribe. Humanity even developed specialized tools for them, solely to enhance their work efficiency. As the vehicle passed this construction site, Li Xian withdrew his gaze. He was not far from his destination. Soon, the vehicle came to a halt, and Li Xian retrieved a handful of change, settling the fare before alighting. Standing before the imposing entrance of the grand building, he lifted his head to gaze at the towering structure. He turned his head to observe the surroundings, letting out a soft sigh. This was the true city, while their dwelling was merely a civilian area. Even bordering on a slum, Li Xian did not linger at the entrance, as the area was bustling with a dense flow of people. For someone like Li Xian, residing in the impoverished district, awakening his psychic energy was a formidable challenge, yet for the city at large, it was not. Upon entering the building, even in his ordinary attire, Li Xian did not attract any unusual attention. This was commonplace here, where the affluent donned luxurious garments while the destitute wore tattered clothes, both coexisting in plain sight. For the wealthy, the potions that stimulated psychic energy represented a trifling expense, whereas for the impoverished, such an endeavor could consume generations of savings. After passing through security checks, Li Xian was left with only a box of potions, while all other belongings were temporarily stored high in the air. Small flying robots guided all who entered, directing them to their respective destinations. Soon, a flying robot approached Li Xian, and he lifted his gaze to examine it. It was a spherical robot, devoid of any visible propulsion mechanism, relying solely on the building for its flight. Welcome, civilian. Auxiliary Staff 9527 is at your service. Please articulate your needs succinctly, Li Xian replied. I require the psychic energy stimulation potion to activate my psychic abilities. The central red signal light on the spherical robot flickered. Responding, understood. Please follow me and heed the green dashed line below. With that, the robot changed direction and led Li Xian to a side elevator. Once inside, the elevator swiftly illuminated the floors. Li Xian silently awaited as the number 36 lit up before him. Ding! With a crisp sound, Li Xian reached his desired floor and followed Robot 9527 onward. He was not the only one arriving on this level. The entire row of elevators opened intermittently, each time allowing another individual to step out. Not only were there those emerging from the elevators, but also others exiting from the corridors, their steps unsteady. After navigating a long corridor with several turns, Li Xian followed the robot into a room. As he entered, the door closed behind him. The room was notably sparse, approximately 15 square meters, with only an integrated alloy table and chairs placed at its center. Besides this, the room contained nothing else. Li Xian sat down on the chair, and the 9527 robot lowered itself, activating a signal light that projected a holographic contract onto the table. Civilian, please read the risk warning contract carefully and sign upon confirmation. Li Xian scrutinized the projected contract, which detailed all precautions regarding the stimulation of psychic energy, including the handling procedures in the event of failure to activate. After a thorough review, he nodded and inquired, "How do I sign this? Please observe my signal light. The green light will illuminate when you may confirm the signing of the agreement." Upon completion of this statement, the robot's green signal light glowed. "Confirm signing of the agreement." Li Xian's calm voice resonated. "Beep. Please retrieve the psychic energy stimulation potion and place it on the table for inspection." Li Xian hurriedly assembled the syringe and other components. Placing them on the alloy table before him, as a light of shifting colors illuminated, the robot appeared to scan the vial of potion. Upon completion, the robot announced, "Inspection complete. The target is Compound 7 Psychic Energy Stimulant. Purity 35, Quality D1 level. Civilian, this potion is not recommended for use. The success rate for activation is 10-15, failure rate is 20-35, and distortion rate is 50-70, if you wish to proceed. Please confirm again." Letting out a breath, Li Xian reflected on the information he had gathered. D1 level was indeed the lowest grade for such potions, with anything inferior classified as waste. Yet, he had no choice. This was the only potion he could procure. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he stated, "Confirm injection, record instruction, initiating injection of Compound 7 Psychic Energy Stimulant. Please remove upper garments." Upon hearing this, Li Xian shed his upper clothing. The 9527 robot descended slowly, extending two small mechanical arms to grasp the potion. It then hovered to Li Xian's side, using one arm's nozzle to spray alcohol for disinfection on his neck. With a sharp prick, The needle pierced Li Xian's neck, and the mechanical arm administered the potion into his body. The moment the substance entered, Li Xian felt an indescribable sensation, akin to a searing heat coursing through him. Civilian, Compound 7 psychic energy stimulant will begin to take effect within 1 to 3 minutes. Please prepare mentally. Wishing you success in activating your psychic energy, Li Xian looked at the robot and said, "Thank you. I will succeed." The robot offered no further response but ascended to the ceiling, anchoring itself while using a scanner to monitor Li Xian. He remained silent, sitting upright in the chair, closing his eyes as he awaited the arrival of his unknown fate. For many, activating psychic energy represented a life-or-death opportunity. Even with the injection of the stimulant, not everyone could awaken their psychic abilities. According to the data Li Xian had reviewed, even superior potions carried substantial risks of failure. He had once seen a statistical chart indicating that for the B2 level usage of Compound 7, the success rate was merely 28, with a staggering failure rate of 46 and a distortion rate of 26. This was already a relatively effective potion, with the B, C, and D categories divided into 5 levels, 1 being the lowest and 5 the highest. The gap between Li Xian's D1 level and the B2 level potion was akin to heaven and earth. Merely the grade difference spanned 12 levels, not to mention the disparity in other aspects. Li Xian's chances of success were slim, while the probability of failure loomed high, compounded by an even greater risk of distortion. Yet, this was his only option. He was a transmigrator, having lived on Blue Star in his previous life. The circumstances of his death were unknown, but during his existence, he was merely a cog in the societal machine. Working tirelessly from dawn till dusk, having already endured such a life at the bottom of the social ladder, Li Xian yearned for a different fate this time around. Moreover, this world differed from Blue Star. Even the lowest tier workers there could indulge in some palatable junk food, despite the harsh realities of life. Here, in the realm of Guansua 4, the underclass faced not only the threat to their lives, but also the absence of flavor in their sustenance. Li Xian had been consuming industrially produced energy paste for over a decade. He had grown accustomed to it, yet that did not equate to enjoyment. He aspired to ascend to the pinnacle of life. To savor food with flavor, rather than subsisting on energy paste day in and day out, it was a matter of rising or perishing. Li Xian had but one path to choose: success. However, as he ruminated, he began to sense something amiss. Why did these 3 minutes seem to stretch on for an eternity? As this thought crossed his mind, he realized his body had grown immobile. Stiff as if bound, in a state of confusion, Li Xian cursed inwardly. Damn it! Is this where I start reliving my memories before death, the moments flashing before my eyes? Soon, a growing unease enveloped him. His body began to radiate heat, as if a furnace burned within his chest. Li Xian felt beads of sweat forming, and wisps of white smoke began to rise from his forehead. His body instinctively sought to cool itself. Otherwise, even interstellar humans could not withstand such extreme temperatures for long. Should this continue, his internal organs would surely suffer, and his brain would undoubtedly be compromised. Yet, none of this was within the control of Li Xian's conscious mind. He could only rage silently within. Even exerting all his effort, he could merely manage a slight tremor of his fingers, while every other movement remained beyond his grasp. Within him, it felt as though a volcano was on the verge of eruption. Soon, Li Xian noticed small bumps forming on his arms, as if tiny creatures scurried beneath his skin. No, not just one. It felt as though a dozen little mice were racing beneath the surface of his skin. This was merely a manifestation of Li Xian's current inability to think clearly. What lay beyond his line of sight was likely far more numerous and terrifying. Li Xian was genuinely panicking now. His eyes filled with sheer terror. He even felt an itch on his face, where a twisted tentacle began to sprout, delicate and pink, shimmering with a moist luster as it materialized before him. His immobilized gaze fixated on the tentacle, which writhed slightly in front of his eyes. He internally screamed, "Is it true that more tentacles will grow?" In the room, the mechanical voice of Robot 9527 echoed. "Alert! Alert! Civilian distortion detected. Preparation for distortion clearance." As 9527's voice rang out, the ceiling abruptly opened, revealing a massive electromagnetic rifle extending downward. That moment, Li Xian felt a flicker of control returning to his body. He heard 9527's voice and nervously lifted his head. However, This action consumed considerable time, and by the time he raised his gaze, he already found himself staring down the barrel of the gun. It was an electromagnetic rifle with a caliber of at least 20 mm. Though the caliber was somewhat excessive, it was indeed a rifle. As a military trainee, Li Xian also noted the equipment hanging beneath the rifle, a flamethrower. Panic surged through Li Xian's mind as he thought, if this electromagnetic rifle were to blow my head off, followed by being incinerated by the flamethrower, cleaning up this room would be a breeze. No wonder this room is devoid of anything. It must be for ease of cleaning. With this thought, Li Xian's eyes widened in fury. He could not die, at least not within this cramped space. He had yet to savor the delicacies of the Chuansua 4-star, nor had he ever tasted the allure of interstellar women. Must succeed. Finally, Li Xian found his voice, albeit strained and intermittent. Yet each syllable felt as though it were extracted from the depths of his being. Boom! A surge of electric arc erupted from Li Xian's body, a pale blue arc sweeping across the entire room. Crackle! Instantly, the air was filled with the acrid scent of ozone, scorched by the electric discharge. Li Xian regained control over his movements. The writhing skin on his arms and body stilled, and even the tentacle on his face gradually retracted beneath his skin. In disbelief, he stared at his hands, reminiscing about the electric arc that had just erupted, until finally, his vision faded to white, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 6. Level Li Xian had fainted. However, Robot 9527 remained unaffected. A psychic center robot. Everything within this room possessed some degree of protection against psychic attacks, albeit not particularly high. Yet for Li Xian, a newly awakened psychic, this level of protection was sufficient to withstand such minimal psychic assault. 9527 descended from the ceiling and gently hovered above a metallic table. Distortion alert lifted. Simultaneously, the enormous electromagnetic rifle that had extended earlier began to retract. The robot remained still, waiting for Li Xian to awaken. Finally, after an indeterminate passage of time, Li Xian groggily regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes and struggled to rise, he felt as though his body had been completely drained. This sensation was even more profound than the emptiness he experienced during his previous life after multiple consecutive hits. Slowly, he managed to sit up in a chair. The robot employed a scanner from below to examine Li Xian's body. Congratulations, civilian. Your psychic energy has been successfully activated. Please follow me to the 21st floor to register your psychic information. Li Xian, struggling to rise, found himself still somewhat feeble. I lack the strength right now. Could you wait a moment? The signal light on 9527 flickered, responding, civilian. Detection indicates that your condition is a result of the illusion of exhausted psychic energy. Your bodily functions are not in a state of weakness. Please make an effort to commence movement. This will assist you in mastering your psychic abilities and prevent distortion. Despite this, 9527 remained at the doorway, waiting for Li Xian. Upon hearing the robot's words, Li Xian began to comprehend the situation. Yet understanding the cause did not make alleviating his state any easier. After considerable mental preparation, Li Xian finally managed to stand, albeit unsteadily. Once upright, he realized that, as the robot had stated, his physical condition showed no signs of deterioration. In fact, he felt as though his strength had somewhat increased. Could this be the physical transformation resulting from the activation of psychic energy? Li Xian pondered, yet did not pause his steps. After donning his clothes, he followed the robot at a measured pace. Along the way, he encountered others who appeared similarly unsteady. Those who understood the situation regarded Li Xian with envious eyes as he followed the robot toward the elevator. Aware that such conditions typically indicated successful activation of psychic energy, those who had failed likely lay in their rooms, awaiting rescue from staff, while those who had distorted had already become mere charred remnants. Li Xian paid little heed to the gazes of others as he stumbled into the elevator, watching as it gradually ascended to the 21st floor. 9527 guided Li Xian out of the elevator. The corridor here was far less crowded than that of the 36th floor. Throughout his journey, he encountered only two individuals, both similarly rigid and unsteady. Following 9527, he entered a room that was, much like the previous one, remarkably austere. Walls crafted from alloy, a pristine floor, and an empty integrated table and chairs. Li Xian took a seat as directed by 9527, waiting. Please wait again. The current queue is extensive, with an estimated wait time of 23 to 27 minutes. There was no choice but to wait. Sitting there, Lee Exine found himself utterly bored, as the room contained nothing to engage with. As time dragged on, it felt interminably slow. He could only slowly move his body, hoping to regain full control over it. Finally, after a 26-minute wait, one side of the alloy wall opened, revealing a woman clad in a silver uniform, accompanied by a half-height wheeled robot. Lee Exine's gaze was immediately drawn to her. Unable to look away, for someone like Lee Exine, who had spent years in the impoverished districts of this city and undergone 8 years of military training, it had been ages since he had encountered such a stunning woman. Were there women in the slums? Certainly, but after years of consuming nutrient paste and toiling away without time to groom themselves, how could they be attractive? This woman, however, was different. Her skin was fair, her features exquisite, and her figure superb. Even having seen various enhanced appearances in his previous life, Lee Exine could not help but acknowledge that she was truly a remarkable woman. His gaze briefly glanced at the badge on her chest, reading the information above, before swiftly retracting, not daring to look further, his eyes fixated on the alloy table before him. The badge read, M2D10 Assistant Supervisor, Gao Bingyin. The rulers of this city were the Blueprint Biotechnology Group, and all official institutions within the city were merely subordinate departments under this conglomerate. The Psychic Center, of course, also belonged to the Blueprint Biotechnology Group. Within the group, there existed a strict hierarchy, beginning with M1 to delineate job positions. The contract Lee Exine signed today represented his entry into this group, with his rank designated as M1 in turn. While it may appear to be a minor difference in job levels, the reality within the blueprint was vastly different. For underneath the working levels, there existed a separate classification of employee grades. M1 was divided into 5 tiers, and M2 similarly comprised 5 tiers. As and in turn joining the Blueprint Biotechnology Group, Lee Exine's full title would likely be M1D1. Or perhaps M1E1. The designation starting with D indicates a psychic. Non-psychics commence their designation with E.it. Is worth noting that non-psychics can indeed hold high positions. It was rumored that there were non-psychics at the M5 level within the Blueprint Group. However, the path for a non-psychic to reach such heights is fraught with challenges. Thus, while it may seem that Lee Exine and this woman named Gao Bingyin were separated by just one rank from M1 to M2, the reality was that they were divided by a full 10 levels in an organization as meticulously hierarchical as the Blueprint Biotechnology Group. While rank does not equate to everything, such a substantial disparity in status suggested that Lee Exine should maintain a humble demeanor. Otherwise, if his gaze were to provoke this woman, the consequences could be uncertain. However, should she feel offended by him, Lee Exine would undoubtedly find himself in a predicament. Lee Exine, above all, detested trouble. Chapter 7. The active psychic energy across the table. Assistant Supervisor Gao Bingyin had already seated herself opposite Lee Exine. She was accustomed to the gaze Lee Exine had just cast. She was well aware of her own beauty. Noticing that Lee Exine dared only to look down at the tabletop, she deemed him a perceptive young man. Gao Bingyin took her seat. A nearby wheeled robot inched closer. She casually retrieved a document from above and began perusing it, glancing up at Lee Exine once she finished. Civilian, Lee Exine. Only then did Lee Exine lift his head, replying, "That's me." Gao Bingyin exchanged a glance with Lee Exine before continuing. "I have reviewed your information. First and foremost, congratulations on activating your psychic energy." "Thank you very much," Lee Exine responded sincerely. After extracting a device, Gao Bingyin placed it on the table and continued, "We shall now proceed to the testing phase. Please extend your hand and place it into the device. It will assess your psychic energy." Lee Exine obediently followed the woman's instructions. Once he placed his hand into the device, he felt a current coursing through his body. After a few seconds, he heard the device emit a beep. Following the sound, Gao Bingyin activated the projection of the device and meticulously scrutinized the inspection report. After a short while, she looked at Lee Exine with a smile and said, "Congratulations, Lee Exine. Fortune is on your side. Your psychic energy attributes are healthy, and you have reached level D2 with an overall active state." "What does an active state of psychic energy mean?" Lee Exine inquired softly. Gao Bingyin explained, "An active state indicates that your rate of psychic enhancement will be relatively swift, and it also signifies that you will be able to accommodate a broader range of tasks, with promising prospects for future development." Upon hearing her words, Lee Exine felt a surge of joy within. After organizing the device, Gao Bingyin continued with a serious demeanor. From this moment forth, you will no longer be an ordinary civilian. Your status will be automatically changed to that of a civilian psychic practitioner. You are required to adhere to the laws governing psychic practitioners within the organization. This document should be read thoroughly upon your return. If you possess a chip, you may apply for a download from 9527. A hefty book materialized from the wheeled robot beside Gao Bingyin. Lixian glanced at it and felt a shiver run down his spine. If this book contained the guidelines for psychic practitioners, reading it would undoubtedly be quite the ordeal. I reviewed the process of your psychic stimulation. You were able to utilize the most basic psychic stimulation compound to successfully activate your psychic energy. This is your fortune, but you must also bear the side effects brought about by this compound, Gao Bingyin stated slowly. What issues might arise? Lixian pressed. You nearly experienced a distortion during the stimulation, did you not? Although the distortion has now dissipated, this does not imply it will remain absent forever. Throughout your life, you must contend with the specter of distortion. This is the fate of all psychic practitioners. Should you encounter chaotic incursions during your future endeavors, or while cultivating your psychic energy, the distortion may re-emerge. Gao Bingyin succinctly introduced, Is there no definitive method to eradicate the distortion? Lixian asked. Unwilling to accept this fate, Gao Bingyin shook her head. Lixian then inquired, if I were to use a higher level, or even the most advanced psychic stimulation compound, would that not prevent future distortions? Unable to suppress a laugh, Gao Bingyin replied, how could you harbor such a notion? The incursions of chaos do not discriminate based on the level of the compound used. All psychic practitioners will face such dilemmas. Distortion is a latent crisis that accompanies every practitioner throughout their lives. Fortunately, we possess biological smart chips that monitor bodily contamination levels at all times, allowing for timely intervention should issues arise. After listening to her, Lixian nodded silently, reflecting on the term biological smart chip. This was not a concept he had only recently encountered. He had heard of it long ago from Bai Mu. Bai Mu had once mentioned that his brother had implanted a biological smart chip after activating his psychic energy, which significantly enhanced both his learning and work capabilities. I see from your records that your family seems unable to provide the funds necessary for you to implant a biological smart chip. Gao Bingyin queried, if an ordinary young man were confronted by a goddess-like figure with such a question, he might feel somewhat embarrassed. However, having lived 2 lives, Lixian found this trivial. He replied candidly, indeed, I have no money. The Psychic Center has recently introduced a low-interest loan specifically for newly initiated psychic practitioners to acquire biological smart chips. Would you be interested? Gao Bingyin, noticing Lixian's forthrightness, regarded him with newfound respect. A loan? Lixian responded, somewhat perplexed. This was a concept he was familiar with. In his previous life, he had heard of opportunities to exploit loans, but those chances had long passed. He had friends who had taken out numerous loans, and their lack of repercussions had left him envious. Precisely, a loan to purchase a biological smart chip, Gao Bingyin confirmed, smiling. You may not grasp the tremendous capabilities of such chips. To put it simply, even the most basic biological smart chip surpasses the performance of the military-grade computer systems utilized during your training. Lixian gasped in astonishment. Military-grade computers were indeed powerful, not only for their performance but also for their durability. Most crucially, within the colonial star of Guansuafor, such computers were available only in official institutions. No unofficial entities, regardless of wealth, could access them. Are you interested? Gao Bingyin smiled. Resembling a beguiling enchantress, Lixian had already signed a labor contract for deployment to the war zone, and whether he would survive was uncertain. Thus, the loan seemed a trivial concern. Yet, he still posed a pivotal question. If I am unable to repay this loan, will it require my guardian to cover it? Gao Bingyin shook her head. This is a specialized loan for biological smart chips. As it serves no other purpose, it will not necessitate repayment from others. Upon hearing this, Lixian wasted no time in declaring, let us proceed. I want the loan with the highest amount. It seems you are a remarkably decisive individual. Gao Bingyin remarked with a light chuckle, signaling to the 9527 to project the next options. Before Lixian, 2 new projections materialized, detailing 2 types of biological smart chips, D4 biological smart chip, military, D4 biological smart chip, research, while the tier of the chips remained unchanged. Their levels had ascended by 2 ranks. Lixian examined the attributes of the chips, noting that this upgrade represented an approximate 18 enhancement in overall performance compared to the D2 level. Naturally, this improvement came with a corresponding increase in price. The military chip was priced at 940 energy coins, while the research chip cost 1050 energy coins. Energy coins were a currency Li Xian had only heard of but never had the opportunity to use. They were accessible only upon joining the company. 1 energy coin represented a unit of tangible energy, bearing considerable value. Wait a moment. You actually signed the employment contract with the company? Gao Bingyan exclaimed as Li Xian was engrossed in reading. Startled by her words, Li Xian felt an inexplicable panic. If the labor contract for deployment to the war zone was discovered, would the loan still be viable? Surely, no one would be willing to lend money to someone who might perish at any moment. Li Xian gazed anxiously at Gao Bingyan. Gao Bingyan smiled gently. Your employment contract with the organization signifies an elevation in your credit rating, which in turn means an increase in your loan eligibility. So, how about it? Would you be interested in opting for a superior biological smart chip? At that moment, her voice sounded almost sweet to Li Xian's ears. Absolutely. I must upgrade. Chapter 8. Biological smart chip, a wise choice. Gao Bingyan beamed with delight. She then snapped her fingers, prompting the 9527 to retract the previous projections and replace them with 2 new ones. D4 Biological Smart Chip, Military, D4 Biological Smart Chip, Research, although the chip tier remained the same. The levels had risen by 2. Li Xian scrutinized the chip attributes, realizing that this enhancement represented an approximate 18 increase in overall performance compared to D2. Naturally, the price reflected this improvement. The military chip was now priced at 940 energy coins, while the research chip was set at 1050 energy coins. With both sets of chip information laid before him, Li Xian swiftly made his decision. However, he still took the time to read through both chip profiles. While he could understand most of the attribute terminology, he lacked comprehensive knowledge. As he was about to deploy to the war zone and join a defense company, his options were limited to the military chip. The military and research paths were distinctly different. Otherwise, he might have chosen the more expensive option. After all, inexpensive does not always equate to quality, but quality invariably comes at a price. Li Xian glanced at the repayment terms for the loan, noting the annual interest rate of 24. What a remarkably compliant rate. The sight of it made his head spin, yet he found himself with no alternative. Li Xian pointed at the military chip and inquired, I choose this one. How should I proceed? Gao Bingyan maintained her sweet demeanor as she replied, Excellent choice. Given your destination, opting for a military chip is indeed the wisest decision. She continued, Next, please read the loan agreement carefully. Once you sign it, we can proceed to implant the biointelligent chip. Upon hearing Gao Bingyan's words, Li Xian was taken aback but quickly composed himself. He diligently perused the loan agreement, though it was a futile endeavor. The document contained over 1,000 clauses, many of which were quite similar. Reading it made Li Xian feel as if he had entered a realm of blurred vision. After a cursory glance, he found no discrepancies and thus turned to 9527, saying, Let us sign. At this point, he no longer needed to write. Merely aligning his pupils with the new signal light from 9527 sufficed. After signing the loan agreement, Gao Bingyan's voice rang out, Congratulations, Li Xian. Your loan has been approved. You are now qualified to purchase a military intelligent chip. Hearing Gao Bingyan's statement, curiosity got the better of Li Xian, prompting him to ask, Are you aware that I'm heading to a combat zone, to be dispatched to Hung in security? Gao Bingyan nodded, Indeed, I am aware. Your profile level is relatively low, allowing me access to nearly all your information. Then why are you willing to grant me a loan? Are you not concerned that I might perish there? Or do you believe my safety is relatively assured? Li Xian inquired. Gao Bingyan responded nonchalantly. According to data analysis, you have a 25 chance of dying within the first 2 weeks in the combat zone, and a 44 chance of dying within the first month. How could my mortality rate be so high? This time, it was Li Xian who felt a wave of insecurity, nearly exclaiming in shock that, of course, this is merely data analysis. Gao Bingyan softly reassured him. Before Li Xian could breathe a sigh of relief, she added, You might die even sooner. Li Xian stared at her in disbelief and then asked, Then why grant me a loan? Why not? Gao Bingyan tilted her head slightly, gazing at him with a hint of confusion. If I die, doesn't that render the loan worthless? Li Xian furrowed his brow. Indeed, it would. But what does it matter? Gao Bingyan nodded. Though the loan is applied for by me, the funds are not mine. They belong to the corporation. The loss would also be on the corporation's ledger. Upon uttering this, her eyes crinkled with a smile. Lixian was left speechless, unable to contain his admiration, exclaiming, "Well done." Truly impressive. Gao Bingyin waved her hand, saying, "All right, let us not waste any more time. My job is complete. Now, please follow 9527 to have the chip implanted." Without waiting for Lixian to respond, she rose gracefully and exited through the sidus alloy door. Inside the room, the signal light of 9527 flickered. "Civilian, please follow me." Lixian gazed longingly at the direction Gao Bingyin had departed, then looked up at 9527. Who would want to follow this robot? I want the beautiful woman. Though he thought this, Lixian obediently followed the robot nonetheless. Upon re-entering the elevator, their destination was the 65th floor. After disembarking from the elevator with 9527, Lixian immediately caught a whiff of the strong scent of disinfectant in the air. It was evident that this floor was likely designated for surgical procedures. Guided by 9527's virtual path, Lixian eventually arrived at a surgical room. However, he had not yet truly entered the operating room. Instead, he appeared to be in a sterilization chamber. A large glass barrier separated him from the actual operating room, which was filled with various instruments he did not recognize. "Civilian, please wait here. Medical personnel will arrive in 5 minutes. Wishing you a successful surgery." Upon completing its statement, 9527 flew up to the ceiling, awaiting further instructions. Lixian could only stand patiently before the surgical bed, relieved that the wait was not excessively long. Soon, the alloy door slid open, and a team of medical personnel clad in blue sterilization suits entered the surgical room. Lixian observed the group of 5. 3 men who appeared to be doctors and 2 women who were nurses. One of the nurses approached Lixian and said, "Civilian, please cooperate with my work." Following her commands, Lixian was thoroughly sterilized and changed into scrubs, much like a marionette pulled by strings. Once he lay on the bed, fully anesthetized by the nurse, the surgery commenced. Unfortunately, this was a scene Lixian could not witness. The doctors skillfully made an incision on Lixian's forehead, implanting a biointelligent chip the size of a fingernail into his brain. The operation was lengthy, lasting roughly an hour. When it concluded, the doctors brought over a nearby device to stitch up Lixian's forehead. Finally, with a spray and a flash of laser, his forehead returned to its original state, so much so that it was impossible to discern that surgery had ever taken place. Chapter 9. The psychic chip Lixian enjoyed a deep and restful slumber. Upon awakening, he stretched and felt that this was the most refreshing sleep he had experienced in years. Once fully awake and surveying his surroundings, he was struck by a wave of realization. It dawned on him that he had now bid farewell to his ordinary past. Having signed the employment contract with Blueprints, activated his psychic abilities, implanted a biointelligent chip, and taken out a substantial loan, he would now face the burden of debt every single day. His previously tranquil life was irrevocably behind him. He climbed out of bed, and 9527 flew into his line of sight. "Civilian, congratulations. Your D4 biointelligent chip has been successfully implanted. Please silently utter, 'Activate chip.' Experience your intelligent life." Lixian nodded at 9527, even though he was unsure why he was acknowledging a robot. He closed his eyes and began to silently chant, following the robot's instructions. "Activate chip, ding." The activation of the D4 biointelligent chip military version was successful. "Thank you for supporting Blueprint's biotechnology. Next, I will guide you into the world of intelligence." As the voice resonated in his mind, the chip was officially activated. The chip required your authorization for 13 items. Yes, no? Here it came, that familiar sensation. Lixian felt as if he were downloading a new app from his past life. He clicked on the authorization options, reading each one carefully before granting full permissions. "Please assign a suitable name for your chip." Lixian pondered for a moment and silently thought, "Zeroed. All right, Zero is at your service. Would you like to start the tutorial?" "Yes." Following the step-by-step guidance of the chip, Lixian gained a preliminary understanding of its functions, while any deeper comprehension would likely come with experience in the days to come. His understanding of Zero could be summarized in the following points. 1. Language and translation ability, capable of instantaneously translating all languages recorded in its database. Point 2. Enhanced memory and learning ability. The chip can download foundational and advanced knowledge from the database. assisting the host in mastering these subjects more swiftly. Point 3. Cognitive assistance and decision support, providing real-time information analysis, logical reasoning, and strategic advice in complex tasks. Point 4. Security and privacy protection, instantaneously detecting chaotic erosion levels, preventing unauthorized access and malicious data tampering. Point 5. Instant communication and information sharing, ensuring seamless communication between soldiers and command centers, facilitating the real-time transmission and sharing of battlefield information. 6. Skill enhancement and training, providing soldiers with skill training, knowledge updates, and tactical drills based on combat requirements. Point 7. Interconnectivity with multi-platform weaponry, capable of interfacing with smart firearms and various combat vehicles for expedited operation. This was merely a cursory glance at the information Lee Xian gleaned after completing the beginner's tutorial. Compared to the chip as a whole, his understanding was still quite superficial. Nevertheless, even this knowledge left Lee Xian feeling immensely impressed. He opened his eyes, realizing that most of the functionalities would require gradual exploration in the future. Robot 9527 hovered beside Lee Xian, stating, "Civilian, congratulations. Your biointelligent chip has been activated. Would you like to authorize the connection to the Psychic Center's data network?" Sleepiness often finds a pillow. Although the chip was impressive, Zero was still in its freshly activated state. It had introduced its functions, but lacked the ability to utilize specific projects as it was not yet connected to the network. Authorize, quickly! Lee Xian was eagerly anticipating joining the network. Having spent so many years without a mobile phone, he could hardly fathom how he had managed. Network connection successful. As the chip signaled, programs began downloading one after another. "Please follow me to the rest area." Point 9527 guided him ahead. Soon, Lee Xian arrived at the rest area located on the 5th floor, where he spotted several individuals dressed similarly to himself. It appears that these individuals have recently activated their psychic abilities. Lee Xian closed his eyes, channeling his psychic energy to perceive the chip nestled within his mind. Soon, as his psychic energy scanned the chip, he gained a deeper understanding of its nature. Unlike the chips utilized in computers, this biological intelligence chip relied on the body's innate bioelectricity and psychic energy. Furthermore, the chip exhibited a considerable demand for psychic energy. Point 0. Calculate how long my psychic energy can sustain the chip's operation. Command accepted. Calculation complete. Your psychic energy can support this chip's operation for 2 hours and 36 minutes. Once your psychic energy is depleted, the chip will enter super energy saving mode, retaining only basic functions. Lee Xian let out a slight sigh. The chip possessed many admirable qualities, yet its operational duration was regrettably brief. At that moment, he employed his recently mastered psychic energy to conduct a thorough examination of his body. As he investigated the anomalies he had previously experienced, he discovered another chip, nearly identical to the original, coalescing beside the Zero chip. This new chip emanated an exceptionally familiar sensation, as if it were composed of his own psychic energy. Under Lee Xian's focused gaze, the chip gradually took shape. Psychic chip implantation successful. Chip is auto-replicating. D4 psychic chip activation successful. A series of notifications flashed through Lee Xian's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Point 0. What is a psychic chip? Querying database. No retrieval target. A sense of dread washed over Lee Xian. If even Zero could not locate any information, it could only mean two things. Either this psychic chip was truly absent from the database, or Zero lacked sufficient authority. Both scenarios were disheartening. Hadn't he merely purchased one chip? Why was there a bonus chip? Such occurrences were not supposed to happen. In the time that Lee Xian was lost in thought, the newly emerged psychic chip had already integrated atop the original Zero chip. Following a brief burst of static, the two chips temporarily separated. D4 biological intelligence chip has been analyzed. Zero at your service. Chapter 10. Contamination level 0 remained 0, yet it was no longer the same Zero as before. From this moment forward, Lee Xian's mind housed two chips. One was the biological intelligence chip from Blueprint Corporation, while the other was his psychic chip. It appeared that the biological intelligence chip was yet to surpass the psychic chip. Point 0 had been infiltrated and subsumed by the psychic Zero. The situation was complex, yet the reality had shifted. Lee Xian's expression was multifaceted. Perhaps this was good news, at least for now. Regardless of how one viewed it, the biological intelligence chip was a creation of the Blueprint Biological Technology Group. By implanting it into his mind, Lee Xian's consciousness was no longer solely his own. It was also intertwined with that of the Blueprint Group. Now, with the chip born from his own psychic energy having gained control over the biological intelligence chip, Li Xian had mitigated a potential hazard. Moreover, his mind now contained two chips, which was double the pleasure. The original Zero's network authorization had been transferred to the psychic chip. Both chips were now utilizing the psychic center's network to rapidly download a wealth of knowledge to enrich their capabilities. It was exhilarating. For Li Xian, concerns about potential issues with the psychic chip in the future were no longer paramount. What mattered most was its current utility. The only regret was that this psychic chip could only replicate and could not innovate independently. Why replicate a D4 level chip? If it could autonomously upgrade to a higher tier, such as C, B, or even a level chips, that would be truly remarkable. Yet, on the flip side, having two chips was far superior to having just one. In terms of downloading speed, operational threads, and the computational power they could potentially provide, it was all doubled. Li Xian felt elated. Had he finally received the long-awaited boon after years of waiting? What a delightful stroke of fortune. Yet, amidst his joy, Li Xian began to earnestly utilize the chips to acquire more knowledge, starting with the crucial topic of contamination levels. This was one of the chip's essential functions, having been designated as a significant topic. Both his performance during the activation of his psychic abilities and the prior remarks of Gao Bingyin underscored the importance of understanding distortion and contamination levels. At this moment, Li Xian was engrossed in researching the information related to contamination levels. Chaos and Contamination Report. This was the only document Li Xian could access that fell within his permissions. Through this material, he ventured into a realm that he had previously been unable to comprehend, gaining a deeper understanding of the world he had inhabited for over a decade. Psychic practitioners were the favored children of human civilization, at least during the era of interstellar expansion. However, with the emergence of the subspace, psychic practitioners encountered the most terrifying entities. The universe was thus divided into two realms. One was the tangible universe where Li Xian resided, adorned with brilliant stars. The other was the chaotic world of subspace. Shrouded in darkness, countless chaotic beings inhabited subspace, among which the most formidable were the four chaos evil gods. However, due to insufficient permissions, Li Xian could not access any information regarding these malevolent deities. Consequently, that portion of the material was skipped as he moved on to the next section. Every psychic practitioner faced the possibility of being eroded by chaos following the advent of subspace. This phenomenon had erupted during the era of interstellar expansion, leading countless psychic practitioners to succumb to chaos and ultimately fall into the ranks of chaotic psychic practitioners, or even chaotic demons. The entire cosmic expanse plunged into a dark age where slaughter and destruction reigned supreme. As time progressed, humanity gradually discovered methods to counteract the erosion of subspace, allowing civilization to persist. The biological intelligence chip emerged as a product of this era, implanted in the mind and linked with psychic energy. When a host exhibited excessively high contamination levels, indicating a trend towards complete corruption and descent into chaos, the chip would alert the host to take preemptive measures. Upon reading this, Li Xian employed the program he had just downloaded to assess his own chaotic contamination level. Chaotic contamination level 32. This figure was relatively high in terms of contamination. Once it reached 50, physical distortion would manifest, and at 75, the distortion would intensify, culminating in a complete descent into chaos at 100. After glancing at the contamination level, Li Xian endeavored to calm his emotions and inquired, 0. How could my contamination level be so high after just activating my psychic abilities? Zero's voice resonated within Li Xian's mind. Self-diagnosis in progress, detection results, excessive contamination level due to the host's use of D1 level psychic energy stimulating the number 7 composite, resulting in an excess of psychic impurities. Recommended course of action: maintain a cheerful disposition and read uplifting literature. The psychic impurities will begin to be expelled from the body after 72 hours, ultimately being completely eliminated within 712 hours. Upon hearing Zero's analysis, Li Xian felt a sense of relief. It seemed that the impurities could indeed be expelled from his body. Unable to contain his curiosity, he pressed further. How will they be expelled? Zero replied. Through excretion. Li Xian shook his head slightly. He had envisioned something akin to the cleansing rituals portrayed in novels from his previous life, where one would expel black sludge from their entire body. However, upon reflection, he recognized that the body's most effective detoxification methods were indeed vomiting, urination, and defecation. Given Li Xian's current level of acceptance, excretion seemed acceptable, far preferable to expelling it through his mouth. At long last, after sitting in silence for half a day, Li Xian completed the download of all necessary knowledge and programs. Fortunately, this was conducted within the psychic center, eliminating the need for additional psychic energy to access the required network. Otherwise, with the minuscule amount of psychic energy he possessed, he likely wouldn't have lasted an hour before being completely drained. Moreover, the extent of what he could download remained uncertain. Having concluded his downloading session, Li Xian found no further reason to linger. He followed 9,527 downstairs and ultimately exited the grand edifice of the psychic center. Standing outside, gazing at the stellar radiance on the horizon, he noticed that twilight was gradually encroaching. The activation of his psychic abilities had taken nearly 3 days, primarily spent in a state of unconsciousness following the activation and during the surgical procedure. Turning back to glance at the towering building, Li Xian exhaled a sigh of relief. Regardless of what fate awaited him next, he felt a sense of joy. He had become a psychic practitioner, and perhaps the future would unfold differently. Chapter 11. Departure as night fell. Li Xian returned to the front of the repair shop. The lights within remained aglow, illuminating the figures of 2 individuals. Li Zhuang and a woman were visible. From a distance, the woman exhibited clear signs of having grown up in an impoverished neighborhood, dark skin, a buzz cut, and an unremarkable physique. She appeared to be in her 30s, an ordinary woman. A smile graced her face, mirrored by Li Zhuang, as if they both held dreams for the future. Li Zhuang, in his 40s, had lost his legs and now relied on mechanical prosthetics. In a previous life, finding a partner under such circumstances would have posed significant difficulties. Yet, this was Guansua 4. Here lies a colonized planet, where in this impoverished district, there exist shops and a craft that is essential to all, signifying a stable future. The matter of Li Zhuang seeking a wife appears to have been satisfactorily resolved. Li Xian, shrouded in darkness, witnessed all of this, turning away with a smile upon his face. He chose not to return to the shop, though doing so would surely bring joy to Li Zhuang. For Li Xian had returned alive. Yet, this return would only lead to another farewell. The destination Li Xian was headed towards was far from safe. It lay within a war zone. According to Gao Bingyan's data analysis, Li Xian had at least a 50% chance of perishing within the first month. As for the second month, she refrained from stating, but it was likely no better. Although Li Xian had become a psychic, the death of a psychic on this planet was not a significant matter. Rather than allow Li Zhuang to worry once more later, it was better not to return this time. After Li Xian departed, Li Zhuang seemed to sense something amiss. With heavy footsteps, he approached the shutter door, squinting at the spot where Li Xian had just stood. Yet, it was already devoid of presence. Li Xian had long since left. "What are you looking at?" A woman's voice came from behind. Li Zhuang narrowed his eyes, seeing nothing, and slowly extended his hand to lower the shutter. Amidst the clattering sound, Li Zhuang's voice emerged, "Nothing. Closed the shop early today?" Li Xian did not return home but instead found a random inn to stay in. He had little of importance at home and only a few coins on him. However, he was about to join Blueprint Biotechnology Group, and soon enough, everything he needed would be at his disposal. For a few days of temporary lodging, Li Xian's funds were sufficient. Once settled in the inn, he lay on the bed, contemplating his psychic energy. Psychic energy was a peculiar force. Mastering it was not always advantageous, at the very least. Once one harnessed psychic energy, the likelihood of being tainted by chaos increased significantly. A slender arc of electricity manifested upon Li Xian's hand, a manifestation of his psychic energy. Unlike the overwhelming arc that had once engulfed the entire room during his awakening, this arc held relatively little destructive power. Should it strike an ordinary person, it would be akin to a mild shock from an electric baton. Moreover, its maximum range barely extended a few meters. Of course, this was likely due to Li Xian's low level of psychic energy. After experimenting with his abilities for a while, Li Xian ceased further attempts and opted to allow his energy to gradually replenish. For a newly awakened psychic to experiment in an unoccupied room was exceedingly perilous. Psychic energy was unlike any other substance. Once birthed in the subspace, it was fraught with danger. When a psychic utilized their power, they were not merely drawing from their own reserves, but also tapping into the energy of the subspace. Akin to turning on a faucet, in this process, the psychic soul became conspicuous, akin to a torch ablaze in the night. Lighting a torch in darkness would attract moths to the flame, and a psychic soul, burning brightly in the subspace, would similarly draw the attention of other moths. Those terrifying chaos demons, once they set their sights on a psychic, left only two possible outcomes. Either the psychic would repel them or be slain, their soul consumed and body occupied. Thus, even the most formidable psychics would deliberately avoid excessive use of their powers, for each act was a gamble with their very soul. Gambling, once engaged, inevitably leads to loss. Therefore, the best course of action was to observe others gamble while refraining from participation. Regarding training methods for psychic abilities, Li Xian's chip contained a wealth of information. However, all training methods shared a common requirement. They must be practiced within officially constructed training chambers, maximizing the protection of the psychic soul. Should one be caught training outside these chambers, the penalties would be exorbitant. As a newly initiated psychic, Li Xian had no desire to discover just how steep those penalties were. Unable to train, Li Xian now had no choice but to rely on sleep to restore his psychic energy. In this moment, he longed for the times he had been anesthetized, relishing the profound depths of slumber. Nevertheless, with the chip at his disposal, he issued a command. Activate Sleep Assistance Function, 0. Command received. Sleep Assistance Function activated. Within just 2 minutes, Li Xian, who typically required at least 10 to fall asleep, entered a state of slumber almost instantaneously. The biological intelligence chip was truly remarkable. Time swiftly passed, and the day arrived for Li Xian to report for duty. The information regarding his employment had already been downloaded into the biological intelligence chip. Guided by 0, he navigated through the city and streets until he reached his destination, a towering city building. Only within the city's inner circle, at its very core, could Li Xian truly sense the advancement of technological civilization. In the impoverished areas, his perception of technology felt disjointed. He could witness cutting-edge advancements while also seeing individuals struggling to survive as they did in his previous life. However, Li Xian had no time for reflection. He glanced at the signage atop the building, recognizing it as the Defense Department of Blueprint Biotechnology Group, the very place he was to report today. The bustling environment was filled with individuals clad in the company's standard attire, including some donned in powered exosuits, a sight particularly evident among the security personnel on either side. Against such armored figures, conventional firearms and even electromagnetic rifles would likely prove ineffectual. Chapter 12. Employment. Upon entering the building, Li Xian registered at the front desk and followed an intelligent robot upstairs. The elevator ride swiftly brought him to the 28th floor. Once inside a room, Li Xian sat and awaited his turn. He was not kept waiting long. Within just a few minutes, a man and a woman entered. Since acquiring psychic abilities, Li Xian's vision had sharpened considerably. With just a turn of his head, he discerned the name tags of the two newcomers. M1E5 Human Resources Officer, Chang Jigua M2E2 Human Resources Assistant Supervisor. Su Shanfeng. It appeared both were administrative personnel within the Defense Department, not psychics. Li Xian instinctively sat up straighter. After Su Shanfeng and Chang Jigua took their seats, each held a slim, lightweight computer that resembled soft pages of a book rather than traditional devices. Su Shanfeng spoke first, her face adorned with a professionally crafted smile. You must be Li Xian? Yes, I am Li Xian. Now, let us commence the official onboarding process. Li Xian eagerly nodded. Of course. Where do we begin? First, please complete these documents. Su Shanfeng and Chang Jigua each handed him a set of paperwork. Half of it was on paper, while the other half required input on the lightweight computer. The amount of information to be filled out and signed was considerable, including numerous clauses. Li Xian quietly issued a command to 0. Help me verify whether these contracts are compliant. Command received. Thus, with the joint efforts of Li Xian and 0, the terms of the contracts were swiftly analyzed. And upon confirming their validity, he began to fill them out. Once Li Xian had completed all the required documents, Chang Jigua produced a large box. Please accept this welcome package, which includes 2 sets of company uniforms and a smart wristband. Thank you. Li Xian quickly extended his hand to receive it. Su Shanfeng added. You should already have a biological intelligence chip, correct? First, activate the wristband and link it to the chip. Once authorized, it will facilitate your interactions within the group. Following instructions, Li Xian donned the black wristband, then authorized the connection to his chip. Once everything was in order, he noticed that both Su Shanfeng and Chang Jigua had straightened in their seats. Commoner Li Xian, Su Shanfeng began. First and foremost, Congratulations on officially joining the Blueprint Biotechnology Group family. With that, both Su Shanfeng and Chang Jigua gently applauded. Thank you. Joining Blueprint Biotechnology Group has always been my aspiration. Li Xian replied, genuinely pleased. We have reviewed your employment contract. Upon joining the group, you will initially be a 6-month intern, categorized as an M1E1 intern specialist. However, as your records indicate you have activated your psychic abilities, your level will be upgraded to M1D3 intern specialist. Your salary will be 40 energy units per month. According to the employment contract, M1D3 intern specialist Li Xian, you will be dispatched to Hungan Defense Company within 7 working days of your employment. That concludes your basic employment information. If you have any objections, please do not hesitate to inquire. I will do my utmost to assist you in coordination and application. After reading through, Su Shanfeng resumed her smile, gazing at Li Xian. After listening to all the information, Li Xian pondered and asked, "Can I request a transfer?" In truth, Li Xian was not particularly concerned about the employee grade or salary. It was the prospect of being dispatched to Hungan Defense that troubled him. Regardless of the outcome, it wouldn't hurt to inquire. Upon hearing Li Xian's question, Su Shanfeng maintained her smile and nodded in agreement, saying, "If possible, I would indeed recommend a transfer for you. After all, you are a newcomer, and being sent to a combat zone is exceedingly perilous. Would you like me to assist you in applying for a transfer?" Li Xian, in disbelief, asked, "Is it really possible?" Su Shanfeng smiled and affirmed, "Absolutely. However, I must remind you that the application and approval process for a transfer, as well as the subsequent operations, will require time." "How much time?" A sense of unease flickered in Li Xian's mind. The transfer of employees necessitated approval from a senior personnel supervisor at the M4 level. "I will submit your transfer application report within 14 working days, and my superior at the M3 level will review it within 7 to 30 working days before forwarding it. Ultimately, the M4 senior personnel supervisor will take between 14 and 60 working days to approve the document. If the approval is granted, you will soon be able to commence work in your new department." Upon hearing this lengthy process, Li Xian felt a wave of despair wash over him. On the planet Guansua 4, a full rotation takes 25 hours, and the concept of a working day is derived from the orbital period of the cradle of human civilization. Blue Star. Each working day spans 25 hours, comprising 8 hours of work and 17 hours of rest. If calculated according to Su Shanfeng's timeline, even if the approval were completed, it could potentially be 2 to 3 months later. If Li Xian were to be unfortunate, after 2 to 3 months at Hungan Defense, he might very well be rendered useless. Although he inwardly cursed the bureaucratic sloth, his expression remained unchanged with a smile. He said, "Upon careful consideration, being dispatched to Hungan Defense is indeed a commendable opportunity. I am a brick, and wherever the group needs me, I shall go. I have decided not to transfer and will proceed to Hungan Defense." "What a pity. I had already drafted the beginning of your transfer application form," Su Shanfeng remarked with a look of regret. "I truly appreciate your efforts, but I have resolutely chosen not to transfer. And I do not wish to trouble you further with the transfer process," Li Xian said sincerely. "Not transferring is also a wise choice." Su Shanfeng nodded in agreement. "Your work location is at Hungan Defense, and I personally suggest you head there at your earliest convenience. What do you think?" Li Xian clenched his fists beneath the table, but considering that one must bow their head beneath a roof, he replied, "Your suggestion is exceedingly reasonable. I am eager to contribute to the group." Su Shanfeng's smile widened as she said, "I believe you will be an excellent employee." On the day of his onboarding, Li Xian had already transitioned from a civilian to a company employee, and as an M1D3 level intern, he had effectively risen 2 levels upon entry. In a stable position, he would have been overjoyed that evening. Unfortunately, being sent to Hungan Defense right after joining felt like a stroke of misfortune. That moment, Li Xian found himself at a military base, following the guidance of his chip to the boarding entrance of a transport vessel. His attire had changed. He was now clad in the uniform of the Defense Department, a sharp black ensemble accented with white trim, which accentuated his already imposing stature. After donning his employee badge, Li Xian boarded the transport vessel. Following a chip verification, he learned that the transport vessel was a Pelican-class transport ship, officially named Big Belly Bird, Pelican-class transport ship. Upon seeing this name, even Li Xian could not help but admire the brilliance of the naming. Once inside the transport vessel, he took his designated seat as directed by the staff. This was not an individual seat, but a relatively spacious one. with rows of similar seats surrounding him. Before long, more individuals began boarding the vessel. Soldiers, some seasoned veterans, donned in standard urban camouflage and carrying oversized military backpacks filled with their gear. These soldiers belonged to Blueprint Biotechnology but were under the aegis of the Defense Department. Formally, their employee level was M1F0'd. Strictly speaking, they were not considered official employees of Blueprint, as even ordinary interns held the designation of M1E1. These soldiers were mere consumables, incapable of promotion to officer status unless they underwent military training. If Lee Xian aspired to join Blueprint through the conventional route, the most probable path would be to enter the Defense Department. However, that opportunity was fiercely competitive, potentially requiring years of labor under the F designation before he could truly become a group employee. Even with 8 years of foundational military training from his youth, he would only achieve the F rank, equating to a non-commissioned officer, never an officer. The Pelican transport vessel continued to board approximately 200 soldiers before the flow of new arrivals ceased. Yet the vessel had yet to take off and remained busy. Beneath Lee Xian's seat lay a cargo space, presently loaded with various supplies, arms, ammunition, and even vehicles. The Pelican transport vessel had a commendable capacity, capable of accommodating an entire battalion of over 300 soldiers, along with their requisite equipment. Lee Xian surmised that the cargo below was likely the weaponry and equipment for the soldiers around him, and perhaps some supplies for Hung in defense. However, these matters were of little concern to him at the moment. All he had was his attire, while the soldiers were fully equipped with standard-issue rifles and sidearms. Though he technically held a higher rank, as a newly promoted half-baked psychic, he would likely be easily overpowered in the event of a skirmish. The soldiers wielded standard electromagnetic rifles, the V-12 model, utilizing metal projectiles accelerated through electromagnetic rails, delivering lethal force several times that of conventional firearms. Lee Xian, during his time as a military trainee, had wielded such a weapon and understood its formidable power well. The soldiers also wore basic armor, which Lee Xian identified through the chip's recognition. Their armor was the Red Mark II personal armor, a semi-protective gear that, despite its designation, offered substantial protection for the vital areas of the body. Crafted from E-grade military composite alloys, the torso was fully shielded, and the thighs were similarly protected. Only the joints and arms, requiring flexibility, were made of lightweight composite material. This armor could withstand conventional firearms. However, artillery fire was beyond its protective scope. Due to the strength and comfort it provided, even the V-12 electromagnetic rifles required multiple hits to breach the armor that, of course, being struck by an electromagnetic round, even without penetration, would be quite unpleasant for the soldier, as the tremendous kinetic energy could easily send them flying, potentially resulting in broken bones despite the armor's cushioning. Observing these heavily armed soldiers, Lee Xian felt a tightening in his chest. The cost of their equipment was undoubtedly exorbitant, far exceeding that of an average soldier. Judging by their demeanor, they, like Lee Xian, were part of the support unit heading to Hung in defense. Indeed, they were cannon fodder. On the colonial planet Guansuafor, even clad in personal armor, these infantrymen were mere fodder. Although frontline combat was currently spared from orbital assaults due to cosmic spatial storms, heavy vehicles on both sides would not be lacking. Various heavy artillery, multifunctional armored vehicles, tanks, aircraft, and even mechs. In the face of these mechanical constructs, the role of infantry was significantly diminished, yet the price paid in lives was drastically increased. War, while seemingly effortless to observe, was far from a pleasant affair when one found themselves embroiled in it. Of course, for those in high positions at command centers, the situation was different. They reaped the rewards of victories while remaining unscathed. Even if all the infantry were lost, buzzing sounds filled the air. Accompanied by the thunderous roar of the Pelican-class transport vessel's engines, this colossal mechanical creation ascended majestically, forging ahead into the distance. After a brief moment of pressure, the transport ship transitioned into a state of smooth flight. Attention all units. I am the captain of this transport vessel. The big belly bird has taken off. We shall spend a delightful 13 hours and 25 minutes aloft together. Now, let us get this party started, shall we? Chapter 14. I shall command the mech. With the heavy metal music reverberating within the transport vessel. After nearly 13.5 hours of airborne travel, Lee Xian and his companions finally arrived at their destination. Time truly flies. Unbeknownst to them, they had already enjoyed a splendid 13.5 hours together. The destination, Hung in Defense Military Base No. 3, has been reached. Please disembark from the Big Belly Bird in an orderly fashion. If possible, I hope everyone can join me again on my Big Belly Bird next time. As the captain of the Big Belly Bird rambled on, Li Xian descended the stairs on one side. The soldiers within the transport vessel had already begun to form a line below, while aboard, they had engaged in boisterous banter and even hurled curses at the captain for the unsatisfactory music. Yet, upon arriving at this military base, they fell silent, displaying an unexpected demeanor of decorum. The soldiers were laden with various bags, standing in line to await their turn. In contrast, Li Xian bore no possessions, not even personal items, as he had not returned to the repair shop. Uncertain of where to go, he stood alone beside the soldiers. Boom! Accompanied by a roar of engines, two multifunctional off-road vehicles rolled up before everyone. With a screech of brakes and a thick plume of black smoke, the vehicles came to a halt. Li Xian looked up to see that 5 individuals occupied the 2 vehicles. The 2 drivers were dressed as ordinary soldiers, while the other 3 appeared more akin to officers. As the 3 disembarked, 2 of the officers approached the soldiers to commence the process of receiving personnel and equipment. The remaining officer, however, advanced towards Li Xian. Li Xian promptly stood at attention, awaiting the arrival of this officer, who could potentially be his superior. The officer approached him. He appeared to be in his 30s, and Li Xian could distinctly sense the aura of psychic energy emanating from him. M1D3 in turn. Li Xian? The officer inquired, though his tone was resolute despite the phrasing of a question. Sir, I am Li Xian. I understand you are an employee of the company, but this is a combat zone. I expect you to keep your identification badge concealed. The officer frowned as he spoke. Yes, sir, Li Xian responded loudly, promptly removing his badge and stowing it in his jacket pocket. I am Gao Yang, the M2 staff officer of the base. From today onward, you will join the Blueprint Dispatch Corps. Yes, sir. Follow me. Gao Yang turned and led Li Xian to the vehicle. After exchanging greetings with the 2 accompanying officers, he departed with Li Xian. After a few minutes of driving, the vehicle halted in front of a 4 or 5-story building. Gao Yang strode ahead, and Li Xian observed that his superior appeared to be in a rather foul mood, so he refrained from speaking. Along the way, several uniformed personnel saluted Gao Yang, and many cast curious glances at Li Xian, who was following closely behind. Silently, Li Xian accompanied Gao Yang into an office. The office was relatively simply decorated, with matte alloy walls devoid of any peculiar adornments. Gao Yang saluted a man in his 30s, dressed in an officer's uniform, sitting behind the desk. Supervisor, the individual has been brought in. The officer nodded and replied, Very well, you may leave now. Yes, sir. With that, the office was left with only Li Xian and the officer behind the desk. After a brief wait, the officer looked up and said, Li Xian, I am Lu Quan, the M3 Defense Supervisor of the Dispatch Corps. Greetings, sir. Li Xian quickly saluted and exclaimed. Lu Quan retrieved a document from his desk. With a glance, Li Xian surmised that it was likely his own file. After perusing it for a moment, Lu Quan set it down and regarded Li Xian. I have reviewed your file. You are a fortunate substitute, it seems. How does it feel to be dispatched to a perilous combat zone right after joining the company? Report, sir. I have no particular feelings. It is my fortune to join the company. Even in a combat zone, I will work diligently. Lu Quan nodded. It is indeed best that you think this way. I noticed from your file that you have undergone 8 years of military training, primarily focusing on basic infantry and armored unit command. Am I correct? Li Xian. Yes. Lu Quan studied Li Xian for a few seconds, then, after a moment of contemplation, continued. 8 years of military training. Yet you have never officially entered a unit. Now, in the Hung and Defense Base's Dispatch Corps, the soldiers here are seasoned veterans. As a fresh recruit, it may be difficult for you to gain their respect. You are fortunate. I currently require personnel, hence, I present you with 2 options. Li Xian remained silent, patiently awaiting Lu Quan's further words. Lu Quan continued. The first option is, based on your specialization, I will assign you to the 2nd Infantry Battalion, temporarily serving as a squad leader, or alternatively within the Armored Division, as a platoon leader. The second option, given that you are a psychic, is to join the Mech Support Unit, piloting a Class D Mech, thereby becoming a Class D Mech Support Specialist. Upon hearing Lu Quan's words, Li Xian's heart raced uncontrollably, nearly doubling its pace in an instant. After 8 years of military training, he had learned both infantry tactics and armored tactics. granting him a profound understanding of these two branches. Without that dispatch contract, he would only qualify as a non-commissioned officer, perhaps merely an infantry squad leader. Now, with a formal contract and having become a psychic through the use of a serum, he finally had the opportunity to become an officer. As an infantry platoon leader, he could command approximately 3 infantry combat teams, equating to around 30 personnel. However, in battle, regardless of how precise his marksmanship was or how adept his maneuvers, he would still be considered expendable. As an armored platoon leader, he would command about 4 armored vehicles, which could be tanks or armored personnel carriers. This position was slightly better than that of an infantryman, yet still regarded as a resilient expendable. In the age of interstellar warfare, both offensive weapons and defensive shields had undergone significant advancements. Infantry could be decimated by a single shot from a tank, turned into fresh ground meat. Tanks and armored vehicles could similarly be pierced by individual weaponry, incinerating their crews. Mechs, or mobile battle armor, represented a truly commendable profession. They boasted high defenses, formidable weaponry, and, most importantly, were undeniably impressive. Though Lu Quan mentioned that Class D mechs were still considered high expendables in the midst of fierce frontline warfare, the survival rate for mech pilots was evidently much higher than that of either infantry or armored commanders. Should Li Xian choose infantry or armored units, his survival rate in the combat zone could indeed align with Gao Bingyan's grim predictions. However, if he became a mech pilot, his survival rate would at least increase by 20 to 30%. Instructor: No, sir. I wish to pilot a mech. Chapter 15. Assignment. Lu Quan nodded. A wise choice. As a fresh recruit, even if I were to appoint you to a command position, even as a platoon leader for infantry, I would be concerned about your capability to lead effectively. Consider yourself fortunate. The mech unit has recently suffered significant losses, or else you would not have this opportunity to join. Make sure to seize it. Thank you, sir, Li Xian replied loudly. However, I have not learned how to operate a mech. Will that pose a problem? Li Xian hesitantly inquired. It will indeed be a significant issue. However, the recent days have been relatively stable. Mastering the operation of a mech is not as challenging as one might imagine for a psychic. I will allocate time for you to quickly grasp the necessary skills. Lu Quan spoke with seriousness. Of course, I also hope you master piloting swiftly, for war will not wait for you to learn at your leisure. Once the conflict erupts, even if you have not yet mastered it, you will still be expected to participate in combat. Yes, sir. I will endeavor to learn how to pilot a mech as swiftly as possible. Li Xian felt an urgent need to assure that he must not be reassigned to another position. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Quan said, I shall find you an instructor to expedite your learning process. Thank you, sir. Lu Quan tapped his smart wristband and called out, Bring in Zhang Lu. Never mind, summoned Zhang from upstairs. Before long, a burly man, appearing to be in his 30s, entered the room. Supervisor, you called for me? Zhang Lu approached the desk and saluted, inquiring, I summoned you to share some good news. Lu Quan replied with a smile. What good news? Zhang Lu asked, his face beaming with delight. Your combat squad has suffered significant casualties. Today, I am assigning you a new member. Lu Quan chuckled. That's splendid. Is it him? Zhang Lu exclaimed in delight, turning to look at Li Xian. Upon noticing this, Li Xian quickly displayed a cordial smile, nodding repeatedly, if all goes as anticipated. This Zhang Lu should indeed be the mentor Lu Quan found for him. Without a doubt, it is wise to curry favor as soon as possible. Lu Quan cleared his throat and replied, Indeed, it's him. However, he is a novice and currently lacks the ability to operate a mech. You will need to exert extra effort to teach him. If he can't operate a mech, then what can he do? Zhang Lu furrowed his brows, scrutinizing Li Xian. He can command basic infantry and armored units. Li Xian responded awkwardly. A rookie? Boss, I understand I've displeased you, but you can't just throw a clueless rookie at me, Zhang Lu exclaimed, nearly jumping in frustration, his hands pressing against Lu Quan's desk, nearly spitting as he spoke. Lu Quan sighed, stating, This is simply unavoidable. Everyone has faced heavy losses. Aside from your squad, none are at full strength. We do not know when reinforcements will arrive. Rookie is still a soldier. At least he adds to our numbers, which is better than having no one. Boss, if you could at least provide me with a rookie who knows how to operate a mech or an experienced infantryman, that would be much easier. This one is a rookie and can't even operate a mech. If I have to teach him and then take him into battle, are you trying to get me killed? Zhang Lu lamented. Lu Quan's expression hardened as he insisted, "You must take this soldier, whether you like it or not. I am assigning this rookie to you out of respect for our long-standing friendship. We don't know when the next batch of new recruits will arrive. And your 4-member squad now has only 2 remaining. What, do you expect to send the 2 of you into battle next time?" Zhang Lu was left speechless by Lu Quan's words. Lu Quan concluded, "If you truly refuse, I will assign him to Oldley instead. But I must warn you, the arrival of the next new recruits is uncertain." Sighing deeply, Zhang Lu relented. "Fine, I will take this soldier." "Very well, this rookie is now yours. Take good care of him," Lu Quan commanded. "Yes, boss," Zhang Lu saluted. Lu Quan then turned to Li Xian, saying, "From today onwards, you will join Zhang Lu's combat squad and learn from him." "Yes, Commander," Li Xian promptly saluted. As they exited Lu Quan's office, Li Xian followed Zhang Lu's footsteps. Throughout the journey, Zhang Lu maintained a grim demeanor, uttering not a word. Observing his countenance, Li Xian dared not speak, fearing he might say something amiss and incur the wrath of his superior. Eventually, they arrived before a massive building. Zhang Lu turned to Li Xian, his stern expression gradually softening, yet his demeanor remained serious. "What is your name, soldier?" Li Xian immediately saluted and proclaimed loudly, "Master." "My name is Li Xian." Zhang Lu frowned, stating, "Do not call me master." "Understood, master." Li Xian obediently responded. Zhang Lu's brow furrowed so deeply it seemed capable of crushing a fly. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Call me whatever you wish, but I am not your master." "Yes, master," Li Xian continued to shout. Having experienced 2 lifetimes, Li Xian understood that he must not be shy at this moment. When it is time to address someone as master, one must do so. If he encounters a kind person, it would be a stroke of fortune. Conversely, if he faces a harsh leader, such address might evoke a semblance of compassion, potentially softening any harsh consequences. "Today, you officially join our squad, so let me explain a few things," Zhang Lu said as he opened the alloy door. As they traversed the dim corridor, Zhang Lu's voice echoed. "We are the special forces dispatched by Blueprint Biotechnology Group to Hung and Defense, overseeing the mobile mech support unit. From now on, you are my team member, assigned to the 5th Mobile Mech Support Squad." "Yes, master." The 5th squad typically comprises 4 mechs, each piloted by a driver, with each driver supported by an auxiliary infantry team, in addition to a mechanics maintenance team. However, at present, aside from myself, there is only 1 veteran driver, named Feng Dai. The other 2 drivers in the 5th squad have already perished in previous battles. Your arrival fills the position of one of them. Upon hearing this, Li Xian quietly inquired, "Master, wasn't it said that the survival rate of mech pilots is exceedingly high? How then could there be such significant casualties?" "Survival rates are high, but that is relative. Compared to the infantry, mech pilots certainly have a higher rate. However, even the most advanced D-class mechs are not invincible. When death comes, it claims its due." As he spoke, Zhang Lu led Li Xian out of the dim corridor and into a grand hall in the distance. For colossal war machines stood majestically. Li Xian's breath slowed. This is the Mobile Mech, Chapter 16. Short Sword Attendant. It turns out that the vast interior of this building is a mech hangar. Beneath the lights, 4 massive battle mechs stood at attention. At this moment, Li Xian's identity was officially changed to M1D3 trainee mech pilot, Li Xian. Consequently, his authorization was also automatically updated. As his gaze fell upon the foremost mech, its chip instinctively began to retrieve information, revealing details about this particular unit. It is a D-class mech, designated as Short Sword Attendant. The mech stands at a height of 7.13 meters. It is humanoid in form, with the pilot's cockpit located in the chest area, where the mech's most robust armor is situated. The mech's standard movement speed is 80 km/h, while its maximum combat speed is 65 km/h. The Short Sword Attendant boasts a formidable weapon system, designed modularly, allowing its left arm to be equipped with a 6-barrel 20mm caliber machine gun, in conjunction with either a 120mm electromagnetic cannon, an 85mm plasma cannon, or a 55mm laser cannon. Each weapon corresponds to different combat scenarios, allowing for timely adjustments based on mission requirements and anticipated adversaries. The right arm of the Short Sword Attendant can be fitted with melee weapons, a power hammer, a power sword, a power glaive, or a chainsaw sword. Additionally, The shoulders can accommodate 2 missile pods or 2 rocket pods for aerial strikes or to unleash more formidable ground firepower. The short sword attendant is not only powerful in attack but also boasts formidable defenses. Its body armor is constructed entirely from D-class military-grade composite alloy, capable of withstanding various caliber weapon assaults. For instance, to penetrate the armor with its own 120mm electromagnetic cannon, one would require at least 3 rounds. This is merely the basic armor of the short sword attendant. Due to its modular design, pilots can attach composite armor before battle, sacrificing mobility for enhanced protection. Beneath the pilot's feet in the mech's chest cavity lies a unique device, the void shield generator. This device can harness psionic energy to activate a void shield, reinforcing the short sword attendant's defenses. The void shield envelopes the entire mech and, through the activation of psionic energy and internal energy supply, can divert enemy ranged attacks into subspace. This mechanism significantly boosts the short sword attendant's survivability on the battlefield. However, the void shield is not omnipotent. It has a maximum threshold for resistance, should the intensity of enemy attacks be too great or too concentrated. Exceeding this threshold can lead to an overload of the void shield, temporarily disabling its defensive capabilities. Furthermore, the void shield cannot defend against melee attacks or direct strikes from weapons that penetrate its interior. In simpler terms, the void shield can counter the vast majority of ranged attacks, particularly effective against energy weapons or high-velocity projectiles. However, it is largely ineffective against slower projectiles or melee attacks. Nonetheless, the presence of the void shield significantly enhances the short sword attendant's battlefield survival rate. The short sword attendant lacks a head, as it is not a true human. Being a mech, it does not require a separate head as a critical component. The pilot is situated within the mech's chest, where the primary systems are housed. The mech's energy is supplied by a subatomic microfusion reactor located at its rear, which can be replenished with solid energy units to extend its operational duration. Particularly, when utilizing the plasma cannon, laser cannon, or electromagnetic cannon, energy consumption is substantial. Energy is crucial for the mech. Without it, the mech loses its mobility, becoming merely a gigantic humanoid coffin. However, in general, mechs do not face significant concerns regarding energy shortages, as a single refueling is typically sufficient for over half a month's operational time. Lixin gazed at the mech, absorbing the information provided by the chip, and found his perspective drastically broadened. Under normal circumstances, the existence of a mech is entirely essential. If one were to design a true weapon of war, the inherent instability of bipedal mechs and the excessive complexity of multi-legged designs would lead one to conclude that a tracked system remains the optimal choice for all-terrain combat. A humanoid form, while imposing, presents a larger target area and a higher center of gravity, making it prone to tipping. Thus, it is advisable to maintain a lower profile. Moreover, the notion of wielding weapons in a manner akin to Gundam, while striking, seems somewhat superfluous. It would be far more effective to integrate weaponry directly into the vehicle's structure. Consequently, when synthesizing these considerations, one inevitably arrives at the design of a tank. Yet, as time progresses, weapon designers are continually challenged to innovate. By a stroke of fortune, the void shield was developed. This defensive apparatus, mounted on large vehicles, has fundamentally altered the nature of warfare. Following the introduction of this formidable shield on the battlefield, the corresponding ultimate weapon, the spear, has yet to materialize. Astute designers quickly recognized the vulnerabilities of the void shield, opting instead for melee weapons that could bypass its defenses entirely. Thus, humanoid mechs were born, piloted by psychics, capable of wielding a variety of powerful ranged weapons, equipped with void shields, and utilizing diverse melee weapons powered by advanced technology. The emergence of psychics and the void shield shifted the title of King of Land Warfare from tanks to mechanized suits. Nay, it would be more fitting to declare them the kings of war, for in the void, mechs also wield formidable capabilities. Of course, tanks have not been rendered obsolete. Akin to infantry, they remain resilient and effective as supportive armored forces. The void shield requires a psychic to activate and control, thereby rendering standard tanks incapable of accommodating such technology. While tanks continue to represent formidable armored strength, they can no longer rival the prowess of mechs. Lixin gazed upon the mechs before him, filled with fervor. What man could resist such magnificent creations? However, it was regrettable that among the 4 mechs in the storage room, only the first 3 were in relatively good condition, while the last one appeared severely damaged. This particular mech not only had a broken right arm, but also exhibited a gaping wound in the chest area, with the cockpit fully exposed and the cockpit cover and outer armor lying askew nearby. As he beheld the torn and distorted armor, a wave of unease washed over Li Xian. Chapter 17. The lesson, what is this? Li Xian inquired tentatively. Zhang Lu replied solemnly, you can see it, can't you? This mech has been destroyed. Its frontal armor was shredded by the enemy, and the mech pilot perished within the cockpit. Zhang Lu led Li Xian to the shattered armor. Nearby, a group of individuals donned in distinct logistical attire busied themselves. Clearly the mech's maintenance crew. Team leader Zhang. One of the mechanics greeted, to which Zhang Lu nodded in acknowledgement. A few curious glances were cast towards Li Xian, who stood beside Zhang Lu, yet the mechanics refrained from approaching. Respecting their work, Zhang Lu gestured toward another mech, stating, not only this one, but this one here was also damaged on the battlefield. However, it has been repaired. Upon closer inspection, Li Xian noticed that this mech was also marked by numerous battle scars. Scratches marred the surface of the armor. While not immediately apparent, these marks indicated that they had been inflicted by large-caliber weaponry. Li Xian then turned his gaze to the torn cockpit cover and the outer composite armor, which bore several massive impact marks. Yet, these were not the fatal injuries. The true lethal wound resembled a gaping tear. Zhang Lu approached Li Xian and asked, do you know what caused this? Li Xian shook his head. With a sigh. Zhang Lu explained, this was inflicted by power claws, which bypassed the void shield's defenses and tore open the cockpit cover. Subsequently, an electromagnetic cannon fired through the breach into the mech's cockpit, reducing my comrade to a mere pulp. Though he and I often clashed, witnessing his demise in such a manner. Zhang Lu's voice trailed off, heavy with unshed emotion. Li Xian sensed the sorrow in the elder's tone, nearly choking on his own words. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Lu turned to Li Xian and said, do you see? Even a mech, revered as the king of war, can fall easily under the command of an experienced soldier. What of you? A mere trainee with only basic infantry command training? Do you truly believe you are superior to him? The weight of Zhang Lu's question bore down heavily, laced with palpable frustration. Drawing in a deep breath, Li Xian replied, Master, I will strive to learn the intricacies of piloting, determined to survive. With a stern visage, Zhang Lu remarked, some lessons cannot be mastered through mere diligence. A novice piloting a mech on the battlefield is a glaring signal to all. Here stands a rookie. Do you believe that merely operating a mech will ensure your longevity? I assure you, because of the mech's critical role in combat, all eyes will be scrutinizing your every move. Should they discover your inexperience, you must understand the dire consequences that may follow. Li Xian was acutely aware of such realities. Though he had never fought in a war, he had played enough games to know that on the battlefield, one must target the weak. I will do my utmost to conceal my novice status. He vowed, Master. Li Xian found himself at a loss for words. First impressions are notoriously difficult to alter, and he indeed was a novice. Zhang Lu's assessment was spot on. His biases, or rather, his accurate perceptions, were entirely justified. I told you not to call me master, Zhang Lu nearly roared. Seeing the bloodshot eyes of Zhang Lu, Li Xian sensed that at least one of the mechs housed the remnants of his fallen apprentice. The fates of the previous apprentices were all too evident in the condition of these two mechs. Thus, Li Xian chose to acquiesce, stating, understood. Zhang Lu turned and Li Xian hurriedly followed. Now that you have joined Team 5, I shall impart my knowledge upon you, but you currently know nothing. Therefore, you must download a few essential materials: basic mech operation, understanding psychics, D-class mechs, the short sword acolyte, advanced mech piloting techniques, psychics and mechs, the use and restart of the void shield after overload. In total, 12 courses were enumerated by Zhang Lu. Thanks to the presence of Chip Zero, Li Xian had no trouble recording the names of these courses. However, truly mastering the knowledge contained within would require relentless study on his part. The chip was merely a tool. Li Xian himself would need to invest the time and effort to comprehend the material. Fortunately, with the biological intelligence chip at his disposal, he could learn more swiftly. As he possessed 2D4 level chips, he was confident in his ability to grasp knowledge at an accelerated pace. Zhang Lu continued, the war zone is not safe. You must have heard the supervisor's warnings. When the next battle commences, you too must join the fray. Even if you are merely dragged along, you must engage. whether as a stationary gunner or a decoy to draw fire. Yes, master, Li Xian responded loudly. Zhang Lu hesitated momentarily, but this time he chose to ignore Li Xian's enthusiasm, proceeding to say, this military base lacks mech simulators, so each stellar day, I will allocate 5 hours for you to practice in a mech. I believe that combining practical experience with theoretical knowledge will accelerate your learning. Yes, master, Li Xian eagerly affirmed. Zhang Lu waved dismissively. He escorted Li Xian to an upstairs room, stating, from today onward, this will be your dormitory. Though this is your private space, I must remind you to maintain reasonable hygiene. Yes, master. Within the base, meals are served every 6 hours, and mech pilots are entitled to D-class rations. I have already sent you the location of the cafeteria. Yes, master. Chapter 18. A flavor Zhang Lu departed, leaving Li Xian in his dormitory, where he inhaled deeply with satisfaction. It had not been easy. Having resided on the planet Guansua 4 for so many years, this was his first time enjoying such a spacious room. The small repair shop was cluttered with various scraps of metal, leaving little room to maneuver. During his school years as a military trainee at the Blueprint Biotechnology Academy, he occupied a humble position, sharing a dormitory with 7 others. However, through relentless effort, Li Xian has finally acquired a dwelling exceeding 30 square meters, an accomplishment not easily attained. Outside his door, a logistics personnel delivered his combat uniform and daily necessities. The 2 sets of uniforms allocated by the Defense Division of Blueprint Biotechnology resembled more of ceremonial attire, wholly unsuitable for combat. Once dressed, Li Xian immersed himself in a state of study. Having suffered the consequences of neglecting his education in his previous life, he approached his studies with utmost seriousness. Yet, fate had not bestowed him with a favorable reincarnation on the planet Guansu 4. Excelling academically was merely insufficient. Many realms of knowledge remained inaccessible to him, as he lacked the requisite permissions to pursue them. Settling into his chair, Li Xian commenced his studies on the courses downloaded into his chip. Before long, a faint wave of psychic energy began to emanate within the room. Through his newfound understanding of psychic energy, Li Xian developed a deeper awareness of his own abilities. He also discovered various methods of employing this energy, one of which involved utilizing it to enhance his learning speed. This method was considerably safer than extracting energy from the subspace, as it did not carry the same risks associated with combat. During this process, Li Xian realized that his psychic energy chip far surpassed the D4 smart chip provided by Blueprint Biotechnology in terms of learning efficacy. My apologies, D4 smart chip, he mused. Consequently, he shifted his focus towards acquiring knowledge through the psychic energy chip, harnessing more of his psychic energy to expedite his learning. With the assistance of the chip, Li Xian's progress in subjects such as basic mecha operation, 31, and the utilization and reboot of the void shield, 23, became quantifiable. The chip's influence significantly accelerated his learning pace. However, studying proved to be a monotonous and arduous task. After diligently studying for 7 or 8 hours, he felt mentally fatigued, even sensing wisps of steam emanating from his forehead during intense concentration. As his study session concluded, he glanced at his wristband and noted that night had fallen. His last meal had been in the morning, and the prolonged hours of high-intensity learning had drained his energy reserves. Now, he felt as though his stomach was ablaze, craving sustenance as if he could devour an entire cow. He opened a nearby box containing his ration of energy paste, a flavored version nonetheless. Just as he retrieved a tube, a thought struck him. He checked the time, realizing only 20 minutes remained until the next meal service at the cafeteria. Recalling what Zhang Lu had mentioned, mecha operators are entitled to D-grade food rations. The mere thought made Li Xian's mouth water uncontrollably. Casting a glance at the military energy paste in his hand, he carelessly tossed it back into the box. Forgive me, military energy paste. It's not that you lack flavor. It's just that Li Xian longs to savor the taste of D-grade food rations. Guided by the chip's map, Li Xian, donned in his mecha operator's combat uniform, quickly made his way to the cafeteria. It was now officially night on the planet Guansu 4, and the cafeteria was sparsely populated, primarily occupied by soldiers just finishing their shifts. Following the dining instructions, he arrived at a window designated for D-grade food rations. Unable to resist, he salivated profusely at the sight of the food. The offerings were quite simple. D-grade was not particularly high, but it included meat. Li Xian selected several meat dishes, deciding to save the vegetables for another time. He could fill his belly with meat. As he devoured the food, he couldn't help but reflect that in his past life, this taste wouldn't even qualify as fast food. If the chef had this level of skill, the establishment would close within a fortnight. However, on Guangzhou 4, where food was scarce and most people subsisted on energy paste, the opportunity to eat anything other than paste, particularly meat, moved Li Xian to tears of joy. Delicious. So flavorful. After finishing his late-night snack, Li Xian returned to his dormitory and collapsed onto his bed. The intense study session had exhausted him. While he could alleviate some fatigue with psychic energy, it too was depleted, necessitating rest for recovery. After a brief slumber of 4 to 5 hours, he awakened automatically and resumed his studies. As dawn broke, he ventured into the hangar. With a click, he illuminated the space, revealing 4 short sword mechas standing like colossal beasts before him. Approaching one of the mechs, he gently caressed its armored exterior. So magnificent, truly breathtaking. Just as he was lost in admiration, Jiang Lu arrived. "You are here quite early," Jiang Lu remarked. "I wish to learn more swiftly." Li Xian replied earnestly. "Did you review the materials from yesterday?" Jiang Lu inquired. Reporting, "Master, I did, but there remains much content yet to be covered." Li Xian responded, his voice ringing with sincerity. Indeed, even a single tutorial required several days to fully comprehend, let alone the 12 courses Jiang Lu had assigned the previous day. Not completing it is entirely normal. "Come now, hop in. I shall demonstrate using the actual machine." Jiang Lu's tone was serious. The mech before them opened its external armor and cockpit, revealing the pilot's seat. This particular short sword mecha had been previously damaged and subsequently repaired, evidently assigned to Li Xian. Jiang Lu effortlessly ascended into the cockpit. Witnessing this, Li Xian could only envy. His current psychic energy was insufficient to achieve such a feat. Complying, he fetched a ladder and climbed into the cockpit. The space was relatively compact, with an ergonomic seat at the center and several thrust levers ahead. A few buttons lined the sides, but their number was surprisingly limited. "You should take the pilot's seat," Jiang Lu instructed calmly. Li Xian complied and sat down, while Jiang Lu perched on the cockpit's edge. Seemingly intent on leaving the hatch open, it appeared he had no intention of closing it for this session. Li Xian surveyed the cockpit's interior. It was somewhat cramped, yet the seat was designed for comfort. His gaze traversed the buttons, as the chip automatically provided explanations of their names and functions based on his permissions. Contrary to his expectations, he had anticipated hundreds, if not more, buttons within the mech. Recalling the cluttered cockpits of fighter jets from his past life, to his surprise, the buttons and switches on either side of the mech's cockpit totaled fewer than 20. Mechs differ from other combat vehicles, Jiang Lu explained, as if sensing Li Xian's confusion. Each mech requires a psychic to operate, while tanks and aircraft do not necessarily need one. Piloting a mech relies more on your psychic energy than on these buttons. "Understood, Master," Li Xian promptly responded. "Now, activate the mech by pressing the switch on your left," Jiang Lu instructed. Li Xian followed the directive and pressed the switch to activate the mech. He had spotted this switch earlier but had refrained from touching it without explicit orders. Upon activation, a faint buzzing resonated from the mech, signaling its startup. Even the cockpit illuminated with a soft glow. "Short sword mecha. Activate," an electronic voice announced. "Use your smart chip to authorize the connection with the mech." Jiang Lu instructed. Li Xian hastily authorized the connection, and upon linking the zero chip with the mech, he immediately sensed its entirety. "Release your psychic energy and connect with the mech. Feel its essence." Jiang Lu guided him. Following his instructions, Li Xian released his psychic energy and connected with the mech. The sensation was entirely different. He felt as if an additional metallic form enveloped his own body, becoming one with the mech. This feeling was extraordinary, intoxicating even. Observing Li Xian's flushed face, Jiang Lu remained composed. He had witnessed this scene countless times. Every new mech operator experiences this exhilaration upon their first bond with a mech. "All right, disconnect now. Your first hour's task is to practice connecting and disconnecting with the mech. 100 repetitions." Jiang Lu's voice was firm. "Yes, Master," Li Xian replied loudly, promptly severing the connection. As he did so, a sense of loss washed over him. Compared to the formidable presence of the mech, his own physical form felt painfully fragile. Following Jiang Lu's orders, Li Xian began the repetitive cycle of connecting and disconnecting with the mech. After completing the 100 repetitions, his initial excitement gradually morphed into a state of numbness. Although the first few disconnections elicited a sense of loss, the sensation dulled with repetition. Next, Zhang began to guide Li Xian through more complex operations. The buttons and thrust levers within the cockpit are designated for use during non-combat periods. They enable the maneuvering of your mech, facilitating basic shooting and combat actions. When piloting a mech, it is imperative to conserve your psychic energy at all possible moments. Otherwise, if your energy is depleted, you will become nothing more than a living target on the battlefield. Outside the hangar, a mech, stripped of its weaponry, is moving sluggishly. Zhang stands atop the mech's shoulder, loudly instructing Li Xian, who is seated in the now-closed cockpit. This marks the second day of practicing mech piloting, and Li Xian has already familiarized himself with the buttons, formally commencing his journey as a mech pilot. In truth, operating a mech is not as daunting as one might imagine. Most individuals can quickly grasp it after practical training. However, while initial mastery may be straightforward, achieving proficiency is a far more arduous endeavor. Inside the cockpit, Li Xian, filled with exhilaration, manipulates the buttons and thrust levers, guiding the mech's movements. This manner of movement renders the mech's actions rather rigid, clearly unsuitable for combat. After practicing for a while and becoming accustomed to the controls, he begins to employ psychic energy for piloting. Yes, master. In the next moment, the mech becomes significantly more agile, taking small steps and large strides, even leaping in various directions. At this juncture, the mech resembles a giant, albeit one that lacks the fluidity of a human. Nevertheless, achieving such maneuvers is no small feat, considering this is merely a D-class mech. The sounds produced by the colossal mech during training are thunderous, especially when running or jumping. Yet, Li Xian in the cockpit appears exceptionally exhilarated. It is hard to imagine any man experiencing such movements within a mech without feeling thrilled and agitated. Left jab, right hook, left uppercut, side kick, knee strike, powerful flying kick, defensive block. Following Zhang commands from the mech's shoulder, Li Xian persistently executes a variety of actions, manipulating the mech with the thrust levers and buttons. Before Li Xian can revel in this joy for long, Zhang issues a new command. Reluctantly, Li Xian must halt his psychic operations and revert to mechanical controls. In one corner of Li Xian's vision, a chip projection displays his learning progress, D1. Class Mech Close Combat Progress. 56.2 chips, double the joy, and this learning progress is skyrocketing. Feel your weapon. Do not make your movements sluggish. Aim at the target and fire. Boom! The six-barreled cannon on the mech's left arm roars to life, unleashing a torrential barrage of ammunition forward. Within the target range, the concentrated firepower shreds a target hundreds of meters away. Woohoo, awesome! Li Xian exclaims within the mech, relishing the exhilarating sensation of firing. Currently, the six-barreled cannon is an electromagnetic cannon, the most commonly used artillery by the short sword order. It requires only energy supply and ammunition to maintain its intense firepower. But continuous fire is not sustainable. Otherwise, the ammunition will be swiftly exhausted. Boom! At the center of the six-barreled cannon is a 120 mm electromagnetic cannon, which uses solid projectiles with formidable power. Accelerated by electromagnetic forces, the projectiles strike their targets at incredible speeds, capable of overwhelming even tanks. D1. Class Mech Long-Range Tactical Progress. 3642. This marks the 19th day of Li Xian's mech training. Fortune has favored him, as he arrived during the unit's rest period, granting him ample time for training and preventing him from stepping onto the battlefield blind. However, Li Xian's good fortune is about to come to an end. On the 20th day, as training concludes, alarms echo throughout the base, and all soldiers and officers hastily prepare for action. Within the 5th Group's hangar, Li Xian stands alongside Zhang 3 individuals clad in mech suits line up in formation. Led by Zhang as they proceed to the base's command center, Zhang Feng Dai, and Li Xian. Feng Dai returned to the base on the 4th day of Li Xian's training, having sustained injuries in the previous battle and receiving a few days of leave to recuperate. As they make their way to the command center, Li Xian's palms become sweaty with anxiety. There is no choice but to feel nervous. Despite having undergone years of foundational training and having learned to pilot a mech during this time, the impending reality of war still unsettles him. Sensing Li Xian's tension, Feng Dai pats him on the shoulder and reassures, "Don't be nervous. It's nothing to worry about. were piloting mechs. Combat is just about pulling the trigger. Just enjoy it. Li Xian nods repeatedly. All right, brother Feng. Jiang Lu glances at Li Xian, yet ultimately says nothing. His furrowed brow betrays his thoughts upon entering the command building. They arrive in a conference room that is already populated with several individuals, with more gradually joining. Ultimately, Li Xian counts 23 people in attendance, including himself. Footsteps approach from outside, and M3D-15 Defense Supervisor Lu Quan enters the meeting room. Supervisor. Almost everyone stands simultaneously, saluting in unison. Lu Quan returns the salute and states, after 20 days of rest, everyone seems to have recovered well. We have a new mission. His gaze sweeps across the assembly. Lingering briefly on Li Xian, a projection unfurls behind Lu Quan, revealing a map. This is our target. I will grant you access to the details shortly. Li Xian's chip simultaneously receives the authorization for this information. As he downloads the data, he listens attentively to Lu Quan's briefing on the target, the Biximo steel plant. Our mission this time is to retake this stronghold. As Lu Quan's words conclude, someone murmurs softly, "Why is it this place again? How could Hungan Defense lose this stronghold once more? How Hungan Defense lost this stronghold is not our concern. Our current task is to reclaim it. This time, Hungan Defense will coordinate with us in the assault. On the front lines, they will deploy a mechanized mixed brigade of infantry as the main force, while we will provide support. On either flank of the Biximo steel plant, Hungan Defense will also station an infantry regiment and an armored unit to constrain and intercept enemy reinforcements. Our mission is to seize this stronghold before the Mildanites and the Order of the Retainers break through Hungan Defense's blockade." Do we have confidence? Lu Quan's fierce gaze scans all present. Yes. The mech operators respond in unison. Excellent. Now let's assign tasks. Group leaders, step forward. Lu Quan retrieves a lightweight computer, beginning to delineate assignments. Jiang Lu and several other group leaders gather around Lu Quan. 8 group leaders represent 8 mech support teams. Yet there are only 23 individuals in the room. It is evident that not only Jiang Lu's 5th group is understaffed, but that the others are as well. Li Xian lets out a barely perceptible sigh. There is no time for further contemplation. He begins to review the downloaded information. This dossier includes a topographical map of the Biximo steel plant and its historical background. Constructed decades ago, this large steel mill became abandoned shortly after the onset of war. Despite the absence of workers, the massive steel and concrete structures and the intricate underground layout render it an exceptionally formidable combat stronghold. This is not the first battle at the Biximo steel plant. Counting this instance, it will be the 3rd fierce conflict here. In the previous 2 encounters, Hungan Defense and the Blueprints Expeditionary Force successfully cleared the area of enemy forces and occupied it. However, this stronghold holds great significance. After losing it, the Mildanites have not abandoned their desire to reclaim it. Each time the Blueprints Expeditionary Force withdraws, the enemy exploits their numerical advantage to retake the stronghold. The Mildanites are also a major force on this planet. Although not as powerful as the Blueprints, they remain a formidable adversary. For now, both sides seem disinterested in escalating to full-scale warfare, engaging instead in small-scale probing and skirmishes. The previous 2 battles have already established that the Biximo steel plant is a veritable meat grinder for soldiers. Not only infantry suffer massive casualties here, but armored units and even mechs face a high attrition rate if encircled. The plant's structural integrity, fortified by various metal apparatuses, provides defensive capabilities comparable to that of a fortress. Li Xian examines the current state of the Biximo steel plant detailed in the dossier. Unable to suppress a gasp. Many of the buildings have collapsed into ruins during prior battles, yet even in ruin, they remain robust. Entering this site will likely lead to arduous urban combat. One can ascertain beneath which desolate ruins an ambush from the enemy may lurk. The Biximo steel plant is poised to once again transform into a slaughterhouse for Hungan Defense and the Blueprint Dispatch Forces. Li Xian furrowed his brow, then slowly relaxed it. Thankfully, he was not an infantryman but a pilot of a mech. The mechs offered a modicum of advantage. Had he been an infantry soldier, the situation would have been dire indeed. During the previous 2 contests for the Biximo steel plant, the casualty rate among infantry and armored troops had been alarmingly high. Had Li Xian been an infantryman, it was likely that he would meet the grim fate predicted by Gao Bingyin, perishing within the first 2 weeks or even a month of combat. The first campaign to seize the Biximo steel plant took a month and a half, while the second extended even longer, lasting 2.5 months. Both sides recognized the strategic significance of this stronghold. With each capture, further modifications and repairs were made, establishing increasingly intricate defensive lines. The second assault on the Beishimo steel plant incurred a casualty rate that was 26% higher than the first. And now, the third battle for control was about to commence. Chapter 21. The number 5 energetic compound. All right, the task assignments are complete. You may return and prepare. Tomorrow, we embark for the combat zone. After closing his laptop, Lu Quan departed. Jiang Lu, having exchanged pleasantries with the other team leaders, accompanied Li Xian and the others. However, this time, they did not return directly to the hangar but proceeded towards a different location. Upon arriving, they found themselves at the military supply office. Feng Dai discerned Li Xian's confusion and remarked, "The team leader is here to procure some fine goods." Fine goods? You will soon find out. Once inside, not only was Jiang Lu's 5th squad present, but other combat teams were also gathered there. As the line dwindled, it finally came time for Li Xian and his group to receive the No. 5D1 energetic compound, Jiang Lu announced. "Are we commencing combat operations again?" The supply officer, a middle-aged man, appeared to be acquainted with Jiang Lou. It has begun. Another meat grinder of a battle awaits us. Jiang Lu sighed, shaking his head. "Sign here. Your allocation this time is 5 vials each. Use them sparingly." The supply officer presented a document to Jiang Lu, which included both a paper copy and an electronic version. After signing, Jiang Lu received a small white box from the supply officer. Feng Dai and Li Xian quickly collected their boxes as well. Feng Dai seemed poised to speak, but after a glance from Jiang Lu, he ultimately refrained. "Speak of it later," Jiang Lu instructed. Li Xian observed this exchange with a sense of perplexity, but clearly, no one was inclined to address it with him. They soon returned to the hangar. In a designated room within the hangar, Jiang Lu activated a projection, displaying the topographical map of the Beishimo steel plant. This massive facility spanned an area of 62 square kilometers, roughly equivalent to nearly 10,000 football fields. Furthermore, the plant featured a multi-layered structure with underground facilities extending to a depth of 85 meters. Within it lay nearly 100 kilometers of subterranean tunnels, as well as dozens of variously sized entrances and exits. Of course, this was the initial record. After several rounds of brutal conflict, the terrain had undergone changes. Some tunnels had collapsed, and certain entrances had become buried, yet new openings emerged as a result of these collapses. Coupled with modifications made by the defending forces, the complexity of the terrain had increased several-fold. On the map, the entire steel plant was divided into numerous zones, amounting to over 100, each assigned a unique number and color. Jiang Lu pointed to one of the areas and said, "This is the region our team will be responsible for. We are somewhat fortunate. According to reconnaissance and prior data, the defenses here are only moderate. Within our manageable limits." Joy flickered across Feng Dai's face as he remarked, "Indeed, this is good news. However, there is bad news." Jiang Lu shook his head and continued, "Due to the preceding battles, many underground tunnels have collapsed, allowing access for mechs in certain areas. Thus, we must venture underground. Therein lies the true peril." Feng Dai frowned and asked, "But our mechs are so large. How can we descend?" With a stern expression, Jiang Lu replied, "Reconnaissance personnel have identified enemy mechs below, so we must engage in battle there. Merely clearing the surface will be of little consequence in capturing the Beishimo steel plant. Curse it! Are these fools disregarding their lives?" Feng Dai erupted in frustration. "Enough with the complaints. Take this opportunity to familiarize yourselves with the information and prepare," Jiang Lu commanded. "Understood, Chief." Li Xian, having listened attentively, finally found his moment to speak. Jiang Lu then turned to Li Xian and inquired, "Have you heard of the number 5D1 energetic compound before?" Li Xian shook his head, replying, "No, I only recently learned about it from the chip. According to the data, the number 5 energetic compound was designed to restore the energy of psychics. Generally, after exhausting their own energy, a psychic could regain a substantial amount in a short period by consuming a vial of this compound. It is a valuable asset in combat, though its benefits extend beyond the battlefield. Regular consumption would enhance one's energy, and prolonged use could yield even greater effects. However, excessive intake also posed the risk of increasing chaos contamination. The market price for each vial hovered around 200 energy coins, and they rarely circulated outside the military. For instance, given Li Xian's current salary, it would take him several months to afford a single vial. As a newly inducted member of the Blueprint Biotechnology Group's Defense Department, Li Xian earned an M1D 3-level salary of 40 energy coins per month, with interns receiving 5 coins less, bringing his net pay to 35 coins. However, due to his deployment to a combat zone, he was entitled to double pay, totaling 70 energy coins per month. Once officially entering the battlefield, his salary would increase further with combat allowances, potentially reaching 105 energy coins each month. This remuneration would persist until his withdrawal from the battlefield and return to the military base. Yet, even with such a lucrative salary, it would still require 2 months to afford a vial of the No. 5D1 energetic compound, underscoring the substantial value of this military supply. "Give me 2 vials. I find them useful," Zhang Lu stated seriously, extending his hand towards Li Xian. Li Xian's previously smiling face suddenly froze, his mind racing with a flurry of objections. Yet, one by one, these reasons were cast aside. "Very well, master." Li Xian lowered his gaze and opened the box containing the supplies. He withdrew 2 vials and handed them to Zhang Lu. To claim that he felt no pang of loss would be untrue. Having called Zhang Lu master for so long, he was taken aback by the latter's firm demand. Nevertheless, Li Xian understood the necessity of the sacrifice. As a novice about to enter the battlefield, he required guidance. Even at such a steep cost, he was willing to pay it. Zhang Lu accepted the vials from Li Xian and turned to leave. Instructing Feng Dai, assist him in adapting to the upcoming battles and select the appropriate weaponry. Understood, Chief. Feng Dai nodded and then placed an arm around Li Xian's shoulder as they made their way to the mechs. The auxiliary soldiers belonging to the 5th Squad awaited them. Chapter 22. Weapon-pairing auxiliary soldiers serve as the other leg of the mech division, much as armored units collaborate with infantry in combined operations. The mech division also has its own support teams. The 5th Squad comprises 4 auxiliary units, each consisting of 10 elite infantrymen, along with a team of mechanics that accompany the mechs into battle. Typically, the mechanics remain outside the battlefield, stationed near command centers or in relatively secure strongholds. However, the auxiliary infantry must engage alongside the mechs. They are tasked with operating tracked vehicles to transport ammunition and, at times, providing close support to share the firepower and assist in shooting. Their risk level is considerably higher than that of the mech division, yet still safer compared to standard infantry and armored troops. Although the 5th Squad's mech division had not received reinforcements in terms of personnel, the auxiliary soldiers were quickly replenished. Despite 2 teams having been entirely wiped out in previous battles and others suffering casualties, replacements had been promptly arranged. Feng Dai led Li Xian to the mech and, sliding a portable notebook, asked, "As we prepare for the Beishimo steel plant, this battle is unlikely to conclude swiftly. Do you have any thoughts on the weapons to be mounted on your mech?" Li Xian shook his head, replying, "I have yet to engage in combat with the mech, and my mind is currently blank. Brother Feng, please assist me in selecting. My only requirement is for a close combat weapon." The Power Spear. The Power Spear is among the preferred melee weapons for the sword-wielding attendants, measuring approximately 10 meters in length, with the spearhead itself nearly 2 meters long. The material used for the spearhead is exceptionally rare. Typically crafted from precious metals like refined gold, known for its hardness and ability to withstand the immense energy produced by a disintegration field. The disintegration field emanating from the long spear's blade serves as the optimal weapon against adversaries equipped with mechas or other vehicles bearing void shields. Once activated, the spear's edge is enveloped in a soft blue electric glow, capable of dismantling matter at the molecular level. Even the armored alloys of mechas crumble under the assault of the disintegration field. The rationale behind Li Xian's choice of this weapon is simple. Both power hammers and power swords demand a high level of combat skill. The long spear is the only weapon with which Li Xian has attained relative proficiency. As his military training primarily involved short blades and rifle assassinations, the long spear maximizes Li Xian's melee capabilities, albeit he remains somewhat inexperienced. Feng Dai nodded and continued, "Very well. I will proceed with my proposed configuration. First and foremost, a 6-barreled autocannon is essential. I shall equip you with a 20mm electromagnetic autocannon. Regarding the primary weapon, considering the complex terrain of the Beishimo steelworks and our need for prolonged combat, I suggest pairing it with an 85mm plasma cannon. As for shoulder-mounted weapons, given that the conflict at Beishimo likely won't necessitate anti-air capabilities, we can forego the anti-air missiles. Additionally, considering your limited experience, let us assign you 2 serrated ant-type 12-tube rocket pods. These rockets, with a caliber of 105 mm, possess considerable firepower, effective against both armored units and infantry, often requiring no precise aim. Just unleash them for close combat. I defer to your preference. The power spirit is, although its utility may be somewhat restricted within the factory, given your experience and feel, this will suffice. What do you think of this configuration? After Feng Dai finished outlining the setup, he looked towards Lixin. Upon hearing Feng Dai's configuration and analysis, felt quite satisfied with the assortment of weapons. He had used them all before, albeit in a shooting range, and thus possessed a clear understanding of their capabilities. And no problem. I'll go with Brother Feng's configuration. Alright, let us get to work. Prepare Lixin's mecha according to this setup. Feng Dai instructed the mechanical team that had been waiting patiently nearby to ask for Mai and the captain's mechas. They likely do not require any adjustments. Simply replenish the ammunition. Understood. The leader of the maintenance team saluted and immediately began coordinating with his subordinates. With little else to attend to, Feng Dai climbed into his own mecha to check its status. Lixin pondered for a moment, gradually emerging from the state of anxiety he had just experienced. He had long anticipated this moment. Although it was somewhat distressing in reality, he felt a sense of relief after finalizing the weaponry. He too entered the cockpit of his mecha, observing as the technicians meticulously affixed the weapons to the machine. As he felt the mecha become increasingly formidable, a surge of excitement welled within him. Suddenly, Feng Dai, who had also entered his cockpit, recalled something and opened his hatch, calling out to Lixin. What do you think about adding an external armor set to your mecha? While this would reduce your agility, it would significantly enhance your defensive capabilities. Lixin contemplated this suggestion. The external armor would indeed slow down his mecha's movements, yet the augmented defense was highly appealing. Given his nascent skills in mecha control, even with opportunities for agile maneuvers, he doubted his ability to execute them effectively. Thus, sacrificing some agility in exchange for greater defense seemed prudent. After all, it would afford him more resilience against incoming attacks. Consequently, he responded, let us add an external armor set. Thus, an additional layer of external armor was integrated into Lixin's mecha. This indicated a shift towards enhancing firepower for his mecha. Lixin found this approach agreeable. Since his combat agility and technique were lacking, he could rely on overwhelming firepower to dispatch the enemy. First, he would suppress them with firepower, eliminating half before addressing the remainder, thereby ensuring no threats could draw near to his mecha. Soon, as various weapons were installed on the mecha, the final composite armor was affixed to Lixin's unit. Visually, his mecha appeared somewhat bulkier than Zhonglu's, but it was not only Lixin's that was thus configured. Feng Dai's mecha bore a similar heft, confirming his preference for a firepower-centric design. When Zhonglu returned from outside, he observed the two significantly enlarged mechas, alongside his own which appeared somewhat more slender. He furrowed his brow but refrained from voicing any concerns. Chapter 23. Arrival at the forward operating base. Ultimately, Zhonglu's mecha did not receive external armor. His weapon selection closely mirrored Lixin's, except for the absence of the two 12-tube rocket pods. For close combat, he opted for a power-long sword. Its massive blade gripped firmly in the mecha's right arm. That evening, while everyone else rested, only Lixin remained within his cockpit, perhaps due to nerves or excitement. He resolved to sleep inside the mecha that night, and prior to dozing off, he engaged in minor operations with his psychic energy to familiarize himself further with the machine. Before departing, Zhonglu approached Lixin's mecha and advised, "There's no need to be overly anxious. The initial combat will not be excessively intense, allowing you time to acclimate. Be sure to rest early. You don't want to be dazed when the fighting begins." From within the cockpit, Lixin's voice resonated through the mecha's speakers. "Yes, master. I understand. I'll familiarize myself a bit more before sleeping." Zhonglu nodded in acknowledgement and then departed Lixin, opting not to use psychic energy, instead manipulated the mecha's controls to execute minor movements. Time swiftly passed, and dawn arrived with the sun's rays igniting the military base into a flurry of activity. Elite infantry, armed to the teeth, donned their red-printed two-half armor and loaded onto armored vehicles, forming a lengthy procession as they departed the base. Armored vehicles and tanks rumbled out amidst a cacophony of noise, followed by 23 mechas, lifted by large transport helicopters, as they took flight from the base. The transport speed of the mechas far surpassed that of the armored units, as they needed to reach the forward outpost established by Hungan Defense without delay. The helicopters flew at a moderate altitude, and within their confines, Li Xian and the other mecha pilots settled into their cockpits. The journey to the forward outpost, while not guaranteed to be perilous, certainly lacked any assurances of safety. The mecha pilots remained vigilant. Inside the cockpit, Li Xian closed his eyes. Although he did not need to operate the mecha at that moment, he maintained a connection with it through his psychic energy. In this state, his intelligent chip was linked to the mecha's radar, enabling reconnaissance of the surrounding environment. Even with his eyes shut, he could visualize the conditions and surroundings of the mecha. This synergy between the mecha and psychic energy allowed for multiple sensors to provide the pilot with comprehensive visual awareness. The mecha was formidable, and within the cockpit, Li Xian, clad in mecha gear, sat with arms crossed, eyes closed, awaiting arrival at the outpost. No adversaries dared to disrupt the formation of 23 D-class short sword mechas during their transit. The transport helicopters successfully reached the forward outpost, where Li Xian's auxiliary armored squad had yet to arrive. Inside the mecha, Li Xian opened his eyes as his unit detached from the helicopter S-harness and advanced slowly towards Jiang Lu's mecha. His left arm bore the 6-barreled 20mm electromagnetic autocannon. The center showcased the 85mm plasma cannon, while the right arm wielded the power-long spear, its disintegration field dormant. Behind the mecha was a large backpack, a reserve for the autocannon's ammunition. The autocannon's rapid fire rate necessitated a backup system, lest Li Xian's weapon fall silent after mere seconds of fire. This large backpack housed only 6,000 rounds, insufficient for extended periods of sustained fire. Nevertheless, such concentrated firepower would be insurmountable for any enemy, even those with mechas equipped with void shields. Subjected to such dense fire for mere seconds, their shields would undoubtedly overload. Moreover, Li Xian would not be engaging alone. An auxiliary squad would accompany him, primarily responsible for transporting ammunition for his mecha. Unless the battlefield's intensity proved lethal enough to decimate the entire auxiliary team or prevent timely ammunition delivery, Li Xian would not find himself short of supplies. Maintain vigilance. Jiang Lu's voice resonated in Li Xian's ear. Yes, Captain. Yes, Master. Both Feng Dai and Li Xian responded in unison. This communication belonged to their internal team, while Jiang Lu maintained contact with higher command. More than 20 mechas dispersed to their designated positions, awaiting further orders at the forward outpost. The soldiers stationed at the outpost of Hung Defense have become quite accustomed to the routine. The mechs typically lower their guard only after the infantry and armored units have arrived. Fortunately, this period of vigilance is not prolonged. After waiting for over 2 hours, the main contingent has arrived at the base. Armored vehicles, tanks, and various large transport vehicles arrive in batches, invigorating the entire outpost. The subsequent tasks require no coordination or arrangement from Li Xian. He merely needs to follow orders. The only unit he can command is his auxiliary squad, which consists of 2 armored vehicles, both of the tracked variety. Each vehicle is equipped with a dual-mounted 20mm autocannon and carries a quartet of anti-tank missile nests. The rear is occupied by an armored transport vehicle, fully armored and stocked with ammunition, sufficient to replenish Li Xian's supplies twice, adequately preparing him for most scenarios. Thus, the first day at the outpost passes without incident. Following the arrival of the main forces, the mech divisions stand down from combat alert. The mechs are driven into a rather rudimentary hangar, more a large pit excavated in the ground, adorned with minimal camouflage, where Li Xian, after parking the mechs, accompanies Jiang Lu to the mess hall. The hangar and mechs are temporarily entrusted to the auxiliary squad for safeguarding. The auxiliary squad bears the brunt of the hardship, awaiting the return of Li Xian and his 2 companions before they can commence their meal. However, compared to regular infantry, their treatment is somewhat better, as provisions are delivered to them. Meanwhile, Li Xian and his comrades indulge in a sumptuous meat feast. Chapter 24. Knight's retinue. The following day marks the official commencement of hostilities. This assertion is somewhat misleading, for the battle belonging to the mechs has only just begun, while the infantry's engagement commenced successfully the night before. Elite infantry have already initiated their operations, traversing the enemy's minefields and infiltrating the outer defenses of the steel mill. After neutralizing several foes, these elite soldiers inevitably clash with the enemy forces within the steel mill. Following a night of fierce combat, they have secured several small defensive positions, waiting for reinforcements. These positions may consist of a collapsed building, a metallic furnace, or a corner of a workshop. Nighttime skirmishes are perilous for both the defenders and the attackers. Once these elite soldiers occupy the steel mill, the balance of attack and defense shifts. The enemy must launch assaults to dislodge them from their strongholds. Night is clearly not an opportune time for such endeavors, thus the intensity of daytime battles gradually escalates. In a conference room, Zhang Lu continues his instruction to Li Xian. Our adversary is the Mierda Knight Order. However, it is possible that we are only facing a detachment of their knights. According to intelligence, stationed within the steel mill are their retinue troops, comparable in status to our Hungan Defense Company. Within the Beishimo steel mill, there are at least one infantry brigade and some reinforced armored battalions, totaling approximately 5,500 personnel, and of course, the combat effectiveness of these Mierda retinue infantry is not particularly noteworthy. Should they be our sole concern, our 3 mechs could eliminate the visible enemy with time, unless some are hiding in places inaccessible to our mechs. Our true enemy lies with the Knights of the Mierda Order. They are, like us, a mech division. As Zhang Lu points to a projection of a mech on the screen, he continues, I trust you have reviewed the specifications of this mech. Yet I shall reiterate, this mech, in terms of classification, corresponds to the short sword retinue mech, both being of D-class. Knight's retinue mech. As a D-class mech, both the Mierda Knight Order and our Blueprint Biotech Group have nearly perfected this level of mech model. The attributes of both mechs are similar, albeit with differing emphases. The short sword retinue is a versatile mech model, excelling in long-range combat, fire support, and close-quarters combat alike. However, as you are aware, the antonym of versatile is mediocre. In contrast, the Knight's retinue mech is more skewed toward melee combat. This is a critical point for you to note, as your melee capabilities are your weakest area. At this juncture, Zhang Lu casts a penetrating glance at Li Xian. Li Xian has no intention of contesting this observation, for it is indeed true. His melee prowess is notably deficient. After all, mastering mech operation and entering the battlefield within 19 days is no small feat. Close combat practice with a mech demands a considerable investment of time. Within the chip's internal classification, Li Xian's melee proficiency stands at D1 level, signifying a novice status. His experience with long-range weaponry and combat is rated at D2 level, slightly better than beginner. This is primarily due to possessing 2 chips, along with the exceptional performance of the psychic chip, which has contributed to his current achievements. After assessing Li Xian, Zhang Lu continues. The Knight's retinue are a cadre of melee fanatics, their long-range weaponry rather rudimentary, inferior even to a tank. By forsaking ranged attacks, they free up considerable space within their mechs, enhancing their melee capabilities. Their physical strength is greater, speed superior, and due to their lack of ranged capabilities, their void shields are reinforced, affording them greater protection against firepower. They typically wield long-handled power axes or powered spears, much akin to your own arsenal. Most importantly, they outnumber us. At this juncture, Zhang Lu's tone grows grave. Outnumber us? By how much? Li Xian inquires. Feng Dai sighs and responds, a combat squad consists of 5 mechs. Do you grasp the implications? In large-scale battles, such a squad may not seem formidable. However, on a battlefield like the Beishimo steel mill, they typically hold the advantage in numbers. Zhang Lu interjects, do not heed his alarmist rhetoric. Prolonged conflict affects not only our numbers but theirs as well. During the last battle for Beishimo, the opposing combat squads were similarly not at full strength, so there is no need for excessive concern. Feng Dai nods in agreement, adding, Li Xian, consider yourself fortunate to join our squad. Our leader possesses robust psychic abilities that significantly enhance the mechs, and he is renowned for his melee combat skills. The Knight's retinue cannot triumph even 2-on-1 against our commander. Last time, they were still bested despite their numerical advantage. Perhaps this time, you can simply use the autocannon to clear away the enemy's ranged threats, and the battle will conclude. Li Xian's anxiety eases slightly at this prospect, and he smiles, saying, if that were to occur, it would be ideal. Meanwhile, as they convene, the offensive against the Beishimo steel mill is already underway. Outside the outpost, artillery has set up heavy howitzers, unleashing intense bombardment upon the outer defenses of the Mierda Infantry Brigade. This overwhelming barrage persists for a full 6 hours, effectively plowing through the entire perimeter of the Beishimo steel mill. Such heavy artillery strikes yield limited lethality against the enemy. Aside from rendering some ruins into even more dilapidated heaps, they serve little purpose. Not to mention the extensive network of tunnels beneath the Beishimo steel mill. Even above ground, soldiers may be concealed beneath the rubble. The primary function of this bombardment is to clear away traps, mines, and other hazards laid by the enemy. Chapter 25. The assault. It is frequently observed that a single artillery shell detonates, triggering a chain reaction of explosions in the vicinity. This occurs as enemy-placed anti-tank mines are set off. A multitude of shrapnel and flames engulfs the area, enveloping everything in the shockwave and fire of the blast. Within his mech, Lee Xin observes this explosive spectacle through the mech's remote targeting equipment. These anti-tank mines retain some efficacy against armored vehicles and tanks. However, their impact is considerably diminished against mechs. Low-yield mines fail to inflict significant damage on mechs, while those with larger charges are easily detected by them. The reason the mechs have yet to commence their assault is that they are awaiting the ground infantry and armored units. Despite their formidable nature, mechs can easily find themselves in peril when besieged. At present, the entire blueprint dispatch force stationed at Hungan Defense consists of merely 23 mechs, necessitating prudent utilization. The vanguard of the offensive is composed of an armored mixed battalion from Hungan Defense, accompanied by 2 infantry regiments. Their operational objective is to breach the outer defenses of the Beishimo steelworks, while the mech units will provide them with fire support and conduct precise strikes on enemy strongholds. On the front lines, a tank company has completed its pre-battle preparations, utilizing tanks that Lee Xin had previously operated. The model is the Hunter tank, a medium tank equipped with a primary weapon of a 120mm electromagnetic cannon and a secondary weapon of a 14.5mm electromagnetic machine gun. This caliber of main cannon is formidable enough that even the short sword servants, lacking a void shield, would struggle to withstand several hits. The same holds true for enemy tanks. Typically, the firepower of such tanks would be insufficient to withstand their own armor. A direct hit would result in catastrophic damage. A tank platoon from Hungan Defense comprises 3 standard Hunter tanks and 1 command variant. 3 tank platoons, along with a singular command hunter, form a tank company, totaling 13 tanks. An armored mixed battalion consists of 1 tank company and 2 armored infantry companies. The armored vehicles employed in the battalion are of the short-tailed mouse infantry fighting vehicle model, armed with a 20mm electromagnetic autocannon. Its armor can withstand standard electromagnetic rifle and laser rifle attacks, providing commendable defense against rapid-fire weaponry with calibers below 20 mm. Each infantry fighting vehicle can carry 8 soldiers, who can disembark to engage in combat upon reaching the battlefield. Every 3 short-tailed mice constitute a squad within the armored platoon, while 3 armored platoons form an armored company, augmented by an additional command short-tailed mouse. Consequently, Hungan Defense's armored mixed battalion comprises 13 Hunter tanks and 20 short-tailed mouse infantry fighting vehicles, alongside 160 elite armored infantry. This organizational structure is quite commendable, especially when compared to the significantly less effective combat formations of the other 2 infantry regiments. The composition of an infantry regiment is as follows. Each 10-man squad includes a squad leader and an assistant squad leader. In terms of weaponry, each squad possesses 5 to 7 riflemen, predominantly armed with X-49 rifles, with the possibility of 1 or 2 V-12 electromagnetic rifles. A machine gun team of 1 to 2 personnel employs the 12.5mm electromagnetic machine gun, Model N6, general-purpose electromagnetic machine gun. An anti-tank armor team of 1 to 2 personnel utilizes the L3 electromagnetic armor-piercing cannon, with a caliber of 88 mm, or anti-tank missiles. 1 medic is also included. 3 squads constitute a platoon, which has a platoon leader responsible for commanding the entire unit, and an assistant platoon leader to aid in command. A platoon typically comprises 32 personnel. 3 platoons form an infantry company, led by a company commander, with an assistant company commander to support the commander's duties, overseeing tactical execution and training. The company headquarters comprises 2 communications personnel and 2 clerks, along with a kitchen team. Thus, a company consists of 112 soldiers. An infantry battalion is made up of 3 companies, with a battalion headquarters including a battalion commander, who oversees the entire battalion's command and coordination, and an assistant battalion commander, responsible for specific tactical deployments and training. A battalion staff officer handles the formulation of operational plans, intelligence analysis, and communication liaison. The battalion headquarters has a direct support team, including a guard squad, communications squad, and reconnaissance squad. In total, an infantry battalion's ideal composition encompasses approximately 375 personnel. However, this is a theoretical composition. In most situations, an infantry battalion is often not fully staffed, resulting in slight variances in manpower. Following prolonged engagements, the combined total of soldiers across these infantry battalions currently stands at around 300. The hunter tanks at the forefront have formed a compact phalanx, their engines roaring to life, resonating throughout the surrounding area. Lixian, nestled within his mech, deftly maneuvers the controls to follow Zhang Lu to the rear of the tank convoy. The sequence of the assault is as follows: Tank Company, Mechs, Armored Infantry Company, Infantry Battalion. The tank company commander's earpiece crackles with the command from headquarters: "Move out." Move out! With a thunderous roar, 13 hunter tanks engage their drive wheels, their tracks gripping the ground as they begin to accelerate steadily. These hunter tanks, traversing the terrain surrounding the Beishimo steelworks, can maintain a speed of 70 kilometers per hour. A remarkably swift pace on the battlefield. Clouds of dust and smoke billow as the tanks surge forward, resembling colossal serpents advancing towards the steelworks. Lixian casts a glance at the short-tailed mouse armored personnel carriers beside him, their engines also igniting as they follow in the wake of the tanks. "We are deploying." Zhang Lu's order resonates in Lixian's ear. The three of them trail alongside the armored personnel carriers, also setting their sights on the Beishimo steelworks. Inside the cockpit, Lixian rests his hands on the armrests, his eyes shimmering with a faint psychic glow, having entered a state of psychic piloting. The mech can achieve a speed of 80 kilometers per hour when not engaged in combat, a velocity on par with that of tanks and wheeled armored vehicles. Only upon entering combat mode does the speed diminish slightly, as more energy is allocated to the mech's other systems to ensure stability during combat operations. The short sword servant begins to sprint, its heavy footfalls echoing across the terrain. The mech does not merely walk. It moves with a human-like run, even leaping forward, covering distances of 20 to 30 meters with each stride. Their void shields remain activated, ready to defend against incoming attacks from all directions. Chapter 26. Assault the left arm of the mech. Equipped with a 6-barreled electromagnetic cannon and an 85mm plasma cannon, is primed and ready, charged to fire at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, below the Beishimo steelworks, in a concealed underground chamber, the command center of the Milda servant army has been established. Brightly lit and transformed for operational use. Within the command center, a holographic projection of a significant portion of the Beishimo steelworks is displayed, surrounded by a dozen or so operational staff diligently compiling various data. At the forefront of the holographic projection, the advancing hunter tanks, short sword servants, and short-tailed mouse armored personnel carriers are depicted, closely mirroring their real-time positions. A middle-aged man clad in tactical attire stands at the forefront, wielding a lightweight knight sword. He is the highest commander here, the brigade leader of the 523rd Mechanized Infantry Brigade. Roy points his knight sword at the leading 13 hunter tanks, exclaiming, "It seems these corporate lackeys are under the impression we are non-existent." Boldly charging towards the steelworks. "Let's give them a taste of their own medicine." "Understood, brigade leader," responds one of the operational staff, immediately moving to contact the frontline troops on the outer defenses of the Beishimo steelworks. Although the elite infantry from Hungan Defense have seized several minor strongholds, the majority of the outer defenses remain in the hands of the Milda Servant Legion. Even the continuous bombardment from heavy howitzers has failed to inflict significant casualties upon them. With the issuance of operational commands, defenders begin to emerge from various small defensive positions. Within a collapsed 3-story building, an entire infantry anti-tank team is stationed. The organizational structure of the Milda Servant Army closely resembles that of Hungan Defense. An infantry anti-tank team typically comprises 2 to 3 personnel. They have now deployed an electromagnetic anti-tank cannon, the energy pack connected, and the barrel charging. After being bombarded by these corporate dogs for so long, it is high time we struck back. One soldier manning the site chuckles. His assistant, busy loading armor-piercing rounds, glances up and declares, "This time, we'll definitely give those tanks a run for their money." In contrast to their relaxed demeanor, one soldier nearby appears somewhat tense. The veteran operating the anti-tank cannon is flanked by a rookie. The prolonged nature of this conflict has taken a toll not just on the veterans of Blueprint Biotech and Hungan Defense, but also on the seasoned members of the Milda Knights and Servant Corps. However, in a defensive role, new recruits can still prove effective, requiring minimal tactical maneuvering, merely lining up the enemy in their sights and pulling the trigger. Meanwhile, in the command center of Hungan Defense's forward base, Lu Quan is collaborating with the commanding officer of this mixed battalion, Ji Zhizhuan, the brigade leader responsible for the offensive against the Beishimo steelworks. operates under Lu Quan's authority, which is superior. After surveying the positions of the tanks and armored units, Ji Zhizhuan muses for a moment before instructing his chief of staff. The positions are nearly set. Have the artillery units deploy smoke shells, followed by a barrage of ammunition. Then, turning to Lu Quan, Ji Zhizhuan adds, Director Lu, we will require the mech units to exert additional effort in this operation. After the artillery bombardment ceased, I required the mech forces to traverse over the tanks and be the first to breach this outer defensive line, sweeping away the enemies within. The tank company and armored unit would follow closely behind the mechs. Ever ready to provide support, looking at the holographic map, Lu Quan nodded and declared, no problem. Soon, orders from the command post at the rear were disseminated to each combat unit. Within the artillery positions surrounding the forward base, the gunners loaded special smoke grenades into the cannon breeches, boom, accompanied by the thunderous roar of heavy artillery. Large smoke grenades, equipped with delay fuses, soared towards the periphery of the Beishimo steelworks. Bang! These sizable smoke grenades exploded mid-air, releasing plumes of black smoke that swiftly enveloped the area, obscuring the entire offensive direction of Hung'an defense and the tanks stationed behind. The smoke even had a degree of radar jamming capability, rendering the defending soldiers at the Beishimo steelworks outer line completely blind. The smoke would only persist in such an open space for 2 to 3 minutes, yet in that brief span, much could be accomplished. An experienced operator of the electromagnetic anti-tank cannon, momentarily stunned, lifted his gaze from the targeting device and beheld the obscured front, cursing vehemently, damn it, these corporate dogs are at it again. The smoke lingered merely 200 meters beyond the entire outer defensive line. If the anti-tank infantry wished to engage the tanks, they would need to close that 200-meter gap. You too, keep your eyes peeled. Shout for me when you spot a tank. Yes. The veterans and rookies alike responded in unison. Amidst the smoke, Li Xian heard Lu Quan's voice resonating in his ear. Attention all squads. Mission change. Groups 4, 5, 6, and 7. Prepare to commence the assault, targeting areas C-32, C-33, C-34, and C-35. Eliminate all enemy defenders here and create a breach for the subsequent armored units. Received. Jiang Lu's voice replied, accompanied by several other squad leaders. Their members, prior to their leaders exiting combat, were not permitted to communicate directly with Lu Quan and could only passively accept orders. In the cockpit, Jiang Lu glanced towards the direction of Li Xian's mech and spoke. All squads, commence the third combat posture assault. 02 received, 03 received. The three mechs almost instantaneously adjusted their stances, with Jiang Lu and Feng Dai leading the charge, while Li Xian's mech trailed slightly behind. Their positions, relatively distant, were separated by hundreds of meters. Charge! Jiang Lu's steady voice echoed in Li Xian's ear. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian immersed himself entirely into the state of piloting his mech. Bang! The mech launched forward, taking massive strides towards the periphery of the Beishimo Steelworks. 03. This is your first real battle. Pay close attention to your combat radar and psionic energy. Show no mercy. Eliminate all threatening targets. 01. Understood. Li Xian gritted his teeth in response. Chapter 27. Firefight the colossal machine, despite its foot's shock absorption and sound-dampening preparations, produced a thunderous noise as it charged. However, the heavy artillery at the rear commenced firing, launching another barrage at the enemy's frontline positions, effectively masking the sound of the mech's movements. Li Xian's short sword attendant, with its left arm's 6-barrel cannon and 85mm plasma cannon fully charged, was prepared to unleash a volley upon detecting any enemy presence. This was his first true venture onto the battlefield, and although he had often boasted before, the palpable atmosphere of war made his palms sweat. Though Jiang Lu and Feng Dai's mechs advanced ahead of him by mere meters, each of their positions was still separated by hundreds of meters. Consequently, Li Xian would still face a portion of the enemy's fire. As the artillery bombardment concluded, prepare! Jiang Lu's voice resonated, just as the mech was about to burst through the smoke's veil. Thud! From within the dense, dark smoke, a menacing mechanical entity surged forth. Among the Milda attendant infantry's positions, a rookie pointed towards Li Xian's direction, shouting, "It's charging out!" The veteran operators reacted almost instantaneously, aligning their targeting devices on Li Xian's mech. Fuck! The veteran roared in rage, his ire directed not only at the mech, but also at the rookie. As the anti-tank targeting equipment locked onto Li Xian, his psionic energy chip and the mech's combat radar simultaneously reacted. Enemy locked, enemy locked. The biological intelligence chip in his mind responded almost instantaneously, assisting Li Xian in combat by identifying the targets aimed at him. 3 targets were identified: a collapsed 3-story building, a twisted mass of steel debris, and an area resembling a sewer. Boom. The first target, the 3-story building, opened fire first, the electromagnetic anti-tank cannon's armor-piercing round hurtling forth with a resounding roar and a flash of electricity. It struck Li Xian's mech on its void shield. The mech's outer void shield activated instantly, a honeycomb of electric light illuminating as ripples appeared on its surface. The armor-piercing round from the electromagnetic anti-tank cannon failed to penetrate the enemy's void shield. The veteran operator, upon spotting the mech, had already cursed the rookie's ancestors for 18 generations in his heart. The electromagnetic anti-tank cannon was capable of breaching the void shield, but not a single cannon could achieve that alone. Once the mech was aware it had been locked onto, the only fate awaiting that position was a merciless counterattack from the mech's firepower. As the trigger was pulled, both veterans turned to flee. But it was too late. With dual military chips assisting him, Li Xian almost instantaneously pivoted the left arm's 6-barrel cannon of the short-sword attendant. Buzz. Rat-a-tat-tat. Accompanied by a faint electronic hum, a barrage of fire erupted from the 6-barrel cannon. A volley of 20mm cannon shells shot forth, crackling with electricity, precisely passing through the gap and striking the defensive position. Simultaneously, Li Xian did not linger to observe the ensuing reaction, but swiftly redirected the cannon towards the second target, the steel wreckage. Rat-a-tat-tat. Finally, for the third target, the position resembling a sewer posed a challenge for the cannon, prompting an immediate response from the mech's main gun. Zing! A burst of plasma, crackling with electrical arcs, erupted from the main cannon, igniting sparks and lightning as it struck the sewer. Utilizing his psionically controlled short-sword attendant, the entire sequence, detecting the lock, targeting the enemy, and firing, was completed in under 3 seconds. Boom, boom, boom. Almost simultaneously, all 3 targets erupted in tremendous explosions. The already collapsed 3-story building was reduced to a pile of rubble, and in an instant, the small gap that had fired the electromagnetic anti-tank round was hit by at least a dozen electromagnetic shells. In that moment, both rookies and veterans alike were turned into mere pulp. Even the fastest reacting veteran could not escape to safety. The second target, the steel debris, was blown skyward, scattering fragments of steel and rebar. The most gruesome sight was that of the third target. The plasma cannon's immense power, due to the sewer's subterranean location, made it difficult for conventional fire to penetrate. However, plasma exhibited no such limitations, and the explosion, flames, and electricity engulfed the entire dark sewer. Soldiers lying in ambush were struck through the heart by the surging high-voltage current, regardless of whether they bore armor or what type it was. The subsequent explosion of the plasma obliterated their bodies, turning them to charred remains, with the sewer itself collapsing into a massive crater. In this counterattack, Li Xian was afforded no opportunity for compassion. He reflexively neutralized all enemies in an instant. As the 6-barrel rotary cannon ceased fire and the plasma cannon began recharging, Li Xian finally registered the blood mist rising from the 2 positions ahead and exhaled a sigh before continuing to maneuver his mech forward. This was war, a war of survival. Observing Li Xian's combat responses, Zhang Lu nodded silently, offering no further words. The 3 mechs commenced their sweeping operation, and as nearly all the concealed Milda attendant soldiers realized the mechs had emerged, those capable of fleeing did so almost instantaneously. They could at most contend with tanks and armored vehicles, but facing mechs, a mere moment's delay would lead to entirely different outcomes. Target detected. The psionic intelligence chip in Li Xian's mind provided the location of a new target. This position was at least 200 to 300 meters away from the mech and seemed to be an infantry sniper unable to retreat in time. Sniper? Li Xian's short-sword attendant raised its left arm. The 85mm plasma cannon fully charged, and the targeting reticle appeared before him through the chip's projection. Aligning the target within the crosshairs, he exclaims, "Zing, boom." With a single shot, the sniper's position was engulfed in a storm of plasma, the ferocious energy tearing apart the surrounding structures. As for the sniper himself, Li Xian no longer paid him any heed. He was now merely referred to as that wretched sniper. Chapter 28. Gunfight 2. Combat. Indeed, proves to be the finest method for mastering new skills. In this moment, Li Xian felt his command over the mech intensify. The short-tailed mouse mech darted through the ruins. The C-33 combat zone was not particularly expansive, allowing the three mechs to sweep through effortlessly. They dismantled the enemy's defensive positions, and Li Xian even spotted the elite infantry of Hungan defense, who had infiltrated this area the previous night, occupying their own strongholds. Thanks to the friend or foe identification system, those infantrymen narrowly evaded Li Xian's cannon and plasma fire. Unfortunately for the ill-fated Milda soldiers discovered by Li Xian, their luck had run out. Meanwhile, as the mech units cleared the front line, Hungan Defense's tank and armored infantry battalions successfully navigated through the smoke, charging towards the Biximo steel plant. The mechs, which had ventured further into enemy territory, returned to the flanks of the tanks and armored vehicles. While mechs were formidable, they were not invincible. Should they venture too deep without support, they risked encirclement. Even ordinary infantry, with heavy firepower at their disposal, could inflict damage upon mechs. To illustrate, a group of anti-tank electromagnetic cannons or heavy artillery could concentrate fire on a mech's void shield. A sudden barrage could overload the shield, and even the armor could not withstand several rounds of armor-piercing projectiles. Arriving at the outer defenses of the Biximo steel plant, the elite armored infantry swiftly disembarked from their short-tailed mouse infantry fighting vehicles, forming a combat line and rapidly deploying. Within the four previously cleared zones, they began constructing their own defensive positions and crossfire setups. The battle had only just begun. The surface of the Biximo steel plant was divided into hundreds of combat zones. Having captured merely four, much arduous fighting lay ahead to fully secure the plant. Furthermore, this was only the surface. The underground environment of the Biximo steel plant was even more complex, promising high casualties in the endeavor to conquer below. Among the reinforcements, 2 infantry battalions entered the combat zone, their vehicles significantly inferior to those of the first wave of armored infantry. These motorized infantry units relied on standard jeeps or large trucks. Though their weaponry was lacking, they were fortunate that, under the cover of smoke, they faced little resistance and successfully reached the Biximo steel plant. Inside the mech cockpit, Zhang Lu's voice resonated. 03, how do you feel? 01, I'm feeling well. Li Xian's tone was steady. The initial anxiety dissipated. Maintain your position. The fight has only just begun. Understood. In the underground command center of the Milda soldiers, the commander maintained a calm demeanor, as if the captured positions and the fallen soldiers were of little consequence to him. I never expected them to deploy mechs directly, remarked the chief of staff of the motorized infantry with gritted teeth. With the loss of 4 combat zones, dozens of soldiers, caught off guard and unable to escape, had perished. These soldiers had anticipated the arrival of tanks and armored vehicles to pave the way, only to be met with a brutal onslaught from the enemy instead. The battle has only just begun. Let them send out their mechs. We will engage them at our own pace. I am eager to see how much psychic energy they can expend. The Com Brigade Commander Roy issued a new operational order. This command, seemingly light, bore heavy implications for the soldiers tasked with its execution. Each word from Roy could cost multiple lives within the Biximo steel plant. After securing the 4 combat zones, the Hungan defense soldiers began their offensive on the other 2 adjacent zones. They needed to expand their territory as much as possible, inflicting casualties on enemy soldiers and seizing their positions. As infantry and armored troops launched their assault, the mechs were also required to engage, with infantry and armored units serving as bait and reconnaissance teams to draw out hidden enemies. While this may sound cruel, it is a standard tactic in warfare. Even without mechs, infantry and armored troops would need to fight in this manner. The support of mechs, however, reduced their casualty rates significantly. At this juncture, not every mech needed to deploy. The 5th group of mechs began to rotate into action, with 1 mech engaging alongside the infantry. The remaining 2 did not completely rest. They maintained a distance, following without utilizing psychic connections, instead relying on propulsion rods. This way, the frontline mech could handle simple engagements without consuming psychic energy, while the others could join the fray should the battle intensify or high-value targets be identified. Trailing behind the 2 mechs were 4 auxiliary infantry squads from the 5th group. They operated tracked armored vehicles, carrying ammunition and soldiers, while the electromagnetic cannons mounted on the vehicles were manned by soldiers. vigilantly monitoring their surroundings. Should any disturbances arise, they would be quick to return fire. At this moment, Li Xian was among the infantry, with Jiang Lu and Feng Dai leading the previous 2 rotations. He remained at an appropriate distance behind the infantry, prepared to provide immediate support. Notably, among the soldiers were not only infantry but also a hunter mech leading 3 short-tailed mouses. The infantry dispersed to the sides, forming combat groups of 3 to 4 soldiers, maintaining a spacing of 20 to 30 meters to avoid being taken out in one fell swoop while ensuring concentrated firepower. The hunter led the charge while the short-tailed mice maneuvered to provide fire support. The rationale for not having mechs lead the charge was straightforward. The presence of a mech would send the enemies scurrying underground, rendering the sweep of the Biximo steel plant futile. Capturing this stronghold required not only seizing territory but also neutralizing the enemy's combat capability. Chapter 29. Urban Warfare. A company followed the battle, with the commanders situated at the rear, overseeing pre-battle directives. The roar of tank engines echoed through the ruins, while fire control radars scanned the vicinity. A side infantry combat group advanced swiftly into a small ruin. The assault team tossed in a grenade, and after the explosion, they surged inside. Upon confirming the area was temporarily secure, they began establishing a rudimentary defensive line, prepared to hold this position for at least the next few hours. The pace of the war unfolded far more slowly than anticipated. It was not as depicted in the television shows of Li Xian's previous life, where heroes wielding machine guns could effortlessly obliterate enemy defenses. Although mechs could indeed achieve such feats, provided the enemy exposed themselves, Li Xian's cannon or electromagnetic artillery could respond instantaneously, but only if the enemy showed their faces. The Biximo steel plant had become a veritable urban battleground, and such environments could not simply be cleared with heavy artillery or bombers. That would negate the essence of urban warfare. The previous skirmishes had transformed the plant into a vast wreck. No matter how much firepower was unleashed or how many explosions occurred, it would remain a ruin, merely shifting the rubble's location. In this urban ruin, countless hiding spots existed for the enemy, when the enemy remained concealed. Even if Li Xian unleashed plasma fire on every potential hiding spot, it would not harm the enemy in the slightest. Lives were precious. Infantry movements required careful consideration of cover. Every street, every alley, and each ruin that passed could harbor foes. The soldiers of Hung in defense were not expendable. They could die, could serve as cannon fodder, but not without purpose. To advance on a location, at least 10 minutes of reconnaissance were needed. If there were still potential hiding spots, additional time would be required for thorough inspection. The infantry's pace of advancement was considerably slower than expected. Ahead, a combat group of 4 swiftly traversed the street, only to have a gun barrel protrude from 100 meters ahead. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets erupted from the gun, instantly downing one infantryman, the electromagnetic round tearing his upper body apart, leaving him utterly dead. Among the remaining 3, 1 charged forward while 2 retreated to their previous cover. This combat group was effectively split in 2, requesting support. Requesting armored support, the group leader shouted into the headset. Not far behind, the hunter tank roared to life, its engine igniting as the armored vehicle surged forward. The 120mm electromagnetic cannon locked onto the recently fired position and unleashed its wrath in an instant. Boom. A projectile shot forth, striking the small bunker with tremendous force. Kaboom. The high-explosive round obliterated the structure, sending debris soaring into the air, yet it appeared devoid of any enemy presence. The enemy infantry, having discharged their weapons, swiftly retreated to a new position. However fast they ran, they could scarcely escape unless there were tunnels beneath. The hunter tank accelerated, its tread spinning rapidly as it approached the site of the explosion, commencing its search for the enemy's escape route. Meanwhile, the short-tailed mouse armored vehicle provided support, its autocannon opening fire on locations where enemies might be hiding. Rat-tat-tat, boom. Every window, ruin, and cave in the vicinity that could possibly conceal a person came under the hail of autocannon fire. Yet, after a chaotic barrage, no trace of the enemy was discovered. The infantry squad, shielded by their armored vehicle, promptly retrieved the bodies of their fallen comrades, placing them in the rear of the vehicle. Although the soldiers had perished, it was imperative to recover their remains. Otherwise, morale would suffer gravely. Li Xian, positioned slightly further back, gazed at the blood-soaked ground, letting out a barely perceptible sigh. This is war, modern warfare. Even with the advent of mechs, infantry remains the most vulnerable unit on the battlefield. The soldiers pressed onward, with Lee Xin guiding his mech forward. Though he did not fire, the mere presence of the mech posed a formidable threat to the enemy. As Lee Xin passed the site of the recent gunfire, his psychic chip and the mech's sensors faintly detected something amiss below. Just a hint, for the radar showed no signs of life beneath the wreckage, which had been devastated by tank artillery. Concealed within this debris lay a hastily constructed small pit, where a soldier of the Malata order crouched, clad in urban camouflage and wearing a lightweight bulletproof vest. This vest could withstand conventional rounds, but offered little protection against electromagnetic weaponry. In the intensity of such warfare, its defensive capabilities were nearly negligible. Draped over him was a blanket, a costly item capable of blocking electromagnetic signals and evading thermal imaging, even obscuring psychic detection. This was his only hope for survival after the battle, for had he attempted to flee earlier, he might have already met his end. The hunter tank had provided no opportunity for escape. Now, this veteran huddled below, listening to the heavy footsteps approaching. He knew the enemy mechs were near, yet he remained remarkably composed, slowing his breath and consciously steadying his heartbeat. He trusted his concealment tactics and the fact that the area above, having been ravaged by tank fire, had become a wasteland. Escaping now would be nearly impossible, and he was confident no one would come to investigate. Lixine and the mech halted, sensing something was off. Initially prepared to leave, he instead paused. Buzz. The power lance on his right arm activated its disintegration field, the hard blade glowing with a pale blue light. Lixine maneuvered the lance with deft precision, thrusting it fiercely into the debris below. Slish! The wreckage was pierced as if it were mere paper, bricks and reinforced concrete splintering apart. The veteran below was paralyzed with fear, the blue blade now less than a meter from him. If he merely lifted his head, he could behold the lance's shimmering disintegration field. Whoosh! The power lance was retracted, and the Malata veteran exhaled quietly, smirking inwardly. What a feeble mech! I've evaded its notice. Yet, in the next moment, a plasma cannon shot surged through the hole left by the lance boom. Chapter 30. Ambush above. The infantry on both flanks observed as Lee Xian's mech advanced. The mech's left arm unleashed a plasma shot into the debris below, causing the remnants to erupt in an explosion. For Lee Xian, firing a plasma shot was trivial, and the mech's energy reserves were still remarkably abundant. One shot would not hinder its operational capacity. After all, the energy cost would be covered by the organization, sparing Lee Xian any personal expense. Prior to the attack, he was uncertain of the enemy's presence below, but proceeded nonetheless. As the mech moved past, a following infantry squad arrived at the location where Lee Xian had just fired. One soldier knelt, vigilant, while casting a glance downward. In that moment, he beheld the aftermath of the plasma shot. The fissure had widened significantly, the bricks reduced to dust, yet the keen-eyed soldier spotted fragments of a rifle. He withdrew his head and whispered, "There was indeed someone down there. What a gruesome death." His squad leader, hidden behind a nearby cover, glanced at the mech's left arm before responding, "Gruesome? What is gruesome about a swift death? At least they felt no pain. Being shot by a rifle, now that's truly miserable." The soldier inspecting the area quickly moved forward, taking refuge behind the cover, exclaiming, "You're right. They died without a moment's notice. Their bodies likely didn't even register the event. Given the choice, I'd prefer to die like that." His squad leader slapped his helmet, retorting, "You want to die? Keep dreaming. I'd rather live well and find a few women when I get back." The soldier, rubbing his helmet, blinked in surprise before laughing. Yes, I misspoke. I too wish to return and find a few women." Whoosh boom. Accompanied by a piercing shriek, an anti-tank missile, trailing a red plume, hurtled towards the hunter. This marked the onset of a counteroffensive. The location was an excellent ambush site chosen by the enemy, surrounded by relatively high ruins. With tanks and armored vehicles moving through the center in the face of the incoming missile, the hunters swiftly deployed countermeasures, yet to no avail. The missile struck the tank, penetrating its armor and detonating within, effectively turning the turret into scrap metal, which soared several meters into the air. Bang bang. Not only had the tank been severely damaged, but the short-tailed mouse armored vehicle also retreated rapidly, as concentrated fire pursued them. Ambush, call for support. The infantry sought cover, ducking down as they fired aimlessly at potential enemy positions, each one adopting a faith-based shooting stance. There was no choice. They were under ambush, and to show their heads would be to risk a fatal encounter. An armored infantryman, clad in a half-face helmet of the Red Mark II, who had originally been coordinating with the short-tailed mouse, found himself caught off guard by the sudden assault. The enemy's dense firepower and cannon fire obliterated him into a mist of blood. Li Xian, who had been trailing behind, activated his mech in an instant. His short sword companion leapt onto a pile of rubble, fully activating its void shield. The six-barrel cannon began to whirl as he bypassed the retreating short-tailed mouse. Under such concentrated fire, the mouse would only have the option of being obliterated or finding a way through. The opposing firepower consisted not only of infantry but also dual-mounted cannons, enemy tanks, and armored vehicles. In this wave of counterattack, the enemy had assembled at least 2 tanks, 5 armored vehicles, and over 100 infantry. The enemy's tanks were YR, 6 medium tanks, while the armored vehicles were KR, 4-wheeled armored vehicles. The two sides exchanged fire in this confined space. Li Xian's mech surged past the armored vehicles, swiftly locking onto the enemy ahead, as the 6-barrel cannon erupted into action. Rat-tat-tat, in the next moment. A barrage of cannon rounds shot from the mech's left arm, sweeping toward the enemy's armored vehicles like a blazing whip. An armored vehicle from the Malata Order retaliated, its gunner frantically firing back with bloodshot eyes. Yet the outcome was inevitable. Beyond Li Xian's mech, the void shield provided robust defense. Neither infantry fire, nor tank rounds, nor the rapid-fire cannons of the armored vehicles could breach the protective barrier. Conversely, Li Xian's cannon fire was unimpeded, striking a wheeled armored vehicle with the ferocity of a flaming lash. The light armor of the wheeled vehicle was utterly incapable of withstanding such firepower, resulting in a catastrophic explosion from within. The 6-barreled cannon showed no signs of relenting as the fiery whip, composed of cannon shells, swiftly redirected and struck another armored vehicle. Boom. From the moment Li Xian reacted to the battlefield until he had destroyed 2 armored vehicles. Less than a minute had elapsed. He then directed his mech to rapidly retreat, seeking refuge behind a towering ruin. Faced with the concentrated fire of the enemy, whether it be the barrage from rapid-fire cannons or the bombardment from the electromagnetic cannon of a tank, immense pressure was exerted on the void shield of Li Xian's mech. He was keen to avoid an overload of his void shield. Thus, after retreating, he began to control his cannon to fire in bursts. Here, he could evade the majority of the incoming fire, and as he observed the defensive value of his void shield gradually restoring, his heart, which had nearly leaped from his chest, began to settle back down. At that moment, the voice of Jiang Lu resonated in his ears, almost roaring. 03, do not remain stationary. Get your mech moving. Are you a turret, just standing there for others to shoot at? Realizing the reason for the rapid depletion of his void shield, Li Xian understood that the battlefield often revealed numerous issues for new recruits. Sometimes, focusing on one aspect could lead to the neglect of another. Reflecting on the earlier moment when the enemy's wheeled armored vehicles opened fire, he recalled how they executed action-synchronized shooting, which had wasted much of his ammunition. His mech, which should have been far more agile in this battle, had instead remained static, resembling a mere turret. How disappointing. Chapter 31. Intense gunfire. Jiang Lu's booming voice continued. Is your power spear merely for show? Charge forward, draw your power spear, and show the enemy's tanks what you can do? Yes, 01, Li Xian responded loudly, glancing at his nearly restored void shield. Meanwhile, on the enemy side, the tank commander's face flushed as he observed 2 destroyed armored vehicles on the side. Unlike infantry, who could evade pursuit by hiding in a trench, tanks and armored vehicles, though fast, faced challenges in retreating. They had approached slowly, employing radar jamming, and now, should they attempt to flee, they would undoubtedly be pursued by the mechs, leading to dire consequences. Attention all units. The enemy mech is clearly a novice, treating it like a turret. When he shows himself again, focus all fire on him. Use everything you can to attack. Understood, came the replies, not only from the vehicle crews but also from the infantry. Comparatively, the infantry's firepower was not inferior to that of the armored troops. From various ambush points, infantrymen retrieved their anti-armor weapons. Some wielded electromagnetic anti-tank cannons, while others operated heavy laser cannons and anti-tank missiles. As the enemy engaged in fervent communication, Li Xian prepared to retaliate once more. His radar indicated that Jiang Lu and Feng Dai's mech remained at a distance, showing no intention to provide support. It was understandable. The scale of the enemy forces, coupled with the absence of enemy mechs, presented Li Xian with an invaluable opportunity for combat practice. Inside the cockpit, he activated his psychic energy to its maximum capacity, firmly controlling the entire mech, reminiscent of his training exercises. With a powerful thrust, the 7-meter-tall mech surged forward, rapidly scanning the enemy's fire points. Target locked. In the next moment, the front of the serrated ant-type 12-tube rocket launcher mounted on the mech's right shoulder opened. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds echoed as 12 105mm serrated ant rockets, trailing wisps of white smoke, shot forth from the protective confines of the void shield. While these rockets were not precision-guided, the distance, combined with military-grade smart chips, ensured they would strike as close to the target as possible. On the enemy side, the tank commander shouted into the communication mic, "Fire at him. Concentrate all fire on the mech." Boom! That was the main cannon of the tank firing. Rat-a-tat-tat. The rapid-fire electromagnetic cannon of the infantry fighting vehicle and the dual-mounted rapid-fire guns of the soldiers opened fire. Bang! That was the sound of anti-tank missiles being launched. Zing! The heavy laser cannon discharged. Rat-a-tat-tat. The infantry's machine guns and rifles joined the fray. Yet, at that moment, their target had entirely shifted. Li Xian's mech was finally in motion, charging forward at 60 km per hour. The mech closed the distance in the blink of an eye. The 6-wheeled electromagnetic cannon on its left arm began to whirl, the flames at the barrel illuminating the surroundings, echoing with the sound akin to a fabric shredder. A torrential downpour of bullets shot towards the position of the armored vehicles, and the recently launched serrated ant rockets found their mark. Amidst the enemy's counterattack, a chaotic symphony of anti-tank missiles, tank shells, and laser fire erupted, transforming the battlefield into utter disarray. The concentrated fire from the enemy, barring a few targeted attacks, largely fell into empty spaces. Their initial aim had been the mech while it was firing rockets. But after launching the rockets, Li Xian surged forward without pause. Aside from the anti-tank missiles, laser cannons, and rapid-fire artillery from the armored vehicles, all other attacks landed among the ruins, achieving nothing more than further destruction of the debris. The short-tailed mouse armored vehicle, previously trapped in a confined space, now emerged, pouring firepower while alleviating some of the enemy's focus from Li Xian. Inside the mech, Li Xian was invigorated, ignoring the alarms of his void shield, taking hits as he swiftly navigated through the wreckage. The 6-wheeled cannon continued firing almost non-stop, and despite the dual assistance of the mech and smart chips, a significant amount of ammunition was expended. Facing the second armored vehicle, Li Xian unleashed the main plasma cannon of his mech. Zing! A surge of high-density plasma shot through the chaotic battlefield, striking the KR-4-wheeled combat vehicle as it opened fire. The crew of the infantry fighting vehicle, from the commander to the weapon control officer, looked on in terror as the plasma approached at breakneck speed. They could see it, yet there was nothing they could do. The vehicle's speed was far too slow to evade. Oh, don't! Their fear reached a crescendo. And in those final moments of life, the commander screamed in horror. Boom! The plasma cannon pierced through the exterior armor of the KR-4, detonating within the vehicle. Booming explosions followed as the plasma ignited the internal ammunition, resulting in a catastrophic chain reaction. The ammunition's detonation obliterated the remaining crew members, and the rear half of the tank erupted into flames, burning fiercely. Another tank crew observed their comrades' smokescreen, hastily retreating, fully aware that a mech up close was unbeatable. The tank could not hope to match the agility of the mech, especially with the void shield in play. Li Xian's mech charged through the smoke, while the enemy's second tank had already retreated a considerable distance. The adrenaline that had surged through him after demolishing a tank with his power spear had begun to subside. Confronted by the tank that had already distanced itself considerably, Li Xian exhibited no intention of pursuing it further. He raised the plasma cannon mounted on his left arm. The plasma cannon, having fully charged, swiftly calculated the enemy's speed and trajectory with the assistance of its chip. Securing a firm lock on the enemy tank, with a crackle, the plasma cannon unleashed a bolt of electric arc and flame, striking the retreating tank with precision. The violent surge of electricity and intense heat melted a gaping hole in the tank's armor, resulting in an explosion from within. Boom! The turret of the tank was violently dislodged, fiery flames erupting from above. With the enemy's vehicles neutralized, the remaining combat became significantly simpler. Lixion's mech pivoted to confront the positions of the enemy infantry, and the six-barreled electromagnetic cannon on his left arm began to whirl into action. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Each enemy stronghold was meticulously targeted and struck by the mech's accurate fire. Some infantry, sensing the dire situation, had already fled. Those who remained either found escape impossible or were blinded by rage. Yet, regardless of their condition, all adversaries within Lixion's line of fire gradually fell silent under the relentless assault of his cannon. Buzzing, the six-barreled cannon continued to spin in vain, but no more rounds emerged. Lixion's ammunition had been entirely depleted. 6,000 rounds had vanished at an alarming rate in this skirmish. However, the need for cannon shells had diminished, as nearly all enemy strongholds had ceased functioning. Within the cockpit, Lixion issued a command to his auxiliary soldier. Lao Lu, bring up more cannon ammunition. Received, came the reply in his EA-ARD. Lixion surveyed the battlefield, noting that the recently re-entered short-tailed mouse infantry fighting vehicles had begun to disperse and clear the remaining enemies. The turret-mounted electromagnetic cannon fired incessantly, suppressing the enemy with overwhelming firepower. Meanwhile, the infantry previously stationed at the rear began to advance, forming small combat teams to cautiously search for hidden foes within the buildings. Facing such adversaries proved challenging for Lixion. Even if he thrust the plasma cannon into the fray, it might yield little effect against larger ruins. He maneuvered his mech to retreat to a nearby tracked transport vehicle that awaited him. As he approached, he discarded his spent ammunition pack. Utilizing the vehicle's mechanical arm, the auxiliary soldier hoisted a new ammunition pack and secured it to the back of the mech. With the replenishment of ammunition, Lixion felt a renewed sense of security in this battlefield. The effectiveness of the six-barreled cannon was undeniable, with its electromagnetic accelerated shells proving versatile against all targets. Not only was it efficient against infantry, but it also easily dispatched infantry fighting vehicles. Even tanks fell victim to its relentless barrage. Clack, 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 with a soft sound, the cannon was reloaded, while the auxiliary soldier loaded the discarded ammunition pack onto the transport vehicle, preparing to return for further resupply. For the mech, firing was a moment of exhilaration. However, for the auxiliary soldiers, it was a laborious task akin to a munitions graveyard, requiring considerable time even with mechanical assistance. After reloading, Lixion maneuvered the mech forward, pausing briefly at a building's ruins. The ongoing conflict to eliminate the remaining enemy infantry did not necessitate his mech's involvement. His gaze drifted to the open canister of a hunter tank and the enemy's YR-6 medium tank he had destroyed, along with a KR-4-wheeled vehicle. These armored vehicles dominated in engagements against infantry, yet when faced with mechs, they were rendered nearly powerless. The technological superiority may not always manifest starkly in civilian life, but in warfare, it was vividly apparent. Unless Lixion's mech were to become the target of concentrated fire in a short span, it was unlikely to sustain damage. The situation for the enemy was dire, as they faced systematic destruction at the hands of the mechs. When the times abandon you, they seldom provide a warning. Rather, they deliver a harsh kick. Reality is not a game. While games strive for balance, reality does not. If something cannot be damaged, it simply cannot be. What should dominate will dominate. Thanks to the presence of mechs, their side suffered only the loss of a single hunter tank, which had been ambushed and destroyed initially. Beyond that, they incurred minor infantry losses amidst the fierce combat. In contrast, the enemy's losses were significantly greater: 2 tanks, 5 infantry fighting vehicles, and over 100 soldiers. However, infantry were of little value. Their worth paled in comparison even to their own weaponry. A sentiment shared by both the Milda consort army and the Hungan defense soldiers. Lixion himself was no exception. Even if sold 100 times over, his worth would scarcely cover the cost of a single mech. Chapter 33. The first night the glow of the stars gradually faded. It was now the first night since Lixion had entered the battlefield. Their front lines, compared to the afternoon's fierce combat, had not advanced further but had instead solidified their defenses. The vast expanse of the Beishimo steelworks was not something that could be taken in a mere few days. Both sides had prepared for a protracted conflict, and one could only imagine how many enemy soldiers lay hidden beneath the steelworks. As night fell, after resupply, Some soldiers remained vigilant while the majority retreated a distance to rest. Lixian's mechs were no different. Taking refuge in a newly established small logistics base point, 3 mechs clustered together in a circle, with auxiliary soldiers establishing a simple perimeter and defense around them. Their armored vehicles formed an outer ring, ensuring the safety of the mechs within. Even in a war zone, it was essential to allow for moments of rest. Otherwise, like a taut string, it would inevitably snap. At the center, the 3 mech pilots gathered around a makeshift campfire, kindled from an oil drum and some debris. They were enjoying their first meal of the day. Meat. Lixian feasted heartily, relishing the taste far more than the energy paste he had consumed that morning. This food had been brought from the logistics base they had entered earlier in the day. Feng Dai, while eating, inquired of Lixian, "How did you find today's battle?" Lixian looked up and replied, "Indeed, there is a considerable difference between battle and training. In training, one only needs to focus on aiming and firing, while in battle, there are far more considerations. Often, in the heat of combat, many details are overlooked, and one becomes oblivious to the surroundings. This is common for newcomers. Perhaps it's just the adrenaline. However, you must remain vigilant. Dealing with infantry and armored troops is merely child's play." Feng Dai patted Lixian on the shoulder and continued, "Our true enemies are the enemy mechs. The battle has only just begun, and we cannot predict where those barbarians might be lurking. You need to practice more. Do not find yourself flustered later on." "Yes, Brother Feng." After finishing his meal, Zhang Lu remarked, "Let us return to our mechs to rest. This is a war zone, so we must stay alert." "Yes, Commander." "Yes, Master." Feng Dai stretched lazily and said, "However, the enemy likely won't launch a night raid on the first day." "You ask me? If I had a say in it, would I still be here?" Zhang Lu retorted, ignoring Feng Dai as he ascended into his mech. Seeing this, Lixian also chose not to linger below. Had it not been for Zhang Lu and Feng Dai's descent, he might have been reluctant to exit his cockpit. It was too perilous. What if a sniper appeared from a distance? The mech cockpit, though not cramped, was hardly spacious. Resting inside the mech was not particularly comfortable. After all, the D-class mech, the short sword knight, was relatively small, with more space allocated for equipment and ammunition than for driver comfort. As for the pilot's comfort, simply having a place to sit was already quite fortunate. This was largely due to the involvement of psychic energy. Without it, controlling such a massive machine would likely require hundreds, if not thousands, of buttons and switches, along with a plethora of dials and screens. In that scenario, the cockpit would be fully utilized, leaving the pilot with a mere sliver of space. Upon returning to the cockpit, Lixian heard Zhang Lu's voice. "Nighttime also requires vigilance. Each person should take shifts of 2 to 3 hours. Team 03 will be first, I'll take second, and Team 02 will follow with the third." "Yes, Commander." "Yes, Master." Feng Dai and Lixian quickly responded. Feng Dai advised Lixian, "Although the perimeter is secured by auxiliary soldiers, extra caution is always prudent in combat. I understand." Lixian nodded vigorously. Caution is the mother of safety. Many past military failures often stemmed from the negligence of an individual soldier or a single unit, leading to significant defeats. Lixian did not wish to become a cautionary tale for others in the future. Although remaining vigilant was essential, it was unnecessary to rely solely on one's naked eyes or to endure hardships with sheer physicality. The mecha was equipped with radar, allowing for timely detection of enemies as they approached, eliminating the need for infantry to suffer in their positions, staring wide-eyed in alertness. During his vigilance, Lixian even utilized a chip for learning, accelerating his mastery of mecha knowledge. As knowledge flooded into his mind, he smiled with satisfaction. "I love learning." However, Lixian was abruptly awakened in the dead of night. Outside, a ferocious sandstorm raged, affecting even the modified human settlements, a testament to the harsh environmental conditions of the planet Guansua 4. Nevertheless, Lixian soon slipped back into a restful state. Thus concluded the first day of combat, and the anticipated enemy night raid did not materialize. In fact, the following days unfolded with remarkable ease. As if the enemy had lost their will to resist, only mounting sporadic counterattacks, sometimes from snipers lurking in the shadows, who would fire a shot and flee, or infantry resembling guerrilla fighters, who would unleash a volley and then hastily retreat. The path-clearing hunters were gripped by fear, constantly subjected to ambushes, whether from anti-tank missiles or enemy electromagnetic cannons. Thankfully, infantry were deployed ahead of these tanks to scout, without which the hunters might have proven insufficient. In this combat scenario, infantry suffered the most casualties. It was an unfortunate reality that often saw them used as bait to lure out enemy firepower. Apart from the first day, which involved relatively elite armored infantry, the subsequent days saw the appearance of soldiers from infantry battalions, whose equipment was decidedly more rudimentary. Lacking even the semi-full armor protection of the Hongyin II, these soldiers donned only bulletproof vests equipped with ballistic plates. Such defenses were somewhat effective against conventional firearms. However, against electromagnetic rifles, they offered little protection, as they would be easily penetrated. Chapter 34. Contamination infantry were, in many instances, mere consumables, a regrettable reality. The cost of a single tank was exorbitant, and even an armored personnel carrier was not cheap. Using them as pathfinders could lead to catastrophic losses if a single electromagnetic shell struck. The losses were substantial, especially as these tanks and infantry fighting vehicles also bore the responsibility of providing fire support. Without these armored vehicles, combat would become genuinely arduous. In contrast, the ordinary infantry of Hongyin defense proved significantly more cost-effective. Most were armed with the X-49, and their body armor and ballistic plates were often self-purchased. Furthermore, the majority of these soldiers had rather average combat experience. It was hard to fathom that these were infantry units in an era of interstellar warfare. They resembled militia more than anything else. One night, as they sat around a campfire, Feng Dai offered his explanation for Li Xinka's confusion. "You think they're weak and incompetent, don't you?" Although reluctant to admit it, Li Xinka nodded and said, "It certainly appears that way. I thought those armored troops were bad enough, but the combat proficiency of these infantry battalion soldiers is even lower." In Li Xinka's perception, the combat capability of these veterans should at least match that of the infantry who once rode alongside him in the bulky transport ship. Sitting beside those veterans, he had directly sensed their elite nature, which stemmed not just from their equipment but primarily from their demeanor. Their cold, indifferent aura. Yet, these might not even be the true elite infantry of the Blueprint Biotech Group. For genuine elites would never be dispatched to such a meat grinder of a battlefield. Feng Dai chuckled, "You're still too young. Where do you think this is? Do you think this is a city under the Blueprint Group? This is Hongyin Defense. The soldiers you see are all veterans. If we had been sent a batch of fresh recruits who just picked up their rifles after a couple of months of training, you should take joy in that. Such veterans," Li Xinka sighed softly. Feng Dai continued, "In a meat grinder battlefield like Biximo, do you really think sending the group's elite infantry or a battalion of deployed troops would yield better results? What do you think?" Li Xinka shook his head, replying, "It probably wouldn't. In this urban warfare environment, even if elite infantry were deployed, the outcome would likely be similar. They might perform better, but the casualties would still be there." The conditions of the Biximo steel plant, combined with the soldiers of the Milda retinue, excel at dragging everyone down to their level, using their extensive experience to inflict casualties on the enemy. Feng Dai remarked, "Sending elite infantry would certainly result in fewer casualties, but not by a significant margin. We hardly deploy mechs now. You know why? Because the enemy strikes and then runs, making it difficult for mechs to pursue. Such a wretched battle can only be fought with lives." In the rear, Hongyin Defense sent in another infantry regiment of over 1,500 troops. They truly feared no casualties, for to them, the losses were merely numbers. "Do you know," Feng Dai continued, "in those mined-out towns, there are countless idle men. Hongyin Defense finds it incredibly easy to recruit. These soldiers undergo only a month or two of training before being sent to the battlefield. What kind of performance do you expect from them? For just 5,000, a man from a mining area will take up arms for Hongyin Defense for a month. No need for compensation. Just keep them fed. After all, Guangzhou 4 has an abundance of people." Li Xinka nodded silently. Feng Dai's words held merit. Indeed, 5,000 was a planetary currency, used by individuals outside of the company. In contrast, those from the Blueprint Group and some official members of the Milda Knights used energy currency. The conversion rate was 1 energy currency to 1,000 planetary currencies, and it was a one-way exchange. Energy currency could be exchanged for planetary currency, but not the other way around. Thus, 5 energy currencies would allow these Hongyin Defense infantry to serve for a month. Upon reflection, Li Xinka realized he shared little difference with them, the sole distinction being his slightly higher pay. Currently, due to his presence in the war zone, his income was quite substantial. However, the thought of his outstanding chip loan caused him to fall silent. Even with his current earnings in the war zone, It would take him nearly 10 months to repay the loan, assuming he spent nothing. What kind of life was this, living to repay a loan? The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. The only difference between him and those hung in defense infantry was that Lishinka had a higher income and a potential future, while the infantry had virtually no future to speak of. Even if they survived the brutal battles of Baiksimo, another fight awaited them. Life was merely a journey, while death was their inevitable destination. Suddenly, this thought flashed through Lishinka's mind, and in the next moment, his chip began to sound an alarm. Alert! Alert! Chaotic contamination levels rising. The alarm echoed in Lishinka's mind as he watched his previously reduced contamination level, which had fallen to 13.6, spike to 21.3 due to that fleeting thought. Finally, after he attempted to forget that phrase and clear his mind, the rise in contamination ceased. Feng Dai quickly noticed Lishinka's state and chuckled. What's wrong? Are you shocked by reality? Lishinka quickly composed himself, forcing a smile as he replied, a bit, but I can handle it. Yet, internally, he was deeply unsettled. He had done nothing to provoke this. The previous contamination level had been a result of the residual effects of using psychic stimulants. Recently, his digestion had been remarkably smooth, leading to a significant reduction. Yet, because of a single thought, it had surged so drastically, frightening Lishinka. Was this the threat of chaos? He dared not contemplate further, fearing that misinterpretation of that thought would trigger the chaotic influence again. He cleared his mind and engaged in conversation with Feng Dai, listening to his boastful chatter. The recent intensity of combat had led them to become somewhat complacent, lacking the urgency they had on the first day, when they would enter their mechas immediately after meals. Chapter 35. Warehouse District. That night, even as Lishinka and his comrades relaxed their vigilance, no dangers emerged. The troops advanced steadily, capturing stronghold after stronghold from Hungan defense. The defenses of the Milda retinue appeared increasingly lax, as if they had abandoned their positions entirely. Such news did not bode well for the attacking forces, for their objective in assaulting the Baiksimo steel plant was not merely to seize this significant stronghold, but also to inflict damage on the living forces of the Milda retinue. Currently, a battalion of infantry stationed here has suffered minimal casualties, with the number of soldiers who have perished in battle being relatively low, from the intensity of the combat and the subsequent cleanup of the battlefield. It is evident that the enemy fatalities over these past days have not exceeded 600. This loss is exceedingly minor when compared to the intelligence reports detailing a battalion supplemented by several enhanced companies. As it stands, the casualties are remarkably negligible. At present, the territory seized by Hungan defense has encompassed nearly half of the Baiksimo steel plant, excluding the subterranean areas. The subterranean combat has yet to commence. The low intensity of surface battles suggests that at least 4,000 enemy combatants remain concealed underground. This is hardly encouraging news for the attacking forces. On the 10th day of entering the Baiksimo steel plant, Li Xian and Feng Dai, piloting mechs, remained vigilant behind the vanguard troops. Accompanying the frontline forces was the mech from Jianglu. The intensity of combat in recent days has been insufficiently fierce, leading to their mechs hardly firing at all over the past 2 days. Li Xian maneuvered the control stick, guiding the mechs slowly through this area, which had once been the foundry district of Baiksimo steel plant. Despite having undergone several rounds of fierce contention, this area remained relatively intact, as both the buildings and equipment were robustly constructed. Although the machinery and structures are no longer operational, they still provide ample cover for hidden enemies. Upon entering this region, the advance of the troops significantly slowed, as the pathways suitable for tanks and infantry fighting vehicles became scarce. Towering, sturdy buildings flanked them on both sides, offering defensive capabilities that rivaled some permanent fortifications. Even after heavy artillery bombardments, these structures remained largely unscathed. Consequently, the proportion of casualties within the troops here was at least 20% higher than before. Suddenly, a barrage of bullets rained down, decimating an infantry combat team in an instant. One soldier, still clinging to life, wailed in anguish as he gazed upon his severed limb. His cries were not merely a response to pain, but rather a visceral reaction to the horror of his dismemberment. Observing this scene through his remote targeting equipment, Li Xian shook his head slightly in the cockpit. This soldier was doomed. His leg shattered, he was bleeding profusely, and there was no cover nearby. No one dared to attempt a rescue. These were reinforcements from Hungan defense, lacking both combat prowess and experience. Had this been the initial deployment of armored infantry, at least 2, if not 3, from this combat team might have survived. Attempts at rescue were futile. Some even contemplated ending the soldiers' suffering with a bullet, yet hesitated due to the moral implications, leaving them to witness the soldiers' cries diminish into silence. The soldiers continued to fire toward the last known position of the enemy. With the autocannon of the short-tailed mouse infantry fighting vehicle roaring, flames erupting from its muzzle, boom. A soldier, shouldering a rocket launcher, fired a rocket amidst a plume of white smoke. The explosion erupted where enemy soldiers had been hiding, engulfing the vicinity in a massive fireball. Silence fell over the battlefield as gunfire ceased from both sides. A soldier approached the spot where the injured soldier had been, only to find that he had succumbed to his wounds from extensive bleeding. For the infantrymen, such occurrences had become all too commonplace. Dying in the Biximo steel plant was tragically routine. After thoroughly scanning the area for potential enemy positions, the troops resumed their advance. Ahead lay a vast warehouse district, the roofs of which had already been subjected to heavy artillery fire. Yet, despite this, the formidable reinforced concrete structures remained largely intact. This area consisted of 3 rows of massive warehouses, each occupying a significant expanse. Historically, this district had served as a critical stronghold for defenders, with fierce exchanges of fire occurring during previous battles for the Biximo steel plant. The steel doors of the warehouses had been shattered in prior engagements, rendering them barely recognizable. Through the gaps, the darkness inside was palpable. Behind, heavy artillery commenced its assault on the interiors of the warehouses. The bombardment persisted for 10 minutes with no response from within, before finally subsiding. A 4-man infantry combat team crouched behind cover, one soldier peering ahead into the pitch blackness of the warehouse, nervously swallowing. "I'd wager there are definitely a few hundred people hiding in there." Beside him, a seasoned veteran produced a cigarette, lighting it and taking a deep drag. "Hiss, who you don't need to tell me that. If there aren't at least a few hundred people in here, I'll twist my head off and let you use it as a ball." The voice of their commander crackled through the earpiece. "Advance and scout the warehouse, Roger." The veteran took another long drag, visibly watching the cigarette burn away. "This smoke really does seem to vanish with each puff. Let us move, but stay alert." With that, they swiftly crossed the open space before the warehouse, an expanse at least 50 to 60 meters wide, devoid of any cover. Behind them, other soldiers remained on high alert, their eyes trained on the forward direction. The deer hunter and short-tailed mouse vehicles had already taken position, their weapons aimed at the shadowy interior of the warehouse. Even Jiang Lu's mech had lowered its 6-barreled autocannon, poised to unleash fire at any moment. The tension was palpable. The 4-man infantry team, their hearts pounding, felt as though they might leap from their chests. They traversed the central thoroughfare, pressing against the warehouse wall, where the team leader signaled for silence. One soldier quickly crouched at the entrance, retrieving a few military glow sticks from his pack. He swiftly twisted them, activating their illumination before tossing them into the warehouse. Bang! The glow sticks cast light upon the previously dark interior, revealing that it was far from empty. Piles of equipment and scrap metal lay within. The scouting infantrymen peered inside, finding no immediate sign of enemies. The infantry team began to enter for inspection. Not just this team, but subsequent squads also commenced their entry into the expansive warehouses. Tanks and armored vehicles moved slowly along the central thoroughfare, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. Even Jiang Lu's mech remained stationed against a warehouse wall, vigilant and poised. These warehouses towered 40 to 50 meters high, and even the 7-meter-tall mechs appeared diminutive in comparison to these colossal structures. In the rear section of the warehouse, soldiers from the Milda squires had established a defensive line. Their ambush point was strategically chosen, as the surrounding buildings were exceptionally sturdy, effectively convertible into a fortress. Moreover, the warehouses contained passages leading underground, allowing tanks, armored vehicles, and mechs to traverse seamlessly from below into the warehouse. Inside one of the warehouses, several towering mechs stood idle. Unlike the D-class short sword squires, these mechs were designed to be slimmer and more agile. Their armor appeared lighter, and in terms of ranged weaponry, they were incomparable to the short sword squires. A total of 5 mechs were present, 3 of which lacked even the most basic autocannon. The remaining 2, while equipped with ranged weaponry, were only fitted with basic 6-barreled electromagnetic autocannons. These were the mechs of the Milda Knights, the Knight Squires. Within the cockpit of the mechs, the pilots were resting their eyes, awaiting the approach of the enemy. Due to the unique environment of the warehouse, Compounded by the surrounding debris and pre-installed camouflage, neither the mechs nor the concealed troops had revealed any trace of their presence. One pilot quietly opened his eyes, focusing on the source of the heavy footsteps approaching, a sound emanating from Jiang Lu's short sword squires. The cockpit lights flickered on as the mech was stealthily activated. The pilot smirked. The fish is already on the hook. All units, prepare for battle. Ha ha ha. My great axe has long been yearning for action. One mech pilot cackled, brandishing a long-handled power axe. These 5 mechs were not clustered together. 2 were positioned in the middle of the warehouse, while the other 3 were stationed toward the rear. In addition to this warehouse, soldiers had also concealed themselves within the surrounding large warehouses. The soldiers hidden in the center warehouse could even hear the approaching footsteps of hung and defense infantry. The commander in the mech cockpit roared, "Attack! Show these corporate dogs what we're made of. Let them know who rules this land. Kill!" The other night squires echoed his battle cry, their pilots' figures blending into the cacophony of the mech's movements. "Open fire!" The infantry tasked with the ambush emerged from their concealed positions. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. In an instant, the surroundings transformed into a cacophony of gunfire, with bullets flying, flames erupting, and explosions engulfing the area. Not only within the confines of the warehouse, but even above it, infantry utilizing infrared camouflage nets dragged machine guns and rapid-fire cannons from their recesses. These soldiers, perched high above, unleashed a torrent of firepower upon the infantry of hung and defense. Enemy assault. Old 3 has been hit. Forget about Old 3, quickly take cover. The air was filled with soldiers' cries of alarm, the agonized screams of the wounded, and the retaliatory gunfire. We have spotted the enemy. It's an ambush, requesting support, requesting support. The commander's earpiece crackled with the sounds of fierce combat and pleas for assistance. The hunters' tanks and short-tailed mice patrolled the streets, fortunate to avoid direct targeting. At this moment, only the infantry inside and outside the warehouse were under fire, yet they swiftly released a dense cloud of smoke. Bang, bang, bang. Whether it was the hunters or the short-tailed mice, both deployed smoke grenades at the onset of the skirmish to obscure their silhouettes. Simultaneously, the tank's electromagnetic cannons and the infantry fighting vehicles' rapid-fire guns began to swiftly search for the enemy or fire at the suspected locations. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Jiang Lu's mech opened fire, his power sword carving a breach in the nearby wall. He shoved a 6-wheeled electromagnetic cannon into the warehouse, utilizing psychic energy and radar to lock onto several enemies concealed within. Boom, boom, boom. The cannon fire struck with such ferocity that it silenced nearly half of the firepower positions held by the Milda retinue lurking within the warehouse. Of course, this did not imply that the soldiers manning those positions had perished. They were likely just suppressed by the overwhelming firepower. Soon, an unforeseen twist caught Jiang Lu off guard. A mech suddenly crashed through the already partially breached wall in the central area of the warehouses, sending a cascade of rebar and concrete tumbling down. 2 night retainers appeared not far from Jiang Lu's mech. Further away, at the far end of the warehouse, 3 additional night retainers emerged. At that moment, Jiang Lu felt his heart plummet. Crisis, a grave crisis. Usually composed, Jiang Lu's voice grew noticeably heavier. He maneuvered his mech swiftly in reverse while simultaneously firing his left arm's plasma cannon and the 6-wheeled electromagnetic cannon at the 2 closest night retainers. Fall back, fall back. Jiang Lu's voice resonated in Feng Dai and Li Xian's ears. Both Feng Dai and Li Xian had yet to activate their psychic powers to pilot their mechs during the exchange of fire. But upon witnessing the formidable threat posed by the night retainers, they immediately initiated their mechs. Hearing Jiang Lu's grave voice made Li Xian's heart sink further. Cover 01. Suddenly, Feng Dai's roar echoed, accompanied by the thunderous discharge of his 6-wheeled electromagnetic cannon and plasma cannon. Li Xian, disregarding the need to flee, advanced a few steps in his mech until he reached a relatively spacious combat position. Lowering the 6-wheeled cannon on his left arm, he began to charge the plasma cannon rapidly. Kill! In the cockpit, Li Xian's face flushed with excitement as he roared, fully activating his psychic energy to maximize control over the short sword retainer. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Chapter 36. The Ambush in the Warehouse. Such feeble attacks. Today, this shall be your doom. Hee. The opposing night retainer amplified the enemy's voice from within the cockpit. The foremost night retainer charged ahead with remarkable speed, surpassing that of the short sword retainer. Not only speed, but also the upper limit of its void shield's defense was superior to that of the short sword retainer. Instead of a ranged weapon, this knight retainer was equipped with an armored shield on its left arm. Behind the armored shield, it even housed a deflection field generator capable of creating an energy field around it. Most ranged attacks would be distorted by this deflection field, rendering them incapable of hitting their target. Of course, similar to the void shield, the deflection field could not defend against all ranged attacks. Some faster and more powerful ranged attacks, such as lasers and particle beams, would still penetrate. However, the bullets from the electromagnetic cannon were perfectly countered by the deflection field, preventing both Jiang Lu and the other two from landing a direct hit on the knight retainer's void shield. The cannon's ammunition was deflected and struck the sides. Weak? Useless, the knight retainer roared. Yet, its bravado was short-lived. Leveraging his extensive combat experience, Jiang Lu fired a plasma cannon that struck the armored shield, extending beyond the protection of the void shield. The immense current surged through the shield, incinerating the deflection field generator, and soon after, the alloy shield was obliterated by the cannon fire. Behind, Li Xian clenched his jaw, his fervor boiling within. Bang, bang. The two serrated Ant-12 tube rocket pods on the short sword retainer's shoulder unlocked and opened instantaneously. Bang, bang, bang. A total of 24 105mm serrated ant rockets, trailing white flames, surged toward the foremost knight retainer. Kaboom! The thunderous sound of explosions erupted, echoing 24 times, as countless fragments scattered, and a torrent of flames surged through the corridor between the two warehouses. Hot winds swept through from both ends and above. In recent days, Li Xian was the only one still equipped with the serrated ant rocket pods. Even Feng Dai had unloaded this weapon. Fortunately, Li Xian had not, and today it finally found its purpose. He discarded the two rocket pods, as they had become burdensome without ammunition. Reload? An auxiliary soldier drove a tracked supply vehicle to Li Xian's rear, disregarding danger as they operated mechanical arms with utmost speed to install two new serrated ant rocket pods. Beside the two mechs, 3 additional tracked supply vehicles were also maneuvering, pouring firepower into the corridor. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Lu swiftly turned to flee. However, his retreat was painfully slow. Where will you escape to? A booming electronic voice resonated as a towering iron construct burst forth from the still dissipating flames of the rocket explosions. Another knight retainer mech charged towards Jiang Lu's mech with even greater speed, while the previous one shrank back. Its void shield had overloaded, and under the barrage of concentrated fire and the explosion of 24 rockets, even the enhanced void shield could not withstand the assault. The overload of the void shield would require at least 10 minutes to reboot, during which this mech could only rely on its armor for protection. Initially, Li Xian thought this mech would either retreat or consolidate its position, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. However, to his astonishment, the mech showed no intention of pulling back, instead charging out alongside the preceding knight retainer. The ferocious tactics sent a chill down Li Xian's spine. Fall back. 5 knight retainers, we cannot fight them. Do not concern yourselves with the infantry. Feng Dai's voice crackled through the earpiece. Evidently, it was not just Li Xian who felt panic. But Feng Dai was equally flustered. We cannot escape. We stand no chance against all 5 of them. First, deal with the 2 ahead. We still have a chance at victory. Jiang Lu's voice resonated heavily in Feng Dai and Li Xian's ears. Jiang Lu's mech, having surged out of the corridor between the 2 towering warehouses, positioned itself to intercept. Seeing this unfold, Feng Dai swiftly drew his power sword and charged forward. This is a prime location. Today, we shall face 100 foes with but 1. The position was indeed advantageous. The corridor between the 2 warehouses was insufficient to accommodate more than 3 mechs in combat, particularly for close-quarters engagements requiring more space. Even if the other 3 mechs managed to arrive, they would likely find themselves bottlenecked behind. Yet, only a fool would attempt such a maneuver, upon realizing that the enemy was no longer fleeing but instead blocking the entrance. The commander of the 3 mechs in the rear laughed heartily from within the cockpit. Look, the bugs aren't fleeing anymore. Let us leap onto the rooftops, tear them apart. The 3 mechs in the rear swiftly leaped, using their power swords or other powered weapons to carve openings in the walls, leveraging their strength to ascend to the rooftops. Witnessing this scene, Li Xian felt a surge of dread. Why couldn't his enemies be mindless idiots? How could this commander possess such tactical acumen? Zing ahead, Jiang Lu clashed with the first knight retainer, their power swords clashing and sparking as they collided. Indeed, Feng Dai was not mistaken. Jiang Lu's close-quarters combat skills were exceptionally formidable, and the assertion that he could take on two opponents was no idle boast. Jiang Lu's mecha pressed down upon the opposing knightly retainers, and had it remained thus, the ultimate victors might well have been the short sword retinue. However, such a scenario would not endure for long. The three knightly retainers at the rear would reach the battlefield in no more than 30 seconds. At that juncture, it would become a 5 against 2 situation. Even if Jiang Lu were clad in iron, how many nails could he drive? Li Xian's mecha, capable of ranged attacks, had been honed through recent training and moderately intense skirmishes. Yet, his close combat abilities remained woefully lacking. As Feng Dai joined the fray, the battle stood at 2 against 2, and the short sword retinue swiftly overpowered the two knightly retainers. Retreat, 0-3, fall back, 0-2, if there's a chance, retreat as well. I will hold them off. Jiang Lu's voice resonated in Li Xian's ear, steady yet tinged with a hint of fury. The command to withdraw left Li Xian incredulous. At that moment, he truly hesitated. Chapter 37. Choice. Presently, the enemy's three mechas were still nearly 30 seconds away from the battlefield. If Li Xian turned to flee now, he had a substantial chance of escape, as his position was relatively rearward, and no enemies could currently impede him. Should he choose to retreat, 30 seconds would suffice for him to distance himself significantly. The enemy's knightly retainers lacked formidable ranged capabilities, likely left only to watch helplessly as Li Xian made his escape. The likelihood of them pursuing him was minimal. It would be far more prudent to focus on eliminating the two remaining short sword retainers rather than chasing after a retreating one. After all, no one could predict when reinforcements would arrive. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Their failure to pursue Li Xian would likely increase the probability of them joining forces against Jiang Lu and Feng Dai. Thus, there existed at least an 80% chance that Li Xian could safely vacate this ambush. Once he exited and returned to the defensive stronghold, his safety would be greatly enhanced. Just as Li Xian and his comrades dared not pave the way with mechas, preferring instead to await the infantry's advance, even mechas equipped with void shields could not withstand concentrated firepower. Once the void shield was shattered, a mecha could only endure a few additional rounds of armor-piercing shells. Upon hearing Jiang Lu's command to retreat, Li Xian was indeed tempted to flee, yet he remained rooted in place. He could escape this time, but not a second if both Jiang Lu and Feng Dai were to perish here. Then even if Li Xian managed to retreat, he would not meet a favorable fate. Why then, he might not even be able to pilot a mecha. Even if he could, would any mecha squad be willing to accept him? And if they did, who would mentor him as Jiang Lu had done? Although Jiang Lu's demeanor was somewhat brusque, having even extorted 2 vials of the number 5 energy composite from Li Xian, he genuinely trained Li Xian and regarded him as a true comrade. However, should Li Xian flee back this time, no one would regard him as a teammate again in such a battlefield environment. A Li Xian with mediocre ranged skills and abysmal close combat prowess would find it exceedingly difficult to survive. A decision. This was indeed a choice concerning life and death. To flee meant he would survive this encounter, but he might perish in the next. Remain could very well lead to his demise here and now. Not only was Li Xian in turmoil, but even Feng Dai hesitated. He recognized the dire situation. Despite their camaraderie, he was acutely aware of Li Xian's low combat proficiency. If a rookie retreated, how could the two of them contend against 5 knightly retainers? Would they charge in headfirst? Feng Dai almost instantaneously turned to glance at Li Xian, hoping to see him turn and flee, allowing him to justify his own retreat. In the face of imminent death, turning to flee was an act of self-preservation. To stand firm and fight until the last moment. That was the hallmark of a hero. There was no shame in prioritizing one's own survival, yet the fervor within Li Xian remained unabated, fueled by the atmosphere of the battlefield. He chose, for this moment, to embrace the mantle of a hero. Thus, when Feng Dai utilized his psychic energy to glance back at Li Xian, he did not witness Li Xian fleeing, but rather saw him still wielding his cannon, simultaneously loading the rocket pod of the short sword retinue. Give me 30 seconds. I will deliver you a miracle. Li Xian's voice echoed within the cockpits of Feng Dai and Jiang Lu. At this moment, he even found the presence of mind to jest. Theoretically, The six-wheeled electromagnetic cannon mounted on the short sword retinue could achieve a maximum firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute. However, in the chaos of battle, such rates were rarely attained. The typical firing rate would hover around 3,000 to 4,500 rounds per minute, implying that within a minute and a half, he could deplete the ammunition carried by the short sword retinue. In 30 seconds, he could at least unleash 2,000 rounds from the cannon. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Li Xian did not retreat. One of his shoulders had re-equipped the serrated ant rocket pod, and his left arm's six-wheeled electromagnetic cannon unleashed a barrage of cannon fire. Lashing out at the two nightly retainers, particularly targeting the one whose void shield was already overloaded. Boom, bang, bang. The 20mm electromagnetic cannon primarily utilized high-explosive and armor-piercing shells in a 4:1 ratio. To penetrate even an unshielded nightly retainer's armor with such shells was an ambitious endeavor. Yet, if one shot failed to breach the armor, more would follow. Moreover, at least half of the shells were absorbed by another nightly retainer's mecha. Li Xian endeavored to direct the remaining firepower toward the leg joints of the nightly retainer lacking a void shield. The chest armor of a mecha was invariably the thickest, while the leg joints, necessary for movement, were relatively weaker. Pathetic attack. Are you merely tickling me? The mocking voice of the nightly retainers rang out. Despite the two nightly retainers facing the onslaught from Jiang Lu and Feng Dai, especially from the melee expert Jiang Lu, they were still somewhat pressed. However, this did not impede their derision toward Li Xian. Even the slightest disruption to his mentality would suffice. With the assistance of two military-grade chips, Li Xian endeavored to control the cannon's sweep, directing more fire toward the leg joints of the nightly retainers. In a short span, loading a 12-tube rocket pod was no small feat, and there would be no time to load another. Li Xian plunged his power lance into the ground, freeing his mechanical arm to grasp another rocket pod, which he hurled toward the enemy's feet. Serrated ant rockets did not require launch to detonate. They could explode upon ignition. Amidst such intense combat, not only were the mechas concentrating fire upon the opposing nightly retainers, but several short-tailed mouse armored vehicles and a hunter's artillery also focused their fire on the nightly retainers. Everyone understood that once a mecha was destroyed, the fate of the remaining personnel would be sealed. Thus, the infantry had to bear the brunt of the fight without fire support, which proved exceedingly arduous. Take a few steps back. Li Xian's voice reached Jiang Lu and Feng Dai's ears, and they instantly spotted the rocket pod that had landed at the feet of the nightly retainers. Well done, Feng Dai bellowed, as the mecha swiftly retreated. Bang, bang, bang. Li Xian's mecha advanced toward the forefront of the battlefield, the rocket pod on his shoulder unlocking and targeting the nightly retainer without a void shield. Unleashing a volley of 105 serrated ant rockets trailing white smoke. Damn it. Chapter 38. Psychic Signal Boom. Rumble. In an instant, the nightly retainers ahead were once again engulfed in explosions and flames. 12 serrated ants, if aimed correctly, could obliterate a hunter with a single shot. One can only imagine the penetrating and explosive power of such rockets. Li Xian hurled another 12 rockets in a single volley. And with an additional unlaunched rocket pod beneath the feet of the nightly retainers, the resulting explosions ignited the rocket pod, triggering a chain reaction. Boom. In this narrow passage, flames and explosions filled the air once more. Li Xian observed the scene, his face flushed with excitement. Artistry. This is the art of explosion. Even in this interstellar era, amidst a plethora of new high-tech weaponry, the newly developed chemical propellant used in these serrated ant rockets was not to be underestimated. Feng Dai had just retreated a short distance, but Jiang Lu had not. He boldly closed in on the center of the explosion to restrain the enemy. Li Xian gazed at the aftermath of the explosion. The void shield of the short sword retinue flickered rapidly, each flicker a consequence of the residual force and shrapnel from the blast. Damn it, damn it. Boom. In the heart of the explosion, amidst the swirling flames and smoke, the voice of the nightly retainers was heard, only to vanish after a resonating roar. Jiang Lu's void shield, after the final explosion, was thoroughly overloaded. Like the preceding nightly retainer, his void shield was rendered inoperative, requiring at least 10 minutes to reboot. This scene did not instill fear in Li Xian. Rather, it filled him with joy. Not only Li Xian, but Feng Dai too, as his roar reverberated within the cockpit and echoed in Li Xian's earpiece. Well done. Excellent explosions. Destroy them. Without waiting for the smoke of the explosion to clear, Jiang Lu and Feng Dai charged into the heart of the blast. Li Xian swiftly surveyed the aftermath of the explosion through his psychic abilities. Upon this observation, a sigh of relief escaped him. The explosion had indeed met his expectations. A total of 12 serrated ant rockets had been launched, and although several had been intercepted by the void shield of the preceding Knight Companion, a significant number still struck the latter machine. Additionally, the rocket nest ignited by the explosion below resulted in another 24 rockets detonating within this confined area. The limited space of the passageway compressed the shockwaves and flames almost entirely within its confines. Consequently, the enemy's Knight Companion could no longer withstand the onslaught. The machine, devoid of a void shield, was pierced by several rockets, resulting in an internal detonation. The last resounding roar he had just heard was the sound of this mech collapsing in a cataclysmic explosion. Meanwhile, the Knight Companion equipped with a void shield had also succumbed to the overload from the blast. From this moment on, the tide of battle shifted dramatically, transforming the odds from 5 against 3 to 4 against 3. The stalker tank at Li Xian's side seized the opportunity, firing a 120mm electromagnetic armor-piercing round at the Knight Companion whose void shield had been compromised. Boom! The ideal scenario was promising, yet reality proved to be rather stark. The tank's armor-piercing shell struck true, but the outcome was less than favorable. The Knight Companion had also outfitted itself with armor, successfully absorbing the impact. However, bereft of allies, this Knight Companion now found itself in a precarious 2-against-1 situation. Li Xian maneuvered his mech closer to the battlefield, unleashing a barrage from his 6-barreled electromagnetic cannon to suppress the Knight Companion without a void shield. As he approached, a small orb of white light burst forth from the wreckage of the defeated Knight Companion, zipping through the cockpit and into Li Xian's very being before he could fully comprehend it. In that instant, his psychic chip emitted an urgent response, capturing unknown psychic signal, decoding psychic signal. Li Xian's heart raced in alarm. What on earth was this? Yet, the battle raged on, leaving him no time for contemplation. With one hand gripping his power spear and the other firing his plasma cannon at the enemy Knight Companion, he pressed on. Boom! The plasma shot staggered the adversary's Knight Companion, yet its reinforced defenses proved formidable. At that moment, Jiang Lu's voice rang out. Fall back. Leave the warehouse area. The remaining 3 mechs are closing in. We cannot engage here. Heeding the warning, Li Xian hastily retreated, abandoning his initial intent to charge forward. Simultaneously, Jiang Lu and Feng Dai's mechs swiftly exited the central corridor of the warehouse. Above them, 3 intact mechs were nearly upon them. The warehouse's sturdy roof, capable of withstanding heavy artillery, could certainly endure the weight of the mechs. Boom! Just as Jiang Lu and the others withdrew, the enemy's 3 mechs descended from either side. A height of 40 to 50 meters was trivial for the mechs. The ground where the Knight Companions landed was shattered, leaving massive craters. Trash! The leading mech bellowed, its voice laced with murderous intent, clearly displeased with its companions. Even if you are trash, you should not have been killed. Today, I will tear you apart. Annihilate them. The cold electronic voice of the Knight Companion echoed, and the towering mech charged forward, closing in on the 3 short sword companions. The leading Knight Companion wielded a long-handled power axe, while the other 2 bore a power sword and a power spear, respectively. The Knight Companion that had suffered an overloaded void shield also brandished a power sword. As the 3 knights charged, a palpable sense of pressure filled the air, especially given the short distance between the opposing forces. 50 to 60 meters was not far for infantry, but for towering 7-meter mechs, it was nearly face-to-face. Clash! The collision of power weapons erupted in a cacophony of sound. Both sides exerted their force simultaneously, sending electromagnetic sparks flying. 03. Hold on. I have called for reinforcements. Jiang Lu's voice pierced through the din, his greatest concern being Li Xian's position. If Li Xian could endure, it would be 4 against 3, allowing them to hold out until help arrived. If Li Xian fell, they would be outnumbered 4 to 2. And survival would be uncertain. Li Xian, momentarily stunned by the psychic chip's alert, nonetheless responded, I will hold my ground. Chapter 39 Download Military Psyche Chip 0. Unknown Psychic Signal Decoding Complete. Psychic signal has diminished. Please select the desired download information from the options below. 1. D2 level mech long-range shooting technique 45-2, D4 level general driving technique 47-3, D4 level Milda general knowledge 52-4, D4 level general melee driving technique 41-5, bedtime sports technique 78. In the heat of battle, Li Xian received a transmission from Zero, 5 options appearing before his eyes. In this moment of adrenaline surging, he quickly scanned through all 5 choices. This unexpected occurrence took him by surprise, yet he had no time to ponder further. The immediate threat was the Knight Companion's relentless melee assault. Li Xian, knowing that he was least adept at close combat, hesitated, unsure of what the download would yield. With no other choice, he selected the 4th option. Select 4th, D4 level Milda Knight Companion melee driving technique, 41, downloading. In the next instant, Li Xian felt a plethora of melee techniques flooding his mind, continuously augmenting his skills. The feedback was strikingly evident. His chip's assessment of his own melee combat level began to skyrocket. D1 level short sword companion driving technique 56.57, 99. D2 level short sword companion melee technique 12. Almost before Li Xian could fully comprehend it, his melee proficiency had leaped a grade. With the assistance of 2 chips and his innate talent, he had raised his melee skills to 50% in just over 20 days. However, as he progressed, the improvements became increasingly elusive, often only gaining 2 to 3 percentage points daily. Yet now, after absorbing the unknown psychic signal, the results were staggering. In this moment, Li Xian felt an exhilarating surge of power. His control over the mech had vastly improved compared to before. Jaja, I will tear you apart. The Knight Companion wielding the power sword charged toward Li Xian, its electronic roar resonating ominously around them. Li Xian tempered his excitement. Even with his newfound D2 level melee skills, he was acutely aware of the danger. The Knight Companion he had previously destroyed with serrated ant rockets had wielded D4 level melee skills. As a teammate, that Knight Companion's close combat abilities were certainly formidable. The short sword companion, grasping the power spear, activated its psychic energy, causing the 6-barreled cannon on its left arm and the nearly depleted ammunition box on its back to detach. The battle transitioned into melee, leaving no time for the cannon, which would have proven ineffective against a mech. Shedding this unnecessary weight allowed the mech to gain a slight increase in speed. Clang! The power spear clashed with the enemy's power sword, erupting in a shower of electromagnetic sparks. A rookie? Ha! Ha ha ha! Stop resisting. Your teammate was killed by a rookie. What are you so excited about? Li Xian retorted without hesitation, wielding his power spear to fend off the enemy's assault. Regardless, the length of the power spear surpassed that of the power sword, and in battle, every inch matters. Relying on the superiority of his weapon's reach, he continuously thrust forward, reminiscent of his practice sparring at school. Weak, flaccid. Below ensued a banter session between the 2 mech warriors, trading jibes about each other's family members amidst the cacophony of electronic voices and clashing weapons. Li Xian's spear thrusts were relentless, sometimes even delivered with powerful swings. After absorbing the melee techniques from the psychic signal, Li Xian now brimmed with confidence, his weapon dancing with newfound vigor. Slicing through the air, the spear lunged at the opponent. In this confined space, the power sword was less advantageous than a longer weapon. While the principle of an inch short is an inch dangerous may hold true, it did not apply in mech combat. Both combatants were too large, and D-level mechs were incapable of executing overly complex maneuvers. Given the cramped environment, the enemy would have to confront Li Xian's spear thrusts to close the distance. Had Li Xian still been the novice he once was, he might have struggled to react to the Knight Companion's assault. Yet now, having undergone enhancement, he could at least momentarily entangle the enemy. Even if he remained unable to secure a decisive victory, the long spear thrust once more, but the knight's retainer sidestepped, narrowly evading the attack. In that moment, the powered sword surged forward along the shaft of the spear. Zila, die! The knight's retainer bellowed with arrogance, breaking through the formation of the short sword retainers, their mechs nearly pressing against one another. The powered sword effortlessly pierced through the void shield, striking against Li Xian's armor. Fortuitously, Li Xian had equipped external armor, for otherwise, that strike could have penetrated the mech's armor and damaged the internal systems. Another sword came crashing down. Once the knight's retainer closed in, it was his turn to attack. The flexibility of the powered spear was certainly inferior to that of the powered sword. and the terrain offered Li Xian little opportunity to maneuver. Yet, the weapons at his disposal were not limited to the powered spear. As the distance between them closed, despite having taken a hit, Li Xian managed to thrust his left arm into the enemy's void shield. Boom! A fully charged plasma cannon erupted from the rear of the void shield, directly hitting the enemy's lower mech limbs. Boom! High-energy plasma, arcs of electricity, and flames erupted violently within the confines of the void shield. In that moment, the enemy's mech stiffened. Although it had not suffered catastrophic damage, it had indeed sustained injuries. Li Xian commanded his mech to leap back, gaining distance as he seized the opportunity to thrust the powered spear once more, taking advantage of the enemy's sluggish response. Zila! The powered spear easily penetrated the void shield's defenses, but at the last moment, the knight's retainer twisted his body to evade the lethal strike aimed at the cockpit. The spear pierced through the knight's retainer's left arm armor, and under the disruptive force, the enemy's armor could not withstand the thrust. The spear's blade drove deep, sending sparks and lightning cascading from the knight's retainer's left arm, which was now severely damaged. The enemy's mech finally began to recover from the effects of the plasma cannon. Both mechs had emerged from the recent battle with significant damage. Chapter 40. Fierce combat. Li Xian's mech had endured 4 or 5 strikes from the knight's retainer's powered sword. Even with the external armor, it had not fared well. The external armor was nearly shredded, and the mech's own armor had been compromised by the disruptive field, damaging some internal systems. Now, Li Xian could only force the malfunctioning systems to operate through psychic energy. The enemy's knight retainer was not in a much better state than Li Xian's shortsword retainer. Firstly, the joints of its lower limbs had sustained severe damage after absorbing a shot from the plasma cannon, resulting in a large breach in the external armor that significantly impaired its agility. This was a consequence of the pilot underestimating the situation. The left shoulder armor had been pierced by Li Xian's powered spear, resulting in catastrophic damage, rendering the entire left arm incapable of combat. Internal circuits and drive mechanisms had been severed. This was not something that could be remedied by mere psychic energy. The battle between both sides had reached a fever pitch, with extensive damage evident on both mechs. Within the cockpit, Li Xian's eyes glowed with a blue-white luminescence of psychic energy, tiny arcs of electricity flickering around his form. This was the effect of fully unleashing his psychic powers, allowing him to contend with the enemy despite his inferior strength. However, maintaining this state was astonishingly taxing. Activate supplies. Li Xian growled within the cockpit. The vial of medication was instantly ejected from the side of the seat. The D1 psychic energy compound, colloquially known as the Blue Recovery Potion, costing 200 energy coins a bottle, it represented 2 months of Li Xian's earnings. With his hands occupied, he manipulated his psychic energy to uncork the vial and bring it to his lips. Gulp! With a swift motion, Li Xian consumed the entire vial. The anticipated surge of psychic energy did not materialize immediately. The digestion and release of such a potion required time. It was not a matter of instant restoration, and even if such a potion existed, it would be beyond Li Xian's means to acquire. As he felt the psychic energy within him begin to stir, Li Xian sensed he was ready again. He tightened his grip on the powered spear, resuming his relentless assault on the enemy. However, the knight's retainer, despite its left arm being incapacitated, was still experienced enough to fend off Li Xian's attacks with its right arm. After all, mechs were mechanical constructs. While mechanical damage affected performance, it did not equate to a total loss of combat capability as it would in a human. The primary distinction was merely a reduction in attack power. But the knight's retainer continued to engage Li Xian with skillful exchanges. If the battle were to persist, it could very well lead to Li Xian's demise. Meanwhile, Zhang Lu was embroiled in a far more ferocious conflict. Facing the onslaught of 2 mechs. One was evidently the commander of the Knight Retainer squad, while the other was the previously damaged mech. Feng Dai was also locked in combat with a Knight's Retainer wielding a powered spear, with neither side gaining a decisive advantage. Zhang Lu's prowess was indeed formidable. Even under the pressure of 2 mechs, he held his ground. He even managed to target the overloaded Knight's Retainer to trigger its plasma cannon. The surrounding battle intensified, with infantry casualties mounting. They were largely huddled behind cover, relying on faith to guide their fire. One of the 3 short-tailed mice had already been destroyed, engulfed in flames. The conditions of the other 2 were not much better. One nearly immobilized with a deformed wheel, moving at a sluggish pace. The situation of Li Xion's 4 support squads was similarly dire. One support vehicle had been casually struck down by the enemy's Knight Retainer. The remaining 3 armored vehicles continued to operate their electromagnetic rapid-fire cannons, incessantly targeting the Knight's Retainer that lacked a void shield. The Hunter was faring even worse. Originally providing support to the mechs with its 120mm electromagnetic cannon, it found itself targeted by enemy infantry. The rapid-fire cannon atop the warehouse was relentlessly bombarded by projectiles. While these shells could not breach the Hunter's armor, they obliterated its targeting systems, leaving it disoriented. Ultimately, from the height of 40 to 50 meters atop the warehouse, a tail-finned anti-tank missile struck the Hunter. The Hunter was effectively decapitated, its turret blown skyward by several meters. Not only was the Hunter targeted, but Zhang Lu's mech was also under siege from enemy infantry. When the mech had its void shield active, it was a formidable presence for the infantry. Without it, they sought to test the mech's mettle with anti-tank weaponry. Zhang Lu's mech had endured at least 2 strikes from anti-tank missiles. Thanks to its robust armor, it had withstood the assaults. However, sustaining such hits had not come without damage, as the mech's exterior showed numerous impairments. Nevertheless, Zhang Lu had a clear understanding of his mech's condition. The situation was not yet critical. He wielded his powered sword, deflecting attacks from the Knight's Retainer commander, and then fired another plasma cannon from his left arm, striking the other mech. The plasma cannon had the advantage of incapacitating enemy mechs, even if it did not completely destroy them. The intense current and heat would leave the enemy's mech in a state of paralysis. Seizing the opportunity as the enemy mech faltered, Zhang Lu swiftly closed in, thrusting the raised powered sword of the short sword retainer directly into the cockpit of the enemy mech. The pilot of the Knight's Retainer gazed in horror at the encroaching powered sword. No! The pilot managed only a fleeting cry of terror before the sword's disruptive field cleaved through. As an experienced mech pilot, Zhang Lu's combat acumen was unparalleled, precisely targeting the enemy pilot. The Knight's Retainer mech froze. Its controls severed, and it collapsed to the ground. However, this sequence of actions was not without consequence for Zhang Lu. In killing the Knight's Retainer, he now faced another enemy's retaliation. The long-handled powered battle axe of the Knight's Retainer commander came crashing down. Within the cockpit, Zhang Lu knew he could not evade this strike. Thus, he raised his left arm, sacrificing it to secure the kill. Boom! The left arm of the short sword retainer, which bore the plasma cannon, was cleaved off by the Knight's Retainer's axe, resulting in a series of explosions and arcs of electricity. Chapter 41. Retreat. The chaotic currents, explosions, and smoke from the flames transformed the battlefield. As Zhang Lu turned once more. The situation had once again shifted. Now, 6 mechs remained on the battlefield, 3 short sword retainers and 3 Knight Retainers. The balance of power seemed even, yet the reality was quite different. The enemy had lost 2 mechs, but their current condition afforded them a distinct advantage. Zhang Lu's mech had lost its entire left arm. This was not merely the loss of a limb and its plasma cannon. The absence of an arm impacted the overall balance of the mech, necessitating greater energy expenditure to maintain stability. This is distinctly different from the mech that faced Li Xion. That particular mech was merely incapacitated by Li Xion's power spear piercing through its shoulder. Its arms remained intact, thus not affecting the overall balance of the mech. In contrast, Feng Dai finds himself in a relatively balanced confrontation with the enemy. Both mechs have sustained damage, yet the extent of the damage is not severe. Moreover, there lies the matter of Li Xion and his adversary, the more seasoned opponent, the Knight's Retainer across from him, despite relinquishing one of his hands and displaying some degree of clumsiness in his legs, continues to dominate Li Xion in battle. Presently, Li Xion is enduring a severe beating, having already jettisoned his auxiliary armor. The armor of his mech is marred by several deep gashes from sword strikes, and one can observe sporadic sparks emanating from its core. Although Li Xion's mech remains largely intact, the damage to its equipment and armor has diminished its combat effectiveness by at least 20%. The majority of Li Xion's attacks have been evaded by his opponent, with a small fraction being deflected by the opponent's power sword. The shift in the battlefield, caused by Zhang Lu's destruction of an enemy mech, has rendered the atmosphere somewhat precarious. Feng Dai and Li Xion swiftly create distance from their foes, positioning themselves on either side of Zhang Lu. The enemy mechs advance relentlessly, constricting their space further. Li Xion's power spear continues to thrust forward, with the 3 of them nearly maintaining a unified line. effectively occupying the narrow passageway of 50 to 60 meters. This scene has instilled a sense of caution in the enemy's knight retainers, who find the limited terrain inhibiting their ability to maneuver for a rear attack. What should we do? A knight retainer's pilot gritted his teeth and inquired, causing hesitation among their commander, whose original plan had anticipated a 5-3 engagement. But an unforeseen event had occurred right from the start. One mech had been annihilated under concentrated fire. Charge once more. The enemy's morale is wavering. The knight retainer commander bellowed, and the massive mechs surged forward again. Their focus set on the severely damaged Zhang Lu Dai. Li Xian roared, thrusting his power spear fiercely, yet it was effortlessly parried by the enemy commander wielding a long-handled power axe. Sizzle! Li Xian raised his hand to fire a plasma cannon. But the enemy commander's void shield remained intact, rendering the plasma cannon ineffective. Kill! Reinforcements are on the way. Hold your ground for victory, Zhang Lu shouted. His voice not only transmitted through the earpiece to Feng Dai and Li Xian, but also broadcasted across the battlefield via loudspeakers. The 6 colossal machines clashed once more, yet the outcome remained elusive in the short term. Minutes later, Zhang Lu's overloaded void shield recharged, and neither side had achieved significant results. The fierce combat had inflicted varying degrees of damage on both sides' mechs. After another separation, both parties eyed each other warily, for the current state of the battlefield suggested that the conflict would not conclude swiftly. Observing the enemy's lack of intent to continue their assault, Zhang Lu began to signal Feng Dai and Li Xian to retreat slowly. Fall back, fall back. In the cockpit, Zhang Lu's voice was nearly hoarse. There was no other choice. The intensity of the battle had not only stirred Li Xian's blood, but even Zhang Lu's adrenaline had surged to its peak. The short-lived yet fierce skirmish had drained their psionic energy to several times that of an ordinary engagement. Every instance of the mech's strenuous movements and weapon-wielding, alongside the maintenance of the void shield, consumed not only the mech's energy but also required a significant expenditure of psionic energy. Otherwise, every vehicle capable of equipping a void shield would aspire to do so. The 3 mechs provided mutual cover while retreating, and it was not just them. The remaining vehicles, whether short-tailed mice or mech auxiliary units, were also hastily withdrawing. The infantry positioned further back were also making their escape, evading the firepower unleashed by the Milda retinue. Some unfortunate souls, positioned nearer to the front lines, were left with no choice but to hide behind cover, awaiting an uncertain fate. Damn it! Quickly secure the battlefield. The knight retainer commander's voice erupted in fury from his cockpit, his gaze fixed on the 3 retreating short sword retainers. I end this engagement. Although they had laid an ambush, their losses exceeded those of the ambushed enemy. What had the enemy lost? A handful of insignificant infantry, a single hunter, 2 short-tailed mice, and 1 mech auxiliary vehicle. Yet on the side of the Milda knight retinue, they had seen 2 knight retainer mechs fall. A loss that was entirely disproportionate. While they had repelled the enemy's advance this time, this warehouse's defensive stronghold would undoubtedly face an even stronger counterassault from these corporate dogs. Useless imbeciles. The knight retainer commander piloted his mech to the side of the 2 fallen mechs, one of which had been dispatched by Zhang Lu. The damage to this mech was relatively light. Its external armor was shredded, bearing numerous scars from electromagnetic cannon and tank main gun blasts. However, the most grievous injury was inflicted by a power sword that had penetrated the mech's cockpit, splitting the pilot in 2. The cockpit was a gruesome spectacle of shattered innards and blood. The main body of this mech sustained minimal damage, and it could likely be repaired swiftly. The other mech, however, was a different story. It had been destroyed due to the overload of its void shield, subsequently obliterated by a barrage of serrated ant missiles. Its external armor was nearly torn apart, and the cockpit was completely annihilated, rendering this mech irreparable, with all internal systems devastated by the explosive force of the plasma and missile strikes. Drag the former back, and let the infantry set up a minefield around the latter, leaving it here. The knight retainer commander sighed, shaking his head at the sight of the first destroyed mech. This mech had no hope of repair. Chapter 42. Retreat, Part 2. The retreating short sword retainers accelerated away from the battlefield, abandoning the infantry and remaining armored forces that required protection. The area ahead had already been secured, and the infantry and remaining armored units faced little danger here, unless the enemy dared to counterattack. However, mechs presented a different challenge. Their large targets, coupled with the varying degrees of damage sustained by the three mechs, necessitated a timely return to the rear for repairs. After all, the timing of the next skirmish was unpredictable. The loss of infantry and armored units was not catastrophic, as these forces could be replenished at any time. Yet the loss of mechs would be a significant blow. Well done. Bringing up the rear was Feng Dai's mech, his voice resonating with a sense of survival in the aftermath. He lavished praise on the Exian, whose performance had exceeded Feng Dai's expectations remarkably. Among the three mechs, Feng Dai's was in the best condition in the preceding battle. He and the opposing Knight Retainer had been evenly matched, their respective machines and combat experiences quite similar. Next was Li Exian's mech. Despite having endured numerous strikes from the power sword, had it not been for the auxiliary armor absorbing much of the damage, Li Exian's mech might have also succumbed. The most unfortunate was Jiang Lu's mech, which had not only lost its left arm but also sustained considerable damage to its main body. Due to the overload of the Void Shield, Jiang Lu had absorbed several hits from the Milda retinue's anti-tank missiles. This performance was indeed commendable. I thought we were finished. I never expected to return alive. Jiang Lu's voice was filled with relief. Upon arriving at the next stronghold, the trio encountered a hastily assembled reinforcements unit. This follow-up unit comprised 4 mechs, half a company of hunters, and an entire platoon of armored infantry. The leading mech, upon spotting Jiang Lu and his companions, breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, thank goodness, everyone made it back alive. Jiang Lu's voice rang out. Why has the support arrived so late? The reinforcement side. Today's enemy seems to be on a warpath, launching a full-scale counteroffensive. It's not just your team that faced an ambush. Forces in other directions have also encountered enemy counterattacks and ambushes. Jiang Lu inquired. What is the situation in other sectors? The second and third groups suffered similar counterattacks. The second group lost 1 mech. The reinforcements commander spoke with evident resignation. As for the losses in other units, neither side dared to mention specifics. But it was apparent that the toll was significant. The ambushed 5th group had not lost any mechs, yet their armored forces had been nearly obliterated, with infantry casualties at least half. The second group, like Li Exian's 5th group, now had only 3 short sword retainers, having lost 1 in the engagement, indicating their collaborating units likely faced even greater losses. The reinforcements commander asked, "How was your situation?" Jiang Lu replied, "We were besieged by 5 Knight Retainers and, by a stroke of luck, managed to destroy 2 of them. Ultimately, seeing that they could do nothing further, the enemy allowed us to retreat." What? Jiang Lu's words ignited a stir within the defensive stronghold almost instantaneously. Not only did the reinforcements commander exclaim in surprise, but even Lu Quan, who was eavesdropping on their exchange, could not suppress his outcry. Within the command center, Ji, the commander of the Hungan Defense Mixed Brigade, hurriedly inquired. What is the situation? Lu Quan, having lost a mech named Blackface in today's battle, found himself surprisingly flushed at this moment. He chuckled. The 5th squad also faced an onslaught from the enemy, but they performed admirably, managing to retreat unscathed while taking down 2 Knight escorts. Truly, this is the only piece of good news I've heard today. Ji Zhuan's expression brightened a bit, though not as much as Lu Quan's, for he had already seen the casualty figures among the soldiers of Hungan Defense in the attacking forces heading towards the 5th squad. He noted the loss of 1 stag hunter, 2 short-tailed mice, and at least 60 or 70 infantry. Zhuan felt a pang of sorrow, not for the infantry, but for the vehicles. Each of these machines was of considerable value. Converting it into Li Exian's wages, one would find that despite his current monthly salary of 105 energy coins including wartime bonuses, the price of a single short-tailed mouse was far beyond his reach. The cost of a short-tailed mouse hovered around 25,000 energy coins, with the specific price contingent upon the weapon systems at board. As for the Stag Hunter tank, its procurement cost climbed even higher, reaching 55,000 energy coins. At such prices, if Li Exian were to toil for decades without sustenance, he might just afford a short-tailed mouse, and with a few more decades of hard work, he could potentially own a Stag Hunter. The cost-effectiveness was astonishing. In stark contrast, the price of infantry was considerably lower. Hungan Defense recruited its soldiers with planetary coins, with a new recruit earning a monthly wage of 5,000. An experienced veteran would see a pay increase, potentially exceeding 10,000 with bonuses. This was indeed a paltry sum, translating to merely a few, or at most, a dozen energy coins. While Ji Zhuan felt little grief over the loss of 50 to 60 infantry, The destruction of a tank and 2 armored vehicles truly weighed heavily on his heart. Lu Quan called out, "Old Jiang, you performed splendidly today. When you return, I shall celebrate your achievements. Hurry and bring the mech back for repairs." "Yes, Supervisor," Jiang Lu responded from a distance. Meanwhile, Jiang Lu, alongside Li Xian and the auxiliary soldiers, struggled to maneuver their mech back to the forward base. This moment, not only the maintenance team of the 5th Squad, but also those from several other mech squads surged forward. The 3 mechs were swiftly hoisted onto transport vehicles and taken to the maintenance facility, which was equipped with numerous large-scale machinery for mech repairs. War is not solely about victories and defeats on the battlefield, but also about logistics. The mechs belonging to Li Xian and his companions could, under the skilled hands of the maintenance personnel, be restored to combat readiness in as little as 1 to 2 days, or at most 4 to 5 days. Meanwhile, the enemy's mechs, located beneath the Biximo steelworks, might not be afforded such favorable opportunities. This place evidently lacked adequate logistical and maintenance conditions. Thus, the disparity became apparent. Chapter 43. Repairs with a hiss. The sound of air escaping echoed as the cockpits of the 3 mechs opened sequentially. The drivers, Jiang Lu, Feng Dai, and Li Xian, emerged one after another, each clutching a small box containing their personal supplies, including the D1 composite number 5 that Li Xian had utilized in battle. "Goodness, Li Xian, your eyes?" Feng Dai exclaimed, slapping Li Xian on the shoulder as he descended from the mech. "What's wrong?" Li Xian felt an inexplicable rush of anxiety. "Your eyes are as red as if you're about to consume someone," Feng Dai jested. Li Xian leaned against a maintenance vehicle, peering into the rearview mirror. His face appeared unchanged, but his hair stood on end, and his eyes were bloodshot, resembling someone who had not slept for several nights. Not only did Feng Dai find it startling, but even Li Xian nearly failed to recognize his own reflection. Jiang Lu approached Li Xian, patting Feng Dai and saying, "Enough of scaring him. You need not worry. It's simply a side effect of the number 5 composite you consumed during combat." Li Xian nodded, affirming, "Indeed. This is one of the external manifestations of consuming the No. 5 composite. Its efficacy peaks during intense battles, and this is the resulting effect on your body." Jiang Lu clapped Li Xian on the shoulder, saying, "You did well today." Li Xian smiled, replying, "All thanks to the excellent guidance from my mentor." Jiang Lu's face bore a smile for the first time since Li Xian had known him, clearly pleased with Li Xian's performance today. Meanwhile, the maintenance technicians had already begun their bustling work. They operated mechanical arms to repair the mechs, which were in dire condition, yet fortunately, most of the equipment remained intact. Only a few components and wiring needed replacement to restore the equipment's functionality. Jiang Lu caught the maintenance team's leader and inquired, "What's the situation? How long until combat readiness is restored?" The maintenance leader, holding a tablet that had already interfaced with the mech's data, displayed the standing diagram of one mech. Upon glancing at it, Li Xian saw that the entire mech was marked in red, with alarms flashing incessantly. The leader pointed to Jiang Lu's mech, saying, "Among these 3, yours has sustained the most severe damage. Based on the estimated repair time, it will take at least 5 days to restore combat readiness." He clicked his tongue. The damage is indeed excessive, compared to the overall injuries to the mech. The severed left arm along with the plasma cannon is one of the less critical areas to repair. "Look here. This is the most severe." He zoomed in on the tablet, showcasing the view from behind the mech. This shot must have been from an enemy armor-piercing round, which penetrated the mech's rear armor, narrowly avoiding detonation of your energy core. This must have been from an anti-tank missile, right? The leader pointed to another significant tear. "This area has also suffered severe damage. It's quite astonishing that your mech was able to return at all. This particular section was nearly 40% compromised. Had it received any further damage, the mech would have been rendered inoperable. What a stroke of luck." The maintenance leader marveled before gesturing to Li Xian and Feng Dai's mechs, stating, "These 2 mechs incurred lighter damage, likely due to the void shields not being overloaded. These 2 should only require about 2 days of repairs before regaining combat readiness. The equipment has suffered minimal loss, and replacing the external armor will only take a few hours." Jiang Lu nodded in understanding. "All right, noted." Before they could exit the maintenance hangar, a group approached from a distance, led by the defense supervisor, Lu Quan. "Old Jiang, you performed splendidly today. After hearing a day's worth of bad news, it is refreshing to finally hear some good tidings from you. Come, let us go make a battle report." Lu Quan's words radiated joy. Zhang Lu also wore a smile, saying, "Supervisor, after such a splendid battle, you don't suggest we take a moment to rest?" Lu Quan's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "Rest? Is my office not sufficient for you to rest in?" Zhang Lu wilted at once, forcing a smile. "That's more than enough. Quite sufficient." On another side stood Ji Zhizhuan, the brigade commander of Hung Defense, who also bore a broad smile, offering a subtle applause for Zhang Lu, Li Xian, and Feng Dai. "Your performance today was indeed commendable. Did you hear that? 2 senior leaders have come to celebrate your achievements. And you remain unsatisfied?" Lu Quan laughed heartily. "Satisfied, satisfied," Zhang Lu nodded eagerly. The group then returned to the command center within the forward base, in a medium-sized conference room. The recorded footage from the mechs and the returning soldiers had already been uploaded. The footage currently playing featured primarily Zhang Lu's perspective, as he was the first to engage in combat. Following him were Li Xian and Feng Dai, whose mechs remained in a state of manual vigilance at the rear, yet to engage in psychic piloting. The footage depicted the orderly advancement of the troops, including inspections of the surrounding warehouses, revealing no significant issues. This row of massive warehouses was inherently suited as a defensive line. As Lu Quan and Ji Zhizhuan observed the footage, they engaged in conversation and analysis. Ji Zhizhuan remarked upon the row of large warehouses. "This place rings a bell." During the first 2 assaults on the Biximo steelworks, fierce battles erupted at this position, he noted. The structure of these warehouses is exceptionally robust. Even a 152mm howitzer would struggle to penetrate them unless airstrikes were employed. However, due to the complex electromagnetic environment, both sides' aerial forces are rendered ineffective, leaving us to tackle this formidable obstacle head-on. "What were the casualty figures here during previous battles?" Lu Quan inquired. "The losses were significant. During the second assault on Biximo, we likely lost an enhanced infantry battalion here, along with an estimated 10 or so tanks and armored vehicles. The losses were considerable," Ji Zhizhuan stated, glancing at Lu Quan. "Theo, capture this area. We will likely need the support of the mech units." Lu Quan spoke without hesitation. "Rest assured, all the mechs will participate in this battle, and the supplies promised by the group are already on their way." Chapter 44. Post-battle analysis. Ji Zhizhuan's expression immediately became more animated upon hearing these words. Sitting slightly further back, Li Xian observed the exchange among the group, a contemplative look in his eyes. It seemed that despite suffering significant losses today, he could still greet Team 5 with a smile, knowing that Lu Quan had promised to support his mixed brigade. Previously, he had gleaned some information about Hung Defense from the chip. Due to restrictions on his access, the knowledge he could obtain was rather superficial. Hung Defense is a subsidiary under the Defense Department of Blueprint Biotech Group, not wholly owned. Hung Defense primarily undertakes combat and defense missions assigned by the Defense Department of Blueprint Group, which serves as their main source of revenue. As a defense company, their operational forces are their greatest asset. So, what constitutes their strength? Ordinary infantry, of course, do not count. Such troops lack any real combat effectiveness in the face of mechs. Armored vehicles are truly the capital of Hung Defense. Possessing vehicles allows one to gain the upper hand in typical combat scenarios. Although tanks and infantry fighting vehicles may appear vulnerable, easily destroyed by a single infantryman wielding an anti-tank missile or electromagnetic cannon, their dominance over infantry is indisputable. In a battle between 2 forces of equal strength and command, the side with armored vehicles is guaranteed victory, suffering fewer casualties. Hung Defense presumably maintains its own independent financial system, receiving task funds from Blueprint Defense as its revenue source. However, they lack the capability to produce weaponry. Most of their arms must be purchased from Blueprint Group. Thus, for Blueprint Biotech Group, they merely cycle funds through their hands, subsequently dispersing some for weaponry and then recruiting a large contingent of soldiers willing to serve them. This arrangement is remarkably advantageous. In the conference room, the attendees continued to watch the compiled battle footage. They observed the enemy's ambush, the opposing firepower, and the intense barrage from several firing points. Following the sudden outbreak of combat, the enemy's night-class mechs made their appearance. The atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically, with Lu Quan, Ji Zhizhuan, and the surrounding operational advisors sitting up straight. On the conference table lay remote devices, through which members of other mech support teams participated in the operational seminar. Even though they were not engaged in battle at the moment. One by one, they heightened their focus, eager to witness how Zhang Lu and his team of 3 short sword mechs would confront 5 knight-class mechs and manage to take down 2 of them. Within the Beishimo Steelworks, a mech squad was huddled together, their pilots seated in their cockpits. The commander instructed, pay close attention, analyze the enemy's tactics, and learn from Team 5's combat approach. The 2 mech pilots responded in unison. Yes, sir. As the battle scenario reached a climax, 5 against 3, it was almost palpable through the footage how tense Zhang Lu had become. The relentless fire of electromagnetic cannons and Li Xion's barrage of 24 serrated ant rockets made the combat scene incredibly intense. In the footage, Zhang Lu shouted, 03, retreat. This moment weighed heavily on the hearts of all who watched the recording. Clearly, Zhang Lu believed there was no hope for escape and wished to afford his teammates a chance to flee. Another combat team, the one that had lost a mech today, watched this scene. Unable to contain their tears, one of their comrades had perished on the battlefield while covering their retreat. Initially, they thought they could hold it together and not dwell on the matter. But witnessing Zhang Lu's actions once again stirred their sorrow. In the conference room, some operational advisors discreetly turned their heads to glance at Li Xian, already aware that the combat designation 03 referred to him. Evidently, in this encounter, 03 did not abandon his teammates in favor of the highest survival odds, but instead stayed behind to join the fray. This was evident. Otherwise, even the 2 short sword mechs, regardless of their piloting skills, would not have escaped unscathed from the onslaught of 5 knight-class mechs. The footage revealed Li Xion's voice. Give me 30 seconds, and I will return you a miracle. As the rocket nests and serrated ant rockets exploded once more, the tide of battle began to turn. The first knight-class mech was utterly destroyed in the explosion, and the remaining one was wounded. It could be said that Li Xion's actions laid the groundwork for their victory this time. The subsequent footage appeared incredibly fierce, with relentless bombardment from long-range artillery, dense electromagnetic cannon fire, and the slashing of power weapons loaded with decompression fields. The mechs engaged in close combat, and it was only then that Zhang Lu noticed Li Xion's melee skills had become quite commendable in such a short time, contrasting sharply with his earlier training, where he often stumbled over his own feet. The recording finally concluded, showing the mech still protecting all the infantry and vehicles capable of retreating until their departure. Zhizhuan nodded repeatedly. Did Team 5 suffer significant casualties among their infantry and vehicles? Certainly, but the mechs had done everything within their power to care for and shield these soldiers and vehicles. Even in a state of disrepair, they still took on the rearguard responsibilities. Soldiers always face casualties on the battlefield. However, they should not die in vain or be abandoned. Zhizhuan was exceedingly pleased with Team 5, not only because he would receive replacements for the vehicles he had lost recently, but also due to the commendable actions of these individuals. Lu Quan turned to Li Xian, nodding appreciatively, and said, You, young man, have done remarkably well. This battle was executed splendidly. I will commend you for this. Li Xian, overjoyed, exclaimed loudly, Thank you, Supervisor. Will there be a reward? He fantasized in his heart. For he had indeed taken down a knight-class mech, and such assets were incredibly valuable. The price of a single mech would be even steeper, and Li Xian felt he had made a significant contribution. If he were to receive a reward of several thousand energy coins, he thought it would be justifiable to treat himself to a luxurious residence for a few days of rest. Chapter 45. The Compound 03C. At that time, when I assigned Li Xian to you, you didn't want him. Lu Quan shot a stern look at Zhang Lu, feigning intimidation. Now, what do you think? If you believe Li Xian is inadequate, I'll transfer him to Lao Li and the others. Zhang Lu hurriedly put on a smile and replied, When did I say I didn't want him? Supervisor, you've got it wrong. I said I wanted him. I want this kid. I've worked hard to train him for so long. I've grown attached to him. You can't take him away. From the remote device on the conference table, a booming voice chimed in. What? Lao Jiang, you don't want Li Xian? Lu Quan, quickly transfer him to me. I'll take good care of him. Zhang Lu, you should have given him directly to me back then. Of course, it's not too late now. Li Xian, you better wait for me. I'm driving over right now. Zhang Lu nearly roared, rushing toward the remote device that had just spoken, shouting at Li De on the other end. Li De, you're everywhere. Hurry up and come here, and you'll see how I deal with you. The conference room was filled with a jovial atmosphere. This moment of levity amidst the battle was indeed refreshing. Lu Quan clapped the table, interrupting the chatter, and delivered a concluding remark. All right, Li Xian has performed admirably in Team 5, and Zhang Lu has done well with his newcomers. Li Xian, you stay with Team 5 and work hard. I have high hopes for you. Yes, Supervisor. Li Xian promptly stood up and responded loudly. Sigh, how great it would have been if he had been assigned to me back then. The remote device echoed with Li Detu's lament. However, it wasn't merely their admiration for Li Xian's combat skills. In the eyes of these veteran pilots, his mech piloting abilities were nothing remarkable. Among the 20-plus pilots, each one surpassed Li Xian by leaps and bounds. He was, after all, the very bottom of the barrel, merely a rookie mech pilot who had just completed training. Yet this rookie had been tempered by the flames of war, making him a bit more reliable than the average newcomer. He was, indeed, battle-worthy. What they valued was not Li Xian's piloting skills but the kind of person he was on the battlefield. Having a teammate with exceptional combat skills is something everyone desires. But having a comrade one can trust with their life is what everyone truly craves. If given a choice, many would likely opt for the latter. To have a teammate on the battlefield to whom one can entrust their life is an enviable situation. The footage they had just viewed illustrated a seemingly unavoidable demise. Even if Zhang Lu had allowed Li Xian to escape, it was a command from the commander. Even if Li Xian had fled, he would have faced no repercussions upon returning to the base. Yet, Li Xian chose not to escape. Instead, he turned around and joined what appeared to be a seemingly fatal mission, earning the admiration of all. Even the seasoned mecha veterans, in such dire circumstances, might not have made the choice that Li Xian did. Driving skills and combat strategies can be honed with training. It is merely a matter of time. However, an individual's character, being able to stand alongside comrades without a moment's hesitation amidst the chaos of war, is something that cannot be cultivated. It can be said that while Li Xian may not be the most formidable fighter in their team, having him as a teammate certainly brings a greater sense of security, alleviating concerns of abandonment. What a wonderful ally! As the discussions and analyses of the recordings came to a close, the attendees gradually dispersed from the conference room. In the end, Lu Quan, who remained in the room, addressed Zhang Lu, saying, "The items you asked me to exchange for have arrived. You can pick them up for me shortly." This item was presumably prepared for him, right? Zhang Lu nodded but refrained from elaborating. Then, Lu Quan patted the curious Li Xian and remarked, "Be sure to follow your master diligently, learn well. You are quite impressive, and your master thinks highly of you." He exchanged for this item, which is neither cheap nor easy to obtain. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xian replied, "Yes, Supervisor. I will certainly follow my master closely." "All right, then, off you go." Zhang Lu followed Lu Quan out, while Li Xian watched Zhang Lu's retreating figure. Feeling a twinge of confusion, initially, he believed that Zhang Lu's request for 2 vials of the number 5 energy compound was an act of extortion against him. However, from their recent conversation, it seemed that Zhang Lu was obtaining this item to exchange with Lu Quan for something else. Was it prepared for him? Had he misjudged Zhang Lu's intentions? Carrying this perplexity, Li Xian followed Feng Dai back to the maintenance hangar. In the days to come, they would likely remain there until the mecha was thoroughly repaired. On their way back, Li Xian and Feng Dai engaged in extensive conversation. Initially, they were akin to mere acquaintances, having known each other for just over a month. However, after the fierce battle of the day, Li Xian had fully integrated into the group, becoming a comrade in arms who had fought and survived alongside them. This relationship, from this moment onward, was bound to change. Not long after Li Xian returned to the maintenance hangar, Zhang Lu returned, carrying a small black metal box. Li Xian, come here. Hearing Zhang Lu's voice from nearby, Li Xian, who had been standing with Feng Dai by the mecha, turned to see Zhang Lu preparing to enter a small conference room. He hurried over, with Feng Dai curiously trailing behind. Upon entering the small conference room, Li Xian glanced at the items on the table and began to formulate a guess in his mind. He spoke up, "Master, did you call for me?" Zhang Lu nodded, then gestured for Li Xian to take a look at the small metal box. "Open it and see." Feng Dai also entered the room and, upon seeing the box, whispered, "Is that what I think it is?" Unable to resist, Li Xian shot a glance at Feng Dai, wondering about the cryptic dialogue. He pulled the box closer, unlocked it, and revealed a vial of deep blue liquid. Along with what appeared to be an instruction manual for the substance, Zhang Lu explained, "When we were at base number 3 of Hungan Defense, I took 2 vials of the number 5D1 energy compound from you. And this is what I exchanged with Supervisor Lu for your compound." "Master, what is this?" Li Xian asked, eyeing the exquisite vial, hesitant to reach for it. This is the number 3D1 energy fission compound. Consuming it will significantly increase the amount of energy you can harness. Chapter 46. Rest. After hearing Zhang Lu's words, Li Xian could hardly lift his gaze to meet it. The rate at which energy users accumulate energy is inherently slow, even with meditative practices to expedite the process. When he had obtained the number 5 energy compound previously, it was indicated that this substance could restore depleted energy while also providing a slight increase. Now, however, Zhang Lu had produced the number 3 energy compound, and with fission in its name, one could only speculate how potent its effects might be. Feng Dai leaned on the table, saying, Li Xian, this is a remarkable item. His tone brimmed with desire and envy for the compound. Generally, we wouldn't have access to such a substance. The leader securing a vial from Supervisor Lu for you means you're 2 vials of the no. 5 compound might not even suffice. I bet he added something extra. Startled by this, Li Xian quickly turned to Zhang Lu, asking, Master, is that true? Zhang Lu waved his hand dismissively, saying, Don't worry. It's not as exaggerated as Feng Dai suggests. This item is indeed difficult to acquire, primarily because we lack the necessary permissions. However, for Supervisor Lu, it's a trivial matter. As for him adding something extra, that's simply not the case. Since you just activated your energy and are heading to the battlefield, I requested this exchange from Supervisor Lu, and he didn't make it difficult for me. Tio put it bluntly, trading 2 vials of the number 5 compound for this number 3 compound is already a stroke of luck for you. Thank you, Master. Li Xian expressed heartfelt gratitude. No need to thank me. This was exchanged using your number 5 compounds. I was secretly pleased that you didn't curse me behind my back when I took those 2 vials. In a good mood, Zhang Lu couldn't help but make a jest. Li Xian quickly replied with sincerity. Master, how could I ever curse you? You are my beloved mentor. Enough with the flattery. Zhang Lu waved his hand. This is indeed an exceptional item, Zhang Lu marveled, continuing. Use this compound in a couple of days. It should double the energy within you. Li Xian, astonished, inquired. Really? Is the effect that powerful? Feng Dai chimed in. Of course it is. This is an absolutely fantastic item. Well, since your energy base is low, it appears extremely potent now. Once your energy increases, the effect may not be as pronounced. Zhang Lu added his explanation. Li Xian gently grasped the vial of the no. 3 compound, treating it as if it were a precious treasure. Master, I have nothing else to do today. I might as well use it now. He was unable to contain his eagerness. His energy was far too scarce. In even slightly intense battles, he had depleted his energy reserves, and today's fierce combat had required him to use a vial of the number 5 compound, an expense he could hardly afford. While Zhang Lu and Feng Dai had engaged in even more intense combat, they had not exhausted their energy as he had. The more energy Li Xian possessed, the greater his sense of security. As a newcomer to the battlefield, his lack of security was palpable. Zhang Lu waved his hand, saying, No rush, your current state isn't suitable for use. Just take a look at your face and your appearance. You used the number 5 today, so you can't use the number 3 now. Moreover, judging by Lu's intentions, he may wish to commend us. There might be surprises in store for tomorrow or the day after. Using the number 3 compound will require at least 3 days for your body to assimilate it. And you cannot miss the celebration. Li Xian, overjoyed, asked, A celebration? Will there be rewards? How many energy coins can we expect? Will it be in the thousands? He was desperately in need of money, burdened by debts that would take him a year of frugal living to repay based on his salary. Zhang Lu shook his head, replying, That seems unlikely. Not possible at all? Li Xian lamented, exclaiming, A knight's retainer must be quite expensive, and after taking down one, shouldn't there be some cash reward? Zhang Lu chuckled. Even though you did take down a knight's retainer, you did it while piloting the company's shortsword retainer, which is the primary source of damage output. Don't worry. You should be satisfied with the reward. Our contributions are indeed commendable, with thoughts of the anticipated rewards. Li Xian returned to the rest area within the hangar. This was also Zhang Lu's suggestion, as Li Xian had consumed a vial of the number 5 compound and needed to maintain a resting state to better absorb the effects of the medication. In the room, Li Xian placed the box containing the number 3 compound on the bedside. It was relatively safe within the base. He lay down on the bed and began to research information about the No. 3 compound. To his dismay, he discovered that he lacked the authorization to search for this compound. Sorry, the requested number 3D1 energy fission compound could not be found. The database may not contain the item you are looking for. Or your permissions are insufficient. Permissions? Clearly, this was a matter of insufficient access. Lixian fumed momentarily in bed before abandoning the idea of continuing his search. Permissions could only be enhanced by elevating one's employee level. Subsequently, he began to rest. Yet, whether due to the intensity of the day's battle or the effects of the number 5 compound, it took Lixian a considerable time to fully fall asleep. Moreover, during this sleep, he experienced an unusually long dream. In the realm of dreams, he appeared to transform into a camera, beneath which lay a young man, one subject to the dominion of the Myrta Knights Order. This dream spanned an extensive duration, during which Lixian observed the young man's growth as he awakened his latent abilities, enlisted in the Myrta Knights, and ultimately became the pilot of a knightly mech. He witnessed the initiation of this young man's combat training and his operation of the knightly mech. Lixian found himself increasingly unwilling to remain merely an observer. During the training in close combat, he felt as though he had become this young man, mastering the close-quarters prowess of the knightly mech. Engrossed in the training to the extent that he lost track of time. Days turned into weeks, a month, 2 months. Within the confines of Lixian's mind, a line of characters gradually appeared in the energy chip. D2, level mech, close combat 13. 14. The following morning, as Lixian opened his eyes, refreshed and invigorated, he realized that despite a night spent in dreams, he felt no trace of fatigue. Glancing at the log in the energy chip, he was momentarily taken aback by the final data. D2, level mech, close combat 18. Chapter 47, Metals. Upon seeing this number, Lixian's heart soared with joy. He immediately recalled the dream from the previous night, deducing that the enhancement of his close combat skills was undoubtedly linked to that dream. Furthermore, it was inextricably tied to the energy signal he had absorbed on the battlefield. Clearly, the dream represented the remnants of the memories of the mech pilot he had obliterated. With Lixian having traversed through the span of his life from an observer's perspective, however, he was not merely an observer. He had actively participated in a portion of the close combat training. Simultaneously, Lixian harbored doubts. If he could absorb the enemy's energy signals, why had he failed to absorb the signal from the second mech, which had been destroyed by Zhang Lu? He speculated on 2 possibilities, the first being that he had killed the first mech himself, while Zhang Lu had eliminated the second, thus allowing him to absorb the energy signal from the former but not the latter. The second possibility revolved around distance or timing. He recalled that when he absorbed the energy signal, it was described as being discovered amidst dispersing energy signals. This implied that these signals would begin to dissipate, potentially at a swift pace. Ultimately, he had only one option for downloading, and the close combat download rate was still only in the 40s. Given that Zhang Lu had destroyed the second mech at a distance from Lixian, and he had had no opportunity to get closer, it was plausible that the second energy signal had already dissipated. Contemplating this, Lixian felt a pang of regret, frustration causing him to thump his thigh. Yet, the situation was as it was. Lamenting would yield no results, and given the urgency of the moment, he could hardly risk his life to approach. Such matters could only be unraveled in hindsight, once all had concluded. Having cleared his thoughts, Lixian attended to his personal hygiene before descending to the maintenance hangar below. There, he engaged in conversation with Feng Dai. With a playful grip on Lixian's shoulder, Feng Dai inquired, "How on earth have you improved your close combat skills so rapidly? Just yesterday, you seemed to be slipping around, yet today you can hold your own against the enemy's knightly mech." Lixian reflected on his dream from the previous night and replied with a smile, "In my dreams, I practice mech combat." "Oh, come on. Are you trying to show off?" Feng Dai retorted, promptly putting Lixian in a playful chokehold. As they frolicked, Zhang Lu returned from outside, accompanied by Lu Quan and several others. Feng Dai and Lixian quickly released each other and straightened up, saluting Lu Quan and the others. "Greetings, Commander." Lu Quan nodded in acknowledgement and continued. "We have come to present the rewards for yesterday's battle." As an experienced soldier, Feng Dai had known Lu Quan for some time and promptly asked, "Commander Lu, why is the reward already being distributed so quickly?" "What is the reward?" Lu Quan replied with a smile. "You have earned your merits, so we cannot afford to delay." He then adopted a serious expression. "M1D5 mech pilot. Zhang Lu, step forward." Zhang Lu promptly moved beside Lixian and Feng Dai. Standing at attention. In recognition of your commendable performance during the battle on July 25, 6123, and your command throughout, the Blueprint Biotechnology Group's Department of Defense presents you with the Silver Sword of Valor medal. With that, Lu Quan retrieved a silver medal shaped like a sword from a combat tray held by an aide and pinned it onto Jiang Lu's chest. "Thank you, Commander," Jiang Lu responded with evident delight. Lu Quan then turned his gaze to Feng Dai, M1D4 mech pilot. "Feng Dai, step forward." Feng Dai stood at attention. In recognition of your commendable performance during the battle on July 25, 6123, the Department of Defense presents you with the Black Sword of Valor medal. "Thank you, Commander." Feng Dai beamed with joy like a child. Finally, Lu Quan's attention shifted to Li Xian, M1D3 trainee mech pilot. "Li Xian, step forward." Li Xian eagerly shouted. "Here." In recognition of your commendable performance during the battle on July 25, 6123, as a trainee pilot, you demonstrated calmness under the commander's direction, successfully destroying an enemy D-level knightly mech. The Department of Defense awards you the Silver Sword of Valor medal, and you shall conclude your trainee period 5 months early, officially becoming an employee under the Blueprint Biotechnology Group. After reading the commendation, Lu Quan produced a silver sword medal and affixed it to Li Xian's left chest. "Young man, keep up the good work. I have high hopes for your future." Lu Quan patted Li Xian's shoulder approvingly. "Thank you, Commander. I will certainly strive to work hard for the group," Li Xian exclaimed. Lu Quan nodded slightly, a smile gracing his face. "Excellent." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lu Quan departed, leaving behind the 3 mech pilots of the 5th group, along with the members of the maintenance crew in the hangar. The maintenance crew members gazed enviously at Li Xian and the others, their ranks far inferior to those of the 5th group. Most of the maintenance crew held the M1F rank, with only a handful possessing core knowledge, such as the team leaders, who were the only ones with formal employee status at Blueprint. One member of the maintenance crew looked at Li Xian with awe, his eyes gleaming with envy. Smack! His team leader playfully hit his cap. "Get back to work." "But the medals, boss," the young man exclaimed, brimming with admiration. "Stop envying. Those were earned through hard work. Why don't you give it a shot?" The team leader joked that I wish I could, but they wouldn't have me. The young man shook his head and returned to the task of maintaining the mechs. Like that young man, Li Xian gazed at the silver sword medal adorning his chest, finding it rather impressive. Yet, he pondered whether receiving merely a medal for destroying a mech seemed somewhat hasty. Nevertheless, observing the uncontainable joy on Jiang Lu's and Feng Dai's faces, he sensed that the medal might not be as trivial as he initially thought. Chapter 48, Medals, Part 2. Observing the 2 jubilant veterans, Li Xian, a newcomer to the group, inquired, "Masters, what is the significance of this medal? Is it truly as simple as just receiving one? I had expected a reward of 1,000 or 800 energy coins." Jiang Lu, pleased, removed his medal and explained to Li Xian, "As a new member of the company, it's natural not to understand everything right away. Allow me to enlighten you. The medal is not as trivial as you might think. Just look at Feng Dai's beaming smile to gauge its significance." Li Xian glanced at Feng Dai, who, indeed, could not suppress his grin upon hearing Jiang Lu speak. Li Xian then looked at his silver medal. Realizing it was of a higher rank than Feng Dai's, shouldn't he feel even more elated? The medal represents a significant honor within the group. Possessing one signifies recognition of your accomplishments. Only those who have rendered service to the group can be awarded a medal. For soldiers like us, affiliated with the Department of Defense, the medals we receive are generally linked to weaponry. The sword is the most basic of all medals. Above that, there exist second-level sword medals, the Medal of Valor, and so forth. I have yet to encounter anything of a higher rank. Is it merely a symbol of honor? Certainly not. Upon receiving your first medal, you automatically unlock the merit system, which you can explore in your Chip S permissions once you return. Your medals come with merit points upon initial award. The Black Sword medal is worth 100 points, while the silver one should be worth 200. Moreover, this is not a one-time affair. Every month, the black medal will allocate 5 merit points, while the silver one will yield 10. Li Xian began to grasp the concept and inquired, "So, can these merit points be exchanged for anything?" Jiang Lu looked at Li Xian with satisfaction and replied, "You are quite astute. You catch on quickly. Merit points can be exchanged for numerous items, such as the D1 level psychic compound you utilized yesterday, which can be acquired for 10 merit points. Conversely, the D3 psychic fission compound I exchanged for you requires around 30 merit points, Lixian exclaimed. So expensive. He quickly reconsidered and asked, Master, didn't you use a bottle of the D1 compound when you exchanged for the D3? Jiang Lu patted Lixian's shoulder and said, That's in the past. Besides, I haven't lost anything. If anything, you saved both our lives. Lixian felt touched. It was remarkable how Jiang Lu, having known him for such a short time, was willing to make such sacrifices. All right, enough of the sentimental talk, or I might just kick you. Focus on your training. Not lagging behind on the battlefield is the greatest reward you can give me. Jiang Lu's demeanor shifted to one of sternness as he addressed Lixian. Yes, Master, I will train diligently. I promise not to hold back the fifth group. Just watch my performance. Lixian repressed his gratitude, deciding to demonstrate his appreciation through action. Meanwhile, Feng Dai, pleased, had already stowed away the copper-hued courageous sword metal. He draped an arm over Lixian's shoulder and remarked, Ah, if I had known, I should have taken down a knight's retinue as well. You both received silver medals, while I alone have a black one. I suspect Supervisor Liu is deliberately targeting me. Jiang Lu chuckled. If I gave you another black one, you'd be secretly delighted, considering you achieved nothing. If it were me, I wouldn't give you anything at all. Feng Dai grimaced. How heartless. Team leader, you're more ruthless than the supervisor. What did you just say? Upon returning to his room, Lixian quickly utilized the military smart chip to inquire about the medals. At that moment, he felt elated, even whistling as he lay on his bed. The 6-month internship had concluded ahead of schedule, which meant a slight increase in Lixian's salary. Furthermore, allowances that were previously unavailable had now been introduced. Lixian gazed at his salary system, breaking into a satisfied smile. Presently, his salary composition was base salary of 40D level mech, pilot allowance of 20 war zone allowance X1 combat allowance X1. All in all, Lixian's monthly earnings had soared to 180 energy coins. He murmured, being a full-time employee is truly delightful. With such generous benefits, how could I possibly spend all this money? I haven't even finished last month's 100 coins. And another salary will arrive in just 29 days. Being a full-time employee in the corporation is indeed superior to being an intern, even if the difference is merely a day. His salary had nearly doubled. Previously, with allowances, he earned only 105 coins, but merely a day later, it had inflated to 180. The most significant aspect was that the tasks remained unchanged. Moreover, this doesn't include the merit points, with 10 merit points awarded each month. Considering the price of the D1 psychic compound, which reportedly costs at least 200 energy coins in the market, it implies that Lixian could potentially receive an additional 200 energy coins each month. How could the sheer joy of this be encapsulated in mere words? Lixian blissfully opened the retrieved metal and merit point systems, confirming Jiang Lu's assertions. The Blueprints Biotech Group's Defense Department metal system was officially unveiled to Lixian, who surveyed the array of metals without any desire to click on them. These metals could simply be identified by the chip, rendering personal identification unnecessary. Furthermore, aside from specific occasions for awarding medals, no one would carry these medals around. Subsequently, Lixian accessed the merit point system for further examination. Currently, the items available for exchange within his permission level were rather limited. Most items held little appeal for Lixian. With only a few psychic potions being somewhat enticing, he even spotted the potion he had initially used to activate his psychic abilities, the D7 stimulating psychic compound. Even at D4 level, it required only 10 merit points. At that moment, Lixian sighed softly, realizing that he was still using the D1 level compound. Had he possessed the D4 compound back then, perhaps the process of stimulating his psychic abilities would have been smoother. However, Lixian quickly regained his composure and continued to study the merit point and metal systems. Contrary to his expectations, he had thought that accumulating several medals would allow him to receive merit points each month. To his surprise, the corporation was not so accommodating. The merit points for medals could only be claimed at the highest allowance. If Lixian were to earn a golden courageous sword medal next time, he would not be able to claim merit points for his silver medal. Darn. Capitalists. Chapter 49. Psychic fission. After familiarizing himself with the metals, Lixian informed Jiang Lu and Feng Dai before preparing to consume the D3 psychic fission potion in his room. He had made numerous preparations for this potion, meticulously priming himself to achieve optimal condition. Upon retrieving the potion, he downed it in one gulp. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, the potion began to be absorbed, and he felt his psychic energy surging within him. In that moment, as he meditated, Li Xian sensed his psychic energy undergoing rapid fission, causing a slight discomfort in his body. His room, devoid of any electronic devices, had been cleared in advance. The raging psychic energy wreaked havoc within him, with flickers of electric arcs appearing beside him, accompanied by crackling sounds. The minute arcs flickered incessantly, sending Li Xian's hair standing on end. The quantity of psychic energy within him continued to swell, and the menacing aura radiating from him intensified. At that moment, Li Xian found his control over his psychic energy significantly diminished. This state persisted for about an hour, the tumultuous psychic energy gradually calming down. After a while, Li Xian finally reopened his eyes. Exhaling slowly, he remarked, "Phew, what a sensation! This time, I must say, it feels absolutely invigorating." The D3 psychic fission compound had at least doubled his psychic energy. This was merely during the most intense reaction. In the following 2 days, the effects would continue, albeit at a less vigorous rate of growth and fission. A single vial of D3 psychic fission potion had increased Li Xian's psychic energy threefold, albeit primarily because his initial psychic energy was rather meager. If he were to consume it again, such effects would likely not be replicated. What a waste of such a name, fission! Li Xian had assumed that the larger the base, the greater the potential increase in psychic energy, which felt regrettable. Peering into the mirror, he observed his flushed face and tousled hair, exclaiming, "Even in this ridiculous state, I still can't hide my charm." After tidying up briefly, he made his way downstairs. Following repairs, both Li Xian's and Feng Dai's mechs were nearly restored. Only Zhang Lu's mech was still undergoing extensive repairs. The left arm had been replaced, as the repair team leader had indicated that it was the easiest to fix, requiring only a complete replacement, for which the base had spare parts. Other components would take significantly longer to repair. Zhang Lu, noticing Li Xian's arrival, inquired, "How do you feel after taking the potion?" Li Xian replied, "I feel fantastic. I want to try a few more bottles." Zhang Lu shook his head. "You cannot take such potions too frequently. The next time should be at least 20 days from now. If you consume them repeatedly, you might shorten that interval, but otherwise, it would cause excessive harm to your body. Moreover, the increase in contamination levels will escalate more rapidly." Upon hearing this, Li Xian nodded in agreement. Indeed, he had managed to reduce his contamination level from 21.3 to 15.5 over several days, but after taking the potion, it had risen to 22. Should he continue to consume the potion frequently, the contamination level would likely soar even higher. Li Xian had no intention of becoming a psychic practitioner tainted by chaos, so he could only slow the pace of his potion consumption. Regrettably, his permissions were still too low, coupled with a lack of funds. He believed that if he had access to higher-grade potions, the effects would undoubtedly be more pronounced, with the same level of contamination being lower. "Since you just took the potion today, there's no need for mech training. Start practicing again in 2 days, Zhang Lu instructed. "Yes, master." "How many days do we have left to rest?" Li Xian inquired. "Not too long. I estimate we have at most a week." Zhang Lu pondered for a moment and replied, "A week is quite a while." This time, it was Li Xian who was surprised. Zhang Lu confirmed, "Indeed, we primarily need to wait for the vehicles. The group is likely to send some support vehicles to Hung in defense, and the new round of offensives will commence after this batch of vehicles arrives." So, that was the case. 5 days swiftly elapsed. As Zhang Lu had anticipated, a new military operation was poised to commence following the arrival of the Group S vehicles. The Pelican-class transport vessel gradually descended at the forward base outside the Behemoth steel plant. As the transport vessel's hatch opened, a procession of vehicles, under the guidance and command of the soldiers, slowly disembarked in the open area of the base. A battalion of soldiers clad in Hung in defense uniforms stood in neat formation. They were all seasoned veterans, belonging to the armored division responsible for receiving this batch of equipment. Li Xian, seated in an armored off-road vehicle, observed as the vehicles were unloaded, counting them. This support was indeed substantial. A total of 2 companies of the Hunter medium tanks had been dispatched, while an entire battalion of short-tailed mice had also been delivered. The 2 companies comprised a total of 26 Hunter tanks, and the battalion of short-tailed mice consisted of 30 vehicles, along with 2 separate command models designated as command vehicles for the battalion, which were solely responsible for command and did not engage in combat. "Wow, this is a significant deployment," Zhang Lu exclaimed. taking a sharp breath as he gazed at the armored vehicles descending from a Pelican transport vessel. Lixion turned his attention to a new type of tank, which appeared to be considerably larger than the Hunter. Furthermore, these tanks had not been repainted to reflect Hungan defense. They retained the livery of Blueprint Biotech's Defense Department. This type of tank was completely unfamiliar to Lixion, let alone its specifications. He glanced at his chip, commanding it to initiate a search for information on this tank, and simultaneously inquired of Zhang Master, "What type of tank is this?" Zhang replied, "This is the Skullbreaker heavy tank, specifically designed to counter mechas. The enemy is in for a tough time. Their mechas will find little reprieve against this tank." Lixion's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "This tank is designed for combat against mechas?" "Indeed," Zhang affirmed. "However, it can only engage Class C mechas and those below. It would be ineffective against higher-grade mechas. Yet, when it comes to dealing with knight retainers, it certainly holds the upper hand." "Impressive," Lixion marveled. Chapter 50. The offensive resumes. At that moment, information about the heavy tank began to materialize on Lixion's chip. The Skullbreaker heavy tank is equipped with a heavy plasma cannon as its main armament, complemented by a 14.5mm electromagnetic machine gun as its secondary weapon. Its armor is composed of the same material as that of the short sword retainers, utilizing D-grade military alloy. This heavy tank can also be fitted with external armor to enhance its defensive capabilities. The crew consists of 5 members, lacking a psionic operator to activate the void shield. The thickness and defensive strength of its armor even surpass that of mechas. Its long-range combat capabilities are on par with, if not superior to, those of mechas. After all, the short sword retainer mecha cannot penetrate the void shield of an equivalent class mecha with a single shot, while the Skullbreaker can. Having reviewed the specifications of this tank and its heavy plasma cannon, Lixion realized that even being seated within a mecha might not guarantee safety. The heavy plasma cannon, being an energy weapon, could overload a D-grade void shield with a single shot. With a stroke of luck, the mecha might be pierced along with its void shield. In a less fortunate scenario, another shot could obliterate a D-grade mecha outright. Even a C-grade void shield would only withstand a couple of plasma shots. Lixion then queried Zhang, "If we possess Skullbreakers, might the enemy also have similarly classified weaponry?" Zhang, still fixated on the Skullbreaker heavy tank, replied, "There's no doubt about it. It remains to be seen whether they will deploy them in this battle. Regardless, we must proceed with caution. Our previous advances went smoothly, but we have yet to encounter such robust defensive strongholds, and the situation has now changed," Lixion boldly speculated. "When we were ambushed last time, we did not come across such heavy tanks. Master, do you think the enemy at the Behemoth steel plant lacks such tanks?" Zhang shook his head, stating, "I cannot ascertain the enemy's strategy or the specifics of their vehicles. However, exercising caution is prudent. We need to upgrade our weaponry." Lixion nodded, asking, "Master, what upgrades are necessary for our weaponry?" "Let each soldier add an alloy armor shield to be mounted on their left arm." "Understood, Master." Upon returning from the unloading area, the maintenance crew within the hangar sprang into action. They repositioned the weaponry of the short sword retainer, relocating the 6-wheeled electromagnetic cannon and plasma cannon to the lower sections of the left arm. This adjustment would slightly affect the weapon's center of gravity, but the impact was minimal. Meanwhile, they procured a knight-shaped shield, an armor alloy shield measuring an impressive 4.5 meters in height and 3 meters in width. Its thickness even surpassed that of the short sword retainer's armor, and wielding this shield would result in a 12 reduction in the retainer's mobility. However, the trade-off was deemed worthwhile. The armor itself was constructed to withstand enemy anti-tank missiles, which would be incapable of breaching it. Moreover, the shield possessed a deflection field that could redirect some enemy attacks elsewhere, significantly alleviating pressure on the void shield. This was merely one of its advantages. Lixion and his comrades were particularly concerned about the possibility of the enemy wielding heavy weaponry like the Skullbreaker. With this shield, even if the void shield were breached by a powerful shot, the additional armor shield would enable them to absorb that overloaded impact, thus affording the mecha precious time to retreat and react. The weaponry of Lixion's mecha remained largely unchanged from before, with the left arm equipped with the 6-wheeled electromagnetic cannon and plasma cannon, and the right arm wielding a melee weapon, the power spear. On his shoulders, 2 serrated Ant-12 multiple launch rocket pods remained in place. The added defense came from the armor shield, along with external armor. The previous external armor had saved Lixion's life, as it had prevented a fatal breach of the cockpit. However, the weight of the armor did have its drawbacks. The external armor reduced speed by 10, while the armor shield further reduced it by 12. Overall, the short sword retainer's speed had decreased by 1/5. Fortunately, the armor shield could be discarded at will. In the event of a need for rapid maneuvering, shedding the armor shield would not pose a significant issue. Although the cost of the armor shield might require several years of Li Xion's salary, this was a minor concern, given that it was the Group's expenditure. Zhang Lu and Feng Dai's weaponry remained consistent with the previous engagement. Zhang Lu had merely added an armor shield, while Feng Dai had made additional modifications, reloading rocket pods. Evidently impressed by Li Xion's previous rocket bombardment, a new round of combat was set to unfold. Li Xion and his comrades had entered the frontline stronghold, where all soldiers and commanders preparing for the upcoming offensive were assembled. Within the cockpit of his mecha, Li Xion scrutinized a projected map displayed on his chip. This was the map of the previously encountered large warehouse district. In his ears, the voice of the command center's Zhu Quan rang out. Attention all units, this is the target for our upcoming operation, Area B3, also known as the Large Warehouse District. I trust you have all reviewed the basic information regarding this area. There are a total of 8 large warehouses here. The 5th Mecha Support Group was ambushed in this location while coordinating with infantry and armored units. According to the latest intelligence, the defenses here have been reinforced once more. Since there was no need for ambushes, many defensive structures are now plainly visible. The enemy will undoubtedly seek to impede our progress here for a time, and based on the current situation, this will not be an easily conquered location. For this battle, the 5th and 6th Mecha Support Groups will join the fray as mecha units. In addition to the mecha forces, 2 platoons of Skullbreakers, totaling 6 tanks, will provide fire support. Hungan Defense will deploy an infantry battalion, a tank company, and an armored company as the main assault force. In the rear, we will position 2 artillery battalions to serve as heavy fire support for this operation. I expect everyone to completely eradicate the enemy's defensive stronghold within 3 days. Yes, resounded the voices of all present. Chapter 51. The warehouse district defense line. The number of troops for this operation was indeed considerable. In the environment of the Behemoth steel plant, even the most extensive troop deployments would face challenges in maneuverability. This deployment represented the maximum force that could be positioned in this area. Any further additions would be excessive and could even restrict troop movement. The infantry and armored units had already advanced to their designated positions, while Li Xion and his comrades piloted their mechas. Gradually approaching the battlefield, the 6th Squad joined the battle alongside Li Xion's group, consisting of 3 mechas led by squad leader Ku Qian, Mecha Master Zhang Kangel, and Luo Hang. The composition of this mecha squad's forces is undoubtedly superior to that of the 5th group. All 3 members are seasoned veterans, having undergone extensive collaboration over time. This operation is indeed a grand undertaking. Ku Qian's voice echoed over the public channel. It truly is a grand endeavor. By breaching this stronghold and coordinating with attacks from other directions, the ensuing ground battle will leave the enemy with no further positions to defend. Securing this location will pave the way for underground combat, and the sooner we accomplish this, the better. Zhang Lu calmly analyzed the situation. Old Jiang, do you think this time we might all be awarded the Silver Sword Medal? Ku Qian inquired with a smile. Zhang Lu chuckled, saying, Can my words carry any weight? If they did, I'd not only distribute silver medals but gold ones, 2 for each of you. Boom, boom, boom. While Li Xion and the others were engaged in casual conversation, the battle ahead had already commenced. The first to launch an attack were the artillery units stationed in the rear. 2 battalions of howitzers, each equipped with 152mm artillery pieces. Each battalion boasted 8 guns, totaling 16 howitzers that were required to fire a complete salvo of shells before the ground troops initiated their assault. In an instant, 16 shells rained down upon the enemy's defensive positions, transforming the area into a sea of flames. The sturdy warehouses shuddered under the explosive force, and clouds of dust cascaded from above. However, this was merely superficial. The fortitude of these warehouses was far beyond the reach of such artillery. To penetrate these structures would require heavy aerial munitions or orbital bombardments. Yet, the complex electromagnetic environment surrounding the area rendered aircraft incapable of precise strikes. Thus, the Air Force could not provide support. As for orbital bombardment from starships, that was entirely out of the question. Due to the subspace storm, the surrounding starry expanse had been sealed off for over a century, rendering starships incapable of departure, let alone executing orbital strikes. Within the warehouses, even on the rooftops, there were defensive positions manned by the Malata retinue. The rooftop defenses were relatively rudimentary and were quickly obliterated by the artillery bombardment. Perhaps the enemy had anticipated this, hence the simplicity of the rooftop defenses. The true fortifications lay within the depths of the warehouses, where the dimness provided ample cover for defensive structures. Inside one of the warehouses resided the enemy's temporary command post, overseen by an infantry battalion commander. The military structure and approximate troop strength of the Malata retinue were akin to those of their counterparts, if not greater. A fully manned infantry battalion, along with various support personnel, would amount to around 400 individuals. These personnel were distributed across 5 large warehouses, 4 of which were positioned at the forefront, serving as the main defensive line to intercept the enemy's advance. Within the defensive perimeter of these warehouses, no armored vehicles were deployed. Instead, 2 squadrons of tanks were stationed. In such combat scenarios, particularly during defensive operations, the effectiveness of armored vehicles was limited. Even the tanks' roles were diminished, as they were primarily utilized as fixed artillery platforms within the warehouses. Temporary defensive positions had been constructed for these tanks, with only the muzzle, or at most half a turret, protruding from cover. In the 5th warehouse, there were 2 full night retinue squads, comprising a total of 10 D-class mechs, which served as the defender's backbone. The Malata battalion commander stood with arms crossed, awaiting the cessation of enemy bombardment. The coordination of artillery and infantry is an effective combat strategy, yet it is not particularly suited for this engagement. The soldiers on the Malata side remained within the warehouses, and the effects of the enemy's heavy artillery were limited to causing mild ear-ringing among the troops. They were poised to launch counterattacks through the firing ports at the front of the warehouses against the advancing foes. As the bombardment soon ceased, Commander Harris opened his eyes and issued a communication to all units. The enemy's shelling has stopped. Prepare for defensive maneuvers. Understood. The instant the bombardment halted, all soldiers promptly returned to their combat positions. At that moment, the 4 forward warehouses resembled a hedgehog bristling with spikes. The soldiers wielded a diverse array of weaponry, ranging from traditional firearms and X-49s to electromagnetic rifles and even electromagnetic machine guns. Numerous anti-tank devices were also present, including electromagnetic anti-tank guns and guided missiles. With this stronghold in their possession, the enemy would be hard-pressed to capture it without incurring significant casualties. Harris declared confidently, "I can already envision the gruesome toll this company will suffer." A nearby battalion staff officer chuckled in agreement. As the defensive forces, they had established a rigorous defense of the warehouse, with even the 4 large warehouses divided into 5 defensive lines. Even if the enemy sustained considerable losses and managed to breach the interior of the warehouse, they would merely have overcome the first layer of defense. The only lingering concern was the enemy's mechs. Harris gazed beyond the defensive lines. Thus far, the enemy's mechs had yet to make an appearance. However, it was merely a matter of time before they did. Once the infantry had thoroughly recorded the locations of the defensive fire points, the mechs would advance with their void shields, absorbing fire while obliterating all defensive positions. Rest assured, I am not the fool I was last time. This time, I will ensure that the enemy's mechs will not return. A voice echoed in Harris's ear, brimming with arrogance and ferocity. He could sense the brutality of the speaker purely through their words. It was the commander of the night retinue. Milton possessed the confidence that came with his strength. 10 night mechs were more than capable of overwhelming such a small-scale engagement. The effectiveness of mechs increases with their numbers. While a lone or duo might necessitate concern over their void shields being compromised, as their numbers swell, that apprehension diminishes. Even if a void shield were to be overloaded, there would be comrades ready to take its place. When the night retinue closed in on the enemy, that would mark the true commencement of battle, with their powered weaponry unleashing carnage upon the enemy lines. Chapter 52. The offensive begins at the front lines. As the artillery fire ceased, the infantry's combat swiftly commenced. Small combat units utilized cover to approach the warehouses. Rat-a-tat-tat. Inside the warehouses, the Malata defensive infantry opened fire, and the sound echoed like popping beans in a pan. Gunfire erupted everywhere. With the warehouses providing cover, the infantry hesitated to aim. Simultaneously, as the enemy returned fire, all attacking soldiers from hung and defense took cover behind their barricades. They either initiated faith-based shooting or cautiously exposed themselves to take aim and fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bring up the grenade launcher. A platoon leader shouted from behind a column, directing the rear troops. Soon, a 35mm grenade launcher was dragged to the front. An experienced soldier, positioned behind a simple cover, set up the automatic grenade launcher, which utilized a drum magazine containing 20 grenades. Fire. Target their firing openings. The platoon leader peered from behind the column at the enemy's defensive slots. Understood. The veteran soldier settled down, half reclining behind the cover as he operated the automatic grenade launcher. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a wisp of white smoke, grenades expelled from the barrel, hurtling towards a warehouse ahead. The walls of these warehouses bore the marks of ventilation openings and windows from days gone by. Now, those very places served as firing ports for the Mulata soldiers. Boom, boom, boom. The grenades struck the walls of the warehouse. Although aimed, the accuracy was still quite disheartening. Most grenades impacted the walls, causing explosions that yielded small bursts of flames, accompanied by shrapnel and white smoke. Out of a total of 20 35mm grenades, only a brief suppression of enemy fire was achieved, with just one fortuitously striking an enemy's shooting port. Boom. The firing port above the warehouse fell silent. The 35mm grenades possessed limited power, yet the explosion within such a confined shooting port was sufficient to inflict grievous wounds on two Mulata infantrymen stationed behind it. One soldier positioned behind the shooting port was instantly killed, the explosion occurring mere inches from his head, causing him to collapse to the ground. Another Mulata soldier nearby was also caught unawares. Shrapnel from the grenade tore through multiple wounds on his body. The shockwave of the explosion knocked him down as well. Medic, medic, hurry! A comrade rushed to the fallen soldier's side, quickly assessing the injuries inflicted by the shockwave. The soldier's face, arms, and even flanks bore shrapnel wounds, blood flowing profusely from his injuries. Fortunately, the 35mm grenade's lethality was limited, and the blast's proximity had diminished the shrapnel's effectiveness, sparing the second soldier from a fatal outcome. The injuries, while serious, were manageable. With proper bandaging, he could rejoin the fight. Even if he required surgery to extract the shrapnel, he would be fully recovered within a fortnight. A soldier equipped with a medical kit swiftly ascended to the warehouse's upper floor, first checking on the soldier who had directly faced the grenade attack. The helmet of the infantryman was forcefully blown off, leaving merely half of his head intact. With just a glance, the medic sighed as he laid the corpse down, uttering, "There's no saving him. Let us drag him away shortly." He swiftly moved to the side of another infantryman, examined him, and began rudimentary bandaging while assisting the soldier to descend rapidly. Meanwhile, a soldier from Hungen defense, who had just finished firing a grenade, hastily grabbed the automatic grenade launcher and sprinted backward with his team member. One carried the launcher while the other bore the tripod, both racing with great speed. Such a firing position required immediate retreat after firing, for no one could predict when the enemy's counterattack might strike. Indeed, within the warehouse of the Mierda servants, a squad commander was directing his soldiers. Aiming a rocket launcher at the recently shelled position, blow him to smithereens. With a hiss, a fiery projectile swiftly shot forth, tracing a twisted trajectory before detonating behind the previous cover. Ha ha ha, foolish Mierda dogs. You think you can take me down? Dream on. Not far away, an old soldier, busy loading grenades, watched the rocket strike the cover, exclaiming in exhilaration. His assistant laughed heartily beside him. The thrill of narrowly escaping death after such a hasty retreat was both thrilling and fortunate for them. On the other side, a machine gunner from Hungen defense took cover behind a shattered wall, firing rapidly. The electromagnetic bullets sped forth with remarkable velocity. At such close range, the bullets scarcely dropped. However, to hit the target accurately required both skill and the ability to withstand the recoil of the machine gun. Rat-a-tat-tat. The machine gunner unleashed a barrage toward the enemy's row of firing positions. Yet, behind these firing slots, not everyone necessarily concealed an enemy. Typically, even infantrymen needed to change positions after continuous fire. For remaining stationary was exceedingly perilous. Let alone the presence of snipers, which were rare in such skirmishes. The enemy often deployed heavy firepower instead. The gunner's bullets swept through each firing aperture. Rat-a-tat-tat. A series of bullets raked across one particular shooting hole, behind which lay a Mierda soldier. Bang. The soldier was struck by an electromagnetic bullet, his chest torn asunder. Although he wore a bulletproof vest, it could only withstand conventional ballistic projectiles. against the electromagnetic rifle's ammunition. The vest's protective capability was virtually non-existent. The bullet easily penetrated the vest's plates, striking his chest cavity, where it rapidly spun and obliterated his insides. The tremendous force even sent the soldier crashing through the floor, leaving a large pool of blood beneath him. The Hung defense machine gunner, however, was not so fortunate. Before he could change his firing position, he was targeted by a Mech sniper within the warehouse. A single bullet struck precisely, hitting the gunner's head. Bang! In an instant, it was as if a pot of tomato and egg soup had been overturned, splattering his brains across the ground. Chapter 53. Precise strikes. The combat between both sides was exceedingly fierce. Mech infantrymen fell, as did those from Hung defense on the battlefield. The air was thick with smoke, as bullets, grenades, and various rockets were incessantly fired and exploded. Perhaps one moment, an infantryman had just slain an enemy, and the next, he might meet his own demise on the battlefield. In such intense fighting, the life of an infantryman was undeniably fragile. Infantry weapons were perpetually characterized by high offense and low defense. When strong, they could take out a tank with a single anti-tank missile, yet they could also be terminated by a single bullet. Moreover, in such combat, the firepower unleashed was not limited to mere bullets. Requesting tank support, a squad leader of Hung defense crouched behind cover, as their unit was almost paralyzed by the enemy's concentrated firepower. The opposing forces boasted superior firepower, along with better fortifications, leaving the Hung infantrymen to engage in mere faith-based shooting. Even shifting positions became a daunting task. No one dared to relocate under such intense fire, yet remaining stationary did not guarantee safety. The next moment could bring a grenade or rocket crashing down, turning them into mere rag dolls. Hearing the plea for assistance from his infantrymen, a company commander swiftly communicated with the armored units. Soon, a hunter tank maneuvered into position behind their line, revealing only its cannon. Behind the enemy's shooting slots, a machine gun team, composed of 2 soldiers, continued firing. Rat-a-tat-tat. The gunner's face reddened as he roared and squeezed the trigger. A hail of bullets surged forth, raining down on the enemy outside. Inside the hunter tank, the commander directed the tank to aim. Lock onto that enemy fire position. Give it a good shelling. No problem. I'll take care of it. The gunner grinned wickedly, having already zeroed in on the position still belching fire. Load high explosive shells. Boom. A high explosive round shot out, striking the enemy's firing point with precision. Kaboom! The shell directly hit the shooting aperture, followed by a conflagration that engulfed the area, shredding the 2 machine gunners behind into a bloody mist. 2 soldiers were torn apart by the explosion, and even their armor could not save their lives. Tanks, that direction, anti-tank team, take them out. The Mech squad commander bellowed, as they quickly locked onto the hunter tank. However, in the next moment, the tank withdrew, disappearing behind cover. The Mech anti-tank team struggled to locate the enemy. Not to mention the tank, even infantrymen were scarce, most merely peeking out to take aim before retreating. The battlefield was dominated by the sounds of gunfire and shell casings clattering, and infantrymen, having emptied several magazines, quickly withdrew and took refuge in a nearby cover to regroup. This was their temporary resting point. He seated himself on the ground, retrieving ammunition from his backpack, observing the battlefield situation while reloading. Not far away was Li Xian's mech, which he observed through the mech's targeting system. He chuckled. It seems these infantrymen really do clock out after firing their rounds. Watching them is rather entertaining. Zhang Lu, overhearing, glanced over and replied with a smirk. What is so entertaining? Are you enjoying yourself from your cozy cockpit? That is true. However, there was little time for Li Xian and his comrades to rest, for soon it would be their turn to move out. The frontline infantry commander had relayed intelligence regarding the enemy's firing positions to the mech commander. The map of fire points had been updated, and the mech support unit was mobilizing. Li Xian, you're up. Zhang Lu issued the combat order. We'll provide cover from the rear. If enemy mechs appear, don't hesitate to fall back. Li Xian did not hesitate. Understood. He needed the experience of battle, and this positional warfare presented a fine opportunity. Moreover, with the distance between both sides, Li Xian only needed to engage from the rear, making this an excellent moment to enrich his experience. Inside the cockpit, Li Xian began to channel his psychic energy, which surged through the entire Mech .03 short sword servant, commencing operation. The mech's void shield activated, while its armor shield hung on his left arm. allowing him to pivot it for aiming and firing. Through the chip's targeting system, various fire points on the front warehouse were marked point 0, calculating firing parameters, estimating enemy fire point, calculation complete, ready to fire. A faint buzzing sound began as 6 electromagnetic cannons commenced their rotation. Toot 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 toot. A dense rain of bullets shot from Lexion's left arm, accurately targeting each firing window. Boom boom boom. One by one, the firing apertures were hit. While the 20mm cannon shells were not particularly powerful against armored targets, they were lethal to infantry. Each infantry fire point was obliterated, and nearly all the firing positions along a wall fell silent simultaneously. However, despite the mech's formidable strength and the chip's advanced calculations, not every fire point could be anticipated. Inside the warehouse, chaos reigned. At least half of the enemy fire positions had been neutralized by Lexion. With Myrta soldiers' dismembered remains strewn about, blood everywhere. Thick, viscous blood dripped from the floorboards down below. Target the enemy mechs. All anti-tank weapons, fire at him. The Myrta company commander roared from the rear. Immediately, several anti-tank teams swiftly took their positions, not only within the warehouse directly facing Lexion, but also across 3 other fire points, concentrating their fire on him. Unlike infantry, who require only minimal cover to conceal their forms, mechs present a different challenge altogether due to their colossal size. Once they have opened fire, they can hardly remain hidden. Rat-a-tat-tat, bang bang bang, boom. A barrage of firepower was unleashed upon Lexion, yet it posed little threat. Anticipating the enemy's counterattack after a sustained barrage, Lexion raised his armored shield before him, allowing the deflection field on the shield to take effect. Most of the onslaught was diverted to surrounding areas. Chapter 54, The Dilemma. Bullets, small shells, even anti-tank missiles were deflected. Boom. A rocket was redirected, landing on the side of Lexion's mech, exploding and igniting flames, but inflicting no damage on the mech whatsoever. Nearby, an infantry squad was hiding in a depression. One soldier looked up at Lexion's mech, his face filled with envy as he exclaimed, "This mech is incredible. Good thing we weren't standing nearby, or that rocket would have hit us." His squad leader, half lying in the pit and not even peering out, lazily remarked, "We would have been hit for sure. Plenty to eat. Just remember, while mechs are fantastic on a battlefield where mechs appear, we infantry should hide as far away as possible. Understood?" The rookie nodded vigorously. "You don't realize that the attacks a mech can withstand are beyond our capabilities to endure?" Another veteran poked his head out, glancing at the now silent enemy firing positions, saying, "Look over there, it's a disaster. We should just fire a couple of rounds to justify our pay, unless it's our turn to lead the charge. Otherwise, let us just finish our ammunition and head home." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the surrounding veterans couldn't help but chuckle. Meanwhile, Lexion on the mech remained oblivious to the scene. Once the enemy's heavy fire had ceased, he pushed aside the shield and resumed his assault. Zing! A plasma cannon shot towards another enemy post, followed by a flurry of machine gun fire. However, this time, the situation was markedly different from the initial attack. On the Milda side, all soldiers on the first line of defense heard the orders from their commanding officers. All units retreat to the second line of defense. The infantry quickly withdrew from their position, preparing to let the enemy draw closer. After the second round of fire, Lexion's achievements were considerably diminished. Observing the now silent enemy positions, he began to report, 03 reporting, "The enemy firing points have been temporarily neutralized." 01 acknowledged. "Fall back to replenish ammunition," Zhang Lu replied, subsequently relaying orders to the command center. Soon, new operational commands were issued, but this time directed not at Lexion and his team, but rather at Hungan Defense. An infantry company commander instructed the squad leaders below, "You must send someone forward to scout the enemy situation." Concurrently, 3 hunter tanks from the armored unit received the same orders. The commander, previously standing atop the turret, quickly donned his helmet and agilely climbed into the tank. Boom! The 3 hunter tanks emerged from their cover, proceeding along the roadway towards the front of the warehouse. "Fire a flare," commanded one of the tank commanders. Bang! A flare shot into the warehouse. Although its effect was minimal indoors, it at least allowed the crew to briefly assess the situation within the entrance of the warehouse. The area was almost barren, consisting primarily of shattered bricks and stones, hardly qualifying as cover. Clearly, the enemy had established a new line of defense here. Capturing this battleground would not be an easy feat. Li Xian's mech retreated slightly, where he reloaded ammunition while observing the situation ahead. The infantry cautiously advanced, now pausing just outside the walls of the warehouse. They were understandably anxious, fearing the enemy's heavy fire if they ventured inside. "Throw in some glow sticks," commanded a squad leader. One by one, the soldiers retrieved their military glow sticks, twisted them open, and tossed them into the warehouse. Despite the illumination, none dared to enter. All could see that the interior offered no cover. Who among them would be reckless enough to charge in? Not only the infantry, but even armored vehicles and mechs hesitated in such a scenario. Yet, the battle could not cease due to its difficulties. After swift discussions among the commanders, action commenced. A squad of infantry quickly maneuvered through the alleyways between warehouses, reaching the rear of 4 adjacent structures. Here, they established a rudimentary defensive line to guard against enemy reinforcements from the 2 rear warehouses. If executed with strategy, they even contemplated launching an attack on the forward 4 warehouses from the rear. "Smoke grenades," the commander ordered. Soon, the 2 artillery units loaded specialized munitions, firing massive smoke grenades into the alleyway behind the warehouses, effectively isolating the 2 rear structures from the 4 in the middle. In the alley, an infantryman rushed to the warehouse entrance, tossing a glow stick inside. Upon seeing the inside, he immediately felt overwhelmed. Report: "The second row of warehouses also has enemy defenses. It's not going to be easy to breach." The commanders felt a wave of frustration upon receiving this intelligence. Initially, they had hoped for a pincer attack to disperse the enemy's defensive firepower, but now it appeared that such a strategy was unfeasible. Unless they pushed further back and launched an offensive from the rear of the third row of warehouses, but this would stretch their lines too thin. The infantry battalion, combined with the current armored forces, simply could not manage such an endeavor, and with the enemy possessing mechs, a prolonged front could easily lead to the enemy consolidating their mech forces, potentially eliminating a segment of their attacking troops in a single thrust. What to do? The infantry battalion commander, Jisong, felt increasingly anxious. His aides, along with the armored unit's commander and staff, engaged in urgent discussions. Additionally, the commander of the mech support unit remotely joined the meeting. "Can we have the mechs clear the way?" Jisong inquired of a staff officer from the mech division projected nearby. Without hesitation, the officer replied, "No, this is not a time for mech deployment. If our mech forces were at full capacity, we could assist, but now, we cannot risk any losses." "What about the crushers?" asked one of Jisong's aides. "Also not feasible. They are designated for countering enemy mechs. And we need to preserve that trump card." Jisong sighed upon hearing this, then turned to the several aides who wore troubled expressions. "Then we will have to force our way through. Order the tanks and armored vehicles to fire smoke grenades into the warehouses. Blow up the ground inside the warehouses to create makeshift cover." "Understood, Commander." The front line swiftly received the command from the command center. A series of operations commenced promptly, starting with the mech unit, where 6 mechs activated their void shields, maneuvering through the central corridor between the first and second rows of warehouses. Next, the armored unit sought cover. Those without cover continuously traversed the central passage. Finally, most of the infantry established simple positions within the first row of warehouses. They aimed to capture the enemy 1 warehouse at a time, necessitating the lockdown of the other structures. The second row of warehouses was temporarily designated B1, B4. The first to launch an assault was the B1 warehouse. Outside the warehouse, a hunter tank had positioned itself at the entrance, exposing only its cannon, while concealing the rest behind the wall. Bang bang bang. Smoke grenades suspended around the hunter's turret were launched into the interior of B1 warehouse. In the next moment, the grenades rapidly released grayish-white smoke, which not only obscured visibility but also offered some degree of protection against infrared and radar detection. "Engineer squad, move out, ahead." A company commander urgently issued orders. "Yes, Commander." 2 teams of engineers, summoned from afar, gazed into the pitch-black depths of the warehouse. Shrouded in a pall of grayish-white smoke, one engineer nervously swallowed, and under the guidance of the squad leader, they rushed into the interior of warehouse B1. "Phew, fortunately, the enemy cannot see us now," one engineer whispered, speaking as his hands remained ceaselessly at work. "Hurry up and get to work. No time for chatter." The engineering sergeant frequently lifted his head to survey the situation beyond the smoke. Rat-a-tat-tat. On the opposite end of the warehouse, soldiers under the command of Milda opened fire with several machine guns, sweeping the front through the haze. "What is the enemy doing?" questioned a soldier in Milda's ranks. Yet their hands continued to move, machine guns firing incessantly. Hearing the enemy's assault, the engineers of Hung Defense quickly dropped to the ground. "Fire cover!" Outside warehouse B1, the commander's voice rang out, and in the next moment, rat-a-tat-tat. Boom! Infantry lying at the base of the slope by the doorway, soldiers sheltered behind the walls, even the hunters, all simultaneously unleashed fire upon the other side of the smoke. This assault was truly more terrifying than a fanatical attack. The two sides exchanged fire across the obscuring smoke, unable to discern one another's silhouettes or fire positions. Such exchanges, apart from producing sounds, were largely ineffective. Launch grenades from Milda's side. Several fire support teams hoisted grenade launchers into position. Boom, boom, boom. The small explosive shells detonated at the entrance of the warehouse. Although neither side could see each other, the defensive positions within the warehouse had already calculated their firing parameters, and the location by the entrance was clear. A series of grenades claimed the lives of several infantrymen from Hung Defense lying by the entrance. Almost at the moment the first grenade exploded, the infantry scattered, only daring to crawl back some time later to retrieve the bodies of their fallen comrades. Boom, boom. On the turret of the hunter, smoke grenades were reloaded and released once more, concealing the enemy's line of sight. After a while, several engineers, hunched over, escaped from the warehouse's interior. "How's the preparation going?" the commander asked one engineer. "All set, just wait for the sound." However, they still had not initiated the detonation. If they did so now, the other three warehouses would surely be alerted, placing the engineers in peril. Thus, after setting the explosives in the first warehouse, the engineers tirelessly proceeded to the other three warehouses to continue their preparations. During this time, the most consumed resources were smoke grenades and explosives, but for Hung Defense, these were mere trifles. Once all was ready, with the engineers pressing the detonation button, boom, boom, rumble, a series of explosions erupted within the warehouse, flames leaping skyward, only to be thwarted at the ceiling. Some flames even spewed forth from the entrance, showcasing formidable power. Inside the warehouse, the landscape had drastically altered. The original concrete floor was shattered, forming trenches akin to shallow ditches. Though these trenches appeared quite haphazard, some deep and others shallow, they were sufficient to serve as a rudimentary defense, preventing the infantry entering the warehouse from confronting the enemy's fire with their bare bodies. "Quickly, move in," the commander continuously urged from behind, as battle groups of infantry, utilizing the smoke as cover, surged into the warehouse. Some even carried sandbags and rudimentary barriers into the interior. The enemy sensed something amiss, directing their fire towards the smoke, yet at this moment, the impact on the soldiers was relatively limited. Invisibility often led to misjudged distances in rifle and machine gun fire. The smoke grenades released by Hung Defense had enveloped the area for several hours. Even if the enemy soldiers had sharp memories, they were bound to falter. The formal offensive commenced from B1. While the other three warehouses were not idle, infantry had also infiltrated them, launching feigned attacks. Rat-a-tat-tat, boom. As the smoke from warehouse B1 dissipated, both sides engaged in a fierce exchange of fire, various machine guns and cannons unleashing a barrage. "They have actually created a trench right before our defenses," a company commander in Milda gritted his teeth. "Deploy heavy firepower, show them what we're made of." Yes, rocket and grenade teams positioned their heavy artillery at the launch sites. Boom, boom, grenades and rockets, trailing white smoke, landed within Hung Defense's trench line, yet yielded little in terms of results. Hung Defense, however, was not without its own heavy firepower. Rockets and grenades were continuously retaliated against the enemy's defenses. Comparatively, the enemy's positions were more robustly fortified and constructed, yet what of it? Even the strongest defenses could be breached one day. Outside the warehouse, tanks on the gentle slope gradually adjusted their turrets. Under the guidance of infantry inside the warehouse, the tank commander adjusted the firing angle of the electromagnetic cannon. Fire. Hit them with high explosive rounds, boom. With a single high explosive round discharged, one of the enemy's fire points was instantly silenced. The battle raged fiercely, soldiers inching forward in the trenches, while engineers set explosives and hurled them onto the ground ahead. Following the violent explosions, substantial craters were formed, easily transformable into makeshift foxholes with minimal repair by the infantry. Boom! A rocket fired from within the warehouse exploded against the front armor of the hunter. Although it did not penetrate the armor, it did incapacitate one side of the tank's tracks. Requesting support, the tank crew urgently called out. Seeing this, Li Xian maneuvered his mech to the entrance of Warehouse B1, extending its right arm to drag the tank away from the doorway, averting the possibility of a secondary attack. 03, since we're here, let's provide some fire support for the infantry, Zhang Lu commanded. Li Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. In the next moment, he maneuvered the mech to take cover behind a wall, revealing only the 6-barreled rotary cannon. Utilizing fire control and targeting equipment, Li Xian swiftly scanned for concentrated fire points. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The 6-barreled rotary cannon whirred to life, unleashing a torrent of rounds upon the enemy's defenses, the impact of the ammunition obliterating several unstable semi-permanent structures. The shrapnel from the explosion swept across the entire front. Although its lethality was not particularly high, it effectively suppressed the enemy's fire and inflicted casualties among their infantry. However, the enemy tanks, concealed behind the defensive positions, swiftly activated and unleashed electromagnetic rounds upon Li Xian's void shield. The enemy had tanks inside the warehouse, but the infantry in front were not yet in a position to engage. Sensing the void shield was under attack, Li Xian quickly maneuvered the mech to retreat. After a brief pause, he extended his left arm once more, firing a plasma cannon. Sizzle, boom! The violent plasma and flames engulfed an enemy position, incinerating their infantry into charred remnants. As for the tanks, after a fleeting glance, Li Xian temporarily abandoned the idea of attacking. These tanks were shielded behind cover, with minimal exposure, and even the plasma cannon would struggle to engage them effectively. At this juncture, it was far more advantageous to eliminate enemy infantry. With the mech support, the casualty count among Milda's infantry surged significantly. Should we enter the warehouse and directly assault the enemy's defenses? Li Xian pondered, feeling a surge of eagerness at the unfolding situation within. Do not act impulsively. We are still unaware of the whereabouts of the enemy's night retainers. Entering now would result in being cornered within the confined space, which is disadvantageous for our short-sword attendants. Continue the bombardment. I refuse to believe that the enemy can withstand such casualties. Zhang Lu calmly analyzed the situation while deftly maneuvering his mech, keenly observing the enemy's movements. Inside the warehouse, the Milda attendant army stationed at B1 was already beginning to suffer losses in the face of the enemy's assault. Requesting support. Requesting support. The enemy's mechs are advancing. We are unable to hold them off. The cries of the infantry reached the ears of the mech unit, yet they remained indifferent. They required the enemy's short-sword attendants to continue lowering their guard. Only then would it be time for the night retainers to spring into action. Meanwhile, infantry from the other 3 warehouses began to navigate through the underground passages to provide assistance to the B1 warehouse. On Li Xian's side, Luo Hang from the 6th group also arrived in a mech to lend support. With one mech positioned on either side of the warehouse entrance, unleashing a barrage of firepower. The dense electromagnetic artillery projectiles were unleashed. Li Xian wielded a plasma cannon, while Luo Hang operated a laser cannon. Within this enclosed environment, both types of main artillery could exert their maximum potential. The plasma cannon was primarily designed to inflict harm upon the enemy, utilizing electricity and high temperatures to eliminate soldiers. In contrast, Luo Hang's laser cannon focused on targeting enemy strongpoints, directly penetrating defensive structures. Even a tank hidden behind cover was caught off guard and destroyed by Luo Hang's timely strike. As Li Xian retreated to replenish his ammunition, he heard Zhang Lu's anxious voice. The enemy's night retainers have mobilized. Following closely, Li Xian's mech radar swiftly detected the enemy signals, prompting the 2 mechs to retreat rapidly to join the other 4. Opposite them, a full 10 night retainer mechs had encircled from 3 directions. In that moment, as they beheld the night retainers, a sense of anticipation enveloped everyone. In the command center, Lu Quan sprang to his feet. Bellowing, "Crusher, advance now. Quickly, crush them beneath your might." Concealed behind cover, the Crusher squad sprang into action upon hearing Lu Quan's command. 13 colossal beasts roared to life, their engines thundering as they surged forth from their hiding place. The front line of the night retainers bore armored shields to withstand the concentrated fire of the charging enemies. The night retainer commander wore a fierce expression, his psychic energy fully activated. 10 against 6? Let these corporate dogs witness our might. Charge. Annihilate them. The night retainers roared, shrinking their mechs behind the armored shields, hastening towards Li Xian and his comrades with remarkable speed. Chapter 57. The Crushers assault these brutes. Jiang Lu's derisive voice echoed within the mech cockpit. Do not rush to fire. Allow the Crushers to strike first, acknowledged. The distance between the two sides was minimal. The Knight Retainers charged from the far end of the warehouse. Taking merely a minute to reach their target, as these mechs surged down the corridor, there could be no better targets for the Crushers. The heavy Crushers finally completed their energy buildup, though their firepower was formidable. The time required for each shot was equally considerable. It took nearly a minute to fire a single shot. Had the tanks not been preparing their energy in advance, the short distance might have jeopardized their first shot. No, how can there be Crushers? A Knight Retainer pilot, upon seeing the Crushers ahead, instantly recognized the mech's model through the onboard chip. Alarm! Alarm! The cockpit was flooded with flashing red lights, inducing panic among the crew. Defend! Brace the armored shield! One Knight Retainer pilot shouted. Aim at the target, fire! A brilliant azure beam erupted from the Crusher's cannon, carrying immense power as it accurately struck the advancing Knight Retainer. The armor shield extended beyond the void shield, resisting for a brief moment before being penetrated, followed by the outer void shield. Massive plasma energy was redirected into subspace, unleashing its destructive force. However, the intensity of this attack overloaded the void shield. After 2 rounds of expenditure, the plasma jet's power had diminished, and its trajectory was slightly deflected. Boom. Even this weakened shot still pierced through the Knight Retainer's mech, fortunately without breaching the cockpit. Alas, the equipment beneath the cockpit suffered considerable damage. Despite protective measures, the escaping plasma energy incinerated several systems. This was merely the first attack from the Crushers, yet it had already rendered one Knight Retainer completely inoperable, with 2 squads of Crushers totaling 6 mechs. The battlefield transformed into a veritable slaughter. In the underground command center of the Milda Attendant Army, Commander Roy slammed his fist onto the table in fury. Damn it! Are the intelligence personnel incompetent? Why was the information regarding the transport of Crushers not updated? Brigade Commander, we have received no intel on the movement of these Crushers. The intelligence agency failed to detect anything. The advisor's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. Order the Knight Retainers to retreat. Save as many as you can. Roy's eyes burned with rage as he monitored the real-time transmission from the Knight Retainer's onboard equipment combined with soldier reports from within the defensive line. The first 3 Knight Retainers were swiftly obliterated. Overloaded void shields rendered their bodies penetrated. Such plasma jet cannons, capable of breaching C-class mechs, were far too effective against these D-class mechs. The only way to evade the Crusher's lethal fire would be to maneuver the mechs in open spaces, skillfully dodging incoming attacks. Once struck by the plasma jet cannon, survival was nearly impossible. Even those who survived would be left severely damaged. Presently, their chances of escape seemed slim. The advisor lamented helplessly. Roy roared in agony. Meanwhile, at the Hungan Defense Outpost, Lu Quan and Ji Zizhuan were celebrating. Well done. Give them a thorough pounding. Lu Quan beamed with delight. He had orchestrated the arrival of the Crushers specifically to ambush the enemy mechs. Unfortunately, the enemy's mechs had yet to emerge, while the battle at the warehouse had already intensified. 2 squads, 6 Crushers, unleashed a concentrated assault, directly obliterating 3 Knight Retainers. The remaining 3 Knight Retainers were also suffering from overloaded void shields and significant equipment damage. Send the hunters in as well. Unleash a relentless barrage upon them. Ji Zizhuan similarly commanded with near-ecstatic fervor. Now was the moment to achieve merit. Capturing this stronghold would render the entire B-zone offensive line unobstructed, devoid of any solid defenses. After issuing their combat orders, Lu Quan and Ji Zizhuan sat back in satisfaction. This time, Brother Lu has struck it big. I believe this victory will elevate our ranks. Ji Zizhuan chuckled that it may be too early to say, but achieving merit is always a positive outcome, Lu Quan replied with a grin. Securing this place will undoubtedly earn Brother Ji considerable accolades. The two exchanged knowing smiles, the command center buzzing with excitement. Kill. Do not grant them a chance to escape. Zhang Lu bellowed, charging alongside Li Xian and Feng Dai towards a cluster of enemies. 3 enemy mechs remained. One had an overloaded void shield, while the other 2 were in relatively good condition. The other 2 passages, where the 6th group was advancing, contained 2 Knight Retainers with intact void shields. In the center stood 2 Knight Retainers with overloaded void shields and severely damaged equipment. This was the most advantageous position to conquer, but if the Crushers could handle it, the arrival of additional mechs would be unacceptable, as it would blatantly undermine their achievements. The most challenging direction was that of the fifth group, yet the rewards for securing this area were equally significant. Most crucially, it was the closest passage to the fifth group. Jiang Lu and Feng Dai led the charge, with Li Xian following closely behind. Boom, boom, boom. The 12-tube serrated ant rocket launcher on Li Xian and Feng Dai's shoulders sprang open, their steps pausing briefly to allow for rocket targeting. Boom, boom, boom. A total of 105 rockets were launched in rapid succession, transforming the passage ahead into a blazing inferno, with explosions and debris engulfing the area. The flames were confined by the warehouse walls on either side, intensifying the explosion's power. No. The damaged mech with an overloaded void shield stood no chance of survival amidst such devastation. Its body was compromised, the cockpit utterly destroyed. As for the pilot, their fate was sealed. My void shield can no longer withstand it, a Knight Retainer pilot exclaimed in horror, as the void shield outside the mech flickered before entering a state of total overload. In the next moment, his face turned pale, succumbing to psychic backlash. Although he quickly suppressed the sensation, his body still bore the consequences. Chapter 58. Good fortune comes in threes. The battle did not wane despite the enemy's void shield nearing overload. Rather, it intensified into a fierce skirmish. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In an instant, 3 short sword attendants activated the main cannons on their left arms. Boom. Unfortunately, this time, a knightly attendant stepped forward, bracing himself against the 3 plasma blasts with his remaining void shield. Despite sustaining 3 hits, his shield held firm, not succumbing to total overload. However, Li Xian had no intention of relenting. Buzz, rat-a-tat-tat. The left arm of the short sword attendant began to spin, unleashing a barrage of rounds towards the enemy's mecha. Boom, boom, boom. Every third high-explosive shell was interspersed with an armor-piercing round, creating a relentless hail of fire upon the enemy's void shield. Such an assault posed a significant threat, especially as it approached the defensive limits of the void shield. Amidst the barrage, the enemy's void shield ultimately faltered, succumbing to overload just as they were about to enter close quarters. In that moment, Jiang Lu and Feng Dai, who had been charging forward, abruptly halted. Well done. No need for close combat. Let us engage them from a distance. The voices of Jiang Lu and Feng Dai echoed within the cockpit. Why risk close combat when the enemy could be dealt with from afar? After all, ammunition costs nothing, and energy is reimbursed by the organization. There is no escape. Let us fight them head-on. A pilot within the knightly attendant's cockpit yelled through gritted teeth. Charge! The 2 mechas swiftly altered their course. They had initially intended to flee, but with their void shield shattered, escape was no longer an option. Rather than leave their backs exposed to an onslaught of ranged attacks, they chose to engage closely. Even if it meant mutual destruction, they turned to charge. Jiang Lu and Feng Dai remained unperturbed, positioning their left arm shields defensively in front of them. 03. Continue your ranged assault. I and 02 will hold off the enemy. No problem, Li Xian responded. Die. The knightly attendant roared as his power axe cleaved down upon Feng Dai's armor shield. The defensive capabilities of this armor shield were comparable to that of the short sword attendant's chassis. Yet its thickness was even more formidable. Even the power axe could not penetrate it with a single blow. At that moment, Li Xian had already surged past the wreckage of the destroyed mecha. Suddenly, the psychic chip emitted a notification, capturing dissipating psychic signals, transcoding psychic signals. Upon seeing this notification, Li Xian's heart soared. Excellent timing. He had not forgotten the benefits reaped from the last psychic signal he had intercepted. The advantages were abundant, and the previous signal had quite literally saved his life. Sizzle. A plasma blast from Li Xian shot through the defensive line established by Jiang Lu and Feng Dai. Striking the cockpit of a mecha, boom. A torrent of electricity and extreme heat engulfed the entire mecha, momentarily incapacitating the knightly attendant. Though it lasted but a fraction of a second, that brief moment was seized by the battle-hardened Jiang Lu. He thrust aside his armor shield and delivered a powerful blow against the knightly attendant's chassis. Following this, his power sword lunged forth with fierce intent. Kill! The power sword pierced through the enemy's armor. Even as the knightly attendant's pilot began to recover from the temporary paralysis, the sword not only breached the armor but also rendered some of the onboard systems inoperative. Yet, Jiang Lu was not finished. Having pushed aside the armor shield, he unleashed another plasma blast directly at the knightly attendant. The intense plasma surged into the breach created by the power sword, the formidable current incinerating numerous systems within. The knightly attendant's combat effectiveness plummeted by over 50%. "Taste my thrust," Li Xian, from the cockpit, roared. At this juncture, the six-barreled electromagnetic cannon posed little threat to the enemy's mecha. Moreover, the plasma cannon required charging time, prompting Li Xian to discard the armor shield while closing the distance. Seizing the opportunity, he gripped the power spear tightly and lunged from Jiang Lu's side. Li Xian's thrust was aimed directly at the enemy's cockpit. And unlike Jiang Lu's straightforward thrust, which merely employed his right arm, Li Xian's thrust harnessed the full might of his mecha's dual arms, bolstered by immense kinetic energy. Swoosh! The pale blue blade of the power spear, aided by its powerful momentum, pierced the enemy's cockpit as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, accompanied by a dazzling display of electric sparks. Ah! The knightly attendant's pilot let out a final scream at the brink of death before being obliterated by the disintegration field. The body was cleaved in two, blood sprang forth, only to be vaporized by the disintegration field, capturing dissipating psychic signals, transcoding psychic signals. Another one? Li Xian's heart leapt with joy. It seemed fortune was indeed smiling upon him today. "No, die for me." The last remaining knightly attendant, driven to madness, swung his power-long sword, yet found no opportunity for retaliation against the 3-on-1 odds. In this encounter, Li Xian found himself deprived of the chance to claim a kill. As Jiang Lu and Feng Dai continuously utilized their shields to block and counterattack. With every counter, they inflicted wounds upon the enemy with their power weapons. Occasionally, the plasma cannon struck, and with each hit, the movements of the knightly attendant grew increasingly sluggish. Although Li Xian initially considered seizing the kill, he ultimately refrained, realizing that he had already claimed one kill, and alongside Feng Dai, had obliterated another knightly attendant with their coordinated rocket barrage. His spoils were not insignificant. Jiang Lu was the squad commander, and Li Xian's contributions equated to accolades for him as well. Furthermore, the credit for the second mecha they had jointly destroyed belonged to both of them. Only Feng Dai had not reaped any rewards in the previous skirmish, and it would be ungracious for Li Xian to claim credit openly this time. After all, Feng Dai was currently absorbing the enemy's retaliation. It would not bode well for camaraderie if Li Xian were to snatch a kill now. Ultimately, under the relentless onslaught of the three, the knightly attendant succumbed to Feng Dai's power sword, which pierced through its cockpit. The third knightly attendant met his demise. Chapter 59. Retreat to the underground. Ha ha ha, delightful. Now, we each claim the merit of a knightly mecha, Feng Dai exclaimed, his joy palpable. All right, stay vigilant. Let us quickly assess the situation of the others. Jiang Lu's tone reflected a measure of happiness. Though he remained on guard, Li Xian dutifully retrieved his discarded armor shield while listening to the exchanges between Jiang Lu and the other commanders. The 5th squad had already dealt with their immediate foes. What of the other units? All taken care of, 2 mechas down. The commanders of the 6th squad and 2 tank formations reported their respective situations. It seemed the tank formations had resolved their battle the quickest, as they faced only one enemy mecha. Upon the plasma cannon's charge completion, a single shot had ended the engagement. The speed with which Jiang Lu's 5th squad and the 6th squad commanded by Kuqian dealt with their enemies was roughly comparable. Meanwhile, Li Xian's chip finally relayed a new notification. Unknown psychic signal transcoding complete. Psychic signal has attenuated. Please select the desired download information from the options below. 1. D2, Level Mecha Long-Range Shooting Techniques 67-2. D4, Level Mecha General Driving Techniques 36-3. D4, Level General Mecha Close Combat Techniques 43-4. D4, Level Milda General Knowledge 63. Li Xian's heart soared with excitement. What was meant to come had indeed arrived. Compared to the last time, there was one less option, bedroom techniques, but the remaining 4 were still quite useful. Presently, both his close combat and long-range combat skills stood at D2 level, with long-range techniques being easier and less risky to practice. Without hesitation, Li Xian selected the third option, D4, Level General Close Combat Techniques. Following this, he felt his psychic energy rapidly depleting, a tingling sensation coursing through his scalp as the chip's prompts indicated that his own mecha close combat skill was swiftly advancing. D2, Level General Close Combat Techniques 12-13-23-45. Ultimately, this figure stabilized at 52 within the D2 level. Absorbing the combat experience from a killed pilot had granted Li Xian a substantial improvement that would have otherwise required 2 months of training to achieve. This outcome was remarkably potent. Just as Li Xian finished absorbing this psychic signal, the second mecha's psychic signal also completed transcoding, allowing for rapid absorption. Following that was the third signal. This time, upon seeing the figures, Li Xian's excitement escalated further, as nothing else mattered to him at that moment. 3. D5. Level General Mecha Combat Techniques 88. This was the most formidable skill among the psychic signals he had absorbed. An astonishing D5 level combat technique. Moreover, it is not only of a higher rank, but also the most comprehensive. The skills of the previous two only reached about 30 to 40%, while this one exceeds 80%. This level should be on par with Jiang Lu in terms of combat proficiency. Unfortunately, even such a formidable expert, when confronted with an equally matched opponent and besieged by Li Xian as an auxiliary, found themselves at a disadvantage. Download, Initiate. Li Xian selected the third option, and in the next moment, various combat techniques were inundated into his mind like a deluge. His close combat skills were rapidly escalating at this time. D2 General Mecha Close Combat Technique 74, D3 General Mecha Close Combat Technique 1-14. It is extraordinarily powerful, truly remarkable, Li Xian murmured to himself. While he was aware that the download of this psychic signal would yield a decent enhancement, he had never anticipated such a substantial increase. Gazing at the chip, he felt an indescribable thrill at the elevation of his skill level. D4 General Mecha Close Combat Technique 3. This is a meteoric rise. Directly ascending to D4 level, my talent is indeed exceptional. Li Xian's expression was filled with uncontainable excitement. He had finally shed the limitations of being a novice, gaining a greater chance of survival on the battlefield. This battle was truly worth it. Not only were there rewards post-battle, but he could also reap such benefits during combat. I absolutely adore these knightly retainers, Li Xian thought tumultuously, now that his close combat skills had surpassed the baseline. He was no longer seen as an easy target in this war zone. Even Feng Dai, from what he had heard, possessed merely D4 level close combat techniques, in contrast to Li Xian's close combat prowess. His ranged attack skills had become a weakness. Yet, this was not a significant concern. At least when facing these knightly retainers, it was not an insurmountable problem within the warehouse. The state of the Milda infantry battalion commander resembled that of a soulless being. 10 knightly mechas had simply vanished into thin air. "Commander, what shall we do?" inquired an anxious aide nearby. "How many personnel do we have left?" The commander took a deep breath and asked. "Only a little over 200 remain. We lost just one tank, and the others are in decent condition," the aide quickly replied. "Report to the brigade commander and request a retreat." The commander painfully closed his eyes. "Understood." The retreat report swiftly reached Roy. His eyes were nearly bloodshot with rage. 10 knightly retainers had disappeared without a trace. Although he had prepared for losses, he had not expected them to be so severe in response to the retreat request from the infantry at the defensive point. Roy slammed his hand on the table. "Retreat? I knew this would happen." The chief of staff quickly reassured him. "Brigade commander, we must allow the troops to withdraw. Without mecha cover, they will face total annihilation if they remain. The enemy, aware of the absence of mecha threats, would undoubtedly send their short-sword retainers into the warehouse to launch an assault. Why then? It may be impossible to withdraw." Roy understood that the chief of staff was correct. Yet he found it difficult to swallow his pride. However, even if it meant biting the bullet, Roy solemnly declared, "Let the infantry retreat. Leave some parting gifts at the position. Even in retreat, we cannot allow the enemy to seize this stronghold so easily." "What about the entrance to the passage beneath the warehouse?" the chief of staff inquired. Roy scoffed. "We shall leave the entrance open for the enemy. The battle on the surface is merely an appetizer. It is down below that they will meet their demise." "Understood." Upon receiving the retreat order, the infantry battalion and armored units acted almost without hesitation. The infantry commander issued orders to the soldiers. "Infantry, set up minefields. Even in retreat, we must delay the enemy's advance. Armored units, proceed first." Chapter 60. Securing the surface soon, the anomalies of the Milda forces were detected by the soldiers of Hungan defense within the warehouse. "The enemy is fleeing. Open fire and hold them back." The squad commander deduced the intentions of the Milda forces merely from the weakening of their firepower. "Tanks, get moving! Tanks, hurry!" The platoon leader urgently called for support. Even though he recognized the enemy's intent to escape, the vast open spaces within the warehouse were not a place for infantry to charge recklessly. Boom! Accompanied by the roar of tank engines. One after another, the stalker tanks entered warehouse B1. Open fire, boom! The heavy artillery of the tanks struck the remaining firing points. Simultaneously, the tanks, in a rapid charge, swiftly approached the enemy's defenses. Quick, escape! The tanks are coming. The infantry, still setting up minefields, hurriedly retreated towards the underground passage. A small anti-tank unit attempted to intercept the enemy, but as they retrieved their anti-tank missiles, they witnessed their comrades fleeing in droves. Upon glancing again, they saw the swiftly approaching stalker tanks and dared not linger any longer. "Don't expose yourselves. We must flee." The secondary gunner merely peeked out, only to attract a hail of bullets from the tanks. This time, the primary gunner was also too scared to show himself, clutching the anti-tank missile and running. Halfway through their escape, they even discarded the missile. What is the point? Why is everyone fleeing so fast? The primary gunner exclaimed in frustration, quickly circumventing the minefield and diving into the underground passage, hastily retreating. The stalker tanks soon arrived at the enemy's defensive line and then came to a halt. They were indeed tanks, but the height of the defense was excessively formidable, standing 2 to 3 meters tall and remarkably sturdy. Not to mention the tanks, even infantry would struggle to scale it. The tanks halted at a distance from the defensive line, continuously firing with machine guns and occasionally launching a shell. However, the rear of the defense seemed silent, with not a single person firing back. Observing this scene, the infantry commander behind the stalker promptly issued orders. "Charge forward, get behind the tanks. Send a few more people to assess the situation. Damn it, surely they can't all have fled." A short-tailed armored vehicle quickly entered the warehouse and then approached the enemy's position. The infantry boarded the vehicle, using it as leverage to scale the defense's. One vigilant infantryman raised his head, scanned the area, and promptly reported, "Indeed, there's no one here. The defensive line is completely empty. They've all fled." Hearing this, the lower-ranking officers, sergeants, and even soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. Who truly enjoys fighting? Especially among the lower ranks. For the battalion and higher command, their positions were further back, and even in a real battle, their casualty rates were relatively low. However, for those at the squad and team level, the casualties could be exceedingly high. The soldiers continued their search, and soon someone triggered a minefield, causing an enemy booby trap to explode. A grenade took out 2 Hungan defense infantrymen, making everyone exceedingly cautious. Outside the warehouse, the mecha units had received news of the enemy's retreat. Consequently, Lexian and his fellow mechas halted their advance. With the enemy having fled, there was little point in entering. The cleanup of the battlefield could be left to the infantry. Lexian and the others stood guard as the infantry spent the entire afternoon clearing the enemy's minefield. The entire process resulted in only the 2 unfortunate soldiers who had initially fallen. They had indeed been quite unlucky. The cleanup operation proceeded remarkably smoothly, and Lexian and his mechas retreated to the rear of the occupied warehouse to avoid being targeted by artillery. After the mecha units captured this stronghold, the entire war zone became relatively easy to sweep through. The enemy on the surface was essentially undefended. Even when encountering combat, they would flee at the slightest provocation, providing no opportunity for engagement. Under such combat conditions, the casualty exchange ratio heavily favored Hungan defense, with their losses being even greater. There was no alternative. The enemy engaged in hit-and-run tactics, firing a few shots or shells before retreating. Often, when a soldier was killed, they would look up to locate the enemy, only to find that the assailants had already vanished. As the fighting reached this point, the enemy showed no inclination to continue battling Hungan defense and blueprint on the surface. Within the command center, Lu Quan and Gigi were engaged in conversation. Gigi sighed. "The current casualties are even greater than during the previous assault operations. The enemy is like rats, striking and then fleeing, offering no chances whatsoever." "What has been done about the enemy's underground exits?" Lu Quan inquired. "All discovered exits have been sealed off. Aside from a few large exits, the rest have been blocked to prevent the enemy from resurfacing to launch surprise attacks." Gigi replied. On the projection screen in front of them was the topographical map of the Beishimo steel plant. From above, It was evident that the Beishimo steel plant had been almost entirely occupied. Small flags adorn the map, with black indicating sealed underground exits and red denoting those still accessible. The black flags far outnumber the red ones, and originally, the Beishimo steel plant had dozens of underground exits, including small exits with elevators and stairways. There were also large exits capable of accommodating vehicles, which were primarily used for transporting goods and raw materials via trucks to the underground. It was not merely a matter of foot soldiers passing through. Even tanks and mechs could easily traverse these openings. Moreover, following several offensives and defenses at the Beishimo steel plant, both sides had excavated numerous new exits, some of which could only permit single-file passage. It is through such passages that the infantry of the Milda, emerging from within, would launch surprise attacks with gunfire and rockets, causing considerable annoyance to the soldiers of Hung and defense. Whenever a new hole was discovered, it would promptly be filled with concrete. While this measure could not permanently seal the area, it would significantly increase the difficulty for the Milda forces below to reopen them, in addition to the challenges in excavation. The smaller exits were subjected to daily patrols. As for the larger ones, combat teams were stationed nearby to prevent the enemy from escaping. Nevertheless, even such precautions could not completely confine the enemy underground, let alone capture them like fish in a barrel. Certainly, there were still passages on the outskirts of the Beishimo steel plant that led to its subterranean depths. Chapter 61. A brief respite since defeating the enemy stronghold at the large warehouse. Li Xian and his mechs had found themselves with some idle time. The surface of the Beishimo steel plant was devoid of any persistent defensive positions. Naturally, there was no need to squander the energy of the mechs on a sweeping campaign. At this moment, over 20 mechs were stationed in groups, guarding various defensive points, all of which had underground passages below. The vigilant defense of the mechs, combined with the preserved entrances to these underground passages, would serve as future routes for the main forces to enter and root out the enemy. Within one of the above strongholds, 2 mechs engaged in close combat. Both sides refrained from deploying their energy weapons, using only their skills for practice. Attack! A short, sword-wielding attendant roared as he charged at his opponent, thrusting his energy spear with ferocity before swiftly swinging it, showcasing the weapon's versatility. The energy spear could function both as a long spear and a polearm. The opposing short sword attendant deftly evaded, demonstrating remarkable agility, rendering the 7-meter-tall mech seemingly nimble and light. The combatants were Li Xian and Feng Dai, both possessing close combat skills at the D4 level. This marked their 7th day of practice, a period of relative idleness for the 5th group. At this juncture, Li Xian and Feng Dai's true close combat capabilities were nearly equal. However, in training, such parity could not be overtly displayed. Should he exhibit fighting prowess akin to Feng Dai's, accolades might not be the only outcome. Suspicions could arise regarding his potential corruption by chaos. Li Xian's rapid improvement in close combat skills had been remarkable. Since becoming a mech pilot, barely 2 months had passed. Transitioning from a novice to an experienced pilot in such a short time seemed implausible to others. Even Li Xian himself occasionally questioned whether he had already succumbed to chaos, albeit without outwardly demonstrating any signs of such. The close combat continued, with the clash and parry of their energy weapons resonating in the AI. Li Xian took the offensive while Feng Dai assumed a defensive posture. The energy spear lunged and slashed, while Feng Dai continuously dodged, occasionally using his energy sword or armored shield to block attacks. Utilize your energy spear to target his lower half. Nearby, Zhang Lu's mech awaited, occasionally offering pointers to Li Xian. Heeding Zhang Lu's advice, Li Xian directed his attacks towards Feng Dai's lower defenses, quickly forcing Feng Dai into a more precarious position. This is intolerable. Always on the defensive is thoroughly unsatisfying. And how is it that you've progressed so swiftly? Li Xian, you can't possibly be a genius. Feng Dai's voice echoed within the mech. That of course, I am a genius. If I weren't, how could I be fortunate enough to team up with you? Li Xian laughed heartily, though his relentless assault did not cease. He indeed needed to maintain the facade of genius. The recent guidance from his mentor aligned perfectly with his own combat experiences. Targeting Feng Dai's lower defenses had been a natural inclination. However, he could not actively pursue that strategy. Instead, following his mentor's advice allowed him to quickly grasp the concept, leading others to perceive him as a prodigy capable of swiftly absorbing and implementing guidance. The persona of a genius proved invaluable. not only in concealing his true capabilities, but also in garnering additional resources and support. By assimilating the energy signals of his enemies, he transmuted them into personal experience, significantly enhancing his skills if he did not sustain the image of a genius. Revealing his D4 level close combat skills outright would draw too much attention, something Li Xian wished to avoid. Gradual, imperceptible growth was the safest approach. During this period, whenever he found himself with free time, Li Xian would enlist Feng Dai and Zhang Lu for practice. Initially, he feigned the abilities of a D2 level combatant before gradually advancing. With a leap, Li Xian's mech swung the energy spear down with tremendous force. The sudden strike caught Feng Dai off guard, landing a blow on his mech's shoulder. "You dirty sneak attack!" Feng Dai exclaimed. "What are you talking about?" "That's hardly a sneak attack," Li Xian retorted, their skirmish continuing fiercely. Zhang Lu interjected, "Feng Dai, you ought to be more vigilant. If you continue to slack off, it won't be long before Li Xian's close combat skills catch up to yours." "How could that be? How long has he been practicing?" Feng Dai questioned incredulously. "If I'm not mistaken, Li Xian's close combat skills are now at D3 level, correct?" Zhang Lu inquired of Li Xian. "Indeed, master, I have reached D3 in close combat," Li Xian replied candidly, reflecting his current capabilities, though he was inherently at D4 level, rendering his disguise somewhat tenuous. The level close combat skills were inherently modest, and Li Xian's pretense was not without difficulty. However, as they were teammates, neither Zhang Lu nor Feng Dai expressed any suspicion. "Goodness, have you been using performance enhancers? How have you reached D3 so quickly?" Feng Dai exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing their exchange. "What did you take?" "I want some too." "Not at all. It's simply the result of combat experience and nightly practice, coupled with daytime training with you both. That is how I've improved so swiftly." Li Xian feigned modesty in his explanation. Li Xian has considerable talent. I noticed his rapid adaptation to the mech during training. Zhang Lu added with a hint of amusement, "Why, good friend, you can't possibly be a genius." "Can you? If you keep this up, I may just have to cling to your coattails," Feng Dai joked. "Rest assured, once I've gleaned all your close combat techniques, I'll gladly support you, and we shall feast together." Li Xian replied, unabashedly playful, "I've made up my mind. I can no longer remain on the defensive. It's time for me to take the initiative. Taste my blade." Chapter 62. Reinforcements for the Milda Knights. Days passed in a blur of training. During this period, Li Xian focused primarily on honing his close combat skills, occasionally practicing some ranged attacks. Throughout 3 instances of absorbing energy signals, he had opted not to adopt the ranged attack techniques of the Knight Attendants. The reason was simple. Their long-range skills failed to ignite any interest in him. The most proficient among them merely possessed D3 level range skills, which was only marginally superior to his own. As Zhang Lu had observed, possessing 2 chips, especially one of military origin whose origins remained a mystery, Li Xian's rate of advancement was remarkably swift, warranting the title of genius. With a series of precise shots, Li Xian emptied an entire ammunition box, gradually retracting his weapon. His ranged attack skills had now reached D2 at 76. He was currently in a state of flourishing in both close and ranged combat. His close combat proficiency stemmed from the absorption of energy experiences, while his ranged skills were entirely a product of his own innate talent. After concluding today's shooting training, Li Xian maneuvered his mech back to the defensive stronghold. Deep in thought, "Now, possessing 2 military-grade D4 chips grants me such formidable learning efficacy. Of course, this is also due to my inherent aptitude for learning. If my chips were of even higher quality, would my learning capabilities be even more enhanced? It is undoubtedly an inevitable matter. The computational power of these biological intelligent chips certainly increases with higher levels. If I could possess a C-grade military intelligent chip, or even a B or a grade, what would my learning speed be like? Could I reach the D5 level in my remote or close combat skills within just a month?" Li Xian dared not entertain such thoughts any further. Dwelling on them would extinguish his motivation to learn and strive. After all, the disparities among individuals, particularly regarding their family backgrounds, can sometimes be greater than the differences between a person and a dog. Perhaps Li Xian's monthly salary, combined with battlefield allowances and various subsidies, amounts to less than the monthly living expenses of a high-ranking executive's pet dog. The fact that I can now absorb the enemy's psychic energy signals, coupled with the psychic chip, is already a stroke of fortune, placing me significantly ahead of others, I cannot afford to be overly ambitious. I must simply work diligently and believe that a bright future awaits me soon. With this resolve, Li Xian returned to the lounge within the base. Exiting the cockpit of his mech, he stepped into the lounge. Although the mech offered greater safety within the battle zone, the cockpit was still somewhat cramped. If given the opportunity, it was essential to take a break. The surface of the Beishimo steel factory, at least in the areas already secured, was relatively safe, and in the lounge, Li Xian reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. His fingers constantly manipulated small arcs of electricity, which represented his psychic lightning. Although he had not yet systematically studied psychic spells, the lethality of these lightning strikes was already quite formidable. During this period, he had consumed 2 vials of compound number 3, resulting in his psychic energy nearly doubling. According to the monitoring and statistics of the biological intelligence chip, Li Xian's psychic energy level had now reached D3 at 21. This is the power of investment. However, I cannot continue to invest in the short term. Damn it, how can I reduce this chaotic pollution rate swiftly? Li Xian felt somewhat irritable. The continuous use of psychic energy, coupled with the consumption of compound number 3, had caused his chaotic pollution rate to soar to IT, had now reached 35, which meant he could not frequently practice close combat with his mech for the time being. He only dared to fire the mech's cannon occasionally to relieve some stress. Li Xian continued to practice his psychic lightning, feeling the arcs dance around him. Now, his psychic lightning had initially exhibited lethality. This lightning could reach approximately 50 meters, capable of instantly electrocuting a person. Even without a mech or weapons, I possess sufficient self-defense capabilities. After practicing for a while, Li Xian retracted all his psychic energy, refraining from further use. Utilizing psychic energy without a mech was perilous. Using it was akin to igniting a torch in the dark subspace. No one could predict whether a subspace demon would pounce at any moment. And if it did, Li Xian's current psychic energy would be insufficient to cope. The days of rest eventually came to an end. Calculating the time, it was now the 2nd month since Li Xian had entered this battlefield, and the entire surface area of the Beishimo steel factory had been cleared, becoming a territory occupied by Hungan defense. Next, it was time to deal with the enemy's underground defenses. This would also be an exceptionally challenging battle. The combat environment underground was vastly different from that above ground. Especially for the attacking side, visibility would be significantly impaired, which could not merely be resolved with night vision goggles. Even with night vision equipment, the visibility remained inferior to that above ground. However, for mechs, this posed no issue, as they could clearly discern all details even in such underground environments, rivaling daytime clarity. Moreover, the combination of radar and psychic energy enabled the easy detection of any entities. The only drawback was that underground conditions were not conducive to mech control, particularly regarding long-range combat. For the enemy's night retainers, however, this would be an excellent venue for action. They could conceal their signals and might be lurking in some corner, ready to strike fiercely when a short-sword retainer passed by soon. Most of the troops were withdrawn to the base. The reason was that the enemy had begun to reinforce their ranks, and intelligence personnel had detected enemy mech units directly entering the underground of the steel factory from the outskirts. For security reasons, the mech units of the Blueprint Dispatch Army had all retreated. In the cafeteria of the forward base, the mechs of the 5th and 6th groups sat together to eat and chat. The enemy had reinforced their numbers, and the dispatch army had requested support to IT. Was said that this time, the reinforcements might not be very promising. Kei Qian of the 6th group whispered to Zhang Lu in the front row. "How do you know?" Zhang Lu inquired softly. "I overheard a bit while I was scrounging for food from the land commander the other day, but he didn't elaborate on the issue. However, I estimate it should be about right. The underground environment of the Beishimo steel factory is hardly conducive to survival. How could we possibly capture it without casualties? With our mere 20-some mechs, and with the enemy's reinforcements, isn't attacking akin to throwing water into the ocean?" Ku Qian muttered quietly. "That's true. The surface battles have hardly seen the effort of the Myrta Knight Order. With reinforcements, they've yet to take the initiative to attack. They must surely be preparing something down below. Lying in wait for us." Zhang Lu's tone sounded equally resigned. Chapter 63. The Reason. "Let us hope for some seasoned veterans. If fresh recruits arrive here, it would spell disaster." Kei Qian sighed. "I doubt that's likely. Seasoned soldiers wouldn't be dispatched to such a place. This area has devolved into a brutal battleground, and elite veteran units wouldn't be willing to send their troops here." Zhang Lu lamented. The main issue is that the short sword retainers are not suited for underground combat. The conditions below do not favor their capabilities. A few days ago, I took my mech down for a spin, and this place is far too advantageous for knight retainers. If they were all veterans, we might achieve a decent exchange ratio, but with newcomers, it's hard to say. Kei Qian shook his head. If we don't get veterans, then perhaps we should be reassigned. Having listened for a while, Li Exine felt a question arise in his mind. Since the underground is so difficult to fight, why not simply blow this place up? Given the state of the steel factory, it seems to hold little value anymore. If the enemy is underground, wouldn't he detonating the area effectively bury them? Jiang Lu shook his head, stating, "This is not a decision for us to make. It's a decision made by those above us. You think we desire the ruins of the Beishimo steel factory? The reality of what we truly seek is known only to them." Kei Qian nodded in agreement. He further added that the steel factory is not so easily destroyed. The structural complexity underground is quite high, and it has a significant safety rating. Even using high-yield nuclear weapons would not guarantee the collapse of this place. If other methods were employed, it would be even more challenging, unless we use shipborne weapons. But due to the electromagnetic environment and subspace storms outside the planet, no vessels dare to approach. Alas, in such places, one can only fill the void with lives. How many people have died here before? Li Exine inquired anxiously. Kei Qian patted Li Exine on the shoulder. Do you know how many mech support teams were previously stationed at Base 3? There were 9, weren't there? Li Exine recalled what he had been told upon arrival. Certainly not. The land commander is an M3 level defense supervisor. How could he only oversee 9 mech support teams? Kuqian, directly opposite Li Exine, explained. You haven't been here long, so it's understandable you aren't aware of this. I doubt old Jiang has mentioned it to you either. The land commander is an M3 defense supervisor, and both Jiang Exine and I are M1 level squad leaders. Didn't you notice anything amiss? With Ku Qian's words, Li Exine finally grasped that there was a missing level in between. Indeed, there is a missing level. There should be an M2 in between. At Base 3, apart from our mech units. There are the armored units of the dispatch army. These mixed armored units are fortunate. Typically, Hung and Defense handles the general combat, leaving the more challenging situations to our mech units, so they are quite idle. To digress, there were originally 2 mech squadrons at Base 3, each commanded by M2 level officers, with 10 mech support teams under each squadron. This means that our dispatch army, when fully staffed, should comprise 2 mech support squadrons, totaling 80 mechs. Why are there so few now? Li Exine asked in astonishment. It south because of this place. Ku Qian sighed, gazing at the projected map of the Beishimo steel factory ahead. Everyone else has perished in battle? Surely 80 mechs can't have been reduced to just you few. Upon hearing Ku Qian's words, Li Exine suddenly realized how perilous the Beishimo steel factory was. The casualty rate is alarmingly high. How could this be? What are you thinking? Jiang Lu interrupted Li Exine's speculation. He remarked, the last time we captured the Beishimo steel plant, the casualties were indeed significant, but not as exaggerated as you might think. Of course, the losses were substantial, with over 20 mechas lost, leaving 2 squadrons undermanned. Therefore, during the recent lull in hostilities, the understrength squads were recalled to replenish their ranks. Unfortunately for our squadron, luck was not on our side. After another squadron was reassigned, our squadron's commander fell in battle along with his direct operational team, leaving us with so few personnel. After Jiang Lu's explanation, Li Exine gained a deeper understanding of the current situation. However, his fear remained unabated. The casualty rate was alarmingly high, especially for a mecha unit. Capturing the Beishimo steel plant had resulted in a loss of a quarter of their forces. As for the squadron Li Exine was currently in, they were equally unfortunate, having not been withdrawn for reinforcements, and their commander had perished. It was no wonder that the M3 level supervisor had direct command over the mecha units. He had assumed that the command authority was inherently higher for the mecha forces. Thus, the influx of reinforcements was no longer a matter of speculation but a certainty. The only uncertainty was the level of the incoming reinforcements. This truly was a perplexing situation, Li Exine pondered. Though his thoughts were a jumble, his rank was far too low, currently positioned at the bottom of this mecha unit's hierarchy, just a newly confirmed intern, without any real authority. Although he had achieved results in the previous 2 battles and could display 2 silver medals for bravery on his chest, it did not grant him any significant voice within the unit. Jiang Lu sighed, The Bixamo steel plant has become a wasteland of conflict. I doubt any seasoned veterans will be sent here. Li Xian asked, perplexed. Shouldn't such combat require experienced veterans to reduce the casualty figures? If we are all fresh recruits like myself, the casualty rate will soar, and the value of the lost mechas will be substantial. Jiang Lu shook his head and replied, precisely because it is such a chaotic battle, the likelihood of sending in elite troops is diminished. Once underground, the survival rate of seasoned veterans is not significantly higher than that of new recruits. There are certainly passages left by Mierda that can support the enemy operations underground. An elite veteran pilot is worth far more than a mecha. Should a veteran perish here, what will happen to the subsequent battles? Conversely, those mecha pilots who survive a few skirmishes here become veterans, and we could exchange new recruits for seasoned knights, which is quite advantageous. Li Xian's eyes suddenly brightened as he exclaimed, if mecha pilots are valued more than the mechas themselves, then why is our salary so meager? Chapter 64. C-Class Vanguard. Ha ha ha. Both Jiang Lu and Ku Qian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Kei Qian remarked, the value of elite veteran mecha pilots is indeed high. But that is relative. Just because you are useful does not necessarily mean you deserve a high salary. Alas, that is truly disheartening news, Li Xian sighed. Well, our earnings are already considered high. Just think of the income of those infantry and armored soldiers. And it might seem quite favorable in comparison, Ku Qian chuckled. Upon reflection, Li Xian realized that had he not been fortunate enough to become a mecha pilot and instead joined as infantry or armored troops, his earnings for the month might not even suffice to cover the loan for purchasing chips. If that were the case, it would indeed be a miserable plight, battling fiercely on the battlefield for a month and ending up with nothing left. Unable to even pay off the loan, what kind of future would that entail? However, Li Xian still had a question. He inquired, logically, shouldn't reinforcements arrive before the battle begins? How could they be sent in mid-conflict? Jiang Lu shook his head and responded, it's uncertain what the reason may be. The standing forces of the blueprint are limited. Most soldiers and mecha operators retire after a few years to become reservists. This isn't a critical battlefield. Our presence is merely to assist Hung in defense and maintaining appearances. Therefore, dispatching reinforcements from the military is quite challenging, akin to being in a state of neglect. Moreover, the bureaucratic processes within the organization are particularly cumbersome. If they manage to send reinforcements before we finish this battle, consider yourself fortunate. I thought the processes would accelerate during combat. Li Xian recalled the administrative procedures he had encountered when attempting to transfer positions, and the attitude of the staff had indeed been exasperating. We are in the midst of a battle, yet the organization isn't fully engaged. It is normal for you, who just arrived, to be unaware of this. Feng Dai remarked with a smile. However, when we initially engaged, though our numbers were slightly diminished, we still had enough to fight. The enemy, in a defensive posture, wouldn't maintain too many mechas on the surface. Both sides are fairly matched. Infantry casualties are prevalent everywhere, but mecha casualties primarily occur underground. Initial intelligence indicated that the enemy had no more than 20 mechas at the Bixamo steel plant. However, the enemy surely has passages allowing access directly to the plant, and the intelligence personnel have reported an increase in their forces. It remains unclear how many night attendants are now stationed below. In any case, this battle is likely to turn into a brutal meat grinder, Ku Qian sighed, shaking his head as he spoke. After receiving the news of reinforcements on the way, nearly 10 days passed. Finally, reinforcements arrived at the base. This time, a dozen Pelican-class transport ships descended upon them, creating an imposing sight that filled the airspace of the entire forward base. They were unable to land simultaneously and had to descend in shifts, while other Pelican-class transports circled overhead. Emerging from the landing transport ships were numerous short sword attendants. These short sword attendants appeared remarkably new, in stark contrast to the weathered mechas of Li Xian and his companions. The short sword attendants lined up neatly within the forward base, forming close-knit combat groups. 1, 10, 20. Gradually, more and more short sword attendants emerged. The veteran soldiers who had initially stood in formation began to feel something was amiss. Ku Qian's voice echoed through the 5th Squad's channel, Old Jiang, this doesn't look right. What's with the numbers? I don't know. This is indeed somewhat unusual, Jiang Lu replied. The number of mecha units that had appeared had already exceeded 70. And that number continued to grow as more transport ships circled above. As more mechas entered the base, Li Xian even spotted larger mechas making their entrance. What kind of mecha is that? Li Xian inquired. Ahead, a mecha loomed, standing a full third taller than a short sword attendant. This mecha was not walking out on its own but was being towed by a tractor. Its ranged and melee weaponry appeared significantly larger than that of the short sword attendants. In mecha warfare, it is generally understood that larger is better. More size means more equipment, bulkier and longer weaponry, greater firepower, and longer endurance. Zhang Lu's calm voice broke the silence. This is a C-class mecha, the Vanguard model. C-class mecha? So, they belong to M2 level commanders? Li Xian asked. Indeed, our squadron leaders are typically C-class vanguards. I never expected 5 vanguards to arrive this time, Zhang Lu replied, astonishment evident in his voice. There was simply no denying that this was an overwhelming presence. Merely the D-class short sword attendants had already amassed 170 to 180 units within the base. Even if 40 mechas constituted a squadron, along with the veterans already stationed at the base. They had gathered 5 squadrons worth of mecha units. Yet, despite the considerable reinforcement, Li Xian and his companions did not feel any sense of joy. While an influx of reinforcements is generally a good thing, an overwhelming number could signal trouble. This many mechas arriving surely indicates that their purpose extends beyond just the Biximo steel plant, Ku Qian muttered. With so many units here, we have at least 5 squadrons, plus the 5 vanguards. Not only can they capture the Biximo steel plant, but they could easily turn this place upside down, Zhang Lu lamented. This is gearing up for a major conflict. Listening to the voices of the 2 squad leaders, Li Xian sensed the undercurrents of fear in their tones. He reflected deeply, realizing that only those stationed in the rear would relish war. Although the front line offered opportunities for glory, it was fraught with peril. Especially for the foot soldiers, this situation was beginning to unnerve him. Originally, mechas held absolute dominion on this battlefield. Even if danger lurked, it was primarily for the infantry and armored troops. But now, the dynamic had shifted. D-class mechas had been relegated to the status of mere infantry. Now, the positions that Li Xian and his companions once occupied had fallen to the C-class mechas, who had become the true rulers of the battlefield. While Li Xian's D-class mechas had been reduced to the status of ordinary soldiers. Chapter 65. Promotion. And amidst the ongoing descent of all the mechas, the armored jeep of Lu Quan arrived before the 9 original mech squads lined up. Lu Quan was the first to speak. Do you see so many short sword attendants? The more than 20 veteran short sword attendants simultaneously opened their mech cockpits, awaiting Lu Quan's next words. With a smile, Lu Quan remarked, these mechs are freshly allocated to our deployed forces. How do you feel about it, Commander? With so many of them, can we not take a break and return? One squad leader joked. Lu Quan chuckled and retorted, returning is not an option for the time being. These mech pilots are all newly trained recruits who have yet to see the battlefield. If you go back, who will lead them? Wait, are all these nearly 200 mechs manned by rookies? Ku Qian exclaimed in shock. Not exactly. But it's close enough. In this batch of mech troops, there were only a little over 20 active duty veterans, all of whom were squad leaders, while the rest comprised either rookie pilots or reservists who had been reactivated after retirement. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lu was left speechless, pointing at the rows of mechs. Are all of these rookies and reservists? Commander, you cannot be joking with us. Lu Quan's expression darkened as he replied, do I look like I'm joking? He continued, now, I have 2 pieces of good news. Which one would you like to hear first? Ku Qian interjected, 2 pieces of good news. With all these mechs being rookies, how can there be good news? Ignoring Ku Qian, Lu Quan pulled out a tablet and stated, the first piece of good news is that this batch of mech troops is entirely allocated for you. What does that mean? At this moment, not only Li Xian was puzzled, all others shared the same confusion. From now on, your combat groups will be disbanded and integrated into the frontline mech units, serving as group leaders. What? Commander, what is going on? Almost everyone who heard this whispered in inquiry. Lu Quan cast a sharp gaze at all of them, saying, do you see those 5 C-class vanguards? This is the second piece of good news. Among your original 9 squad leaders, 5 will have the opportunity for promotion shortly thereafter, as I read the promotion announcements. Your ranks will all be elevated to M2. This time, no one interrupted Lu Quan, as they were all profoundly stunned by the news. They had all noticed the 5 vanguards, but none had anticipated that these vanguards were meant for them. Among you 9, 5 will become squad captains, while the others will serve as deputy squad leaders. Upon hearing this, the 9 original leaders exchanged glances, each registering confusion mixed with a hint of competition. Li Xian contemplated, deputy squad leader, I have heard of this structure before. It is usually a temporary wartime organization under the squad captain, typically commanding 3 smaller groups. Although they had all been squad leaders before, now there would be a distinction among them. The authority of a squad captain would far exceed that of a deputy leader. But why this sudden change today? Lu Quan continued, I know many of you have questions. Feel free to ask, and I will clarify. Zhang Lu was the first to report. What is the reason for suddenly promoting a few individuals to M2, and why is the support team comprised entirely of rookies and reservists? Lu Quan placed his hands on the jeep's armrest and replied slowly, the situation is quite complex. The true war has begun. Originally, we would have had more veterans to support us, but now that is not the case. Instead, we must focus on training the new recruits and reviving the combat effectiveness of the reservists. This is merely the first batch of soldiers. After we completely secure the Biximo Steelworks, we will continue to advance and potentially increase the number of recruits. Not only here but also on other battlefields, new recruits are being added, albeit not in numbers as substantial as ours. You are fortunate to receive the backing of the group, allowing you to become M2 directly. But we are still C-class. How can we command vanguards? Kuchian inquired. Not at the moment, but soon you will be. Accompanying the mechs are C5, grade type 3 psychic fission compounds. These agents are sufficient to elevate your psychic energy to C-class. Some among you have been accumulating D5, level psychic energy for quite some time. Utilizing this compound, breaking through to C-class will be no issue, Lu Quan elaborated. Then, another squad leader asked, among us 9, who will be the squad captain? And who will serve as the deputy squad leaders? Lu Quan smiled slightly, it's simple. Whoever breaks through to C-class first gets to choose. As there are only 5 squad captain positions available, first come, first served, the competitive atmosphere among the 9 squad leaders intensified. Aside from you 9, the other veterans are also fortunate. Your ranks will all rise to M1D5, becoming squad leaders responsible for leading 3 new recruits to form new support teams. Zhang Lu glanced at Li Xian, astonished, then reported, Commander, what about Li Xian? Lu Quan cast a meaningful glance at Li Xian and stated, Li Xian is also quite fortunate. He will be promoted 2 levels, having just joined the group for over 2 months. He has seized this opportunity and has been elevated to M1D5. He will also lead a mech support team. What? Now it was Li Xian's turn to be bewildered. While a promotion is wonderful, isn't this pace a bit too rapid? He had only been here for a little over 2 months, and his rank had already risen to that of Zhang Lu's. Many looked at Li Xian. Their gazes filled with envy, confusion, and scrutiny. Report. Isn't this too soon? Am I not also a rookie? Li Xian inquired, puzzled. Lu Quan held a rather favorable view of Li Xian, as he had originally arranged for him to join the mech support team. Lu Quan smiled. It may be a bit fast, but you are lucky. The higher-ups decided to promote all 9 of your mech support squads at once. They likely did not expect that the one with the Silver Brave Sword medal would be a newcomer like you. However, I do not believe their decision was erroneous, Li Xian. You should be more confident. Although you have only recently joined our mech support team, in just 2 months you have already earned a Silver Brave Sword medal. You deserve this promotion. Chapter 66. Salary increase. Lu Quan's words rang out clearly. His gaze swept across the faces of the others, compared to Li Xian. I believe the rest of you are also fortunate. Some of you haven't even earned a single silver medal. Li Xian, a rookie, has bravely fought on the battlefield and has already accumulated 2 kill stars on his mech. Meanwhile, among you veterans, some have merely accumulated training hours without any kill stars. Take a moment to reflect on whether you have fought seriously and trained diligently. Compared to Li Xian, I believe some of you are the fortunate ones, seizing this great opportunity for promotion and salary increase. Lu Quan's remarks caused a flush of embarrassment to cross the faces of several veterans. Indeed, some had just thought that Li Xian was overly fortunate, akin to a pig riding the wind. Yet now, after Lu Quan's statement, they felt as though they had been slapped in the face. In the group, earning a Silver Brave Sword medal is no simple feat. It typically requires the destruction of an enemy mech of the same level. Moreover, one must have played a significant role in the kill. Otherwise, one might only receive a black medal for a minor contribution. The awarding of a Silver Sword medal indicates that Li Xian had played a crucial role in the destruction of 2 mechs. Validated through the group's review. Li Xian, on the other hand, had already garnered 2 Silver Brave Sword medals. If one were to disregard driving skills and only consider kill counts, Li Xian's achievements were not inferior to those of the veterans. After Lu Quan's admonition, he turned to the crowd and asked, All right, are there any other questions? A squad leader inquired. Since they are all rookies, when do we begin combat? Lu Quan nodded, stating, that is a good question. Although they have undergone mech piloting training, their individual combat skill levels are still LOW.AS for the reservists. After years of retirement, they have likely forgotten most of what they learned and lack real battlefield experience. Therefore, you will undergo 2 weeks of training and integration before proceeding to the surface of the Bixamo Steelworks for stationing. As for when combat will commence, it will depend on when the enemy can no longer contain themselves and emerges from underground. Lu Quan's words reassured everyone present. After hearing Lu Quan's statement, Li Xian let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they did not need to rush into battle with the rookies. My close combat skills are at D4. I should not falter before the new recruits. Regarding my experience in command and management, I have no cause for concern. Having lived 2 lives and undergone 8 years of foundational military training has not been in vain. Promotions and salary increases, what a delightful prospect. Lu Quan gazed at everyone and said, if there are no further questions, you 9 will follow me. The rest of you, your new assignments have now been uploaded to your chips. Go and receive your new team members. Understood. As Zhang Lu was about to leave, he cast a glance at Li Xian and communicated through his mech, saying, Li Xian, there's no need to be anxious. Just think about how I usually handle things and do the same. Feng Dai added, indeed, Li Xian, you've got this. Your D3 level close combat skills are on par with these new recruits, if not superior. Especially considering your experience in actual combat. Rest assured, Master, Brother Feng. I'm perfectly fine, Li Xian replied. If you encounter any issues, feel free to ask me. If I'm unable to respond during a breakthrough, just consult Feng Dai. Zhang Lu instructed. Feng Dai, keep an eye on Li Xian as well. Yes, Chief. All right, Master. If I run into any problems, I will consult you promptly. Li Xian nodded in agreement. Zhang Lu continued. I will strive for a swift promotion. If I am fortunate enough to become a squad leader, I will do my utmost to have both of you assigned under my command. Li Xian smiled and said, Master, you must exert yourself. I believe you will be the first to achieve promotion. Chief, go for it. I have faith in you. Feng Dai chimed in with a grin. Well then, I shan't keep you any longer. I must take my leave. Zhang Lu departed alongside Lu Quan, while Li Xian received the promotion notification on his chip. Promotion notification. Congratulations, Mr. Li Xian. Effective immediately, your employee level has been elevated from M1D3 Mech Artisan to M1D5 Mech Support Team Leader. May you continue to strive in your new position and contribute even greater to the corporation. Blueprint Biotechnology Group, Defense Department, September 5, 6123. In just over 2 months since joining the company, Li Xian achieved a remarkable 5-level leap in employee rank. A testament to both his innate talent and diligent effort. Of course, a touch of luck played a small role as well. Now, his salary structure has undergone a transformation. His base salary at D3 was 40 energy credits per month. Having ascended to D5, each level increases the salary by 5 credits, bringing it to 50 credits per month. The corporation remains as frugal as ever. Basic salary 50D level mech pilot subsidy, 20 mech support team leader subsidy 20, theater subsidy X1 combat subsidy X1 270 energy credits per month. Previously, Li Xian's take-home pay was 180. Now it has risen to 270, a significant increase. Gazing at this figure, Li Xian felt as though he could never exhaust his funds. Indeed, with his current expenditures covered by the corporation, including food, clothing, and housing, as well as weaponry that consists of mechs, he could engage in combat at will in his daily life. Li Xian hardly had any expenses, with the only occasional purchase being the D3 energy compound for enhancing his abilities. However, he could only afford to use this compound sparingly, at most 2 tubes a month. Currently, he still had contributions from slaying 2 night retainers, which had yet to be fully utilized. Nevertheless, having money is certainly better than being broke. Although his monthly salary is just over 200, it does not hinder him from operating a mech valued at over 10,000 energy credits in combat. After reviewing the notification and calculating his salary, Li Xian followed the navigation on his chip to lead his team members. The navigation displayed several notifications. The first was about the 3 new recruits under his command, detailing their training bases, performance records, and current combat skill levels. The second provided information on the hangars assigned to his combat team. These hangars, albeit somewhat rudimentary, contained all necessary equipment within this forward base. Li Xian considered himself fortunate. This base housed only 40 hangars, sufficient for 1 squadron, and his hangar was located here, while others had to travel to adjacent bases. Chapter 67. New Recruits. The third notification detailed the supporting soldiers for this mech unit, including a mechanic team, 3 auxiliary soldier squads, and their respective equipment. Lixin first opened the information regarding his 3 mech pilots, Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping. At present, all 3 held the employee level of M1D3 intern mech artisans, matching Lixin's level from over 2 months ago. Unless they distinguished themselves in battle, they would not have a chance for regularization for at least 6 months. Lixin perused their profiles to understand their training status. Upon finishing, he sighed with relief yet felt a slight apprehension. All 3 were standard graduates, competent yet not exceptional. Their profiles indicated that both their ranged and close combat skills stood at the D3 level. For Lixin, this meant that while these interns possessed a degree of combat effectiveness, they were not overly formidable. This had its pros and cons, the advantage being that, with Lixin's capabilities, he could quickly earn the respect of these interns, ensuring their obedience to orders. Conversely, the downside was evident. They would be heading into battle, and having insufficiently strong teammates could spell trouble. The graduation evaluations for all 3 bore a striking resemblance, leading Lixin to suspect they were written en masse and lacked any real significance. To truly understand the personalities of these interns, it would likely require some time spent training and experiencing the battlefield together. Within the base, 3 mechs were lined up in formation. These short sword attendants were already equipped with basic weaponry, appearing ready for combat at a moment's notice. Several dozen meters to either side were other short sword attendants, most of whom were their classmates from the same mech pilot academy. Within the squad's communication channel, the 3 members of this ad hoc team were engaging in hushed conversation. "We are quite fortunate to be dispatched to Hung in defense. I've heard the intensity of the fighting here is significantly lower than on other battlefields." Wei Qian exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. "Indeed, if we had been sent to B12 Fortress, that would have been disastrous." Gan Hongkai quickly chimed in. "I have a classmate assigned to B12 Fortress. He was sent to the battlefield the very next day and has since gone silent. It seems he met with a grim fate." Gan Hongkai's tone grew somber as he spoke. No one could have anticipated that Hung in defense, which originally belonged to one of the earliest battle zones, would now be the area with the lowest combat intensity. Wei Qian reflected on this with a hint of awe. "We still don't know how capable the veteran squad leader assigned to us is. Although the fighting here is somewhat less intense, the enemy consists of knight retainers, adept in close combat, far beyond what we new recruits can handle." Ling Yangping's tone was steady. "Let us hope for a strong veteran. If we end up with a weak one, we'll be in for a rough time on the battlefield." Wei Qian voiced his hopes eagerly. "Here they come. I see the veterans approaching us," Gan Hongkai said, instinctively lowering his voice while monitoring the approaching figures of Lixin and the others through his psychic powers and radar. Observing their mechs, "Wow, these battle-hardened mechs exude a killing intent that is far more palpable than our pristine ones." Wei Qian marveled, his gaze fixated on the screen in the cockpit, taking in the numerous scratches and marks left by artillery and energy weapon strikes on the mechs. "Our squad leader has arrived. Oh, 2 silver kill stars. He has already destroyed 2 mechs of the same tier, 2 knight retainers." Even the usually composed Ling Yangping could not contain his excitement, exclaiming in the communication channel, "The kill star?" A mark of honor is categorized into 3 types: black, silver, and gold. The black kill star signifies a kill against a lower tier opponent or assists in a kill, while a silver kill star indicates a kill against an opponent of the same tier. A gold kill star represents a kill against a higher tier opponent. Such opponents must at least be mechs, as other armored vehicles do not qualify for a mech's kill star. It seems our veteran is quite formidable. I just noticed that among the 2 veterans who passed by, only one bore a kill star, while the other had none. We've hit the jackpot, Ling Yangping whispered excitedly. "Really? That's fantastic. Although I didn't take my studies seriously in school, being assigned to such an impressive veteran is well-deserved. Haha." Wei Qian's voice also carried a hint of exhilaration. Finally, Lixin's short sword attendant came to a halt before the 3 pilots. The trio gazed at the mech before them, observing the marks of battle, the scratches left by blasts and energy weapon assaults. They felt an instinctual chill, as if sensing Lixin's formidable presence, causing their voices to involuntarily hush. However, in truth, Lixin bore no such menacing aura. Even if he did, It was not something that could be perceived from within a mech. It can only be said that the current situation stems from the imaginative conclusions drawn by the three of them after witnessing Li Xian's silvery killing star. Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, Ling Yangping, open the cockpit. Li Xian's calm voice emanated from the mecha, his tone devoid of any fluctuations. Yes, Commander. The three promptly complied. Opening the cockpit. Three young men clad in identical mecha suits settled inside. Li Xian also opened his cockpit, refraining from speaking immediately. Instead, he cast a serene glance over the trio. From the data provided by the chip, Li Xian was already familiar with their appearances. However, after observing them, he slowly proclaimed, "From today onwards, you shall be members of the 2nd Squadron, 7th Mecha Support Team. I am your team leader. Li Xian now, starting with you, please introduce yourselves. You have 30 seconds. Yes, Commander." The three responded in unison. Wei Qian began his introduction. Report, Commander. I am Wei Qian, hailing from Blueprint Biotechnology Group. My father is Wei Dong, a quality trainer in the M2D9 Quality Control Department. I graduated from the Right Mountain Military Academy, specializing in mecha piloting, proficient in both ranged and close combat. Upon concluding his enthusiastic self-introduction, Wei Qian eagerly awaited Li Xian's response. Li Xian's gaze narrowed slightly, contemplating a low-ranking second-generation official from Blueprint Biotechnology Group. Chapter 68. The initial taste of power. Li Xian's chip began to autonomously retrieve information on Wei Dong. As expected, the data on Wei Dong was indeed elusive, yet information regarding the M2 level quality trainer position was readily available. Fortunately, Li Xian's authority had increased slightly. Otherwise, accessing such data would have proven quite challenging. The quality trainer exists at the assistant supervisor level within Blueprint Biotechnology, but this role is not managerial. Rather, it is a specialized technical position. From the basic data, it appears to be a rather inconsequential role, with an exceedingly low level of authority when calculated using the power coefficient formula, although it is also classified as M2. Compared to other positions, this role wields minimal authority, rendering its occupant somewhat marginal. Li Xian regarded Wei Qian and stated slowly, "Wei Qian, your self-introduction was commendable. From this moment forth, I will train you to become a competent vanguard. When confronted by the enemy's knights and their retainers, you must boldly declare that your father is an M2 quality trainer. Do you understand?" Wei Qian stammered. At a loss for words, I asked if you understood. Li Xian raised his voice, fixing a piercing stare upon Wei Qian. Whether Li Xian exuded an aura of menace, he himself was unsure. However, as a superior, addressing his subordinate in such a near-bellowing manner, coupled with Wei Qian's prior self-embellishments, left him decidedly subdued. He straightened his posture and shouted, "Understood." Next, he attempted to add more, but Li Xian had already shifted his gaze to the next individual, saying, "Next, I expect a serious introduction." "Yes, Commander." Report, I am Gan Hongkai. I am Ling Yangping. After experiencing Wei Qian's moment of reckoning, the other two recruits appeared significantly more subdued. Li Xian held no particular concerns regarding Wei Qian's background. After all, he was merely the offspring of an M2 level individual, which was hardly impressive. If his father were of M3 or M4 caliber, Li Xian might have considered extending him some leniency. M2 was only marginally above Li Xian, and they were not even in the same department. Li Xian's formal assignment lay within the defense department of Blueprint Group, which could be considered worlds apart from the quality control department. Should Wei Qian dare to act out, Li Xian would not hesitate to discipline him severely. "All right, now pilot your mechas and follow me." After listening to the introductions of the three, Li Xian piloted his mecha and turned to lead them toward their assigned hangar. The journey was silent. Li Xian refrained from conversation, and the recently chastened Wei Qian dared not utter a word, while the other two sensed the shift in atmosphere and remained quiet. Thus, the four mechas arrived at their designated hangar. Inside the hangar, 10 armored vehicles were already stationed, 8 of which were auxiliary vehicles equipped to carry munitions for the mechas during combat, each armed with a rapid-fire cannon. The remaining 2 were maintenance vehicles for the mechanics team, which typically remained within the hangar unless long-distance operations necessitated their deployment. Alongside the mechas, in front of these vehicles, stood Li Xian's auxiliary soldiers and mechanics team, a total of 50 individuals, 40 of whom were auxiliary soldiers and 10 mechanics. The auxiliary soldiers would accompany Li Xian into battle, while the mechanics usually would not. The 10 mechanics generally handled only basic repairs and maintenance of the mechas. Should the mechas sustain damage in combat, additional mechanics would be required to assist in repairs. Upon entering the hangar, all personnel immediately saluted the mechas. Lixin had already reviewed the profiles of this batch of auxiliary soldiers and mechanics. Similar to the mecha unit, at least half of these auxiliary soldiers and mechanics were novices, while the other half were veterans, albeit veterans who had yet to see combat. They had merely served in the military for a somewhat longer duration. Lixin opened the cockpit of his mecha and gracefully descended. This was his moment to showcase his psychic abilities, one of the techniques he could master after reaching D3 level. However, currently, his psychic energy was only sufficient to support his ascent and descent from the mecha. He could not fly any significant distance. Nevertheless, this was ample for the purpose of impressing others. In contrast to Lixin's smooth dismount, the other three moved clumsily as they descended from their mechas. Salute! The squad leader of the auxiliary soldiers, the head mechanic, and all accompanying auxiliary soldiers and mechanics saluted in unison. Lixin and the other three reciprocated the gesture. From this moment on, you will officially join the 2nd Squadron. Under the 7th Mecha Support Team, serving as auxiliary soldiers and mechanics, please proceed with brief self-introductions. Yes, Commander. Report. I am Peng Hongwei, currently serving as the squad leader of the 7th Mecha Support Team. Report. I am Feng Jing. Report. I am Li Junfa. Report. I am Zhuang Hu. Report. I am Lu Shuwen, head mechanic. Having already reviewed the profiles of these auxiliary soldiers and mecha mechanics, Lixin possessed a certain understanding of them. From this point forward, these individuals would be under Lixin's command. On the surface, it appeared that Lixin was merely directing 3 new mecha pilots, yet he was also overseeing a total of 50 personnel. The leaders among the auxiliary soldiers and mechanics were veterans familiar with standard operational procedures. Auxiliary soldiers, commence your regular training. Mechanics, begin practicing the inspection and maintenance of the mechas. You 3, park the mechas and hand them over to the mechanics for inspection. Yes, Commander. Yes, Team Leader. All responded loudly, and in that moment, Lixin felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. No wonder some individuals are drawn to management and power. The sheer exhilaration of issuing commands and having all comply is undeniably intoxicating. Moreover, these were soldiers. They would follow Lixin's orders in battle as well, where a mere command from him would compel everyone to accede. Lixin's gaze deepened. At that moment, he tasted the flavor of power for the first time in 2 lifetimes. He had now set new ambitions for himself. I will climb step by step. I too shall become a squad leader, a defense supervisor. I shall ascend to the role of defense manager. I aim to become a top decision maker at Blueprint Biotechnology Group. Chapter 69. Duration. The flavor of power is delectable, rendering it hard for most who have savored it to forget its allure. And of course, with power comes the obligation to fulfill the responsibilities that accompany it. Just like Lixin, who remains a mere M1D5 level leader of a mecha support team, he has a long way to ascend through the ranks. His authority is confined to this limited sphere, overseeing merely these few dozen individuals. Upon receiving directives from above, he must execute them promptly, while also ensuring that his 54 personnel achieve victory on the battlefield with minimal losses. The specific tasks of the auxiliary soldiers and mechanics do not require Lixin's direct oversight. He merely needs to delegate. The only individuals he must remain vigilant about are Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping. After temporarily transferring the mechas to the mechanics for inspection, Lixin led them to a small conference room within the hangar. Once everyone was seated, Lixin began his inquiries one by one. Wei Qian, what is your level of mecha piloting skills and combat proficiency? After Lixin's brief reprimand, Wei Qian had become remarkably subdued, which was entirely understandable. Some individuals may act arrogantly in school or daily life because it is their comfort zone. However, once they step outside that zone and face formidable pressure, they can quickly become compliant. Wei Qian replied honestly, Report, sir. My psychic ability level is D3, and I have achieved the graduation standards of the Yushan Military Academy in mech piloting skills, ranged attack techniques, and close combat skills, all of which are at the D3 level. Lixin nodded, refraining from immediate response as he turned his gaze towards the second candidate, Gan Hongkai. Gan Hongkai, quite astute, did not wait for Lixin to speak, instead proactively declaring, Report, sir, I am the same. All my levels have reached D3. Ling Yangping added, Me too. Lixin cast a scrutinizing glance over the 3 faces. his gaze carrying an air of pressure, enhanced by a slight application of psychic energy. During the brief moment of eye contact, Wei Qian appeared notably more forthright, while the other two exchanged only a fleeting glance before their eyes began to dart nervously. Observing this scene, Li Xian's heart sank. Oh, these three lads' graduation certificates can't be inflated, can they? As a quintessential slacker in school, Li Xian had his fair share of experiences in both his past and present life. In this life, however, he had put in considerable effort at military training school. Emerging as an exemplary graduate in his previous life, lacking understanding and maturity, he squandered his college years on gaming, barely scraping through with several failed courses, ultimately graduating only through the leniency of his professors. Looking at the trio, he couldn't help but reminisce about his own past. With that thought in mind, Li Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, his fingers tapping on the table as he stated, "Since you have already joined the military, it is imperative that you be truthful. I can overlook your earlier fabrications, but now I demand you honestly disclose your levels in ranged and close combat skills. Answer truthfully, and I shall refrain from pursuing your earlier statements. However, you are expected to board mechs for piloting training tomorrow, which will not only involve ranged practice but also close combat drills with me. Deceiving me now will not shield you from the truth tomorrow." Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping exchanged glances, their faces betraying a sense of awkwardness. Oh, the blame truly lies with me. Li Xian felt a chill run through him. While he desired compliant subordinates, they could not afford to be incompetent. For what would happen if they found themselves on the battlefield, with him facing three foes while they struggled against one? Clenching his fists under the table, Wei Qian took the lead, saying, "Report, sir. I confess. My close combat skills are indeed not at D3. Li Xian inhaled deeply, his voice low and serious. "What level then?" Wei Qian hesitated before admitting, "I only have D2 at 76, only lacking in close combat." Upon hearing this, Li Xian found it somewhat acceptable. He then directed his attention to the other two, inquiring, "And you two?" Gan Hongkai nervously swallowed, responding, I am similar. My range skill is D2 at 85, and my close combat is D2 at 67. Ling Yangping, seemingly resigned, stated, "My ranged skill is D2 at 95, and close combat is D2 at 79. Upon hearing this, Li Xian felt a wave of darkness wash over him. The throbbing vein at his temple pulsed as he suppressed his anger. Questioning, "How did you manage to graduate with such levels? Your graduation certificates and records state D3, do they not?" Wei Qian, seeing Li Xian's fury, murmured, "Strictly speaking, we are not graduates. We have only completed 2 years. The normal graduation period is 4 years. Li Xian's anger subsided slightly, yet his confusion deepened as he asked, "What is the meaning of this? How did you graduate early?" Gan Hongkai, noticing Li Xian's temper seemed to wane, explained, "We graduated from the Yushan Military Academy, which is considered a second-tier institution in Blueprint. We heard there is a surging demand for mech pilots in the military, so we were expedited in our graduation." Li Xian skeptically questioned, "Is the group not concerned about overextending resources by hastily graduating you non-graduates? After all, piloting a mech is not a simple task to master, especially within the confines of a school." Li Xian's rapid advancement was attributed to his possession of 2 chips and his incessant practice in mechs. Yet, schools typically offered limited practical experience, often relegating students to training pods. Now, Yushan Military Academy was deploying students who had yet to graduate. What would happen when they ran out of qualified candidates? In response to Li Xian's inquiry, Wei Qian stated, "Not at all. While we were hastily dispatched, the group still has educational institutions for ongoing training. For instance, the Qingmu Military Academy is an elite academy under the Blueprint Group, and its students have not been affected by the war. We might be regarded as expendable, brought out to face the heat of battle." Li Xian shook his head in disbelief, finally asking, "What is your mech piloting experience?" Wei Qian replied, "I have logged 126 hours of mech piloting. I have 135 hours. Another chimed in. I have 113 hours. The last one added. Li Xian fell silent. Although he had not formally attended a mech military academy, he had spent nearly all of the past 2 months immersed in piloting, excluding rest and alert periods. The time spent in combat, patrol, and training amounted to several hundred hours over just 2 months. Chapter 70. Training. Li Xian exhaled slowly. So, your learning at the academy primarily consisted of simulation pods? Wei Qian replied, "Not exactly, sir. The focus was mainly on theoretical knowledge. Simulation pods consume a lot of energy, and we seldom got to use them. Lixian could only sigh in response, and a wonder he had managed to catch up to their learning and training progress in merely 2 months. Theoretical instruction and simulation pod practice were indeed beneficial. They could accelerate a pilot's learning curve, allowing for quicker adaptation and reducing losses. Lixian lacked experience in this area, having faced numerous challenges during practical exercises. It was only due to Jiang Lu's sense of responsibility that Lixian had been trained effectively, combined with the 3 psychic signals he downloaded, which contributed to his rapid improvement. In this light, it seemed that Lixian was more than capable of leading these 3 newcomers. The only concern was how they would fare on the battlefield. This was not a genuine rookie training base. They were situated in a war zone. Beneath the Biximo steelworks lay the mechs and troops of the Mierda retinue, and combat was imminent within 2 weeks. In fact, it was possible that training would not even last that long, as the Mierda retinue might attack at any moment. Time was of the essence, and with the new recruits only having a little over 100 hours of piloting experience, Lixian needed to accelerate their training. Thus, he declared, I have gathered sufficient information about your situations. The original training plan is now obsolete. Starting this afternoon, I will implement a new training regimen. Wei Qian was taken aback, saying, Sir, shouldn't we rest for a day first? Furthermore, aren't the mechs currently undergoing maintenance by the mechanics? Lixian raised his voice. Rest? At your age and at this time, you still wish to rest. Combat could erupt at any moment, and perhaps in the next second. A shell could take you away into eternal slumber. Do you still wish to rest? No more excuses. We commence training this afternoon. The 3 recruits shook their heads vigorously. Sir, what should we start practicing first? Ling Yumping asked. Lixian looked at the 3 of them and said, From now on, do not address me as sir. Call me squad leader or chief instead. Understood. Squad leader. Yes, chief. Lixian rose, stating, Your close combat skills are woefully inadequate, and our adversaries, the knights and retainers of the Mierda Knight Corps, primarily engage in close combat. Therefore, your training focus will be on close-quarters combat. Unless there are pressing matters, you are to remain in the mechs at all times except during nighttime when they are stationary for mechanics to perform maintenance. Wei Qian grimaced. Does that include eating? Absolutely. Everything. Eating, drinking, and even bathroom breaks. Lixian replied sternly. Training commenced swiftly. For these 3 recruits, Lixian replicated Jiang Lu's teaching methods. First, they would follow the established procedures. Fortunately, Lixian's close combat skills had already reached D4 level. Had they been at D2, it would have been truly embarrassing. Now, he was nearly 2 levels above them, and with battlefield experience, imparting knowledge to these recruits would be a relatively swift process. Inside the mech, Lixian crossed his arms, observing the 3 recruits as they practiced close combat maneuvers. This was a combat technique he had also learned from Jiang Lu. Although it involved unarmed combat, it could be applied to all weapon types. Whether wielding power swords, axes, spears, or halberds, the principles remained applicable. Such techniques involved combinations. While they might not all be used in combat, even utilizing a portion was far superior to aimlessly swinging weapons. Don't strike like that. Increase your speed. On the training grounds, Lixian's short sword-wielding attendant faced off against Wei Qian and his comrades in their mechas, both sides executing the same set of mecha martial arts simultaneously. It was evident to the naked eye that Lixian's training speed and intensity were markedly superior, making the movements of the 3 new recruits appear sluggish by comparison. Operating a mecha, after all, is distinctly different from human training. Even with psychic control, a mecha operator's ability to maneuver the mecha is not as instinctive as controlling one's own body. If you move slowly, are you merely going to serve as a target for the enemy on the battlefield? After completing a set of punches, Lixian guided his mecha to the side of the 3 recruits, continuously correcting their mistakes. Captain, we are already training much faster than we did at school. Dare to speak back? Today, we shall practice for an extra hour. Yes, Captain. In the Right Mountain Military Academy, mecha training was the most anticipated segment for Wei Qian and his peers, as they had only experienced a little over 100 hours of actual training over 2 years. It was easy to imagine their eagerness to pilot a mecha. However, despite their enthusiasm, every day was consumed with training, leaving them only 4 hours of sleep. With an hour allocated for meals and personal needs, the remaining time was entirely devoted to various drills under Lixian's relentless regimen, which proved to be exceedingly intense. The 3 of them often felt mentally exhausted. While 4 hours may induce fatigue in an ordinary person, It was merely a normal exertion for a psychic. Currently, their state was a result of being subjected to excessive training frequency. Nevertheless, this rigorous practice bore fruit, significantly accelerating their rate of progress. The theoretical knowledge they had previously acquired, along with the insights gained in the simulation chambers, was swiftly validated through Li Xian's practical training. Each day, Li Xian trained alongside them, initially focusing on the fundamentals, punching with the mechs, physical exercises, and long-range shooting. By the third day, they began engaging in pair combat with their mechs. As long as the power weapons did not activate the disintegration field, no damage would be inflicted upon the mechs, allowing both sides to train without hesitation. If any damage did occur, the mechanics would be busy during their sleep, typically able to resolve minor issues within 4 hours, in terms of long-range attacks. Li Xian had little to impart, as his own skills in that area were only at the D2 level, inferior to the 3 recruits. Should he attempt to teach them, his inadequacies would likely be exposed. Chapter 71. Training, Part 2. How dare you lose focus on the battlefield? If I were the enemy, your cockpit would already be pierced. Early in the morning, Li Xian's roar echoed across the training grounds. Opposite him, Wei Qian was enduring the trials of mecha combat training. The relentless regimen had pushed Wei Qian to the brink of exhaustion. However, the results were undeniably evident. Their practice over the past few days equated to more than a month of learning back at school. The interplay of theory and practice is indeed the fastest method of learning. Li Xian recalled the challenges he faced when he first began training under Zhang Lu, finally grasping the difficulties Zhang had encountered. Unlike Li Xian, who was a blank slate with no understanding, Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping possessed a foundational knowledge that allowed them to comprehend commands. At that time, Li Xian had to start from square one, lacking even theoretical knowledge. Now, he could appreciate why Zhang Lu had often worn a frown during their training. It was genuinely frustrating. Even though the 3 recruits understood piloting, there were moments when Li Xian felt an urge to explode with anger. Yet, Zhang Lu, despite his irritation, seldom raised his voice in anger. At this moment, Li Xian finally understood the kindness of his mentor. Zhang Lu, Captain, I truly have not lost focus. Your skills are simply too high for me to counter. Wei Qian exclaimed. How about we let Gan Hongkai take a turn? I think he needs extra practice too. Wei Qian spat in exasperation. He had been compelled by Li Xian to train several extra hours in mecha combat daily. Wei Qian had the best foundation among the recruits, with the greatest potential to break through to D3 level close combat skills in a short time. For Li Xian, combat could erupt at any moment. If Wei Qian could achieve D3, he could help alleviate some of Li Xian's pressure once the battle commenced. Li Xian was well aware that at the D2 level, he was limited to trading injuries for time. He could do little else. During his first battle, after downloading his first psychic signal, he too was at D2. The injured knightly attendant on the opposing side could easily overpower him. Had Zhang Lu not intervened to eliminate the enemy, Li Xian would have likely struggled to endure much longer. Currently, Gan Hongkai and Ling Yangping were at a similar level. They might be able to hold off a knightly attendant, but should they encounter a squad of knightly attendants in combat, Li Xian would be left with little choice but to resign himself to defeat. After all, his current strength was comparable to that of an ordinary knightly attendant, and he certainly lacked the prowess Zhang Lu had previously exhibited. In contrast, Li Xian estimated that Zhang Lu's close combat skills were likely hampered by his psychic level not yet reaching C rank. Otherwise, he would have long since attained C-level close combat proficiency. Just as Li Xian was pondering Zhang Lu, he noticed a familiar figure outside the training grounds. It was Zhang Lu. Li Xian quickly halted his mecha combat training and called out to the 3 recruits. You 3 continue your practice. Do not slack off, that I will return to check your progress. Yes, Captain. The 3 replied in unison. Li Xian parked the mecha back in the hangar and hurried outside to meet Zhang Lu, who stood observing the 3 training mechas. Master, have you achieved a breakthrough? Li Xian jogged over, his voice preceding his arrival. Zhang Lu's complexion was unusually rosy, with his hair standing on end, a state Li Xian recognized well, one typically associated with the consumption of the 3rd-level psychic compound. Zhang Lu nodded, stating, Indeed, I have broken through to C level. After completing my breakthrough, I came to check on you and Feng Dai. Master, which number were you in the breakthroughs? Were you able to select the squad leader? Li Xian inquired eagerly. A hint of a smile appeared on Zhang Lu's serious face as he replied. My luck was favorable, and my strength is decent. I was the 3rd to break through. So I have chosen to become the squad leader. Upon hearing this, Li Xian was overjoyed. That's fantastic. Now there's someone to protect me. This truly is wonderful news. Master, can I still remain in your squad? Zhang Lu chuckled. Rest assured, I have already spoken with Captain Lu to transfer you and Feng Dai to my squad. This reassured Li Xian greatly. How do you find these 3 recruits? Are they difficult to manage? Zhang Lu asked. Li Xian exhaled deeply. Master, you must come to my aid. These 3 recruits are all at D2 for both close and long-range skills, still quite far from D3, although they have improved somewhat over these days of training together. At their current level, I fear it may be no different from when I was at the warehouse. Their skills are lacking, and I have heard the specifics. Zhang Lu nodded. Let us go see Feng Dai. I just came from Captain Lu and wanted to check in on him. The 2 of them made their way to Feng Dai's hangar. From a distance, they could hear Feng Dai's irate voice. And as Li Xian peered into the training area, he noticed that Feng Dai was focusing on training the new recruits in close combat. Compared to long-range attacks, close combat with mechas was far more perilous. If long-range attacks were inaccurate, one could rely on chips for assistance, and mechas did not operate independently. Infantry and support units provided covering fire. Moreover, nightly attendants were not particularly adept at long-range attacks. So for the time being, it was acceptable for the recruits to prioritize their close combat training. Feng Dai quickly spotted Li Xian and Zhang Lu, and after instructing the recruits to continue practicing, he joined them outside the training area. He jumped down from the cockpit, his face alight with excitement. Captain, you've broken through? Indeed. I am now your squad leader, Zhang Lu affirmed with a nod. Excellent. Now we have a solid backing. Feng Dai winked at Li Xian. You brat, always thinking about this. Zhang Lu teased with a smile. Having a backing is unnecessary. That would be foolish, wouldn't you agree, Li Xian? Feng Dai nodded vigorously. Absolutely. I arrived just in time to hear you cursing. What's happening? Zhang Lu inquired. Feng Dai's expression shifted to one of frustration as he replied, Don't get me started. It fills me with rage. These 3 retired soldiers who were called back are as dull as wood. Both foolish and slow. Their skills are already mediocre, and they've forgotten nearly everything. Training them is fraught with issues. If only all new recruits were like Li Xian, I could handle 10 like him. But with recruits like these, I can barely manage 3 without feeling overwhelmed. Chapter 72. A new mission, alright. Let's keep the complaints to a minimum. After all, this is a war zone. One can never tell when hostilities may resume. When training them, temper your demeanor a bit. After listening to Feng Dai's outburst, Zhang Lu calmly replied. Feng Dai let out a long sigh and said, It's not easy. Sometimes I find myself reminiscing about the days when we were in the 5th squad. His expression suddenly changed and he hastily added, Nonsense. We shouldn't be nostalgic. We've finally been promoted and given raises. We mustn't look back. Ha ha ha. After hearing this, Li Xian and Zhang Lu also burst into laughter. Starting tomorrow, I will allocate some time to your squad to address the issues with the recruits and help resolve them early, Zhang Lu said after their laughter subsided. Yes, master. You must teach us for a few more days? Feng Dai replied, his face beaming with joy. Zhang Lu shook his head and said, I'm afraid I cannot teach for much longer. I have just taken over this squadron, and there is much to be done. At the very least, I need to maintain balance on the surface. Feng Dai and Li Xian, you 2 should communicate more frequently. Yes, master. Whenever I encounter problems during my training, I consult Brother Feng, Li Xian assured. Rest assured, even when you're not around, we stay in close contact, Feng Dai chimed in with a smile. Indeed, as it was Li Xian's first time leading troops, he was sufficiently mature but still lacked some experience and often sought guidance from Feng Dai. Over the next few days, Zhang Lu would occasionally visit Li Xian's training grounds. It must be said that with Zhang Lu's prowess, his guidance from a higher vantage point proved remarkably effective. Not only did the 3 recruits benefit from it, but even Li Xian himself gained significantly. After another round of guidance from Zhang Lu, Wei Qian's face radiated joy. Boss, my close combat level has reached D3. Very well, Li Xian replied, equally elated. At last, he had a competent mech pilot under his command and no longer had to lead a trio of cannon fodder. Li Xian then turned to Gan Hongkai and Ling Yangping, encouraging them, you both need to accelerate your training. I will focus more of my energy on you in the coming days. Yes, boss. Gan Hongkai and Ling Yangping responded with a hint of bitterness. They were utterly exhausted, and witnessing Wei Qian's increasingly strenuous efforts was almost disheartening. Although they understood this was a war zone and that combat could erupt at any moment, The inherent lethargy of humanity is not easily rectified. Now that Wei Qian had endured, the burden of hardship had shifted to Gan Hongkai and Ling Yangping. Time passed steadily through these days of training. Every morning, Li Xian would spar with Gan Hongkai. While Wei Qian trained alongside Ling Yangping Dai in the afternoons, their roles would reverse. Gan Hongkai and Ling Yangping hardly had a moment to rest, training even more than Li Xian had before. They often exhausted their spiritual energy before they could finally rest. At least Li Xian had to balance theoretical knowledge, and had spent much of his time in the Baixamo steelworks for combat and patrol. So in terms of training intensity, he had not faced as much as the three of them. Once Li Xian's close combat skills improved, practicing with them would help solidify the foundation, and he would gain significantly from it. 2 weeks swiftly passed. During this period, not only were the three recruits being trained, but it also marked a process of troop deployment by Hung in defense. Not only were the Blueprint Expeditionary Forces training and integrating new recruits, but Hung in defense was also training a large number of adult males recruited from the mining area, integrating them into the military. This was to replenish the losses from previous battles while also providing support to the Baixamo steelworks. The war zone had been upgraded, with 5 squadrons of mechs now stationed there. The auxiliary troops and mechanics for the mech units alone numbered 2,500. When factoring in the infantry and armored units from the expeditionary forces, the blueprint troops here totaled over 10,000. The Blueprint Expeditionary Forces had reinforced this area with an entire division and an additional tank regiment. This combat division comprised 3 infantry regiments, an artillery regiment, and an armored regiment. The combat capabilities and equipment of these soldiers vastly exceeded those of Hung in Defense's troops. The training intensity for these soldiers was also relatively high. Although the blueprint mech units had many new recruits, they still had a significant number of regular infantry. The expense of regular infantry is comparatively minimal, and when combat ensues, the blueprint group swiftly re-enlists those discharged infantrymen. These infantry and armored units possess considerable training experience, even if they may not have seen actual combat. However, this is not a significant issue. Their experience remains intact, and with the current advantages on their side, there is ample time for them to adapt. In a conference room belonging to the 2nd Squadron, the 10 squad leaders of the 2nd Squadron, along with Squadron Leader Zhang Lu, convened. On the front 3D projection, a military terrain map appeared. Zhang Lu stood beside the map, wielding a slender command stick. The 2-week adjustment period had concluded. Now was the time to demonstrate the results. Our squadron's combat mission has been assigned by the Expeditionary Command. It is time to test the outcomes of your training, Zhang Lu proclaimed. Do you all have confidence? As his words echoed, the entire conference room responded resoundingly, yes. However, upon uttering those words, the faces of everyone present bore expressions of concern. What's wrong? Why does everyone look so glum? Zhang Lu asked, his expression darkening. One squad leader sighed and said, Squad leader, the training and adjustment period was too short, and the quality of this batch of recruits is quite varied. If we send them into battle like this, there will surely be losses. Indeed, squad leader. The recruits in my group seem utterly clueless. I am at a loss for words. Zhang Lu's expression darkened further as he replied, I am not here to listen to your complaints. The recruits assigned to you are nearly equal in caliber. The military orders have been issued. Even if you are given 3 pigs, you must lead them into battle. Then, Zhang Lu's expression shifted, and he added, however, we have been fortunate this time. My luck was good during the drawing. Our mission can be considered one of the better ones among the 5 squadrons. You can all rejoice in secret. Chapter 73, Task Allocation. Zhang Lu, what do you mean? Spoke Zhong Quan, the squad leader of the 10th group in the 2nd Squadron, who was an old veteran mech pilot accompanying the new recruits. Among the 10 members of Zhang Lu's 2nd Squadron, only Li Xian and Feng Dai were his former subordinates. The rest were newly assigned. Feng Dai was the leader of the 6th group, while Li Xian led the 7th group. Zhang Lu opened the large map before him and said, in this drawing, our squadron has been assigned to initiate the 3rd wave of attacks. The 1st and 5th squadrons are responsible for the 1st and 2nd waves, respectively. The 3rd and 4th squadrons will be engaged in peripheral skirmishes. Upon hearing this, Feng Dai remarked, from this perspective, the missions of the 3rd and 4th squadrons seem preferable. Zhang Lu nodded in agreement, stating, their missions are indeed better, but not as favorable as one might think. The intelligence personnel have identified 5 entrances from the outside to the Baixamo steelworks. Those 2 squadrons must first launch an assault to seize the enemy's outer positions, then hold their ground while we take the entire interior of the Baixamo steelworks. The enemy, in their desperation to maintain control over the Biximo steelworks, will undoubtedly resort to any means necessary to dispatch reinforcements. Making the fighting intensely fierce. In this light, we have indeed been fortunate. Launching the third wave allows these recruits some time to acclimate to the battlefield environment, commented the leader of the first group. Nong Shuang. The others nodded in silent agreement. This moment, every additional second counts for those new recruits. At the very least, they will be able to experience the atmosphere and alleviate some of their stress before entering combat. Zhang Lu nodded at the projection before him and continued, "Now, let us commence the formal combat briefing." "Yes, squadron leader." The group leaders replied in unison. At Zhang Lu's signal, the 3D map of the Biximo steelworks began to stretch and expand, gradually revealing the underground layout as the surface buildings faded away, leaving only a schematic of several entrances leading underground. It was as if the entire Biximo steelworks had been dissected. Zhang Lu pointed at the map and explained, "Beneath the Biximo steelworks, there are 4 major zones, A, B, C, and D, each further subdivided, for instance, from A1 to A4. Thus, there are a total of 16 underground areas within the steelworks. Each area is a vast underground space, approximately 40 meters in height, which will allow us mechs to fully unleash our combat capabilities. Each of these underground spaces is connected by several large passageways, creating an extensive network underground. This area is undoubtedly where the enemy has set up their most stringent defenses. Among these passageways, the widest spans hundreds of meters, while the narrowest measures 35 meters, which is still passable for mechs. Our immediate adversary lies within the subterranean sea district. The preceding 2 squadrons have been tasked with seizing C1 and C2. While our mission is to capture C3, this, of course, constitutes merely the initial wave of our operations. Subsequent developments will depend on the progression of the battle. Now, let us unveil the map of the C3 area for thorough examination. The 3D structural diagram of the Biximo Steel Factory's underground layout expands dramatically. The C3 area is vast, signifying ample space for a considerable number of foes. Originally, C3 was a large casting workshop. Its metallic apparatus is colossal and robust, serving as formidable defensive structures. However, such large casting equipment has its advantages. The corridors between them are sufficiently spacious to facilitate the transport of raw materials and finished products. Many of the lower apparatuses, such as conveyor belts, have been utterly obliterated in the preceding skirmishes, leaving only a few remnants of debris. Within the C3 area, there are a total of 4 corridors, 2 in the front and 2 at the rear, each measuring 50 meters in width and over 30 meters in height. This ample expanse enables easy passage for mechs. Zhang Lu pointed towards the front corridors of the C3 area, stating, "Our offensive should commence from these 2 front corridors, designated as Corridor 24 and Corridor 25. Behind the C3 area lie Corridors 26 and 27, through which the enemy can reinforce and retreat. To officially engage in combat within the C3 area, we must be particularly vigilant regarding the 2 front corridors. If the enemy commander possesses any semblance of intelligence, he will certainly station heavy troops here." "Which forces will be supporting us?" Han Zhong inquired. "The leader of Group 8. We will be assisted by an infantry battalion from Hungan Defense, along with a company of stalkers. Hasn't the group provided support for infantry and armored troops? Why haven't we received any reinforcements?" Feng Dai sighed. "Fighting underground is a chaotic affair. The infantry reinforcements from the group are no different than those from Hungan Defense. Conversely, their blocking missions on the periphery are likely to yield greater results." Zhang Lu elucidated briefly. "Now, let us proceed to allocate combat assignments," Zhang Lu declared with gravity. The other team leaders promptly sat up straight, awaiting the orders. "Groups 1 through 4, your task is to initiate the offensive and breach the enemy's corridors 23 and 24. Allowing our forces direct access to the C3 area?" "Yes, squadron leader," responded Nong Shuang, Yang Haoquang, Yu Mingjun, and Ho Jingwei in unison. The leaders of Groups 1 through 4. Groups 5, 6, 9, and 10. Your mission is to swiftly secure suitable defensive strongholds upon entering the C3 area and establish defensive positions. "We must solidify our foothold here." "Yes, squadron leader." Chi Su, Feng Dai, Tong Yu, and Zhong Quan also echoed loudly, representing the leaders of Groups 5, 6, 9, and 10. Lastly, Group 7 and 8. You 2 will act as reserve forces, following my lead and remaining prepared for combat at all times. Zhang Lu's gaze settled on the Xin. "Yes, squadron leader," Li Xian and Han Zhong affirmed robustly. Li Xian serves as the leader of Group 7, while Han Zhong leads Group 8. Very well, the situation within the C3 area has undoubtedly changed significantly since before. Information regarding the underground structure of the area has been transmitted to your chips. Begin studying this material diligently. In half an hour, we will commence a tactical simulation. I do not wish for anyone to be oblivious to the area's layout later. Yes, Chapter 74. Coordination. After an entire afternoon of simulations and familiarization, the combat teams of the 2nd Squadron have garnered a deeper understanding of the subterranean C3 area. This locale can undoubtedly be characterized as a site of stringent enemy defense, or rather, the entire C district stands as a front line poised for fierce conflict. The Beishimo Steel Factory, despite possessing numerous underground entrances, only has the C district as the most suitable for mech operations. This is a fact known to both the blueprints and Hungan defense, as well as to the adversaries of the Mildanites below. As for the B district and A district, they too have corridors. But these will not serve as the primary offensive direction this time. At the onset of battle, only small-scale forces will engage in feigned attacks to divert the enemy's attention. Li Xian returned to the hangar, where 3 new recruits regarded him with eager anticipation. "What are you staring at?" Li Xian inquired, widening his eyes. Wei Qian quickly asked, "Boss, are we about to commence our attack?" The other 2 mirrored his anxious gaze towards Li Xian. He nodded, affirming, "Indeed, the offensive officially begins tomorrow. We're really going to fight." Gon Honkai unconsciously rubbed his hands together. "Do you think they brought you here just for a charade?" Li Xian patted Gon Hongsai's shoulder and continued. "You fortunate. We are the 3rd wave to initiate the assault, and our group is designated as the reserve. You'll have ample time to acclimate to the battlefield environment. Enjoy this moment." "Really?" Ling Yangping exclaimed joyfully. "Yes, the reserve. Might we not even have to engage in battle, with the other teams resolving the enemy?" Li Xian, observing his overly optimistic and fearful comrades, chose not to dampen their spirits, but replied with a smile. "What you say is not without possibility. Although we do not know the exact enemy strength underground, we can be certain that they will not outnumber us. Rest assured, this time it will be safe. Now, let's begin equipping you with your weapons. Familiarize yourselves with them tonight, and ensure you get to bed early to restore your energy." "Yes, boss." The 3 new recruits responded enthusiastically. Next, Li Xian commenced the weapon allocation for himself and the 3 recruits. As they would be heading underground, the power spear he previously wielded would not serve well, so he chose a power sword, a 5-meter-long weapon with a blade extending 4 meters. Given that melee combat was inevitable, he opted not to use the 6-barreled electromagnetic cannon, which, while effective against minor foes, holds little value in mech combat. Thus, Li Xian's main cannon remained a plasma cannon, while his secondary cannon was modified to a 55mm laser cannon. Essentially, Li Xian's mech would now be equipped with 2 main cannons. The consequence of this configuration is a brief period of formidable firepower, albeit with an extended charging time. However, Li Xian deemed this manageable, as achieving concentrated fire in the underground area is already a significant challenge. Additionally, Li Xian's left arm was outfitted with an armored shield, for defense in such an underground environment is never excessive. In terms of protection, he also equipped external armor, transforming into a heavy armored warrior. If skill is lacking, then let equipment compensate. Originally, Li Xian's favored serrated Ant-12 tube rocket nest had to be reluctantly abandoned this time. His short sword already weighed him down sufficiently, and adding the rocket nest would likely hinder his melee capabilities. After finalizing his equipment, Li Xian surveyed his mech, feeling satisfied with the outcome. Under the current conditions, this configuration represented the best he could achieve. With the absence of the 6-barreled electromagnetic cannon, he would not need to carry heavy ammunition, thus allowing for potentially greater agility in close combat than before. Once Li Xian was equipped, the weapon setups for the 3 new recruits were even more extravagant. They were essentially replicas of Li Xian's previous battlefield armaments. Armored shields, plasma cannons as the main weapon, 6-barreled electromagnetic cannons as the secondary weapon, and 2 serrated ant rocket nests mounted on their shoulders. Their right arms bore identical power swords, all clad in cumbersome external armor. They appeared as cumbersome heavy-armored warriors. Maximizing their firepower, if employed skillfully, this configuration could potentially overload the void shields of 2 knight retainers. Of course, precision would be crucial. However, Li Xian felt confident, as the forthcoming battlefield would not be an open expanse. What Li Xian managed to achieve, these new recruits could undoubtedly accomplish as well. Within the forward operating base, mechs and armored transport vehicles began to exit the compound. These units departed in sequence, some traversing the surface of the steel factory towards more distant locales, where the enemy established outer entrances and defensive positions. Others gradually maneuvered through the large entryways, entering the subterranean regions. By the time it was Li Xian's turn to depart, the afternoon had already waned. He regarded the three new recruits before him. Despite their years of mech training exceeding his own, they had yet to experience combat. At this moment, their states were quite similar, with expressions fluctuating between pallor and exuberance. This mirrored Li Xian's own prior sentiments, oscillating between the fear of impending battle and the anticipation of achieving great feats and military accolades. Such a mindset is common among all. Li Xian approached the three new recruits, adjusting their gear and offering reassurances to calm their nerves. Continuing on, Li Xian produced his own medals, 2 silver medals in the shape of valiant swords adorning his chest. He remarked, "You have often inquired about the battles that earned me these 2 medals, yet I have refrained from sharing that story until now. Allow me to recount my tale." Upon hearing Li Xian's declaration, Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping's eyes brightened with intrigue. "You may find it hard to believe, but I only joined this unit 2 months ago, fortunate enough to become a mecha pilot. After a mere 20 days of training under our squadron leader, I was thrust into combat. Just imagine, in such a short span of time, how novice my mecha skills must have been. Nevertheless, during several days of battle, I faced the enemy alongside our squadron leader and the captain of the 6th group, confronting 5 enemy knights and their retinues in a fierce onslaught. What would you have thought had you been in my position? This is far too perilous," Wei Qian exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, it was exceedingly dangerous. We believed we were doomed," Li Xian stated emphatically. At that moment, our squadron leader had resolved to cover our retreat, allowing the 2 of us to escape, hoping we might find safety. "Oh, you see this medal? It is the military honor I earned in that very battle." Li Xian caressed his first medal. The gazes of the 3 recruits involuntarily fell upon the gleaming silver decoration. The squadron leader urged me to flee, yet I recalled his teachings and the bond shared among comrades. In that fervent moment, how could I entertain thoughts of abandoning my allies? I unleashed an overwhelming barrage, firing rockets, main cannons, and electromagnetic artillery all at once. In the blink of an eye, I obliterated 1 knight's retinue, and thus, this medal came to rest in my hands. In that skirmish, I, a mere rookie, even less seasoned than you, achieved a decisive victory, slaying an enemy knight. Against 5 knights, we managed to retaliate and destroy 2 of their number. Therefore, the enemy's knights are not as formidable as you might imagine. Wield your firepower wisely, and you too can attain such triumphs. Picture your mechas adorned with kill stars, envision the military honors you would receive, and contemplate the rewards from the Ministry of Defense." At that moment, Li Xian resembled a charismatic leader, fervently inspiring the 3 recruits and bolstering their morale. He turned to the auxiliary soldiers nearby, for his words were not solely directed at the recruits but also intended for them. "You too share in this endeavor. My 2 medals were obtained with the assistance of my fellow auxiliary soldiers, and as I receive honors, so too do they." Several comrades transitioned into formal positions within the group, and one day, I shall introduce you to them. In this moment, not just Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping, but all 40 auxiliary soldiers felt the glimmer of a promising future beckoning them. Ling Yangping's face flushed with excitement, a clear sign of fervor. He eagerly inquired, "Boss, is what you say truly the case?" "When have I ever deceived you?" Li Xian replied with a slight smile. "Feel free to inquire within this base. Ask if my words hold any truth. According to my perspective, your arrival under my command is a stroke of fortune, an immense blessing. Due to my presence, our former group leader, a veteran at M1D5, has finally ascended to become an M2 squadron leader. The leader of the 6th group, Feng Dai, a seasoned soldier, has also stepped up to lead. Each of you possesses your own silver sword medal, all gained after my arrival. From a mere intern, I have risen to become the leader of the M1D5 mecha support group in just over 2 months. Is this not luck? On the battlefield, what matters most? Luck, of course. With me around, bullets and shells will veer away from you. Military honors and spoils will come rushing towards you." Li Xian looked at Wei Qian and his companions. prompting them to envision their success in becoming formal members, adorned with medals as they returned to blueprints to impress the ladies. Imagine attaining formal status within the group due to your merits. Enjoying the benefits and opportunities for advancement that come with it. Under my leadership, these are not mere dreams. They are the realities of the future. Do you desire such a future? Li Xian shouted, his voice resonating. Yes, everyone exclaimed loudly. Your voices are too faint. I cannot hear you. Yes, came the response, yet it remained too soft. Yes. The clamor within the hangar nearly pierced the heavens, as all present seemed to expel half the air from their lungs in their fervent response. Li Xian observed the young faces before him, flushed with excitement. Not only the fresh recruits, but even the seasoned soldiers who had recently been re-enlisted bore expressions of enthusiasm, breathing heavily as Li Xian's vivid portrayal of a bright future filled their minds. This was the power of collective spirit. Had Li Xian stood alone before just one or two individuals, no matter how passionately he spoke, he may not have swayed them to believe in such a promising future. However, in the context of camaraderie and shared experience, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. In this heightened environment, personal emotions magnified and intensified. I pilot my mecha, while you command auxiliary vehicles. Together, we all have a promising future. Now, everyone, prepare your gear for one final check of your vehicles. Get ready to depart. Yes. Everyone busied themselves, fervently inspecting their weapons and equipment. Li Xian watched with satisfaction, only to suddenly sense something amiss. Turning around, he found Zhang Lu and Feng Dai staring at him, dumbfounded. Recognizing their astonishment, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. This was indeed an awkward moment. He swiftly approached Zhang Lu and Feng Dai. As he drew near, they continued to regard him with expressions akin to that of a curious beast. Li Xian, did you have any other side ventures before this? You little rascal, your fervor has ignited my own blood. Feng Dai exclaimed, nearly wrapping his arm around Li Xian's shoulder in camaraderie. Zhang Lu, equally impressed, remarked, Li Xian, I never realized you possessed such talent. You ought to be the squadron leader. I wager that after you address the entire squadron, their combat prowess would increase by 30%. Li Xian chuckled modestly. You both are exaggerating. I'm not that remarkable. Feng Dai tentatively suggested, how about you come and speak to my group as well? Li Xian shook his head vigorously. Feng, please don't put me in such a predicament. Speaking to the group is manageable, but addressing yours feels wrong. All right, old Feng, if you wish to speak, just transcribe what Li Xian has just said, and you'll be good to go, Zhang Lu added, patting Feng Dai on the shoulder. Feng Dai nodded enthusiastically, turning on his heel to head back to his hangar, muttering, you make a valid point. I must get started right away, lest I fall behind. After Feng Dai departed, Zhang Lu placed a hand on Li Xian's shoulder, gazing intently at him. You speak truthfully. Your arrival has brought good fortune to both me and Feng. Li Xian, this time, I hope you find even greater luck. Li Xian inhaled deeply, affirming, yes, master. Who said Zhang Lu couldn't inspire? Clearly, he was quite adept at it. Chapter 76. Adaptation. Li Xian led the 7th Squad out of the hangar. The troops swiftly traversed the open expanse beyond the Behemoth steel factory, arriving at an entrance. Upon entering the factory, even at ground level, the sounds of firefights from below could be heard. Within the cockpit of his mecha, Li Xian heard Zhang Lu's voice. No need for further words. Everyone, guide the recruits underground, maintaining vigilant caution and being mindful of their mental states. This is an excellent adaptation phase, and I hope each squad can utilize this time before officially entering the battlefield. Yes, squadron leader. Each team, accompanied by their auxiliary soldiers, navigated through the subterranean entryways into the underground realm of the Behemoth steel factory. This entrance, measuring 80 meters in width and 40 meters in height, resembled a gaping maw, mercilessly swallowing whole squads of mecha forces. Alongside the mecha troops and their auxiliary soldiers, some infantry and armored units from Hungan Defense also trickled in, entering the underground in small formations. Each combat team of the 2nd Squadron entered the underground with a 3-minute interval between them. From this moment onward, it was essential for the recruits to feel the atmosphere of the battlefield. Their available adaptation time was limited, so they needed to arrive as swiftly as possible. The fewer comrades they had by their sides, the more intense their feelings of tension and exhilaration would be. Enhancing their adaptation experience, Li Xian led his squad of 3 mechas and 8 tracked armored vehicles into the depths below. The atmosphere thickened with anticipation. In the next moment, the brilliance of the surface world temporarily separated from them. The heavy footsteps of the mechs and the rumbling of tracked armored vehicles reverberated through the corridor. Inside the passage, there was a complete absence of light. For infantry, the visibility was quite poor. The mechs fared significantly better. Although they could not compare to the clarity of daylight, they were still able to distinguish objects with relative ease. With the assistance of psychic energy and radar, their effectiveness was commendable. Form a diamond-shaped defensive formation and advance. The voice of Li Xian echoed in the squad channel. Yes, boss, responded the 3 new recruits promptly. 4 mechs arranged themselves into a diamond-shaped formation, with Wei Qian's mech leading the way. To his left and right were Ling Yangping and Gan Hongkai, while Li Xian's mech brought up the rear. This was the standard formation for squad movement and combat. With Wei Qian's melee capabilities rated at D3, he was designated as the point man. Li Xian, as the squad commander, was to remain at the rear unless circumstances dictated otherwise. He was the very soul of this squad. On the battlefield, anyone could perish, including the commander. However, if there were to be a sequence to such deaths, a proper military force would ensure that the commander was the last to fall. The loss of a soldier might mean the loss of just one individual. But the death of a commander implied that nearly the entire unit was bereft of guidance. Even if a new commander were to take over, they could not compare to the one who had fallen. The loss of a soldier meant only one life, whereas the loss of a commander could signify the demise of an entire army. For instance, in Li Xian's squad, if the point man Wei Qian were to be killed, Li Xian could still lead the remaining 2 recruits into battle. Even post-conflict, they could simply recruit a new soldier to restore their combat capability. Yet, if Li Xian were to fall, the squad would be doomed. It would be questionable whether the 3 of them could even survive on the battlefield. And of course, Wei Qian was not alone at the front. Ahead of him were 2 tracked armored vehicles, with the auxiliary soldiers inside truly leading the charge. Stay vigilant. While there is little danger here, all actions must adhere to our training protocols. Li Xian continued issuing orders. Yes, boss. The mech unit advanced slowly, as if there were indeed enemies defending ahead, executing tactical movements and reconnaissance in an orderly fashion. While they trained here, fierce combat raged ahead. Boom. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sounds of various weapons firing and explosions echoed through the underground. Originally, the soundproofing in the subterranean space of the Beishimo steel factory was quite effective, as it was a place for casting and forging. Without soundproofing, the noise would drive the workers to mental exhaustion. However, after several rounds of fierce skirmishes, the area had become a chaotic mess, and the soundproofing had been utterly compromised. The cacophony of intense combat could be heard throughout the entire underground space. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosions caused fine sand and dust to cascade down from the ceiling of the corridor. After advancing a certain distance, the mechs halted. Any further movement would bring them directly into the line of fire. At that moment, 40 mechs from the first squad were engaged in combat with the enemy. Naturally, not all 40 mechs were attacking simultaneously. The battlefield could not accommodate such a multitude of mechs. In the C1 area, the enemy's resistance was exceptionally stubborn, with a cacophony of gunfire and explosions echoing everywhere. Even with the ferocity of the ongoing battle, it would likely take the troops 2 or 3 days to secure this area. The enemy's resolve was tenacious, their firepower dense. Various infantry firing positions, assault vehicles, and even mechs were all present. While Blueprint and Hung and Defense were reinforcing and training their personnel above, the Milda auxiliary forces below were not idle either. Under the watchful eyes of intelligence operatives, they too reinforced their ranks and constructed numerous defensive fortifications using existing equipment and rubble. Although these fortifications could not indefinitely keep the enemy at bay, they would ensure that each advance from the attacking side incurred casualties. With sturdier defensive structures, even with the assistance of mechs, the infantry's rate of advance remained sluggish. On the second day of the battle, Li Xian led his 3 new recruits away from the rear corridor to a slightly forward position. By now, the battle had entered its second day. Compared to the first day, Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping had tempered their initial fervor. However, after a day of acclimatization, they no longer exhibited the same level of excitement or anxiety as before. At least, they were no longer pale-faced or trembling. Aside from a few battle-hardened individuals, it was rare for anyone to step onto the battlefield for the first time without a trace of nervousness. Chapter 77. The underground offensive begins upon reaching a more advanced position. They could clearly observe the dense web of gunfire exchanged by both sides in the subterranean arena. The bullets fired were often tracer rounds, creating a luminous tapestry in the dim environment. A myriad of ammunition, bullets, artillery shells, missiles, and plasma cannons were continuously unleashed from both sides. The mechs were formidable, yet not invincible. Even with their void shields, they could only withstand concentrated fire from infantry for a limited time. Moreover, the labyrinthine corridors could only accommodate a handful of mechs at a time. Each deployment required immediate withdrawal after just a minute or two. While the mechs possessed void shields, their instantaneous firepower was not significantly more ferocious than that of 200 or 300 tanks. Furthermore, due to the mechs' massive size, they posed a substantial threat, prompting the enemy to focus their fire on them. The void shields could only endure for so long. To avoid overloading them, retreat was the only option. Xian and his recruits observed the unfolding battle from a distance. Not only were they waiting in line, but even the mech pilots from the first squad engaged in combat nearby were also queuing. It was unwise to cluster all together in the corridor. Should any complications arise, escape would be impossible. The three new recruits activated their void shields, absorbing the atmosphere of the battlefield. Xian, since they had acclimatized sufficiently before he inquired. "What do you think of the battlefield?" Gon Honkai replied. "It's more intense than I imagined." Ugh. The sound of Wei Qian retching interrupted the moment. "Boss, I've already thrown up several times." "Ugh. Close your mic when you vomit." "Ugh." This time, it was not just Wei Qian. Even Ling Yangping was affected by his retching. Hearing the sounds of vomiting through the earpiece, Xian couldn't help but shake his head. The three of them had weaker stomachs than Xian. During his first battle, he had managed to hold it together, merely pale-faced and trembling. Xian chuckled. "It seems bringing you here for a first-hand look was the right call. Otherwise, what would happen if you started retching in the heat of battle?" "Boss, can we step back for a moment to rest?" Wei Qian's weak voice came through. "Rest? At a time like this, you're thinking about resting? Show me until you can't vomit anymore." Xian replied loudly. "Boss, I'm going to throw up to death." Wei Qian lamented. Xian reassured him. "Don't worry, the mechs are equipped with life support systems. You won't have any issues. Besides, you're all psychics. You won't have problems that easily. Look, getting used to it beforehand is better than throwing up in the middle of combat." Xian unyieldingly dismissed the requests of Wei Qian and the others. The situation on the second day of battle was exceedingly intense. With fallen infantry and destroyed armored vehicles scattered across the battlefield in the face of such heavy firepower, those fortunate enough to be vaporized were lucky. Many others were reduced to nothing more than a bloody pulp. It was precisely this grim spectacle that overwhelmed the trained Wei Qian and Ling Yangping. In contrast, Gon Honkai surprisingly displayed the highest level of composure, earning Xian's respect. On the third day, Xian continued to bring them to observe the battle, urging them to contemplate the details of their own combat strategies based on the ongoing skirmishes. The frontline combat raged with exceptional ferocity, and this state of affairs persisted for 5 days, until the first squad's mechs and Hungan's infantry finally secured the C1 area. During this time, both infantry and armored units suffered considerable losses. It was not only the foot soldiers who fell, but even the mechs sustained damage. The first squad lost 2 mechs, both new recruits. The reason for their demise was straightforward. Under concentrated enemy fire, the mechs' void shields were breached. The new recruits, whether due to overwhelming nerves or other factors, failed to retreat in time and were caught in the explosion of their cockpits. Even amidst such a state of aggression, losses were incurred, casting a pall over the hearts of the mech pilots in the first squad. It was worth noting that the enemy had not even deployed their mech units for close combat. They had opted for long-range attacks from the rear. What might transpire if the enemy launched a close-quarters assault was uncertain. On the day following the capture of C1, the C2 area also fell, and it was now time for Jiang Lu's second squad to deploy. All units, conduct another inventory of the mechs. Prepare for departure and combat readiness. Xian's voice resonated in the ears of the 7th group of new recruits. After several days of acclimatization, the recruits had significantly improved their condition. 02 ready, 03 ready, 04 ready, move out. Within the cockpit, Xian's energy was already activated, and the mecha began to advance slowly. As a reserve unit, their combat sequence was positioned towards the rear. In front of them were 4 combat groups, comprising a total of 16 mechas, engaged in pre-battle preparations. Previously, they could only watch others fight. Now, it was finally their turn to enter the fray. The passages of 23 and 24 resembled gaping maws, eager to devour the infantry and mecha units of Hung in defense. As the defending force against the Milda retinue, their adversaries had already sanitized the passages thoroughly. The 200-meter-long corridor was devoid of cover. Not even dust remained, having been dislodged during prior battles. Such a corridor could almost be deemed a death trap. In light of this, Hung in defense had made substantial preparations for the offensive. They had modified the Stag Hunter tanks, reinforcing them with heavy armor at the front. The armor was akin to solid steel walls, propelled by the Stag Hunter tanks, leaving only a narrow gun port exposed. Capable of a 30-degree swivel, the rest remained shielded by the armor. The infantry would advance alongside the armored units, with only a small contingent moving forward at any given time, simultaneously pushing ahead while fending off enemy fire. This armor rendered infantry bullets, rapid-fire cannons, and even plasma and laser weapons ineffective, a lesson learned from previous battles that had informed their revised tactics, primarily aimed at vehicles and the mecha units trailing behind. As for the infantry, they were now merely supplementary. Open fire! Blow them to smithereens! The tank commander roared from within the Stag Hunter, venting his anger and fear. Boom! Chapter 78. Training the troops. The Milda retinue stared in stunned silence at the advancing armored wall, which seemed impenetrable, with the Stag Hunters and mecha units following closely behind. This tactic was bewildering. Aside from being somewhat slow, it had no apparent weaknesses. The armor wall stood 3 meters high, effectively shielding the tanks behind it. Moreover, the thickness rendered any offensive from their weapons akin to mere tickles. The only drawback was the Stag Hunter's sluggish pace, but otherwise, it was flawless. The commanding officer of the Milda retinue slammed his fist on the table in frustration, exclaiming, "Do these corporate dogs possess no sense of honor? How can they employ such a repugnant method of attack, sir? Our direct fire weapons have nearly lost their effectiveness. Even plasma and laser weapons cannot penetrate this armor in the short term." The staff officer sighed, adding, "As for projectile weapons, our heavy artillery cannot be utilized in such a corridor. Defensive artillery is also incapable of breaching the armor. What weapons do we have that can reach the enemy behind that armor?" The commander helplessly massaged his temples. The staff officer replied, "Perhaps only grenade launchers can temporarily target the enemies behind the armor. Then let us fire. We cannot allow the enemy to advance so easily." Yes, soon, the Milda retinue's position erupted in a fierce barrage of gunfire. All grenade launchers and artillery opened fire incessantly. Yet, this firepower posed little threat to the armored vehicles. It was primarily effective against the infantry. The Stag Hunters steadily advanced their artificial defense line, while a small group of mechas followed closely, wielding shields and unleashing onboard firepower at the enemy's defenses. Observing this tactical progression, Zhang Lu promptly decided to rotate all groups to experience the battlefield atmosphere and the sensation of firing firsthand. Each mecha group could hold the front line for about 1 to 2 minutes before needing to withdraw for recharge. Originally, the combat plan allocated only 4 assault teams for the 2 passages. Now, 10 groups were taking turns. Soon, it was the turn of Li Xian's 7th group. Sensing his team members' anxiety before the battle commenced, Li Xian jested, "No need to be nervous. Our mission is quite simple. Spend a few seconds rushing to the side of the Stag Hunter tank, raise your right arm with the shield, then let your mechas unleash all firepower upon the enemy's position. After 2 minutes, when the void shield nearing its limit, take a few seconds to run back. This mission will be over. Consider it a game in the simulation chamber. Understood?" Li Xian inquired loudly. "Understood," Wei Qian and the other 2 responded in unison. "Move out!" This time, Li Xian took the lead without waiting for Wei Qian to act as the vanguard. The 3 new recruits felt a tinge of nervousness. It was crucial for Li Xian to take the initiative and inspire them. The mecha lunged forward, and the trio of Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping shouted in unison. Following Li Xian's lead, as Li Xian charged ahead, he kept a watchful eye on the 3 recruits, prioritizing their safety over his own firepower. "Hold your armored shields high. This will help us endure enemy fire for longer." "Yes, boss." Sometimes, anxiety only manifests before an event. Once the recruits entered the battlefield, they found everything to be remarkably straightforward. Their energy weapons hung momentarily at the sides of their mechas, as they raised their shields against enemy fire. Even when the enemy knights charged under heavy fire, they had ample time to switch their shields to their left arms and retrieve their energy weapons with their right. Upon reaching the rear of the Stag Hunter tank, Li Xian immediately raised his shield, while his left arm's plasma cannon swiftly sought out the enemy with the aid of its chip. Opening fire. Zap boom. In an instant, a massive fireball and faint blue electric currents erupted from the targeted enemy position. Don't dawdle. Fire quickly with the chip's assistance, Li Xian commanded while firing. Wei Qian, having just raised his shield and adjusted his stance, diverted a barrage of bullets and shells to the side, intercepted by the Stag Hunter's armored wall. He roared, lifting the six-barreled electromagnetic cannon. Fueled by energy, a torrential downpour of bullets, enhanced by tracer rounds, formed a long whip striking at the enemy's position. Ling Yongping remained silent, yet his speed of attack surpassed even the boisterous Wei Qian. The trio's plasma cannons and six-barreled machine guns unleashed a relentless barrage, igniting the enemy's defensive line with explosions and electric arcs. Don't hold back on your rocket launchers. Are you planning to bring some back for later? Aim and fire everything. Li Xian bellowed over the squad's communication, his voice nearly piercing the eardrums of the three recruits. Yes, yes, yes. Rocket launchers. Wei Qian echoed like a parrot. Bang, 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 zap, zap, zap. Soon, as the Z-Sawtooth rocket pods opened, a multitude of rockets, trailing white smoke, surged toward the enemy's position. Boom! In an instant, the enemy's defensive position at the end of the corridor was engulfed in a conflagration of explosions. It was as if a cauldron of meat broth was being simmered within the steel of the corridor. The dozens of meters of passageway, along with the defensive line beyond, had been thoroughly bombarded by the rockets. However, due to the enemy's semi-permanent fortifications, the damage incurred was minimal. Flames surged through the firing ports into the fortifications, igniting the air and consuming oxygen. Buzzing, the recruits' electromagnetic cannon ammunition had run dry, and all rockets had been launched. The mech's instantaneous firepower was overwhelming. In total, they had fired 18,000 rounds of 20mm electromagnetic shells and 72 Z-Sawtooth rockets at the enemy's defensive position. If converted into shrapnel, it would cover the entire area. Finished? How was that? Li Xian asked. Awesome. Ling Yongping roared, and Li Xian could almost envision his flushed face within the cockpit. Awesome. Awesome. Wei Qian and Gan Hongkai echoed enthusiastically. If you're satisfied, let us withdraw and let the next group have their turn. Li Xian laughed, then maneuvered the mecha to pick up the shield as they began to retreat. Chapter 79. Closing in, the four mechas swiftly retreated to the rear of the corridor, covering the 200 meters in mere seconds. Even as they turned their backs, it made no difference, for the enemy's firepower was still reeling from the rocket bombardment. Upon returning to the rear of the corridor, Li Xian promptly commanded, quickly reload and prepare for battle. Yes, boss. Ling Yongping swiftly responded, and then began to exchange auxiliary soldiers for equipment, initiating the reloading of his electromagnetic cannon while also equipping two new serrated ant rockets. Boss, when will it be our turn to take another round? In the squad's communication channel, Ling Yongping's voice could not conceal his excitement. Li Xian chuckled. What? Not nervous anymore. You want to go for another round? Ling Yongping replied, I'm not nervous. I only have one thought now, to unleash a barrage. What about you two? Li Xian inquired of the other two. Wei Qian and Gan Hongcai's voices sounded somewhat dry. Yet they were no longer as tense as at the beginning. I also want to go for another round. Li Xian nodded silently, noting that their morale was suitable. He recalled his own first experience on the battlefield, feeling much the same. The exhilaration was overwhelming, his heart pounding like a drum, rendering him unable to sleep that night. This opportunity for long-range firing was indeed an excellent chance for training on the battlefield. Close combat and long-range combat offered entirely different experiences. In long-range combat, one might not fully grasp the visceral brutality of slaughter due to the distance, which obscured the view. However, close combat was another matter entirely. The power sword slicing through flesh and the mechanical feet crushing enemies created a gruesome sensation that was unimaginable in long-range combat. Li Xian glanced at the three new soldiers loading ammunition and turned to communicate with their squad leader. Zhanglu, Master, when can we be arranged to take another round? Oh, have you found this training beneficial? Zhanglu asked with a smile. Li Xian candidly replied, Indeed, this kind of experience for new soldiers is quite effective. Just wait. It's not only your team that needs training, others do too. I've already instructed the frontline hunters to slow down, just to give you more time for practice, Zhang Lu declared. This won't affect our offensive plan? Will it? Li Xian asked with slight concern. Zhang Lu paused before responding. There will be some impact, but it's worth it. Besides, our offensive speed has already surpassed the original plan, and we still have sufficient time. Understood, Master. Li Xian had not received any special privileges from Zhang Lu, but he was mentally prepared for that. Zhang Lu was now the squad leader and could afford to take better care of Li Xian. Yet it could not be too obvious. Currently, aside from Li Xian and Feng Dai, the rest of the squad were newcomers, and this was a critical time for Zhang Lu to consolidate their loyalty. Privately, Zhang Lu had already arranged for Li Xian to be on standby. Obvious favoritism could not be displayed. At the front line, several consecutive assaults by the mechs had left the enemies within the Mierda defense line in a state of despair. The commander of Mierda had bloodshot eyes as he roared, "Use explosives. Blow them up as they advance with their tanks." Yes. Now, Mierda's direct firepower, even its heavy artillery, could not reach the hunters' tanks behind the armored wall. Though the modifications had made the tanks less aesthetically pleasing, their effectiveness was undeniable. The armored wall in front of the tanks had become riddled with craters and even punctured holes, yet the hunters behind remained unscathed. It must be said that at times, heavy armor proved to be even more effective than a void shield. Of course, this was also due to the enemy lacking the time to assemble specialized equipment to counter such a tactic. Laying explosives ahead of the defense line was a wise strategy, as the armor's design hindered the hunter's visibility. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated, engulfing the entire passageway in flames and intense heat. The first hunter tank had crossed into the explosive zone, being violently propelled into the air. The ammunition inside the tank triggered a secondary explosion, amplifying the blast's power. Behind the passage, Zhang Lu, aboard a Vanguard mech, observed the scene with a calm demeanor. War was no child's play. Death was a commonplace occurrence for those who entered the battlefield. Countless soldiers had already perished in the advance towards the C1 and C2 areas, with even 2 mechs destroyed. Now, employing a new method, only 1 hunter and a few infantry had been lost, and pushing the front line to this position was already quite commendable. Beside the Vanguard mech was a command-type armored vehicle. The commander of Hung in Defense remarked, "The enemy has already found a solution. It may be difficult to employ this tactic again. Next, let the mech troops make the assault, and ensure you are prepared for coordinated operations," Zhang Lu replied. His expression calm and voice steadied. "No problem. As long as the mech troops break through, we will undoubtedly follow closely behind," the commander assured, thumping his chest. As the battle reached this point, it was time for the mechs to deliver a decisive blow. In the command channel, Zhang Lu's voice resonated. "After reconnaissance, we have ascertained the enemy's defensive points along the passage. The number of enemy mechs behind remains unknown, but it shouldn't be too many. Therefore, the next operational plan is as follows. Groups 1 of 4, prepare for the first wave assault. Groups 5 to 10, prepare for the second wave. Everyone, give it your all and strive to capture the enemy's defense line in one go. Once we enter the C3 area, all units should avoid reckless advances, prepare defenses, and facilitate the arrival of follow-up units. Do you all understand?" At the end, Zhang Lu emphasized his inquiry. "Understood. Commence pre-battle preparations." Soon, mechs were reloading their ammunition. In the front passage, the explosives originally laid by the Mierda subordinate army had been entirely detonated by the hunters and infantry, clearing the path for the mech's assault, leaving the entire passage unobstructed. The only concern was what kind of defensive preparations the enemy would have after the assault and whether there would be formidable opponents waiting ahead. Nevertheless, the mech assault was a necessary step. Otherwise, capturing this defense line through infantry would result in countless casualties. Chapter 80. Break through the frontline mechs, now prepared for the assault, had raised their heavy armored shields before them. Each row represented an entire combat group. And with 4 mechs, this was the maximum that could fit through the passage. Gazing at the cleared path ahead, Zhang Lu commanded, "Advance. Kill. Crush them." The commanders of groups 1 and 2 gritted their teeth and roared, leading their new soldiers toward the enemy's defense line like an imposing steel wall. The sound of mechs charging through the passage was akin to a collapsing mountain. The soldiers within the Mierda defense line, witnessing the shield-bearing mechs charging towards them, felt an icy dread wash over them. Mechs! Mechs! The enemy's mechs are assaulting! The infantry shouted frantically, attempting to alert their comrades and the commanders behind them in an instant. All fire points unleashed their fury: rifles, machine guns, rapid-fire cannons, electromagnetic cannons, anti-tank guns, and even daring infantry hurled explosives into the passage. The effects of tracer rounds combined with those of electromagnetic and plasma cannons illuminated the entire passage. However, these attacks had little effect on the mechs for the time being. The armored shields they wielded, coupled with deflection fields and void shields, were sufficient to withstand all incoming fire, as the four mechs charged together. They also distributed the enemy's firepower, allowing the void shields to endure longer. This passage's defense line was not an insurmountable obstacle for the mech troops. The reason they had hesitated to break through was the uncertainty of how many enemy mechs awaited them beyond. Charge! Following closely, the second row of mechs began their assault. Once the mechs initiated their charge, it was imperative to fill the passage with sufficient manpower. Otherwise, should the leading mechs fall into an encirclement, losses would inevitably occur. Pairs of mechs surged into the passage, braving the enemy's fire as they charged forward. Fire at will! The leader of the first group bellowed. The frontline mechs instantly unleashed all shoulder-mounted rockets, launching them forth. Boom! The enemy's defensive line within the passage was engulfed in a sea of flames, the explosive fire and shrapnel suppressing their firepower. Kill! In a matter of moments, the mechs broke through. With the fortress ahead becoming their primary target, one mech thrust its plasma cannon's muzzle into the fortress's firing port. The infantry controlling the rapid-fire cannon inside the fortress instantly beheld a flash of azure lightning. No, no, no! Please, no! Zing! The azure plasma erupted from the cannon's mouth, penetrating the fortress's interior. Boom! The plasma surged, igniting the ammunition depot below with flames and arcs of electricity. The colossal explosion, while not obliterating the fortress, sent a wave of blue fire shooting from the firing port, reminiscent of a fighter jet's engine exhaust. Die! The leader of the first group, Nong Shuang, roared, driving his power sword directly into a nearby bunker. The thick, steel-reinforced concrete was rendered utterly defenseless against the decomposing force of the power weapon. The 4-meter-long blade pierced directly into the interior of the bunker, and the mech, with a powerful sweep, cleaved through the soldiers within, slaughtering them without mercy. Charge forward, do not linger. Leave the soldiers of the front line to your comrades behind. In the command channel, Zhang Lu roared loudly, issuing orders to Nong Shuang and the first wave of mechs. Receiving the command, Nong Shuang immediately led 3 mechs into the fray. Behind the defense line, several knightly attendants emerged. One knightly attendant shouted, "You shall not pass here." In the next moment, a heavy power axe swung down towards the charging sword-wielding attendants. "Ignore them, raise your shields and charge ahead." Nong Shuang bellowed. "Charge forward." Inside the cockpit, the new recruits echoed the roar, raising their shields and recklessly charging forth. Boom! The mechs of both sides collided instantly, the massive mechanical constructs producing a deafening sound upon impact. The passive defensive knightly attendants were even knocked off balance by the collision. Several sword-wielding attendants found themselves surrounded and beaten, their skills proving inadequate in such chaotic circumstances. This disarray momentarily left the knightly attendants unable to react. The second wave of mechs swiftly arrived, followed by the third and fourth waves. Lixion's team comprised the 4th Assault Unit. Charge forward, do not hesitate, do not mind the infantry within the defense line. Our enemies are the knightly attendants, annihilate them. If we cannot defeat them, raise your shields and block their attacks. Our numbers are greater. Victory belongs to us, victory. The new recruits bellowed in unison in the squad channel. Lixion's voice rang out, his presence crucial at this pivotal moment. His commanding voice reverberated in the ears of the 3 new recruits, leaving no room for contemplation or anxiety in such a fierce battlefield. New recruits often did not need to think. Their arrival on the battlefield could absorb enemy attacks, granting the veterans more opportunities to strike. Then, he led the 3 recruits towards the passage. As they passed the enemy's defense line, Lixion ignored them and charged straight ahead. Upon reaching the C3 area, everything became clear. Within the C3 area, mechs were engaged in battle everywhere. In fact, within a small section, the enemy's knightly attendants were not fewer than those of the second squad. At least for the moment, behind the defense line, there were over 20 knightly attendants. The sword-wielding attendants who had charged in were now embroiled in a melee, each new recruit bracing themselves against the knightly attendants' assaults with their armored shields. Power weapons scraped against the armored shields, occasionally leaving deep gashes, and at times, piercing through entirely. After the entrance of Exion's fourth wave, the numerical disparity further widened, as 8 squads had now surged in, totaling 32 mechs, while the enemy's knightly attendants numbered only in the 20s. Though the knightly attendants excelled in close combat, their numbers were too few. Once Exion's group entered, they found themselves in a situation of overwhelming force against a smaller number. However, this did not mean the knightly attendants were at a disadvantage. Nearly every knightly attendant boasted a melee skill level around D4. Against these new recruits, who likely possessed only D3 melee capabilities, they had no trouble overcoming a numerical disadvantage. Chapter 81. Fierce Combat. Awe. The headsets of Exion were filled with the shouts of the 3 new recruits, their emotions indistinguishable between anxiety and excitement. Boom! A missile accurately struck Exion but was absorbed by his void shield. Amidst the fierce battlefield, Exion swiftly scanned for enemy fire points within the C3 area. At this moment, it wasn't only the knightly attendants engaged in fierce combat with the sword-wielding attendants. Even the enemy fire points within the C3 area were mercilessly targeting the sword-wielders. Such assault tactics had their drawbacks. Even with the second squad's greater numbers, the situation remained perilous. Stop the howling. Fire quickly and target the enemy's fire points, Exion commanded the 3 new recruits. Yes, boss, Ling Yongping quickly responded, and in the next moment, he opened fire. Following suit, the other 2 new recruits began targeting the enemy. Meanwhile, Exion did not rush to fire. He was searching for a pivotal point on the chaotic battlefield that could swiftly break the deadlock. Although the sword-wielding attendants were numerous, they remained in a passive defensive state. A single misstep by the new recruits could lead to losses. The 3 new recruits from the 7th squad were recklessly firing, and Exion could not afford to distance himself from them. If he did, they risked being easily overwhelmed by the enemy. Not only were they at risk, but even Exion's own capabilities felt ordinary in such a chaotic battlefield. However, before he could seek assistance, 2 knightly attendants charged towards Exion's group. Suppress the enemy's fire. Do not give those new recruits a chance to be fired upon. The commander's voice echoed in the knightly attendants' headsets. Yes, the 2 knightly attendants rushed towards Exion's squad. Observing the battlefield, Exion suddenly felt a jolt of panic. 4 against 2. Can we win? This thought lingered in Exion's mind as he resolved to stand his ground. Knowing he would need the support of the new recruits. The enemy's knightly attendants are coming. Wei Qian, lift your shield. Exion struggled to suppress his own anxious emotions, striving to keep his voice calm. Yes, boss. Wei Qian's voice trembled slightly. Exion then roared. Do not be nervous. Treat them like radishes. Trust in your strength. Hold your shield high. Look at the others. Even the weaker new recruits can withstand enemy attacks. And you can too. Yes, boss. Wei Qian shouted. Exion quickly instructed the other 2 new recruits. Fire support. Once your ammunition is depleted, immediately assist in close combat. Yes, boss. Exion spoke rapidly, having arranged all commands before the enemy's arrival. He raised his left arm, aiming a plasma cannon and a laser cannon at one of the knightly attendants. Boom. Inside the knightly attendant's cockpit, the pilot sneered, This rookie is mine. Exion discarded his armored shield with his right arm, swiftly drawing his power sword as he charged toward the enemy. Wei Qian, guard my flank. Exion prepared to engage the enemy without regard for defense, wielding his sword with both hands. As for Wei Qian, he followed orders and raised his shield to protect Exion's side, a tactic Exion had taught him during training. Relying on new recruits to independently engage the knightly attendants was unreliable. It often led to the new recruits' demise. But staying close to a veteran made all the difference. Clang! Exion's power sword clashed with the knightly attendant's power weapon, and in that instant, arcs of electricity erupted from the collision of their opposing force fields. The mechs, controlled by psychokinesis, exhibited remarkable agility. Exion's D4 melee skills did not pale in comparison to the knightly attendant opposite him. In the rear, Ling Yongping and Gan Honkai swiftly expended all their rockets and electromagnetic shells, shouting as they rushed over to provide support. They too held shields, and the situation became instantly clearer. What began as a passive defense of 2 against 2 transformed into a 4 against 2. The dynamics of one-on-one combat differed vastly from that of one-on-two or two-on-four. Even with psychokinetic abilities, the disparity between the knightly attendants mechs and the sword-wielding attendants was negligible. The real difference lay with the pilots. Wei Qian, Ling Yangping, and Gan Hongkai, though all new recruits, wielded their shields in a manner that rendered the knightly attendants somewhat hesitant. Power weapons required sustained strikes to breach armored shields. Despite the new recruits' inexperience, a fierce tiger could not withstand a pack of wolves. For the time being, the 7th Squad soldiers faced little issue against the melee attacks, largely due to the armored shields they wielded. These shields boasted decent defensive capabilities, even against power weapons. However, the true strength of power weapons lay in their ability to disrupt force fields. Repeated strikes could damage portions of the shields. As the attacks continued and time passed, the recruit shields would inevitably succumb. What then? Would they rely on the new recruits' combat skills to fend off these seasoned knightly attendants adept at close combat? Heh. I'll chop your shield to pieces. Let's see how you hold up, the knightly attendant's pilot taunted, relentlessly swinging his power sword, leaving Wei Qian's armored shield in tatters. As the battle intensified, Wei Qian finally discarded his shield and attempted to block with his power sword. But the technical gap made his defense challenging. Had it not been for Ling Yangping using his shield to protect from the side, Wei Qian might have been slain outright. The new recruit's timid defense had turned the brunt of the assault onto Li Xian. The knightly attendants, all seasoned warriors, understood that the core of this combat squad was Li Xian. If they could eliminate him first, the remaining 3 new recruits would be easily dispatched, and their morale would crumble with Li Xian's demise. When the time comes, the new recruits will still attempt to block. What a futile endeavor that is. They might just turn tail and flee at a novice, accompanied by 3 other novices. Let them perish, the knight's retainer roared. Accelerating the swing of his power sword, the aura of unleashed psychic energy surrounding the mech pulsating violently. The low hum of the disintegration field, coupled with the clashing sounds of power swords and blocks, rendered the battlefield increasingly cacophonous. Chapter 82. Overclocking. Within the cockpit, Li Xian's eyes burned with fervor, as he too was fully activating his psychic energy. At this moment, Wei Qian had already been wounded by the enemy mech's assault. Forced to retreat, while Ling Yangping took over his position, Li Xian found himself facing 1.5 knight retainers, one directly confronting him, while the other kept the new recruits at bay and occasionally launched fierce attacks at Li Xian. Inside the cockpit, wisps of smoke began to rise from his forehead, a testament to his mind racing at full throttle, blood surging. Fortunately, he possessed 2 chips, which enabled him to withstand the onslaught with great difficulty. His melee combat skills, bolstered by the chips, were being exerted to their fullest extent. Every movement from the enemy was recognized by the chips, automatically formulating corresponding defensive and offensive strategies in his mind. However, the enemy possessed similar capabilities. From the chips' perspective, the knight retainers also had biological intelligence chips, albeit their chips were far superior to those of the blueprint group specializing in biological intelligence. The battle between the 2 sides was not merely a clash of mech pilots, but also a confrontation between chips. Li Xian swung his sword once more, delivering a horizontal slash towards the knight retainer, the mechanical arms transmission unleashing tremendous power. Bang! The enemy, wielding his power sword, blocked the attack in a swift counter. The power sword, accompanied by a faint blue disintegration field, lunged towards Li Xian. He could only sidestep, maneuvering his mech with psychic energy to evade. Having downloaded the melee combat techniques of several knight retainers, Li Xian had gained considerable insight into their combat strategies and habits. At times, the 2 knight retainers felt as if they were merely practicing in a training ground. Before he could dodge the initial attack, the other knight retainer swung his power sword at him. Ha, die. The knight retainer roared, this attack a culmination of their years of unspoken understanding. In that instant, Li Xian's chips whirred into high gear. Not only the chips but also his own mind raced to calculate how to evade both enemy assaults. In such a short span, how could he devise an appropriate strategy? Li Xian raised his power sword, barely managing to block the strike from the second mech. Yet at that moment, the first mech transitioned from thrust to slash. Cutting horizontally, clang, Ling Yangping rushed in to assist, using his power sword to deflect the impending fatal blow for Li Xian. Phew! Under the immense tension, Li Xian exhaled a long breath of pent-up air. Just moments ago, He genuinely felt death was perilously close in that moment. He had no choice but to clear his mind, focusing all his attention on the battle against the Knight Retainers. Beep, beep, beep. D4 military-grade intelligent chip utilization is excessively high, requesting unlock to enter overclock mode. The chips in Li Xion's mind began to emit alarm signals, simultaneously inquiring. Overclock? Enter overclock, Li Xion bellowed, even unconsciously roaring aloud. In the next moment, the military-grade intelligent chip implanted in his brain officially entered overclock mode. In this state, the chip's performance was limited by material constraints, yet overall attributes surged by at least 20. Whether in computational power or stability of running threads, this represented a significant enhancement. This was crucial in melee combat, where every second required analysis of the enemy's movements, weapon trajectories, speed, and force. Upon entering overclock mode, Li Xion's reactions quickened noticeably. With the chip's computational support, he could rapidly deduce each of the enemy's actions and make optimal choices. Moreover, he allocated nearly all the chip's computational power to melee combat. Damn it! That brat has overclocked, the Knight Retainer's pilot roared in anger, his voice laced not only with rage but also envy and fear. For mech pilots, the state of overclocking was a coveted ability. Its effects immensely powerful, rivaling a potent trump card. Yet, not everyone could achieve this state. It required a strong fusion performance with the chip and complete mastery of psychic energy over it. Originally, the chip's involvement in either ranged or close combat was not particularly high, as its computational power could be applied in many areas. However, once in overclock mode, the owner could allocate the vast majority of that power to a specific combat direction, compressing the computational needs of other functions. On the surface, it appeared that the chip only boosted performance by 20, but in reality, when all computational power was directed towards melee, the enhancement could be as much as 50 to 60. Such an improvement was extraordinarily significant. Yet, overclocking was not easily mastered. Among 100 individuals, perhaps only one could achieve this mode. This state stemmed from psychic energy, with the chip serving merely as a conduit. Kill him. He must not be allowed to live. The Knight Retainer bellowed, disregarding the blocks from the new recruits on either side, intent on slaying Li Xion. After overclocking, Li Xion's combat capabilities had significantly increased, enough to suppress a single Knight Retainer. This was not surprising. While the human brain possessed considerable computational potential, it could not compare to the vast computational power of the chips, in close combat. A mech pilot's personal skills were crucial, but the computational support provided by the chips was even more vital. The chip's computational power and data analysis could aid the mech pilot in finding the best attack and response strategies. However, these strategies required execution by the mech pilot. If the pilot's skills were inadequate, they would be unable to utilize these strategies, rendering even the best chip recommendations useless. But Li Xion was different. His melee skills were honed in D4, allowing him to effectively employ these strategies and techniques. Li Xion was in an excellent state and could improve further, for he possessed 2 chips, in addition to the implanted biological intelligence chip. He also had a psychic replication chip. This chip, upon the first chip entering overclock mode, swiftly began its own alarms and inquiries. The psychic chip unlocked and entered overclock mode. This psychic chip even skipped the inquiry step, directly selecting the best strategy for Li Xion. Splendid! Li Xion growled. In that moment, he felt his mind crystal clear. The effects brought forth by the 2 chips instantly rendered the enemy's movements and attacks predictable. The enemy's maneuvers appeared within the chip's calculations, revealing their upcoming trajectories. Each enemy attack was similarly deciphered. As the Knight Retainer's mechanical arm lifted, the psychic scan and chip calculations illustrated their next moves. Chapter 83. Overclocking, Part 2. Now, with the chip's enhancement, Li Xion already knew what the enemy's next action would be. He could ascertain where the enemy's power sword would strike and the speed and force behind it. At this moment, everything about the enemy was laid bare before Li Xion, reduced to mere numbers. With every step the enemy took, vast mathematical formulas were computed, and the answers were directly input into Li Xion's brain. At this point, Li Xion was akin to a weapons master. The improvements brought about by the psychic chip entering overclock mode were even more pronounced. The D4 biological intelligence chip only enhanced overall performance by 20 in overclock mode. Yet the psychic chip could boost it by 30. Coupled with Li Xion's ability to allocate this computational power more effectively following the chip's overclocking, the cumulative enhancement for his melee combat could nearly reach 100. This was an astonishing figure. The manifestation of this in combat was exceedingly clear. Sitting within the cockpit, Li Exion's eyes were suffused with a silvery psychic luminescence, tendrils of electrical arcs cascading from the corners of his eyes like flowing tassels. Not only he, but even the short sword retainer's mech displayed tiny arcs of electricity. The current state of the mech was anything but unthreatening. You wish to kill me? Allow me the pleasure of eliminating you first. Li Exion roared, his voice echoing from the mech's loudspeakers. After entering overclock mode, not only were the enemy's movements analyzed with precision, but even Li Exion's own mech's actions, directions, angles, and modes of movement were being optimized by the chips. Kill! All together! I refuse to believe he can eliminate us both in such a short time. One knight retainer bellowed, discarding the new recruit beside him, disregarding their entanglement to join the fray against Li Exion. Li Exion's sword strikes grew faster, more powerful. The immense strength of the short sword retainer's mechanical arm, combined with the right angle, augmented by Li Exion's psychic assistance, unleashed a force akin to an unstoppable tide. Clang! The power swords collided, and utilizing the optimal angle, Li Exion sent the enemy's power sword soaring into the air. Die! The power sword, propelled by immense force, pierced directly into the enemy's mech. Even as the adversary made a desperate attempt to twist their body in a last-ditch effort. Evasion from this strike proved futile. Within the cockpit, Li Exion's gaze remained unchanged, though he felt a twinge of disappointment regarding his recent actions. According to the original chip's plan, this strike was supposed to breach the enemy's cockpit. The enemy's instantaneous reaction, coupled with Li Exion's own technical deficiencies, prevented this blow from reaching its optimal potential. Nevertheless, even so, the power sword embedded within the mech, augmented by the disintegration field, caused damage to the knight retainer's equipment. The external armor of the mech was compromised, its circuits and cores severed, resulting in a cascade of electrical sparks. "Help me!" cried the pilot of the mech in terror. At that moment, genuine panic gripped him. Initially, he had been nearly equal in skill to Li Exion, perhaps even slightly ahead. But now, Li Exion was decisively overwhelming him. In this dire state, the pilot envisioned his instructor, a C-class mech master. The pressure Li Exion exerted upon this pilot was not inferior to that of a C-class instructor. Bang! Li Exion first withdrew the power sword from the enemy's mech, then blocked an attack from another mech, delivering a swift kick that temporarily repelled it. All these actions unfolded in the blink of an eye. The knight retainer, having been pushed back, required no further attention from Li Exion. The three new recruits, despite their inexperience, were soldiers nonetheless, and witnessing Li Exion's dominance invigorated their morale. 1-on-1, they could not hope to overcome the veteran. Yet, 3 against 1 surely had to be manageable. Charge! Cut him down! Wei Qian roared. Damn it! Gon Honkai echoed, his frustration spilling forth, as he had been thoroughly suppressed throughout the battle, acutely aware of the life-and-death stakes. Now, at last, he had a chance to vent his pent-up aggression. Aya! Ling Yongping let out a primal scream. The 3 short sword retainers besieged a single knight retainer, and given the negligible differences in their mech's performance, the knight retainer found it quite difficult to extricate himself in a 1-on-1 scenario. However, Li Exion's adversary was in for a harrowing time. I refuse to die here. The knight retainer bellowed. Ha ha ha. This time, your words mean nothing. Li Exion roared, his movements relentless. The speed of the power sword swings increased, and despite the knight retainer's continuous blocks, more and more wounds appeared across his mech's surface. Kill! Li Exion shouted once more. The power sword descending with brutal force. The knight retainer's pilot felt waves of despair. At that moment, he realized he was utterly outmatched, finding no viable means of defense against Li Exion's strike. Ultimately, he could only sacrifice his left arm in a desperate bid for survival, awkwardly raising the mech's left arm to gain a fleeting moment of respite. Boom! Li Exion's power sword cleaved downwards. The massive blade, combined with the disintegration field above, severing the knight retainer's left arm cleanly. With the loss of its left arm, the knight retainer's strength waned, and its balance deteriorated, necessitating greater exertion to maintain stability. Aya! The knight retainer's pilot screamed in terror within the cockpit, relying on muscle memory to continue operating the mech for a counterattack. Yet, in such a state, with the mech damaged and his spirit crushed by Li Exion, managing to exert even 60 to 70% of his strength was a formidable feat. In this condition, Even against Li Xian prior to his power surge, victory was uncertain, let alone now, facing a more formidable opponent in the form of Li Xian's enhanced state. The Knight Retainer was thoroughly outmatched. Li Xian roared incessantly, channeling his psychic energy as the chip analyzed the enemy's offensive and defensive schemes. Mathematical and physical formulas flashed through the chip, revealing a flawless trajectory for attack in this reality. "Let me kill you!" Li Xian's power sword deflected the enemy's weapon, and before the Knight Retainer could react, the sword, bolstered by immense force and the disintegration field, pierced through the enemy's cockpit. Outside the cockpit, Li Xian had already struck multiple times, and following the previously inflicted wounds, this strike faced no resistance whatsoever. Chapter 84, Power Surge, Part 3, Capturing Unknown Psychic Energy Signals. Transcoding psychic signals, the Knight Retainer fell. Li Xian withdrew the power sword from the enemy's cockpit, its blade remaining pristine despite the disintegration field's effects. The Knight Retainer, now riddled with scars and emitting plumes of black smoke, collapsed to the ground with a resounding crash. Boom! In the distance, an electromagnetic cannon struck Li Xian's short sword retainer. However, this shot was effortlessly deflected by Li Xian's void shield. Ignoring the distant foes, once the Knight Retainer on the battlefield was dealt with, the enemy soldiers of the Mierda retinue posed little threat. Meanwhile, the Knight Retainer, besieged by 3 short sword retainers, found itself in a precarious position. Though the new recruits were inexperienced, facing 3 opponents was no easy task. This was not a conflict between mere infantry. In close combat, it might have been conceivable for some veterans to overcome several recruits due to disparities in individual strength. However, in the realm of mechs, performance differences were minimal, relying instead on the pilot's technical prowess for fine-tuning in-1-on-1 encounters. The Knight Retainer could easily overpower new recruits, maintaining an advantage even in 2-on-1 situations. It could choose its attacks and maneuver flexibly, deciding whether to fight or retreat. Yet, in a 3-on-1 scenario, such advantages faded. The 3 assailants, Wei Qian, Ling Yangping, and Gan Hongkai, each targeted a different angle to mount their assault on the Knight Retainer. Though lacking in skill, they had undergone years of training, and once the tension eased, their inherent combat instincts resurfaced. Each short sword retainer bore wounds, yet the enemy Knight Retainer was not faring much better. Observing the battlefield, Li Xian decided against allowing the 3 new recruits to continue their relentless assault. Instead, he directly joined the fray. While it was plausible that they might eventually overwhelm the Knight Retainer, the risk of being countered or suffering significant injuries was too great. In the end, the experience gained by the new recruits would be minimal. In a battlefield rife with peril, the safest course of action was to eliminate the enemy swiftly. There would be ample time for training later. Currently, the overall battlefield remained in a delicate balance, with numerous enemy soldiers still present in the C3 area. They wielded various heavy weaponry that could assist the Knight Retainer in countering the short sword retainers. Li Xian had just observed several of the void shields being breached. With the void shields overloaded, the short sword retainers were left exposed, drawing enemy fire. In such a precarious state, Li Xian could not afford to delay. He needed to eliminate this enemy and lead the new recruits to assist others. Wei Qian, shift to the side. Li Xian's voice resonated through the squad channel. Initially engrossed in battle, Wei Qian jolted, his mind racing to catch up, but his body and psychic energy instinctively complied, clearing a path. As Li Xian entered the battlefield, Wei Qian finally grasped the situation. "Boss, did you just kill that one?" "No way. Impressive." The new recruits exclaimed in awe. "Killed it," Li Xian replied calmly, choosing to disregard their exuberant reactions. The power sword swiftly sliced through the unprepared Knight Retainer's rear armor. "Impossible. How could you kill him so quickly?" The Knight Retainer's pilot shrieked, disbelief lacing his voice. Yet, that disbelief would soon be rendered irrelevant. Like the short sword retainers, the Knight Retainer's energy and propulsion systems resided in their backs, while the short sword retainers carried a backpack filled with electromagnetic cannon ammunition. The Knight Retainers rarely equipped long-range weaponry, if at all. This allowed Li Xian's attack to directly breach the rear armor. In an instant, the enemy's rear defense was torn apart, the energy system ruptured by Li Xian's strike. A torrent of energy erupted from the wound, plasma and sparks igniting. The Knight Retainer swiftly turned to face Li Xian, yet the attack on its energy system would not lead to immediate detonation. However, it would undoubtedly have repercussions. The most benign consequence would be an accelerated depletion of energy, alongside various side effects, including the potential for the mech to suffer a catastrophic failure or ignite, damaging other components. Regardless of the specifics, it signified that the Knight Retainer's life was drawing to a close. The destruction of the energy system caused the cockpit's temperature to surge, red warning lights flashing incessantly. The mech's pilot, drenched in sweat, was consumed by despair, unable to fathom how rapidly the tides of battle had shifted. Two individuals, just a moment ago, possessed a distinct advantage, capable of effortlessly overwhelming the four fledgling adversaries. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, one novice suddenly ascended to a heightened state of prowess, surpassing expectations. Alas, how could I possibly encounter such a phenomenon? The mecha pilot bellowed, pivoting to engage in battle with Li Xian. In his current state, Li Xian seemed to possess an almost clairvoyant awareness of every movement made by his opponent. Each step taken by the knightly vassal, every counterattack and block, was evident within his keen perception. The anguished cries of the knightly vassal were truly heart-wrenching to hear, evoking tears from listeners. However, Li Xian remained unfazed, his power sword tracing swift arcs as he incessantly deflected his foe's weapon, leaving marks upon the knightly vassal's armor. The three recruits were not idle either, launching attacks from the sides and rear. The power swords wielded by the novices were no different from those of seasoned veterans. When wielded effectively, they too could deliver fatal blows. The knightly vassal's armor was gradually torn asunder by successive strikes. Ultimately, amidst the tragic wails of the knightly vassal's pilot, the mech erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The high-temperature flames and energy leakage ignited the entire machine, surrounding it with blue, searing flames reminiscent of the fiery exhaust from a fighter jet's engine, capturing unknown psychic energy signals, transcoding psychic signals underway. Inside the cockpit, Li Xian gasped for breath, turning his gaze towards the other battlefields. At that moment, Zhang Lu's C-class Vanguard mech had also entered the fray. In contrast to the short-sword vassal, the Vanguard mech was significantly larger. Generally, in the realm of mechs, a greater size correlates with increased speed, strength, and formidable power. As a C-class psychic, Zhang Lu's entry into battle was akin to effortlessly slicing through vegetables. The knightly vassal was no match for the Vanguard, which dispatched foes at a speed far surpassing that of Li Xian in his heightened state. In the corridors, reinforcements in the form of tanks and armored infantry continued to pour in. They swiftly cleared the remnants of enemies at the end of the corridor and advanced into the C3 zone, initiating bombardments upon distant foes. The tide of battle had been decisively turned. After vanquishing the second knightly vassal, the phrase emerged in Li Xian's mind. Immediately, he commanded the chip in his mind. Exit overclocking mode. Command received. Both chips exited overclocking mode simultaneously. Within the cockpit, Li Xian's state plummeted, his eyes returning to normalcy, even appearing somewhat dazed. Without the enhancements from the chip's overclocking, he reverted to being an ordinary short-sword vassal mech pilot. The once clear perception of his enemies vanished, leaving him feeling a tinge of loss. Exhaling deeply, he issued orders to the three recruits. Target the enemy's long-range fire points. Alleviate the pressure on our comrades. Yes, boss. Wei Qian and the others responded loudly. This time, they coordinated to eliminate a knightly vassal and felt a surge of confidence as the battlefield became less daunting. Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yongping maneuvered their mechs, delivering precise strikes against the enemy's long-range positions. As for the enemy mechs, their assistance was no longer necessary. With a numerical advantage and Zhang Lu's Vanguard mech joining the fray, the battle swiftly became clearer, with the Blueprint's mechs gaining a substantial upper hand. While engaging in long-range attacks against the enemy, Li Xian assessed his gains and losses from this encounter. First and foremost, he had mastered the method of entering overclocking mode. For others, achieving this state might be challenging. But with the aid of the psychic chip, he could restart and enter overclocking mode at will. Compared to the standard combat mode, overclocking was undoubtedly powerful. It was as if the usual combat capabilities were doubled. Under such circumstances, facing 1, 2, or even 3 foes seemed hardly problematic. However, upon reviewing his residual psychic energy, he added in his mind, nevertheless, in general, if I can resolve an enemy using standard mode, then I should refrain from entering overclocking mode. This mode consumes psychic energy far too rapidly. If it weren't for the limited number of enemies this time, I would likely exhaust my energy before dispatching all of them. Yet, on second thought, if enemies could not be defeated in overclocking mode, then they would be even less manageable in standard mode and could even turn the tide against him. Overall, overclocking mode was indeed a coveted trump card for all mech pilots. Unveiling this card transformed previously insurmountable foes into mere trifles. Additionally, there were other benefits, including 2 psychic signals. This time's harvest would not be meager. Speaking of psychic signals, the first one had been fully transcoded. Unknown psychic signal transcoding complete. Please select the desired download information from the options below. 1. D2, Level Mech Long-Range Shooting Technique 89-2. D4, Level General Mech Piloting Technique 68-3. D3, Level Milda General Knowledge 46-4. D4, Level General Mech Close Combat Technique 76 on this battlefield. Li Xian did not hesitate, directly selecting the 4th option to enhance his strength further. This was the path to survival in combat. As the psychic signal began downloading, his close combat skill level rapidly ascended. D4, Level General Mech Close Combat Technique 11-15. Various close combat techniques and training scenarios flashed through Li Xian's mind. All of this sped past in his thoughts, and once it concluded, he shook his head to dispel the chaotic sensations. Observing the fruits of his absorption of the psychic signal, he noted that his close combat level had risen to D4, Level Close Combat Technique 57. Subsequently, his psychic energy level also increased to D4, Level 23. A win-win situation. Moreover, after absorbing this signal, his previously nearly depleted psychic energy was entirely replenished. A smile spread across Li Xian's face. Now, even if 2 knightly vassals returned, they would not pose a threat, instead becoming fodder for his continued growth. Soon, the second psychic signal had also been transcoded. Li Xian's gaze bypassed the other options, landing directly on his favorite. 4. D4, Level General Mech Close Combat Technique 45 download. A new round of downloading commenced, yet when everything settled, Li Xian furrowed his brow. After fully absorbing this psychic signal, his close combat skill level rose to 65, and his psychic energy level reached D4, Level 42. Reviewing this data, Li Xian pondered. So, if the enemy's skill level is lower than mine, will the absorption effect diminish? It was indeed the same D4 level, albeit with a slightly lower percentage, yet the absorption only yielded an 8 increase. If the enemy's skill level were even lower, would the effect diminish further? Nonetheless, his psychic energy continued to rise, indicating that this aspect remained unaffected by skill levels. It would increase as it was meant to. However, this also implied that if his psychic level rose, absorbing signals from those with lower psychic and skill levels would yield significantly reduced benefits. Li Xian sighed softly but quickly reassured himself. In this world, perfection is a rarity. I am fortunate to possess this psychic chip and have the ability to absorb the psychic signals of slain enemies. That in itself is a stroke of luck. Even if not entirely perfect, it is still a fortunate occurrence. One must not harbor excessive expectations. Chapter 86. Cleanup. Having tidied his emotions and feeling slightly stronger, Li Xian turned his attention to the remaining enemies. The enemy mechs were either fleeing or surrounded by a group of short sword vassals. At this juncture, Li Xian refrained from seizing any more kills. He had already claimed 2 enemy mechs in this battle. Forcing his assistance upon others might not earn him their gratitude. Thus, he chose to deal with the distant infantry and armored units continually attacking from afar. As the battle progressed, his void shield retained at least half of its defensive capacity and was gradually regenerating. This was certainly not good news for the enemy's non-mech forces. Boom, boom, boom. The mechs charged forward, their massive forms and heavy footfalls drowned out by the cacophony of gunfire. Zing. After a brief charge, the plasma cannon on his left arm locked onto a firing bunker, unleashing a shot. Boom. In the next moment, the bunker was engulfed in crackling arcs of electricity, intense heat, and flames. The Milda soldiers inside were swiftly reduced to charred remnants. The enemy mechs are advancing. Heavy firepower. Focus on the mechs in front. The squad commander shouted in terror. If the enemy's assault were composed of infantry or armored troops, he would be far less concerned. However, with the approach of mechs, who could withstand such a challenge? In an instant, a barrage of various firepower converged upon Li Xian. Electromagnetic rifles, rapid-fire cannons, electromagnetic artillery, anti-tank missiles, rocket launchers, and more. All units, provide fire support. Li Xian calmly issued his command over the squad channel. Understood, boss. In an instant, Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping deftly maneuvered their mechs, charging forward. Simultaneously, they unleashed the plasma cannons and the remaining electromagnetic machine guns in a relentless barrage. After giving the command, Li Xian propelled his short sword mech towards the enemy's defensive position with swiftness. Boom! The mech made a small leap, its power sword sweeping through a wide arc, detonating a series of anti-tank missiles. The ground shook with the resounding explosions. These detonated anti-tank missiles failed to inflict any damage on the power sword, which was equipped with a disintegration field. Although Area C3 was considerable in size, it was merely a trifle for Mech's. Li Xion's charge, and leap brought him directly into the midst of a defensive position. Die! Roared a blonde, blue-eyed soldier as he emerged from behind cover, brandishing an anti-tank missile. Unfazed by the provocation of the ants beneath him, Li Xian lowered the main cannon on his left arm, the 55mm laser cannon. Whoosh boom! A crimson beam of laser sliced through the air, creating a vast crater in the ground below. As for the soldier, Milda, who had been hoisting the anti-tank missile, he was likely reduced to mere fragments now. Each shot from Li Xion's dual primary weapons required a recharge, but as long as the mech's energy supply remained stable, firepower was not a concern. Yet, within this defensive position, Li Xian found no need to continue firing. His power sword served as the finest weapon. All fortifications crumbled before the might of the power weapon, as if they were mere paper, effortlessly cleaved apart, a reinforced concrete bunker, which even heavy artillery would struggle to breach, was easily sliced open by the 4-meter-long power sword, rendering the enemy soldiers inside into mere pieces. Some soldiers, upon witnessing Li Xian, turned and fled. Those fortunate enough to find underground passages might escape. But those who attempted to flee above ground were doomed. Such ordinary defensive structures posed no real threat to mechs. Before long, one defensive position was completely cleared by Li Xian and his squad. Charge! Rapidly seize the enemy's position, eliminate any hidden foes, roared the commander of Hungan Defense, issuing orders to his troops. This battle was exhilarating. With minimal casualties, they had utterly dismantled the enemy's defenses. Several infantry fighting vehicles swiftly emerged from the passage. Racing towards the recently captured position, bang! The doors of the infantry fighting vehicle swung open, and a throng of soldiers poured out, crammed inside like sardines. As the doors opened, the soldiers eagerly surged forth. On the battlefield, the defensive capabilities of armored infantry fighting vehicles were rather lackluster. Even a dozen rounds from a machine gun, a shot from a tank cannon, or a single infantry electromagnetic cannon could send them flying. However, it was undeniable that infantry fighting vehicles held an advantage in troop deployment, coupled with their carrying capacity and defensive capabilities. Though riding in an infantry fighting vehicle was not entirely safe. If given the choice, most infantry would prefer to board one rather than rush in on foot. Indeed, while infantry fighting vehicles may lack robust defenses, the troops themselves were even more vulnerable. Unless the battlefield rendered infantry fighting vehicles entirely obsolete, the vast majority of soldiers would still opt to ride in them. The infantry swiftly stormed into the bunkers, engaging in fierce combat with the remaining enemy forces. In no time, they had thoroughly secured the position. Meanwhile, Li Xian and his team retreated to the passage's entrance. Support troops, resupply ammunition quickly. Li Xian commanded the auxiliary soldiers over the command channel. The support troops promptly activated their armored vehicles, rushing out from the passage. The fierce battle had left no opportunity for their involvement. Although they were tracked armored vehicles, their armor thickness rendered them nearly as fragile as cardboard in such an intense battlefield. A single misstep could result in them being obliterated by enemy fire. The destruction of an armored vehicle was trivial, but if the ammunition stored within the mechs were to explode, it would spell disastrous consequences. In such a densely packed line, any ammunition detonation would have repercussions far beyond the immediate vicinity. Fortunately, with the scales of victory now tipping in favor of the blueprint, Li Xian felt emboldened to call for auxiliary support. On the armored vehicle, the auxiliary soldiers operated mechanical arms to replace the ammunition packs of the electromagnetic machine guns onto Wei Qian and the others' mechs. Chapter 87, Clean Sweep, Part 2. Do you see those two mechs over there? Wei Qian's mech raised its right arm, pointing towards the battlefield nearby, where the wreckage of two Knight-class mechs lay. This time, we can consider it a merit of our own. It's a pity you didn't get to engage in the battle. Wei Qian's words were filled with regret, yet also pride. It was their first time on the battlefield, and they had managed to achieve results. Although they had triumphed through a 3-on-1 confrontation, even culminating in a 4-on-1 victory, the outcome was still commendable. Point 2. "You guys are incredible," exclaimed a new auxiliary soldier. Peering out from the armored vehicle, his face brimming with envy as he gazed at the mech wreckage ahead. "Team Leader Lee is truly formidable," an experienced vehicle commander marveled. Unlike the new recruits, the veterans had a broader perspective. They could quickly assess the battlefield situation, having just been in communication with Lee Xion's command channel. Although they couldn't speak, they could hear Lee Xion's commands. "If only we had been there. We might have earned some merit too," the new recruit murmured. The veteran vehicle commander shot him a glance, patting his shoulder and gesturing towards the nearby burning short-tailed mouse armored vehicles. "See that? If we had come out earlier, we would have ended up like them. Team Leader Lee is a good person. He only let us come up once the battle was nearly over. Had we arrived sooner, we might not have secured any achievements, but the dangers would have certainly been real." The new recruit gazed at the several burning short-tailed mouse vehicles. These were armored infantry fighting vehicles from Hungan Defense. In the recent fierce battle, they had charged out alongside the Stag Hunter tanks. Those fortunate enough survived, while the unfortunate had become mere wreckage. Point 1. Short-tailed mouse burned fiercely, its turret and doors blown off by violent explosions. At the rear, a charred corpse lay face down. The uniform of Hungan Defense had been incinerated, and the remnants of the helmet and weapon were nearly fused to the body. Scattered on the ground were several patches of flesh. Remnants of fallen infantry. Not everyone on the battlefield could see the corpses. Sometimes, in the cramped terrain of the exits, evasion was impossible. The bodies crushed by vehicles and mechs were reduced to mere pulp. Blood painted the ground, with severed limbs strewn about. Witnessing this scene, the new recruit felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Ugh! The veteran lit a cigarette in the armored vehicle's cabin, also observing the hellish scene. Taking a deep drag, he rested the cigarette in the vehicle's observation port, allowing it to burn slowly. Wisps of smoke rose from the cigarette, gently drifting out of the armored vehicle. Once the three mechs had replenished their ammunition, Lee Xion, who was vigilantly overseeing, stated in the command channel, "All right, auxiliary troops, no need to withdraw. Accompany the mechs into battle. The fight is nearing its conclusion, and the danger is minimal. Let the auxiliary troops familiarize themselves with the combat and adapt." "Yes, boss." The squad leaders of the auxiliary troops quickly responded. Subsequently, several auxiliary armored vehicles waiting in the rear also emerged from the passage. Rat-a-tat-tat. The rapid-fire cannons on the armored vehicles began to unleash a relentless barrage. A dense rain of bullets targeted the enemy positions and fire points still engaged in combat. Meanwhile, Lee Xion had retrieved the armored shield, holding it in front of him to defend against incoming enemy fire. "You three, continue in an offensive formation and press forward," Lee Xion commanded the three new recruits. "Leave no enemy standing." "Yes, team leader." As for Lee Xion, he did not join the combat but instead followed closely behind with 8 auxiliary armored vehicles. In this way, he resembled the past training sessions led by Jianglu, allowing the new recruits to participate in battles of lower intensity, which posed little danger to mechs. He followed closely behind, able to maintain readiness for support while also providing a semblance of security for the auxiliary soldiers. The defenses of these auxiliary troops were lacking. A single, indiscriminate shot from an anti-tank missile could easily spell disaster for them. Lee Xion sought to train his troops, not to abandon these auxiliary soldiers to death. What he needed were seasoned veterans forged through training, not mere corpses. Rat-a-tat-tat. 8 armored vehicles unleashed a relentless barrage, suppressing the enemy's strong points ahead. Wei Qian and his comrades in their mech surged forward, adopting the offensive formation practice during training, commencing a slaughter against the enemy's positions. How could an enemy stronghold primarily composed of infantry and armored soldiers withstand the might of mech assaults? As the auxiliary troops reached the front lines, all the enemy's primary firing positions had been neutralized. Charge. Quickly clear the remnants of the enemy. When encountering difficult spots, call for support immediately. The auxiliary soldiers from various squads swiftly disembarked, plunging into the defensive positions. Except for the vehicle commanders and gunners, everyone else had already entered the battlefield below. The armored vehicles patrolled the area, swiftly engaging any enemies encountered. At this moment, the remaining foes were mostly infantry desperately clinging to life, posing little threat to the armored vehicles. Within a small crater, 2 soldiers from the Mildanite Corps were hiding. This crater had corners, making it difficult for the auxiliary troops outside to resolve the situation even if they spotted the two Milda soldiers. "Throw a grenade. Cover me!" One auxiliary soldier shouted for support, simultaneously pulling several grenades and tossing them into the sloped, uneven crater. Boom! Two grenades exploded, sending a cloud of dust and smoke billowing from the crater. "Are they dead?" One auxiliary soldier inquired of his companion. "I don't know. Should we check?" The other auxiliary soldier replied, cautiously peering inside and inching forward, moving stealthily with ears perked up. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, he opened fire in a frenzy. Scrambling out of the crater. "Not dead. Still alive. Call for support. Bring a flamethrower infantryman," he roared, collapsing in exhaustion on the ground from the tension. Soon, a flamethrower infantryman was summoned. Boom! A searing flame erupted from the launcher, engulfing the crater. The horrific screams that followed were harrowing. Chapter 88. Spoils of War. The C3 sector was swiftly secured. The Milda Knight Corps defending this area either fell in battle or surrendered. Of course, those who surrendered were a mere fraction. The brainwashing tactics of the Milda Knight Corps were remarkably effective, possibly due to the families of these soldiers being held as leverage by the Milda Knights. Only a small portion of the surrendering soldiers bore injuries. After capturing C3, the 2nd Squadron enjoyed a few days of respite. The infantry of Hungan Defense first established a defensive line in the C3 area to prevent a counterattack from the enemy. Ensuring the area remained under their control, the acrid scent of gunpowder and the flickering flames of battle had yet to dissipate, and the soldiers were already busily engaged in their duties once more. During a lull, Li Xian approached the knight's attendant he had slain, intent on scavenging for loot. On such a battlefield, acquiring spoils was a rare feat even for the knight's attendant he had killed. Any usable items would belong to the group's treasury. What he could claim were merely the personal belongings of the knight's attendant's pilot. Employing his mechanical arm, he pried open the cockpit of the knight's attendant. The metallic creaking echoing in the air. The cockpit, pierced by the power sword, was fully opened, revealing its grisly interior. The pilot had been impaled, split in two, with the upper half completely disintegrated. The remaining two halves of the corpse appeared charred. The blood long dried within the cockpit. With a sigh, Li Xian shook his head. The disintegration field had obliterated the pilot's face beyond recognition, leaving no semblance of what the enemy had looked like. Reflecting on his own situation, he recalled that before entering battle, he carried nothing, merely placing his supplies on the mech, primarily energy paste and the number 5 psychic compound for energy replenishment. Utilizing psychic energy, he first moved the enemy's corpse to the ground. He wasn't so devoid of decency as to harbor excessive hatred towards the Milda Knights. Both sides were merely serving their respective masters. After relocating the corpse, Li Xian began to search the cockpit of the enemy. The cockpit of the knight's attendant bore a resemblance to that of the short sword attendant, suggesting a common design across the weaponry and vehicles on the planet of Guansua 4. He quickly found a storage compartment on one side of the cockpit. Using psychic energy, he opened it, revealing a small drawer. Inside the drawer lay 3 vials of the number 5 psychic compound, their appearance identical to those Li Xian used. He whistled in delight. These vials looked the same, potentially remnants of a blueprint sold to the Milda Knights. Of course, there was also the possibility of ongoing trade relations between the two sides. While overt transactions might not exist, clandestine exchanges were almost certain. Li Xian carefully stowed the 3 vials away, claiming this loot as his own. However, he hesitated to use them directly, needing to return for testing first. He wouldn't want to perish on the battlefield only to meet his end in a sewer. The drawer contained other miscellaneous items of little value. Ultimately, a photograph emerged in Li Xian's hand. The image depicted a blonde, blue-eyed man, representative of the predominant demographic of the Milda Knights. During the colonial era, populations had intermixed, yet racial distinctions persisted. The majority of humans within the blueprint group were of Eastern descent, while the population of the Milda Knights primarily consisted of Caucasians and Africans. The man in the photograph appeared to be in his 30s, accompanied by a similarly aged, beautiful woman. The woman cradled an infant, while a young boy stood before the man. An idyllic family of 4. Observing this scene, Li Xian couldn't help but sigh. Glancing down at the nearly unrecognizable corpse, he pressed his earpiece, addressing the auxiliary soldiers. Boldly, arrange for 2 men to come over to the knight's attendant and collect the bodies. Understood, Captain. Soon, an auxiliary squad leader arrived with two others beside the knight's attendant, Lixion, pointed to the mech pilot's corpse on the ground, saying, "Take him out for burial." Squad leader Li looked at the body and immediately signaled to the auxiliary soldiers to retrieve a body bag, placing the corpse inside. In the end, Lixion placed the inconsequential miscellaneous items from the drawer into the body bag, carefully placing the photograph in the deceased's hand. Subsequently, he handed some of the less valuable yet still noteworthy items to squad leader Li. "You all can divide this when you get back." Squad leader Li repeatedly refused but ultimately accepted upon seeing Lixion's serious expression. He then took the body in an armored jeep, driving through the passageway towards the exit. Once outside the combat zone and onto the surface, squad leader Li's demeanor brightened. As the vehicle moved, he sat in the passenger seat, retrieving the items Lixion had given him. Among them were some pins, trinkets, and various knickknacks. The total value might amount to around a dozen energy coins, which for Lixion was not particularly significant. However, for the auxiliary soldiers, it represented a delightful windfall. "This one's for you. This is yours. The last bit is mine. Does anyone have any objections?" Squad leader Li divided the small pile of items into 3 portions, each person receiving a share. While he couldn't guarantee equal value, the differences were negligible. Captain Li is truly remarkable, not only fierce in battle, but also generous and magnanimous, squad leader Li exclaimed, donning a mechanical watch he had received. "Indeed, I never expected that while collecting a corpse, Captain Li would also share some items with us." Another auxiliary soldier chimed in cheerfully. "Not bad. Following Captain Li, we truly struck it rich. It seems we've earned a bit of military merit this time, which is quite satisfying." The soldiers' faces radiated with smiles. In a desolate area outside the Biximo steelworks, the vehicle came to a halt. Squad leader Li stepped out, stating, "All right, let's bury him here, fellas." The 3 busily dug a shallow grave. Squad leader Li glanced at his mechanical watch, sighed, and addressed the body in the bag. "In honor of your watch, brother, I'll bury you a bit deeper." Chapter 90. Revelry. This time, Lixion had slain 2 knights' attendants, but he could only claim spoils from one. The other knight's attendant had its energy system breached, and with the equipment destroyed, it was nearly completely incinerated. Even if there were any valuable items within, they were likely reduced to ashes. As Lixion finished cleaning the battlefield, Zhang Lu approached him. Not only Zhang Lu, but also Feng Dai and several other team leaders joined. "Master," Lixion turned around and called out upon seeing Zhang Lu coming over. A smile beamed from Zhang Lu's face, his eyes brimming with pride. In contrast, the expressions of the others were far more varied, with most displaying envy. Zhang Lu remarked, "Did you manage to slay 2 knight attendants this time?" Lixion nodded, then shook his head, replying, "Not quite 2. I killed one myself, while the other was defeated alongside my teammates." "Excellent, excellent. 2 it is," Zhang Lu exclaimed with admiration. Feng Dai, standing nearby, said enviously, "Li, have you truly entered the overclocking state?" At this moment, not only Zhang Lu gazed at Lixion, but others bore similar expressions. Lixion surveyed the eyes of everyone present and smiled slightly, saying, "Indeed, brother Feng, I was fortunate enough to enter the overclocking mode. It's a good thing, or our team might have faced casualties." "Overclocking, overclocking," Feng Dai murmured in awe. "You rascal, do you have some secret? How did you suddenly achieve overclocking? Teach me, I'm so envious." He shook Lixion vigorously, exclaiming, "You should be living well. How did you suddenly get better and even overclock?" Feng Dai stepped forward, wrapping an arm around Lixion's shoulders. The other team leaders nearby could not help but burst into laughter at Feng Dai's words. Lixion, reciprocating, placed his hand on Feng Dai's shoulder and said earnestly, "Brother Feng, it's all thanks to your teachings. In the heat of battle, I recalled your guidance, and I overclocked in an instant." "You rascal," Zhang Lu interjected with a laugh. "Overclocking is not easily replicated. However, Lixion entering this mode is a boon for our entire squad." He then turned to Lixion, saying, "If you have the time, I'll gather everyone together for you to hold a sharing session. Share your insights and experiences. It might benefit everyone." Lixion nodded and readily agreed. "No problem, master. I'm always available." "All right, I'll arrange the time," Zhang Lu replied with a smile. Subsequently, Lixion chatted and boasted with the other team leaders for a while. That moment, what had once been seen as a fortunate rookie by the other leaders, Li Xian had officially integrated himself among the veterans of the squad. Previously, others referred to him as the lucky rookie with a hint of sarcasm, mocking his rapid rise to a team leader within just 2 months. Some speculated whether he would soon reveal his limitations on the battlefield, leading the entire squad to suffer losses. Unexpectedly, Li Xian turned the tables by achieving overclocking. He might very well be the second strongest in the entire second squad. Second only to Jiang Lu, though Li Xian's state was not enduring. During that brief period, he could effortlessly eliminate anyone. To call him a lucky rookie now was merely a statement of envy. Who could not envy that? It was nearly unbearable. Nong Shuang from the first squad gazed at Li Xian's retreating figure, filled with envy, exclaiming, "Overclocking! If I could enter that state, it would mean promotion and pay raises. Along with a pile of medals, I'd gladly accept." Beside him, Han Zhong, the leader of the 8th squad, stared in astonishment and remarked, "How come you're so lucky to have it all?" Nong Shuang shot him a sideways glance, replying, "I've already begun to fantasize. Can't I dream a little bigger?" Not long after Li Xian followed Jiang Lu, Feng Dai stealthily trailed behind. "Li Xian, you rascal! I can't take it anymore. How did you suddenly achieve overclocking?" Feng Dai shouted as he caught up. "Brother Feng, let me share my secret," Li Xian whispered. "Really?" Feng Dai immediately perked up, eagerly inquiring. Jiang Lu patted Li Xian on the shoulder, chuckling, "Look at this little rascal's sly demeanor. How could he possibly have a secret? Besides, entering the overclocking mode varies from person to person. What he says is entirely different from what you'd actually experience." "All right, Li Xian, stop teasing Feng Dai. He is not exactly the sharpest tool in the shed." "Yes, master," Li Xian replied with a grin. "You're really learning bad habits." Feng Dai laughed heartily. "Next time we return to base, you must treat us to a grand feast." Li Xian nodded with a smile. "No problem. We'll feast on the finest." Thus, Jiang Lu, Feng Dai, and Li Xian formed the closest bonds within the entire second squad. Jiang Lu and Feng Dai had fought side by side for a long time. Although Li Xian had joined recently, his skills were honed by both Jiang Lu and Feng Dai. They had also faced danger together during their first encounter with 5 night attendants. The camaraderie among the three was unparalleled compared to that of other leaders and rookies. Ultimately, it was Feng Dai and Li Xian who were truly trusted by Jiang Lu. Li Xian's newfound strength also ensured Jiang Lu's influence in the squad remained robust. Chapter 91. The sharing session. The sharing session that Jiang Lu had mentioned was successfully convened the day after the battlefield was cleared. However, it was not without its challenges, as the turnout was overwhelmingly large. The venue, a makeshift tent in the C2 area, was initially intended for the squad's internal sharing, designed for just 40 individuals. Yet, upon hearing about the event, the first squad's Kuqian brought along his entire team of 40. Before long, the mech operators from the 5th squad also squeezed into the cramped space. With no choice but to expand, they quickly set up more room in the ruins. Despite the disarray, not a single mech operator complained. Eventually, even Lu Quan sent personnel to set up remote equipment, while 2 other squads responsible for attacking the outer perimeter also established their own remote setups. What began as a 40-person sharing session transformed into a gathering of 200. Although the chances of mastering the chip overclocking mode were about 1 in 100, it was evident that among the 200 mech operators present, there were no other such individuals. Currently, only Li Xian had the fortune to grasp the overclocking mode. The first video they watched featured the combat footage of Li Xian's mech. The video commenced with the 7th Squad's mech launching an assault, where Li Xian boldly charged out of the corridor to engage the enemy's ranged fire. As the enemy's 2 night attendants advanced, the atmosphere in the video shifted to one of tension. Those present could empathize, especially with over 100 rookie mech pilots in attendance, in the C1, C3 attack zones. The 1st, 2nd, and 5th squads faced obstacles from enemy mechs, while the 2nd squad suffered no losses. The other 2 squads did experience casualties. Many rookies had trembled with anxiety during the preceding intense battle, and now, observing Li Xian's combat, they could also feel the tense atmosphere shared by the 3 rookies accompanying him. The battle footage needs no further elaboration. Once everyone had seen it, they unanimously agreed it was a resounding victory. It was exhilarating. From being suppressed by 2 night attendants to swiftly switching to overclocking mode and retaliating against the enemies. The turnaround was a thrill to witness, leaving the rookies eager to trade places with him. After the video concluded, Li Xian commenced his sharing. While the percentage of individuals with implanted biological intelligence chips is not high among all humans, some do exist. Moreover, not only mech pilots are implanted with such chips. Similarly, it is not exclusively mech operators who can enter the overclocking mode. However, the transformations experienced by mech operators upon mastering overclocking are significantly more potent. Across various fields, those who have mastered chip overclocking have shared their experiences, each with unique methods and varying effects post-overclocking. It is quite challenging to pinpoint any replicable aspects, yet nearly every fortunate individual who has mastered overclocking shares their experiences. After all, having listened to the sharing session, the probability of mastering the overclocking mode is undoubtedly far greater than that of those who did not attend. During the battle, I felt as though I had fully utilized the chip's capabilities. Despite the enemy's relentless assaults and the chip assisting me in combat, I found myself at a loss for solutions when my computational resources were exhausted. It was only by sheer luck that I finally entered the overclocking mode. For me, entering this mode seemed to mean exhausting the chip's computational power, followed by a perilous situation. Perhaps that is the very reason for my transition into overclocking mode. I extend my gratitude to everyone for attending my sharing. I conclude my presentation here. After the session, Li Xian bowed slightly. Applause erupted in the venue. A true gentleman indeed. Below the stage, a new mecha soldier gazed at Li Xian, unable to contain his envy. How I wish I could also overclock and be like Team Leader Li. Why wasn't I assigned under Team Leader Li's command? A new soldier glanced towards Wei Qian and his companions. The three new recruits under Li Xian's command were clapping so fervently that their hands turned red, their faces aglow with joy. What a thrill! Truly exhilarating. Wei Qian murmured as he applauded. Gan Honkai was grinning broadly, almost revealing his back molars. Although it was Li Xian on stage, as his subordinates, Wei Qian, Gan Honkai, and Ling Yang shared in the glory. While it was Li Xian who was showing off, from a certain perspective, his display of prowess could be considered as their own. The military operates as a cohesive unit, and they too had made an impression, even if it was through the collective effort that led to the elimination of a knightly retainer. Nevertheless, they had witnessed the blood of mechas. Moreover, their performances in the subsequent battles were commendable, undeniably impressive. Compared to other new recruits, the accomplishments of Wei Qian and his companions were notably remarkable. Once the applause subsided, a holographic projection of Lu Quan appeared on the table at the front. Salute! In an instant, over 100 mecha technicians in the venue, along with dozens more from 2 other squads watching remotely, stood up in unison to salute. Lu Quan returned the gesture with a brief bow before stating, "The recent battles have been intense, and our forces have achieved commendable results. In just a few short days, we have managed to secure 3 regions. I believe that with the remaining 13 regions, it will not take long before we capture them all. Here, I wish to particularly commend the second squad." Lu Quan's holographic projection turned towards the second squad's position, prompting all members of the second squad to sit up straight and puff out their chests. The second squad has demonstrated the fastest rate of eliminating enemies, with no losses among their mechas. Not only that, but even the infantry and armored troops from Hungan Defense who fought alongside them experienced the lowest casualty rates. I hope everyone will applaud the second squad. The hall erupted with thunderous applause once again. Lu Quan continued. This is a war. The key lies in minimizing our own losses while achieving victory in the quickest and safest manner possible. Li Xian, a relatively inexperienced squad leader, has shown superior performance in the recent battle compared to many seasoned veteran leaders. Not only has he entered overclocking mode, but his leadership in combat has already surpassed that of many leaders present. Chapter 92. Dispute. Lu Quan's expression grew serious within the projection. He continued. Many squad leaders have yet to step out of the role of an ordinary soldier. You are no longer just ordinary mecha technicians. You are also commanders of combat teams. Your responsibilities extend beyond merely engaging the enemy in front of you. You must also pay attention to your comrades, providing them with the best commands and guidance. Many of our comrades have just graduated from military academies, and their experience may be lacking. However, their soldierly spirit and vigor are intact, and I hope all squad leaders will learn from Li Xian. Not only must you be brave in battle, but you must also excel in management, enabling you to better direct all members of your team. In the command center, I do not wish to receive reports of soldiers falling in battle or mechas being destroyed. What I wish to receive are reports of victories and the elimination of enemies. Do you all have the confidence to lead your comrades well? achieving one victory after another. Yes, yes. Lu Quan in the holographic projection nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Excellent in that case. I eagerly await your good news." With that, Lu Quan's projection vanished. The sharing session officially came to a close. Following the conclusion, Li Xian found himself in high demand as Ku Qian, the captain of the first squad, and Xiao Hong, the captain of the fifth squad, approached him with a few trusted squad leaders. Kei Qian was an old acquaintance. He had a good relationship with Zhang Lu, and their squads had fought alongside each other in the past. Kei Qian turned to Zhang Lu and said, "If only Li Xian had been assigned to me back then. Ha ha ha, you're dreaming." Zhang Lu laughed boisterously. Li Xian, how about joining my squad? I'll give you the position of deputy squad leader. Ku Qian grasped Li Xian's hand and earnestly inquired, "Do we even have a deputy squad leader position?" Li Xian turned to Zhang Lu, puzzled. Zhang Lu replied, "What deputy squad leader? He means to offer you the captain's position while he plays second fiddle. Isn't that right, Ku Qian?" Ku Qian abruptly released Li Xian's hand and turned to leave, exclaiming, Not coming. Why are you eyeing my position?" Zhang Lu erupted in laughter, and even Li Xian could not suppress his amusement. Zhang Lu and Ku Qian shared a good rapport, reminiscent of the bond between Li Xian and Feng Dai. Previously, the two squads often engaged in activities together, and playful banter was quite normal. After the playful exchanges, the members of other squads dispersed. Only then did Zhang Lu earnestly address Li Xian. "Li Xian? Being able to enter overclocking mode is your fortune, but do not let your guard down. Overclocking mode merely amplifies your advantages. Your foundation must be solid. Simultaneously, you must strive to thoroughly master overclocking mode, enabling you to enter that state at any time and place." In response to his mentor's heartfelt advice, Li Xian nodded solemnly. "Yes, mentor." Li Xian understood the necessity of diligent training to solidify his foundation. For on the battlefield, it is ultimately one's combat skills that one can rely on. As for entering the overclocking state, he need not practice for that. Thanks to the psionic chip, Li Xian could activate the overclocking mode at will, subsequently triggering the biological intelligence chip to enter overclocking. After the sharing session, Li Xian transformed from an obscure squad leader into a mecha technician known throughout the entire Blueprint Expeditionary Force, achieving a level of recognition among the 200 individuals present. The sharing concluded, yet the war raged on. The troops advanced systematically, and underground regions were systematically purged, in merely half a month's time. The C District and B District had been completely captured. The casualty figures remained within acceptable limits. In the subsequent offensives, the enemy's knightly retainers did not even mobilize, allowing the Blueprint's short sword retainers to wreak havoc on the battlefield. In the rear, within Area A2, the command center of the Murder Retainers' army was in utter chaos. A heated argument erupted between two parties. On one side stood Roy, the brigade commander of the Murder Retainers' army, and on the other, DuPont, the commander of the Knightly Retainers. DuPont, a nearly 40-year-old black man, faced off against Roy, a Caucasian. In terms of military rank, Roy held a higher position, but he was an officer of the Murder Retainers' army, while DuPont was a commander of the Murder Knights, piloting a Class C Knight mecha. DuPont pressed his hands on the table and coldly addressed Roy. "The Knightly Retainers must withdraw from the battlefield. The enemy's numbers are overwhelming. We cannot hold the underground of this steel factory. Rather than needlessly sacrificing our soldiers here, we should break through and establish an evacuation route, since Beishimo can no longer be defended." "Why waste time here?" Roy remained composed in his chair, his finger tracing the underground structural diagram before him as he replied. "My orders are to hold the Beishimo steel factory at all costs. Until a retreat order is issued from above, we cannot abandon this battlefield. Now, Captain DuPont, please return to your designated position immediately. Your knightly retainers have been absent from the battlefield for far too long, resulting in our rapid loss of several defensive strongholds. If it were not for the need for your continued combat, I would have the authority to execute you on the spot." Roy regarded DuPont with a steady gaze. "Execute me, just because of you retainers?" DuPont's eyes sparkled with psionic energy, arcs of electricity and flames beginning to emanate from the corners of his eyes, a sign that a psionic user is prepared for battle. "Bold?" Roy's guards instantly became incensed, drawing their weapons and aiming them at DuPont. The guards donned lightweight powered armor, a compact form of individual protection that offered commendable defense in combat while also augmenting the soldier's strength. enabling them to withstand several barrages from rapid-fire cannons. Naturally, such high-level protection came at a considerable cost. DuPont merely cast a glance at Roy's guards, and with a flicker of electricity, he effortlessly disarmed one of them. Causing an immediate tension to envelop the command center, it was not just Roy's guards who were on high alert. The advisors in the vicinity instinctively placed their hands on their sidearms. DuPont regarded the surrounding advisors with disdain. Although some among them possessed psychic abilities, their levels and combat strategies were woefully inadequate. The majority of these psychics could hardly compare to mech pilots, as evidenced by their slower training rates and diminished combat prowess. Roy, manage your men. I have already requested permission from higher-ups to withdraw the night escort from the Beishimo steel plant. I only came here to lend you a hand due to our shared efforts in combat. Since you refuse, you and your brigade can perish in this wretched place. Humph. Chapter 93. Dispute, Part 2. Confronted by the soldiers encircling the entrance, DuPont paid them no heed, pushing through them without hesitation. At the command post, Roy glared at DuPont's departing figure, his teeth clenched in fury. Once DuPont had left, the other personnel in the command center, primarily the advisors, turned their gazes towards Roy, with a heavy sigh. Roy urged, "Let us resume our duties. We must strategize how to defend the upcoming sectors." Upon hearing this, most advisors busied themselves once more. The command center was inundated with tasks. Overseeing a mixed brigade of thousands meant daily reports and resolutions on a myriad of issues. This encompassed not only combat operations but also an array of miscellaneous matters. Particularly in a combat state, there were pressing needs to supply frontline units with weaponry and ammunition, decide which forces should be stationed or rotated, manage the treatment of the wounded, and arrange for the fallen soldiers' remains. Intelligence gathering on the enemy and consolidating information on our own forces were also critical. It could be said that the advisors were the busiest individuals within the command center. The brigade commander focused primarily on directing combat and establishing overarching strategies, while the advisors bore a far greater burden of responsibilities. Indeed, if the command center were to lose its brigade commander, the unit might still maintain a relatively stable state, albeit with diminished combat effectiveness. However, if several advisors were lost without anyone to fill their roles, it would not be long before a plethora of peculiar issues arose within the troops. Roy's chief of staff approached him, softly inquiring, "Is it true that DuPont intends to leave? Can we truly allow them to depart? Without mechs, our existing forces would struggle to withstand the enemy's mech units for long." Roy wearily rubbed his temples and replied, "If DuPont wishes to leave, it is beyond our power to prevent him. His command authority only partially resides with us. If he truly requests withdrawal from his superiors, I believe those knights would indeed facilitate their exit from this position." Originally, the battle plan of the escorting troops had not satisfied the knights, and now, with casualties incurred, sigh. The advisor could not help but exhale with resignation. "How many troops do we still have? What is the status of each battalion?" Roy asked. The chief of staff shook his head, stating, "The conditions of each unit are dire. The 345th and 346th Infantry Battalions have been nearly decimated. Not only the soldiers but also the company and battalion officers have suffered nearly total casualties. The situation is slightly better for a few other battalions, but even they have sustained close to 50% losses. We are severely lacking in manpower. Almost all of the brigade capable of fighting are already on the front lines. Currently, only the severely injured remain in the rear, while lightly wounded soldiers are quickly patched up and sent back to the battlefield. Within the defensive line, at least a quarter of the soldiers bear various injuries. At this point, the chief of staff's voice wavered as he added, "Our medical resources are nearly depleted. If we continue fighting, we may soon run out of supplies to dress wounds." Upon hearing this, Roy could not help but close his eyes in anguish, inhaling deeply. "What of the weapons and ammunition?" the chief of staff responded. "Ammunition is still relatively sufficient. We have no shortages of light and heavy weaponry. The only issue is that we are severely lacking in heavy firepower. While we can manage against the enemy's infantry and armored units, we stand powerless against their mechs." After listening to the chief of staff's words, Roy lit a cigarette. Exhaling a plume of smoke that enveloped his face, he was interrupted by the chief of staff, who could not restrain himself from saying, "Commander, should we also consider retreating? Is that your opinion, or the consensus of the others?" Roy asked, turning his gaze towards the chief of staff after taking a deep drag from his cigarette. The chief of staff replied, "It is my opinion, but it reflects the thoughts of many, Commander, our 232nd Brigade has already lost two-thirds of its strength. If we continue like this, we shall be completely annihilated." Roy remained silent, and the command room gradually fell into a tense silence, with guards and advisors alike fixated on him. Roy shook his head slowly, speaking softly. "I have long requested a retreat, yet the military command has not approved our withdrawal. This place has become a deadlock. What purpose does it serve for our ragtag forces to hold this position? The enemy has deployed at least 3 squads of short sword knights mechs in the assault. Over 100 mechs. Without our own mech units within the defensive line, they could easily capture this position with a single charge. Commander, our defense is utterly feudal," Roy lamented. "The military command does not consent to our retreat because we must hold off the forces of Blueprints. This has become our last bastion. If Blueprints captures this location, the vast plains beyond will be theirs. Securing this area would allow them to advance unimpeded, directly threatening our industrial and residential zones. This comprehensive war has not only caught Blueprints unprepared, but we, the Mildanites, are equally unready. We can no longer withdraw. This is our final stand, and our only recourse is to fight valiantly, to take as many enemies with us as we can." The chief of staff clenched his teeth and asked, "But what of the night escort? How can they simply leave? Their withdrawal is part of the plan. The enemy has heavy troops stationed at the periphery. Otherwise, our situation might have been more bearable. With potential reinforcements and supplies, I actually hope DuPont and his team can break through. If they do, it would signify they have pierced the enemy's encirclement. We could then expect a wave of supplies and reinforcements." Roy surveyed the command center, observing the somber expressions of the personnel and the sluggish movements of the advisors and guards. "Think of your families waiting for you in the rear. We have no other choice." Chapter 94. Surrender. The situation on the Milda side remained unknown to Li Xian and his comrades. Even if they did learn of it, it would be of little consequence. As the battle continued to advance steadily, the enemy's resolve to defend unwavering. Even the wounded soldiers gritted their teeth and returned to the battlefield, complicating matters for Hungan Defense's assault. Due to the communication blackout, without breaching the defensive line, they had no way of discerning whether the enemy had positioned night escorts in the rear. Could Mech charge directly into the enemy's defenses? Certainly, but it also meant taking a gamble. If the enemy's defenses were bolstered by a legion of night escorts, then the initial wave of short sword knights would face certain doom. Unless specific intelligence was obtained, they could not risk such a maneuver. Days passed, and one fateful night, at the Milda army's defensive line in the D2 region, the remaining dozens of night escorts had gathered. DuPont sat in the cockpit, smoking a cigarette, the white smoke enveloping the entire cabin. Obscuring visibility, naturally, psychics remained unaffected by the haze, and once DuPont activated the mech, he would regain control of the entire unit. DuPont, a C-class psychic himself, piloted a C-class mech, a night-level model. Damn it. Hold. How can we hold this place with just our mechs? DuPont cursed vehemently. He made one last attempt to communicate with Roy. "Roy, I'm saying this one last time. We are about to break out. If you wish to survive, arrange for your troops to join us in the breakout." Regardless of their differences, DuPont had fought alongside Roy for a time and considered him a comrade. Despite his intent to withdraw, he still wished to assist Roy. Roy's resigned voice came through. "We have no orders to retreat. We can only hold this position. DuPont, you should break out. I wish you luck with that." Roy terminated the communication. "Fool. No time for infantry. We're leaving," DuPont bellowed, issuing commands to all night escorts via the command channel. In an instant, dozens of mechs powered up and surged towards the outer defensive line in a bid to break through. Within the command center, Roy found himself enveloped in a haze of smoke. This night would likely be one of insomnia. Meanwhile, his chief of staff was absent from the operations room, perhaps resting or inspecting the troops. Roy gazed towards a particular direction, the A3 sector, the current front line of resistance. He speculated that his chief of staff was stationed there at this very moment. The assault from the underground world did not differentiate between day and night, as visibility remained obscured regardless. However, humans must distinguish between day and night. The biological clock is not easily adjusted. Thus, whether it was a daytime offensive or a nighttime one, visibility underground remained compromised. Consequently, as night fell, the attacking forces would gradually ease their momentum. For rest was still a necessity. At this time, Roy's chief of staff had already departed from the defensive positions of the Milda servants' army. He moved swiftly and discreetly, evading the notice of soldiers positioned behind the front lines. During this period, the attention of ordinary soldiers was generally not very focused. However, on the side of Hung defense, vigilance was still maintained. Someone had already trained their aim on the chief of staff of Milda. Wait! The squad commander beside him restrained the soldier who was about to fire, recognizing that the enemy was evidently a high-ranking officer, unarmed. Fire at his feet. For safety's sake, the squad commander ordered the soldiers to open fire. Bang! The chief of staff halted abruptly upon seeing the sparks at his feet. Raising both hands in surrender, he proclaimed, "I come to surrender. I possess crucial intelligence to report." Soon, this chief of staff of the Milda army was escorted to the rear. Here, the highest commander of the frontline assault was a company commander from Hung defense. Naturally, interrogating a high-ranking officer, particularly one who was also a psionic, required more than mere infantry, Lixin, who was on night watch, quickly arrived, and the short sword attendant mechas had already taken position. "What crucial intelligence do you possess?" Zhang Lu inquired. "Are you the highest commander here?" The chief of staff first scrutinized the company commander of the infantry battalion and the mecha of Lixin, furrowing his brow momentarily before relaxing. As a brigade officer of the Milda servants' army, he instinctively wished to meet a higher-ranking officer. Yet, upon reflecting on his current situation, he realized he was now merely a surrendering captive, with no right to demand more. "Indeed. What intelligence do you have?" The infantry battalion commander pressed. "I am the chief of staff of the infantry brigade of the Milda servants' army, here to surrender," he confirmed. "You surrender. Do you bring any intelligence?" the company commander queried. "Tonight, the remaining knights will begin breaking through from the D2 sector, attempting to escape the underground area of this steel factory." "Only mechas?" The infantry battalion commander frowned in inquiry. The chief of staff replied, "Only mechas. The infantry and armored units have been abandoned. Otherwise, do you think I would surrender to you?" Observing the chief of staff of the mixed brigade, who still spoke with a hint of pride, Lixin felt his fists tighten. After a brief silence, the infantry battalion commander turned and departed. "Keep an eye on him." After leaving, the commander soon encountered Zhang Lu, and after sharing the intelligence they had acquired, both parties exchanged uncertain glances. "What should we do? Can we trust this?" The infantry battalion commander hesitated. According to rank, he was on par with Zhang Lu, but Zhang Lu, being affiliated with the Blueprint Group, held a slightly higher status. Zhang Lu pondered, "Regardless of whether the information is genuine or not, we should report it. If the enemy's mechas truly attempt to break through tonight, reporting it would be a significant achievement. Even if it turns out false, we will suffer no losses." Upon hearing this, the battalion commander nodded repeatedly. He understood the rationale, yet sometimes, the decision-making was beyond his purview. Both soon reported the intelligence to their superiors, leaving subsequent matters temporarily out of their hands. The burdensome decisions were now entrusted to Lu Quan and Ji Zizhuan, the true authorities in this region. Ji Zizhuan had gained considerably, transitioning from a brigade commander of a mixed brigade to commanding a significantly augmented force. Lu Quan was quickly awakened and received the intelligence submitted by Zhang Eloyud in the depths of night. A confident smile adorned his face. This intelligence, regardless of its authenticity, was not particularly critical, for the strength of the blueprint and Hung defense was, at least in the vicinity of the Beishimo steel factory, overwhelmingly dominant. Having information was merely a bonus. Chapter 95. Surrender, Part 2. Nonetheless, Lu Quan relayed the intelligence to the 3rd and 4th Mecha Squadrons, which had already subdued the enemy's outer defenses and established strong points. Intelligence indicates that the enemy's knights will commence their breakthrough from the A2 sector tonight. Prepare your defenses and do not falter. "Yes, Captain, rest assured. We will promptly set up the defenses," both squadron leaders assured, thumping their chests. The mechas of the two squadrons quickly assembled at the outer defenses, safeguarding the potential egress points the enemy might exploit. Within the underground assault on the Beishimo steel factory, the short sword attendants were advancing while the enemy sought to breach their lines. Naturally, the threats extended beyond the inner confines of the Beishimo steel factory. External reinforcements were also a concern. However, the forces positioned at the blueprint's blocking positions were not insignificant, comprising 3 infantry battalions, 1 tank battalion, and 1 armored battalion. Surrounding the forward operating base were several heavy artillery battalions from both Blueprint and Hung. Should the enemy dare to attack, these heavy guns would undoubtedly suppress the battlefield. For the time being, Li Xian and his comrades were not preoccupied with the external situation. Their focus lay on the next steps to take. The brigade chief of staff from the Milda servants' army had already divulged a considerable amount of intelligence. The individual was remarkably cooperative, responding almost without reservation to the inquiries posed by Jiang Lu and the infantry battalion commander. As they interrogated him, they communicated amongst themselves through their chips. "What do the leaders say?" The infantry battalion commander asked. He had reported his intelligence up the chain, but Ji Zizhuan had expressed no particular reaction, merely instructing him to continue the interrogation while cooperating with the mecha units. Clearly, as Blueprint reinforced its ranks, Lu Quan's authority on this frontline battlefield was steadily increasing. Perhaps in a bid to evade responsibility, or perhaps due to the majority of command being transferred to Lu Quan, Ji Zizhuan displayed an indifferent demeanor. Jiang Lu remarked, "We have nearly exhausted our inquiries. If what this fellow says is true, if the outer defenses encounter an assault from the enemy's knights, it may indeed indicate a vulnerability in the defenses of sectors A and D. Should we launch a direct assault? What if this individual is a decoy, and the retreating enemy knights are also a ruse, with a battalion of enemy knights lying in wait for us?" The battalion commander pondered aloud, raising a question. Hearing this, Jiang Lu fell silent for a moment. Such a possibility was not unfounded. After all, they were uncertain of how many enemy mecha units still lurked within the remaining sectors. It could very well be as the chief of staff claimed, only a handful of mechas, or perhaps many more. This uncertainty was the reason they had not hastily prepared for an assault following the chief of staff's intelligence. At this stage of the conflict, the situation was somewhat nebulous. Jiang Lu and Lu Quan could roughly estimate the number of mechas below. In terms of personnel, Blueprint undoubtedly held the advantage. Yet, the fear lay in unexpected circumstances and hidden threats. Regardless, if a confrontation erupted outside, we must first secure our immediate positions. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Lu declared resolutely. This decision was met with the affirmation of the infantry battalion commander. After conveying his thoughts to Lu Quan, Jiang Quan reflected briefly and exchanged opinions with his staff. "Approved. You may act at your discretion, but exercise caution and do not charge recklessly." "Yes, understood." Jiang Lu responded emphatically. Boom. In the dead of night, the outer positions erupted into fierce gunfire. Dozens of knights led by DuPont began their breakout from underground, only to be met head-on by the short sword attendants from Blueprint. The intensity of the firefight in this area was staggering. Not only were the mechas firing, but the heavy tanks known as Skull Crushers were also unleashing their charged attacks. Each plasma cannon blast could potentially obliterate a knight's void shield, and at times, even destroy a knight outright. However, the offensive from Milda's outer reinforcements soon commenced. The blocking positions of Blueprint transformed into a scene of double-edged conflict, with both sides engaged in furious combat. Meanwhile, beneath the Beishimo steel factory, upon hearing the sounds of battle and receiving news from Lu Quan, Jiang Lu's alertness surged. He maneuvered his vanguard mecha to stand before the chief of staff of Milda, stating, "We are about to launch an offensive. Do you have any further assistance to offer us? The more you contribute, the better your future treatment will be." The Milda chief of staff raised his gaze to meet the imposing figure of the mecha before him. Sighing as he replied, "I come to surrender not merely for my own sake. My demise is not a matter of great significance. Yet I do not wish for my comrades to perish in this place. Prior to my arrival, I had already set the plans in motion. All that remains is to send the signal, and the brothers at the front lines will voluntarily surrender." Jiang Lu did not display much excitement. He spoke in a deep tone. "Excellent. It is now their time to demonstrate their resolve. I require them to lay down their arms and emerge from their positions. Can you accomplish this?" The chief of staff closed his eyes and silently nodded. "Indeed. Then let us proceed." Jiang Lu, accompanied by the infantry battalion commander, led the chief of staff of Murda to the front lines. Here, the restrictions on the chief of staff were temporarily lifted, allowing their chips to communicate. Concurrently, the infantry and armored units of Hungan, along with the mecha from the 2nd Squadron, had gathered, poised to launch an offensive. Clap, rat-a-tat-tat. Shortly after the chief of staff sent the message, a barrage of gunfire erupted from the enemy's defensive line. This moment compelled the infantry battalion commander to cast several glances at the captive. However, soon, a scout exclaimed in surprise, "The enemy has truly laid down their weapons and emerged." Upon hearing this, the officers and the mech units swiftly turned their attention to the scene. Indeed, soldiers from the enemy's defensive line were slowly emerging, casting their weapons aside and standing at the perimeter of the fortifications. Rest assured, I have not employed any deceit, the chief of staff of Murda sighed. However, you must act swiftly. While this position may surrender, it does not guarantee that others will follow suit. The news of their surrender has likely already reached the commander's ears. Armored units, advance and swiftly seize the enemy's positions. The infantry battalion commander shouted. In the next moment, several short-tailed mice, laden with infantry, roared towards the enemy's stronghold. Chapter 96. Assault A2. The first defensive position fell almost without bloodshed. The only casualties in this battle were likely those officers who refused to surrender. However, their numbers were few. At this stage of the conflict, the Murda infantry brigade below the steel mill had already suffered nearly two-thirds of their forces. Had it not been for the terrain, which left these soldiers with no avenue of escape, they might have fled long ago. As the infantry secured the enemy's position, they escorted all captives to the rear. Now, a new dilemma presented itself before the commanders of Blueprint and Hungen. To continue advancing or to wait? The infantry battalion commander urgently inquired. If the enemy's knights and retainers have broken through, we may very well seize the entire steel mill. His voice was filled with excitement. Capturing the entire steel mill would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement, both for the mech units and for Hungen defense. Promotion and raises would no longer be mere dreams. Continue the assault. Push until we can advance no further, Jiang Lu declared solemnly. Who does not relish military merits? The advance proceeded remarkably well, but the good fortune was short-lived. After seizing another area, firefights erupted ahead. The infantry battalion commander asked the chief of staff of Murda, "What is happening?" The chief of staff sighed. "It appears that the officers behind are unwilling to surrender." "Foolishness!" The infantry battalion commander cursed vehemently. "Let us take our time. If the enemy lacks knights and retainers, we can assist in the assault." Jiang Lu reassured him that is preferable. "Otherwise, I would feel uneasy about claiming the credit." "You are correct," the infantry battalion commander conceded, tempering his anger. A new offensive commenced swiftly. Aware that the enemy might lack knight protection, the mech units launched a fierce assault. Although they did not charge directly, the long-range firepower of the mechs swiftly inflicted heavy casualties upon the enemy's Murda soldiers. Meanwhile, the external defensive positions were fiercely contested, as the knights and retainers fought for their lives, each in a desperate struggle. The squad leaders of the 3rd and 4th squadrons were becoming increasingly anxious. "Commander, we call for support. We require assistance." On the periphery of the Murda Knights formation, other units were also assaulting the defensive positions. Not only infantry, but also mech units. The two squadrons found themselves in a precarious situation. On the outskirts of the forward base, several heavy artillery units from Blueprint and Hungen Defense had already begun unleashing their firepower. Shells of 155mm howitzers rained down, crashing upon the heads of the enemy's supporting troops, engulfing the surrounding wasteland in flames and shrapnel. Liu Quan's expression darkened as he quickly replied, "Hold your ground. I will dispatch the 1st squadron to support you." He then pondered momentarily before issuing orders to Jiang Lu of the 2nd squadron and Xiao Hong of the 5th squadron. "What is your situation over there?" "Commander, we are managing well for the time being. The enemy's resistance is not particularly fierce," Jiang Lu replied. Upon hearing this, Liu Quan declared, "New orders. Quickly seize the internal positions of the enemy's steel mill. After the 2nd squadron secures the position, launch a surprise attack through the underground passage, pursuing the enemy's retreating forces to strike at their knights and retainers from behind. 5th squadron, eliminate any remaining enemies. And do not linger. Proceed to provide support. This time, I intend to capture both the enemy's retreating and supporting units in one fell swoop." Upon receiving Liu Quan's orders, Jiang Lu and Xiao Hong hesitated not for a moment. Responding in unison, "Understood, Commander." With the new combat orders in hand, Jiang Lu wasted no time, issuing one operational command after another. "Prepare for the assault. We must swiftly deal with the enemies before us. Infantry, follow our lead to clear out the remaining foes and quickly secure advantageous terrain." He directed the infantry battalion commander beside him. "No problem," Li Exine inquired. "Master, what is the situation? Things do not look good. The external defensive positions are fiercely contested. We need to quickly breach the underground area and then launch a rear assault to support the perimeter," Jiang Lu replied as he walked. Suddenly, he halted and turned to Li Xian. This time, exercise caution. Your close combat abilities are not yet robust. Although you can exceed your limits, do not reveal your trump card indiscriminately. Li Xian felt a warmth in his heart and nodded. Yes, master. Intense combat erupted in an instant. With the authorization of higher command, there was no longer any uncertainty regarding the presence of ambushing knights and retainers behind the enemy's defensive line. Even if they did exist, one must charge ahead regardless. Li Xian returned to his unit, observing the fully armed 3 new recruits. This time, follow closely in my footsteps. Yes, boss. Yes, squad leader. Move out. In the next instant, 4 mechs sprang into action. This time, Wei Qian took the lead. Adhering to the principle established during Jiang Lu's battles, he could not rush to the very front Li Xian needed to cultivate the new recruits while simultaneously minimizing his own chances of injury. The role of the vanguard could be entrusted to others. If knights and retainers truly appeared behind them, Li Xian would engage them head-on. Their small group was not the first to initiate the assault. Ahead, 3 or 4 groups had already commenced their advance. They had initially been assisting the infantry in their offensive, and upon receiving their orders, they wasted no time in launching their assault. As Li Xian's group entered the position, the preceding group was already wreaking havoc within the enemy's stronghold. Buzz, 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 Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping began to level their machine guns, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the enemy's fortifications. This defensive position had been seized with minimal effort. The infantry once again reveled in the joy brought by the mech offensive. They had effectively secured the position without expending much energy. Next, the subsequent defensive position before them was designated A2. Li Xian, lead your group and follow my lead. Jiang Lu's calm voice resonated over the command channel. Understood. All units, pay attention. According to the intelligence provided by the captives, the A2 area is the location of the enemy's command center. The specific coordinates have been transmitted to your chips. This area is where the enemy's final heavy artillery is concentrated, so exercise caution during the assault. However, capturing the enemy's command center is a significant achievement. I hope no one falters. Charge. Chapter 97. Assault on the command center in ancient battlefields. There were significant military merits such as the first to ascend, slay generals, and capture flags in the Interstellar era. Although such phrases are no longer used, securing the enemy's vital positions remains a tremendous accomplishment. Capturing the enemy's command center, even if it was merely that of a Murda vassal's infantry brigade, is still a monumental honor. According to the blueprint's tier classification, the military commander of the infantry brigade would be at least an M3 level official, on par with Lu Quan. The task of assaulting the enemy's command center fell to Jiang Lu's 2nd Squadron for a straightforward reason. The chief of staff of the Murda infantry brigade had been captured in their defensive zone. Regardless of whether the chief of staff surrendered willingly or was captured during their advance, the opportunity to attack the enemy's command center presented itself to the 2nd Squadron. Ahead, the assault by the mech units was fierce. In the midst of the corridor, the mechs stood almost in parallel, their armored shields raised, as a barrage of heavy fire relentlessly assaulted the enemy's defensive line. Boom. Zing. Rat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat. The fierce exchange of fire between both sides escalated. And soon, at a certain distance, the mechs ceased firing altogether, opting instead to charge directly towards the enemy's line. Shields braced. Boom. Accompanied by a tremendous explosion, one of the mechs triggered a reinforced landmine specifically designed for them. With a deafening blast and a towering inferno, a short sword attendant's mechanical limb was shattered to pieces. This mech was rendered completely incapacitated, and whether the pilot inside survived or perished was left to fate. In the face of such landmines, the defense of the mech sometimes proved inadequate, particularly for the D-class models. While the Void Shield could mitigate many forms of damage, primarily from ranged attacks, landmines were a different story. When a mech stepped directly onto one, the Void Shield was powerless to protect it. However, the fall of one mech did not halt the battle. Rookie pilot was commanded to charge forward and pull the damaged mech back. The other mechs continued their valiant advance. The rookie, dragging his comrade, managed to pull the battered short sword attendant only a short distance before handing it over to the approaching support units. Several auxiliary armored vehicles swiftly secured the tow line, dragging the severely damaged mech into retreat. Meanwhile, ahead, Li Xian had led 3 rookies to breach the enemy's defenses, his powered sword slicing through an enemy bunker. Boom! The decomposing force shattered the bunker, silencing the enemy's fire points in an instant. "Do not linger. Press on." Jiang Lu's roar echoed in Li Xian's ears. "Charge straight for the enemy command center." "Yes, keep charging." Jiang Lu entrusted the mission of assaulting the enemy command center to Li Xian's squad and himself. This was undoubtedly a matter of personal interest, but it was also an arduous task. The command center's defenses were, of course, the most formidable, representing a tough nut to crack. Nevertheless, this hard target was also the most valuable objective. When it came to attacking the command center, Jiang Lu had to select his troops wisely. And naturally, such a lucrative assignment was reserved for his most trusted allies. If Li Xian achieved merit, it would effectively be Jiang Lu's victory. As Li Xian was Jiang Lu's disciple, their bond was tighter than that of ordinary comrades. The credit for the command center's capture could be assigned to anyone, but if given to Li Xian, others would surely have their thoughts. Conversely, if Jiang Lu did not assign such a prime task to either Li Xian or Feng Dai, who would dare to follow him in the future? If such a golden opportunity for glory was not bestowed upon his confidants, who would remain loyal? Understanding Jiang Lu's intentions, Li Xian was determined to exert even greater effort to repay him. Thus, when the enemy's concentrated fire bore down on Li Xian's 7th squad, he felt no fear. "Charge! The enemy commander is ours," Li Xian roared, his voice nearly piercing the eardrums of the 3 rookies. "Think of your medals. Think of promotions and raises. Capturing the enemy brigade commander is our prize. Kill." Wei Qian's face flushed with excitement. "Charge!" Ling Yang clenched his teeth tightly. "Ah!" Gan Hongkai emitted an instinctive roar. A barrage of fire was unleashed from their mechs in retaliation. With the assistance of their chips and their inherent range skills, they managed to silence several enemy infantry fire points. Remarkably, the ranged combat capabilities of the 3 rookies' mechs even surpassed that of Li Xian. Li Xian had downloaded several psychic signals, all focusing on melee combat techniques, leaving his range skill at a lamentable D2. This time, he had only equipped 2 main cannons, 1 plasma cannon and 1 laser cannon. His firing opportunities were limited, typically reserved for high-value targets. Boom. Another anti-tank missile struck Li Xian's void shield, nearly reaching its capacity. Yet Li Xian could no longer afford to concern himself with this. He propelled his mech forward, the powered sword swinging fiercely. Boom. The faint blue glow of the decomposing force from the powered sword cleaved through an oncoming medium tank. The tank's ammunition was struck by electric currents, leading to a rapid chain explosion. Boom. The remnants of the turret were sent flying. Flames soared into the sky, and shrapnel from the munitions scattered wildly. Armored vehicles appeared fragile before the might of the mechs. Akin to toddlers weighing several tons, if tanks were easily dispatched, one could only imagine the fate of ordinary infantry, whether clad in full protective gear or otherwise, before Wei Qian and the others' electromagnetic cannons. They were rendered no more formidable than paper, obliterated into a mass of pulp. Meanwhile, Li Xian pressed onward towards the most critical position. Boom. The colossal mech smashed through the outer structure of the target command center. The powered sword tore through the walls, as the massive short sword attendant breached the core of the infantry brigade's stronghold. An officer, perhaps a guard or an advisor, was caught off guard. Crushed beneath the foot of the short sword attendant, blood flowing freely. The scene inside the command center was now laid bare before Li Xian's eyes. The holographic sand table projection flickered due to the psychic radiation emanating from Li Xian's mech. Within the command center, fewer than 10 individuals remained. A brigade commander named Roy, clad in a high-ranking officer's uniform of the Mierda attendants, along with 2 aides and several fully armored guards. Chapter 98. The death of Roy's guards wore individual powered armor and wielded single-handed powered swords. These swords, over a meter in length, also possessed decomposing force capabilities, allowing a soldier in powered armor to potentially tear through the defenses of an armored vehicle in single combat. Brigade Commander Roy, command your subordinates to lay down their weapons and surrender. We will guarantee your safety and proper treatment. Li Xian entered the command center, his powered sword sweeping across, its blade directed at Roy. His voice amplified for all to hear. Kill. Protect the commander. A guard in full powered armor lunged at Li Xian, the faint blue light of the powered sword trailing behind him like a phantom. Unaware of his impending doom, Li Xian swiftly redirected his enormous powered sword, cleaving down towards the guard. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, and before the guard could react, he was cleaved in half. Even an individual powered armor capable of withstanding rapid-fire cannon fire could not endure the strike of Li Xian's powered sword. The body fell to the ground in pieces. Li Xian flicked away the non-existent blood and coldly declared, "Brigade Commander Roy, cease your feudal resistance and sacrifices." Roy, seated in his chair, sighed deeply and instructed his aide, "After my death, let them lay down their weapons. Surrender. My warriors have already demonstrated their bravery." The aide initially appeared taken aback, quickly followed by a question. "Commander, what about you?" In the next moment, Roy was enveloped in psychic energy, bolts of electricity and flames surging towards Li Xian. Inside the mech cockpit, alarms blared. High psychic energy response. Alert! Alert! Li Xian, who had been closely monitoring Roy, reacted instantly the moment he sensed the change, raising the mechanical arm of the short sword attendant. Targeting Roy with the laser cannon, zing! A thick beam of red laser shot forth from the cannon on his left arm, hurtling towards Roy. In response, Roy summoned his psychic energy, forming a protective shield before him, attempting to block the incoming attack. Simultaneously, he swiftly evaded, initially escaping Li Xian's assault. However, in the next instant, his furrowed brow relaxed as his psychic energy surged, and he hurled his decorative knight sword towards the exposed mech cockpit. Li Xian's main cannon fire and Roy's thrown weapon struck simultaneously. The short sword attendant's main cannon was not something that could be stopped by a human's psychic energy. Even after partially dissipating its energy, the laser beam pierced through Roy's psychic defense, directly penetrating his chest, incinerating his thoracic cavity. Roy was dead. He perished within his own command center. In his final moments, Roy sighed and closed his eyes. His body collapsing to the ground, Li Xian stared in shock at his mech cockpit, where Roy's thrown knight's sword had embedded itself into the armor, nearly penetrating halfway through. This scene left him astounded. Roy's weapon was no ordinary powered sword. Under the augmentation of psychic energy, it exhibited such devastating power. Had it been a powered sword, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Only after Roy's demise did his guards finally react. "Commander, kill him." Seeing the enemies driven mad by hatred and anger, Li Xian felt no hesitation. He swung his powered sword. At times, size provides a significant advantage. Bigger is better, more is superior. Clang. One guard, evidently a competent officer, skillfully parried Li Xian's attack with ease. However, how could the colossal mechanical strength of the mechs possibly be countered by human effort? Even with powered armor, it was the same. His arm was shattered by the overwhelming force before he was subsequently slain. After swiftly dispatching several guards, Li Xian directed the softly buzzing power sword towards the two staff officers. He declared, "I hope you can fulfill the last wish of Commander Roy before his demise. Order your surrender." The two staff officers trembled slightly, gazing at the blood-soaked command center and the lifeless body of Roy lying not far away. A gaping hole marred his chest, where flesh and blood had been utterly obliterated. The edges of the wound were charred due to the intense heat of the laser, with not a drop of blood escaping. One staff officer, quivering with anxiety, stammered, "I surrender. I will execute the brigade commander's orders at once." Li Xian sheathed his power sword and replied, his tone unchanged, "A wise choice." Before long, the final command issued by Brigadier Roy of the Mech retinue was disseminated to the chips and communications of various officers. Capture unknown psychic energy signals. Initiating signal transcode. Within the command center, Li Xian once again received notifications from the psychic chip. It was evidently from Roy, and Li Xian was overjoyed. The stronger Roy was, the more potent the downloaded effects would be. Upon hearing Roy's order to cease resistance, soldiers outside in the defensive positions reacted in disbelief, some roaring in outrage, others trembling as they dropped their weapons, while others stood in a daze. The soldiers lost the last vestiges of their desire to resist, as if the very pillar of their resolve had been swept away. Those who had been injured yet still clung to the fight suddenly seemed drained of all strength, collapsing behind their cover. In Area A2, and indeed throughout the subterranean expanse of the Beishimo steelworks, all infantry soldiers gradually laid down their arms and ceased their resistance. The Beishimo steelworks had effectively fallen. The infantry and armored units of Hungan defense swiftly mobilized, entering the defensive positions of the Mech retinue, taking control while escorting all soldiers who had surrendered and laid down their weapons out of the underground. The capture of the Beishimo steelworks marked a significant victory, yet the battle belonging to Li Xian and his comrades was far from over. Second Squadron, assemble quickly. We will launch a surprise attack from behind and take down all enemy knights and retainers. Zhang Lu's voice reached Li Xian's ears, prompting him to delegate all tasks to his aide and set off in pursuit of Zhang Lu with 3 new recruits. Well done. Capturing the enemy's command center and brigade commander is a remarkable achievement. Zhang Lu privately commended Li Xian. Master, this is your accomplishment that I am undeserving of, Li Xian replied. What of it? What is rightfully yours belongs to you. I lead the entire squadron. Your merits are my merits. And our achievements do not conflict. Conversely, if I had rushed in and slain him myself, that would have wasted the opportunity for glory. Do not feel embarrassed. The more enemies you slay, the more merit you earn. That is the best recompense for me, Zhang Lu reassured him with a smile. Yes, master. Li Xian finally felt at ease by in the preceding battles. The second squadron had suffered no losses, save for one unfortunate soldier who had triggered a composite landmine and was dragged back to safety for repairs. Nearly 40 mechs surged forth through the dimly lit underground passage, their presence formidable. Of course, such a multitude of mechs did not charge in recklessly. Leading the advance were 4 mechs from the first team, serving as the vanguard for the entire squadron. Chapter 99. A tactical retreat soon. The leader of the first squad, Nong Shuang, shouted over the communication channel, I have heard the sounds of gunfire. We are approaching the combat zone. Charge forward, Zhang Lu bellowed. Leading the vanguard mechas into the fray, dozens of mechas roared as they surged forth from the underground passage. Along the way, the bodies of fallen knight attendants lay strewn about, some having been pierced by energy weapons, while others had fallen to the onslaught of shardbreaker tanks. Not only were there the corpses of knight attendants, but also the remains of short-sword attendants. Clearly, these knight attendants had emerged from the tunnel at great cost, sustaining casualties from long-range attacks as they desperately closed the distance. As the knight attendants entered melee range, a brutal slaughter commenced. The rookie pilots of the short-sword attendants found themselves outmatched in this combat scenario, and casualties were inevitable. After advancing a short distance, the short-sword attendants immediately spotted the ongoing clash between both sides. The mechas of both factions were almost entangled in a chaotic melee in the distance. Infantry and armored troops atop the defensive positions were also engaged in fierce combat. On the periphery, additional knight attendants and Malata attendants had arrived to provide support. Further back, artillery units continued to relentlessly bombard the enemy with howitzers, aiming to weaken the opposing assault. How do we proceed? A squad leader inquired over the command channel. The two sides were now nearly intertwined, rendering long-range attacks ineffective. The knight attendants possessed void shields, making it difficult for the short-sword attendants to inflict damage even when concentrating their fire. Moreover, employing rocket bombardments was not a viable option. This was no game where teammates could escape unscathed. A misfire would result in widespread devastation, making the short-sword attendants less resilient than the knight attendants. Charge in and engage them in close combat. We have the numbers, Zhang Lu roared, swiftly making a decision. With that, he led the charge into the tumultuous arena of mecha combat. Nearly 40 additional mechas joined the fray, instantly tipping the numbers in favor of the short-sword attendants, Li Xian, alongside 3 new recruits. Quickly identified a suitable target, a damaged knight attendant that was still overpowering 2 rookie short-sword attendants in battle. The veterans' combat skills were formidable. Charge. Support our comrades and eliminate the enemy, Li Xian bellowed as he rushed toward his target. Ha! Another rookie! The knight attendant, feeling Li Xian's approach, let out a roar. With a powerful swing of his energy sword, he repelled the short-sword attendant before pivoting to strike at Li Xian. Clang. The 2 energy swords collided. Arcs of electricity dancing wildly did Li Xian continued to strike, his energy sword tracing numerous paths as he engaged the knight attendant in a fierce duel. On the chaotic battlefield, each individual had their own adversary and a personal vendetta to settle. The piloting skills of this damaged knight attendant were impressively high, and the more Li Xian fought, the more astonished he became. No wonder he could hold his ground against 2 short-sword attendants. His prowess was indeed commendable. Initially, Li Xian aimed to capitalize on the situation for an easy kill, not necessarily to claim glory. His true intention was to absorb the energy signals from vanquished foes. However, it seemed that such a chance was slipping away. Under normal circumstances, Li Xian would not even be a match for this knight attendant. Turns out you're not as skilled as I thought. Those 3 kills you have must have been a stroke of luck. The knight attendant's pilot taunted. I expected you to be formidable, but what a disappointment. Unfazed by the knight attendant's jibes, Li Xian brushed them aside. For such mockery meant little to him. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes ignited with a radiant energy glow, tiny arcs of electricity cascading from the corners of his eyes. Activating overclock mode. Activating overclock mode. The chip's alert chimed twice as Li Xian once again entered overclock mode, and in that instant, the sensation of being a master returned to him. Overclock? Damn it! The knight attendant's pilot exclaimed. As a veteran, he recognized the faint energy glow emanating from the mecha, immediately identifying the situation. Ha ha ha! What of your overclock? Today, I shall slay you, rookie. Enraged, the knight attendant charged forth, his prowess honed over years of piloting. He had yet to master overclock, and it infuriated him that Li Xian, a seemingly novice pilot, could harness such a technique. Die! The knight attendant roared, swinging his energy sword viciously at Li Xian. Simultaneously, he called for backup over his communication channel. Leave that rookie to me. I have a rookie in overclock mode. Let us eliminate him together. The knight attendant squad, consisting of 5 members, had already lost 1 mecha. Now, with 4 remaining, the other 3 mechas heeded their commander's order without hesitation, abandoning their previous skirmishes to rush toward Li Xian's battlefield. Amidst the chaos, other rookie squads, previously under pressure, felt an immediate relief, as though they had narrowly escaped death. They fervently wished for the absence of any further knight attendants to ensure their safety. However, some rookies and squad leaders recognized the significance of the battle and pursued the knight attendants with renewed vigor. 2 knight attendants became further entangled in combat, while another knight attendant from a different squad joined the fray on Li Xian's side. Yet, Li Xian was not alone. He had 3 of his own rookies by his side, along with 2 others already engaged with the knight attendant leader. The tide of battle shifted to 6 against 3, 6 short sword attendants versus 3 knight attendants. The odds were in Li Xian's favor, as 5 rookies only needed to ensnare the remaining 2 knight attendants in the center of this miniature battleground. Li Xian continued his duel with another knight attendant. In peak condition and in overclock mode, he effortlessly harnessed the computational power of 2 chips, enhancing his melee combat prowess. Every attack, every movement, every pivot of his opponent was analyzed and calculated with precision, allowing Li Xian to anticipate his adversary's every move. Chapter 100. The decisive strike. In this intense combat scenario, the knight attendant's captain felt a profound sense of discomfort. His opponent seemed to understand him better than he understood himself. Every action and attack he initiated was met with impeccable counters. Attempts to feign weakness and lure Li Xian into a trap were easily discerned, and at times, Li Xian would completely disregard such bait. Other times, he would gracefully seize the opportunity, consuming the bait before retaliating fiercely. Die, 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 damn it. I shall tear you apart. The knight attendant roared, his energy sword swinging with increasing speed. At that moment, he felt as if he could breach the once impenetrable threshold of his skill. His current state was at least 10 to 20% stronger than during typical battles, representing a remarkable surge in his capabilities, a peak performance. Yet, against Li Xian, such strength proved insufficient. Li Xian's energy sword struck like a tempest, dismantling the knight attendant's defenses with relentless force. The knight attendant's armor began to falter under Li Xian's unyielding assault. Slicing through the enemy's outer armor, the energy sword breached the internal mechanisms of the mecha. The once mighty alloy armor was rendered ineffective before the power of Li Xian's blade. Li Xian discerned the knight attendant's intentions once more, delivering a horizontal slash that sent the enemy's energy sword flying. In quick succession, he thrust his sword into the knight attendant's mecha, penetrating its alloy armor. Like a seasoned hunter, Li Xian did not risk himself in dangerous positions for a chance at a decisive strike. Coward, face me head-on. The knight attendant's pilot continued to roar, his voice tinged with a hint of fear as the battle progressed. Regardless of his bravado, the damage to the knight attendant's mecha escalated under Li Xian's onslaught. The growing destruction of its equipment further diminished its operational efficiency. The knight attendant's speed slowed, and its strength waned. In that moment, Li Xian recognized his opportunity. Once more, he deflected the knight attendant's attack with his energy sword. then maneuvered his mecha to collide directly with the enemies. The clash of mechas resonated with a thunderous roar, and it was clear that the knight attendant was no longer a match for the short sword attendants. The impact sent the knight attendant staggering backward. What a perfect opportunity, flashed through Li Xian's mind. Though the knight attendant had been knocked off balance and staggered several steps, the pilot quickly regained composure and roared anew. Launching another assault, he sought to leverage the knight attendant's close combat capabilities in a trade of injuries against Li Xian. At this moment, the knight's retainer was so consumed by his desire for vengeance that he would not only relish the opportunity to slay Li Xian's short sword attendant, but would even welcome the prospect of perishing alongside him. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch, with the resounding clang of weapons colliding and parrying echoing through the air. Amidst the relentless calculations of digital formulas processed by his chip, Li Xian seized a fleeting opportunity once more. He surged forward with sudden acceleration, launching a surprise attack from the knight's retainer's blind spot, his power sword sweeping through like a tempest, ferociously engulfing the knight's retainer. Despite his valiant efforts to withstand the onslaught, the knight's retainer found himself increasingly outmatched, his mechanical attributes deteriorating, while every move he made was meticulously analyzed by Li Xian in this fierce confrontation. The knight's retainer ultimately proved unable to fend off Li Xian's relentless assault, as the armor outside the cockpit was struck repeatedly by Li Xian's power sword. The knight's external armor emitted a spine-chilling sound of metal being torn apart under the assault of the disintegration field wielded by the power sword. More equipment was obliterated, circuits severed, and emergency repair protocols inside the mech were activated, but for the now decaying machine, it was akin to a drop in the ocean. Death. Although the knight's retainer still harbored no intention of surrender, his resistance had become negligible in the face of Li Xian's might. The softly glowing blue power sword plunged directly into the cockpit of the knight's retainer, cleaving through the mech's interior with ease. With the mech operator slain, the loss of the pilot's psychic influence rendered the machine utterly devoid of motion. Capturing unknown psychic signals, transcoding psychic signals, Li Xian had once again claimed a life, taking down another formidable pilot. Yet, it was at this juncture that Li Xian found himself perplexed. The psychic signal of the recently slain Roy had yet to complete its transcoding. Based on previous experience, a D-class psychic should have completed the process and begun downloading long before Li Xian even entered the underground passage. Could it be that Roy's psychic level was exceptionally high? Or perhaps the skills within his psychic signal were particularly formidable? This was a significant windfall. Li Xian's heart swelled with delight, but he remained composed. The battlefield was still rife with enemies waiting for him to dispatch. After eliminating this knight's retainer, the dynamics of the small-scale battle became increasingly clear. The other two knights' retainers, besieged by a total of 5 rookie soldiers, were destined for a grim fate. The other mech engaged by the rookie soldiers fared slightly better, but the one being relentlessly attacked by Wei Qian, Ling Yongping, and Gan Hongkai was in a dire state. The trio's melee skills had improved, and their mech remained in good condition, allowing them to press their advantage against the knight's retainer. Observing this, Li Xian chose not to intervene in their conflict but instead charged towards another knight's retainer. The towering mech, standing over 7 meters tall, lunged forward, its psychic glow illuminating its exterior. The power sword traced a swift arc. Striking fiercely at the knight's retainer's back, Li Xian preferred to capitalize on opportunities for ambush rather than engage in direct confrontation. Although facing an opponent head-on could be exhilarating, it demanded excessive psychic energy. While stealthy strikes from the side or rear proved far more efficient, of course, this was not merely about ambushing. The knight's retainer's psychic abilities and radar could detect Li Xian's approach. Yet, many things can be seen, but not necessarily reacted to in time, nor can one always pivot to defend effectively. Upon noticing Li Xian's arrival, the pressure of battle suddenly eased for one rookie. A thought flashed through his mind. Why is this guy back to steal the kill again? Chapter 101. Full marks. This was a mindset typical of a normal person. Although his actions did not falter as he continued to assault the knight's retainer, he could not shake off the discomfort brewing within him, even if it was a victory not yet secured. The very next moment, the situation took a turn. Ha ha ha! You want to kill me? If I die, I'm taking someone with me. The knight's retainer laughed maniacally, heedless of Li Xian and the other rookie's attacks, as he spun to pounce upon the rookie to his left. Despite enduring considerable damage, the knight's retainer's armor and structural integrity allowed him to endure a little longer. With a swift motion, he swung his long-handled power halberd toward the rookie, skillfully deflecting the rookie's weapon with ease. With a piercing sound, the power halberd, enveloped in a faint blue glow of the disintegration field, pierced the rookie's mech's chest and abdomen before the rookie could even react. Fortunately, in a moment of quick thinking, the rookie evaded just in time, preventing the attack from breaching his cockpit. Yet, the cockpit's red alarm lights flickered incessantly, and due to the psychic control over the mech, the rookie pilot could distinctly sense the terrifying assault his mech had faced. He was truly but a step away from death, gasping for breath. The rookie trembled in fear. At that moment, thoughts of stolen kills and accolades evaporated. "Help me! Save me! Help!" the rookie pilot cried out, casting aside any notions of pride, dignity, or competitiveness. Above all else, survival was paramount. The veteran mech operator of the Knight's Retainer had imparted a harsh lesson to the rookies. Yes, he was besieged, and the odds were against him. But if one were to fight to the death, with a mindset of inevitable demise, taking down a rookie in the process was not out of the question. Amidst the rookie's desperate pleas for help, the Knight's Retainer's cockpit bore a maniacal grin from the mech operator. "Help? No one can save you. Ha 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 ha," he roared, his voice mocking the futility of death. Another rookie swung his power sword repeatedly, yet he could not inflict any significant damage. The Knight's Retainer's pilot, brimming with experience, could still defend himself, even while primarily focusing on the first rookie. However, while he could fend off the rookie, he could not guard against Li Xian. In this perilous moment, Li Xian remained composed, silently wielding his sword. He charged forward, leaping to the Knight's Retainer's rear. Under the control of his psychic abilities, the short sword attendant soared high, gripping the power sword tightly, leveraging the momentum and the mech's immense strength. The power sword plunged into the Knight's Retainer's back, the disintegration field first shredding its rear armor, followed by the concentrated solid energy of its power system. And ultimately the cockpit. The broad blade of the power sword pierced through the Knight's Retainer's back, impaling the pilot's chest and abdomen with lethal precision. Under the influence of the disintegration field, the pilot's body was rendered defenseless. After a series of ragged breaths, the Knight's Retainer succumbed to death. The massive mech, bereft of life, came to an abrupt halt, capturing unknown psychic signals, transcoding psychic signals. Meanwhile, the power halberd remained lodged in the rookie's mech's chest. Li Xian approached and yanked it free. The rookie's short sword attendant was significantly damaged, and although the pilot was still alive, he was thoroughly shaken. A series of electrical sparks and black smoke emanated from within the mech, indicating severe internal damage. "Thank you, thank you, thank you, Captain Li." The rookie, feeling as if he had stepped through a veil between life and death, appeared ghostly pale, drenched in cold sweat, his voice sincere and rapid as he expressed his gratitude to Li Xian. Any lingering dissatisfaction or unpleasant thoughts he had were swiftly cast aside. Had Li Xian not intervened in time, he would have had no opportunity to utter a word of thanks. He trembled as he glanced at the gashes on the cockpit, recalling how the Knight's Retainer had begun its horizontal slash with the power halberd. Had Li Xian arrived just a few seconds later, the rookie would have been utterly dismembered. The sheer terror of that realization left him shaken, his legs still quaking uncontrollably in the cockpit. "We are comrades. No need for words. Your mech is in no condition to continue. Fall back." Li Xian furrowed his brow. Assessing the rookie's state, it was clear that not only was the pilot unfit for further combat, but the mech itself was beyond salvage. To re-enter the battlefield would merely hand the enemy another victory. "Yes, Captain Li, I will retreat immediately," the rookie responded eagerly, fully aware that even without Li Xian's command, he had no desire to continue fighting. What accolades? What rewards? What medals and kill stars? None of it mattered now. Preserving his life was the utmost priority. Li Xian sheathed his power sword on the mech's back and instead seized the enemy's power halberd. These weapons were largely similar, but the Knight's Retainer's power halberd was slightly longer than the one Li Xian had previously wielded. The psychic energy swiftly activated the weapon, and a pale blue disintegration field shimmered once more atop the glaive. On this battlefield of the outside world, Li Xian still found the long-handled weapon to be far more manageable. The power sword was merely a choice made due to the inconvenient nature of wielding a polearm in the subterranean environment. Now, Having emerged into the open, he naturally opted for the familiar long spear as his weapon. The decoding of the unknown psychic signal was complete. Please select the desired download information from the options below. At that moment, the psychic signal of the first defeated mech pilot had been successfully decoded, and Li Xian beamed with joy upon receiving this notification. 1. D3 level mech long-range shooting skills 34-2. D5 level mech general driving skills 41-3. D4 Milda general knowledge 12-4. D5 level mech general close combat skills 100. Upon seeing the fourth option, Li Xian's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. This was it. Chapter 102. Withdrawal D5 level 100 skill. This was the highest accolade he had gleaned from the psychic signals of these knightly retinues. Moreover, it was evident that 100 represented the pinnacle of psychic potential, rather than the limits of the mech pilot himself. From the recent battle, Li Xian could sense the formidable prowess of this adversary. It could be said that his combat skills had likely transcended the D-grade threshold, merely constrained by his psychic level, which had not yet surpassed it. The impression that this knightly retinue left on Li Xian was reminiscent of the past encounters with Jiang Lu. Their combat skills were exceptionally high, even with Li Xian's D4 level close combat capabilities, augmented by entering the overclock mode. It took him quite some time to resolve the encounter. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xian selected the fourth option. In the next instant, a vast torrent of information and close combat techniques downloaded into his brain via his chip. Within a fleeting moment, a myriad of images flashed through Li Xian's mind, scenes of various combat training exercises and fierce battles. Upon entering overclock mode, Li Xian's download speed significantly increased, and in no time, he had completed the acquisition of all the information. Ultimately, the close combat proficiency recorded on Li Xian's chip crystallized into a series of numbers. D5 level mech close combat skills 54. Not only did his close combat skills soar, but his general mech driving skills also ascended to D4 32. His psychic level was elevated to D4 76, a bountiful harvest. Indeed, Li Xian could hardly contain the smile creeping onto his lips. Had he not been in the midst of a battlefield, he might have laughed aloud. Strong. Li Xian now felt undeniably powerful, with a D5 close combat rating. Who could possibly rival him within the D-grade mechs while in overclock mode? At that moment, Li Xian piloted his D-grade mech, nearly pushing the short sword retinue to its theoretical limits. Having absorbed this psychic signal, he had also replenished nearly all the psychic energy he had expended. He was poised to wreak havoc on the battlefield for a while longer. Li Xian glanced toward the battlefield of Wei Qian and the others. That knightly retinue had lost nearly all resistance. A close combat level, at least D4, was about to be brutally overwhelmed. Witnessing his new recruits no longer needing his assistance sparked a flicker of regret in Li Xian's eyes. But he quickly shifted his focus to other battlefields ahead. Beyond the ambush position, fierce crossfire continued, with infantry, armored vehicles, and mechs all embroiled in combat. Countless firepower intertwined, and each soldier faced their adversaries. Infantry against infantry, armored vehicles against armored vehicles, mechs against mechs. Every moment, soldiers were struck by bullets, screaming as they succumbed to death. The machine gun of the infantry fighting vehicle unleashed its firepower, suppressing the infantry, rendering them unable to raise their heads. Shells obliterated soldiers, scattering their remains across the battlefield. However, in the next moment, an unknown anti-tank rocket struck the infantry fighting vehicle. Flames erupted from the rear of the armored vehicle, instantly tearing apart its outer armor, enveloping the entire vehicle in a shroud of black smoke and fire. Blue flames shot skyward from the shattered armor, the intense heat rendering the metal a fiery red. A hapless hunter tank inadvertently stumbled onto the mech battlefield. An enemy C-grade night mech was locked in a fierce struggle with the captain of the 4th Squadron. To call it a struggle was an understatement, as the knight was essentially overpowering the captain's vanguard mech. The unfortunate hunter inadvertently entered the fray, perhaps due to the charging mechs passing by. Amidst the knight's duel with the vanguard, a long-handled power axe descended with tremendous force, striking the hunter's turret. Under the disintegration field of the power axe, the hunter's reactive and alloy armor shattered like paper. It was akin to a searing knife plunging into butter, splitting the hunter cleanly in two. Boom! The ammunition and energy detonated, obliterating the severed hunter into fragments. The knight's power axe swiftly swung back, parrying the vanguard's attack and repelling it once more. Observing the chaotic battlefield, the knight noted the increasing number of short sword retinues providing support. In the distance, the infantry and armored units struggled to mount an effective offensive. The heavy artillery fire, though merely a tickle to the mechs, still inflicted considerable damage on the infantry and armored vehicles. For the Mildanites, this operation had already become a failure. The knights and retinues seeking to assist at the Beishimo steelworks were almost entirely encircled by the short sword retinues, with no chance of breaking free. The supporting knights and retinues could not push forward either. The strategic intent of this operation had irrevocably failed. After silently surveying the battlefield, the hoarse voice of the commanding knight resonated in the ears of all the supporting forces. Operation failed. All units commence withdrawal according to the predetermined plan. Knights and retinues, be cautious not to be ensnared by the enemy. Upon hearing the commander's orders, the units collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. The intensity of the battle had been overwhelming. Not only had the casualties on the side of the blueprint and Hungan defense been substantial, but the losses incurred by the Mildanites and their retinues were even more grievous. After all, they were the aggressors, while the enemy was entrenched in well-fortified positions. In any military operation, barring unpredictable skirmishes, there are typically multiple plans prepared in advance. Before the onset of war, the staff officers from both sides would be frantically busy, crafting various offensive strategies: who would attack first, who would feint, who would serve as a reserve to provide support, from which direction to advance, and the size of the forces to deploy. All of these elements must be meticulously planned. Likewise, not only does warfare encompass offense, but withdrawal strategies are equally vital. No one can guarantee that their forces will achieve victory in every engagement. Therefore, plans for retreat are of paramount importance. Which units will depart first? Which will cover the rear? Which forces will provide escort? And what routes they will take, along with what to do in the event of enemy pursuit? All these contingencies must be addressed. Without such plans, relying solely on the commander's improvised directives is tantamount to irresponsibility. The battlefield is rife with information, and even the most adept commander may find their decision-making hampered by the sheer volume of data at hand. Thus, pre-established plans are essential for enabling forces to maximize their combat effectiveness. Chapter 103. Conclusion. After the commander issued the order, the infantry began to turn and flee. Those fortunate enough boarded the infantry fighting vehicles, accelerating their escape. The unfortunate ones could only retreat slowly. The knight retinues had yet to begin their withdrawal. If they retreated now, it would expose the infantry and armored units entirely to the fire of the short sword retinues. The fierce battle raged on, yet the retinues' withdrawal proceeded swiftly, as they had never truly penetrated the defenses of the blueprint expeditionary forces and Hungan defense. Once the retinue had largely retreated, the outer supporting knight retinues began to withdraw as well. The last to remain was the knight commander's mech, which had inflicted considerable damage upon the vanguard mech facing him. It could be said that if the battle continued, it would not be long before the knight could slay the opposing vanguard. But in war, there are no ifs. Prolonging the fight would surely invite enemy reinforcements, and at that point, the fate of who would perish there would be uncertain. No. How can you retreat? We have yet to escape. DuPont, still trapped within the encirclement, witnessed the gradually withdrawing support forces amidst the fierce battle. This sight ignited a mixture of anger and despair within him. Not only DuPont, but also the remaining knight retinues exhibited a range of emotions. Some bore expressions of hopelessness, while others were red-eyed and roaring, their attacks growing increasingly ferocious. Some cried out in despair, embodying the myriad of human experiences. Yet, regardless of their circumstances, the battle continued. On the side of the blueprint expeditionary forces, there was no intent to pursue. The short sword retinues, initially tasked with the ambush, had now rejoined the assault on the knight retinues. Surrender. We offer clemency for those who yield. The loudspeakers of the short sword retinues echoed, calling for the surrender of the knight retinues and knights. However, the response was tepid. These Mildanites were thoroughly brainwashed. Even faced with such a dire combat situation, none were willing to lay down their mechs weapons and choose surrender. Though the techniques of the new recruits among the short sword attendants may be somewhat lacking, their experience in battle has rendered them suitably competent. While their skills may not rival those of the knight attendants, their numerical superiority compensates for the enemy's technical advantages. If one cannot prevail, then two shall engage. If two cannot succeed, then three will join the fray. Real combat serves as the finest training for soldiers, particularly in such scenarios. In the face of siege, many seasoned short sword attendants gradually ceded their combat opportunities to the newcomers, maintaining vigilance and defense, thereby both repelling the enemy's frenzied counterattacks and honing their skills. Even Li Xian, who was accustomed to aiding his comrades in battle, found himself compelled to pause his actions and attend to Wei Qian and his two companions. Supporting their struggle at that moment, he also deactivated his hyper mode. Yet, having endured this skirmish, even in his normal state, Li Xian remained among the elite. The three newcomers besieged a knight attendant, and the battle was exceptionally fierce. "Ah, you worthless lot! Where is your honor? Face me one-on-one, cowards, bastards!" The knight attendant roared incessantly, hurling insults with wild abandon. He had contemplated a mutually destructive approach before, not once but multiple times. However, each time, a new scar would mar his mech. Li Xian consistently anticipated his moves, interrupting his counterattacks with his power spear. The combat unfolded as the knight attendant felt increasingly stifled. Wei Qian, Ling Yangping, and Gan Hongkai also engaged in close-quarters combat amidst this unparalleled chaos. At this moment, had they been inclined to glance at the notifications on their chips, they would have noted a continual increase in their melee combat proficiency percentages. However, time spent in joyous endeavor often passes swiftly. And even though the enemy was a knight attendant with commendable combat skills, he could not withstand the onslaught of three short sword attendants. When the attributes of the mechs were comparable, quantitative advantages inevitably lead to qualitative changes. Ultimately, the knight attendant fell beneath Ling Yangping's power sword under the relentless siege, signifying the battle's gradual conclusion. In the midst of the battlefield, the enemy's C-class knight mech, commanded by the black-skinned Dupont, let out a final anguished roar before succumbing to the onslaught of two vanguards. Thus, this conflict came to a close on the battlefield. Li Xian, leaning on his power spear, surveyed the entire scene. Blue, red, and yellow flames dominated the landscape, while billowing black smoke enveloped the sky, rendering it a dismal gray. The ground was riddled with craters, some remnants of the heavy artillery fire from Hung and Defense and the Blueprint Expeditionary Force during their earlier seizure of this peripheral stronghold, while others were left by the fierce clashes between mechs and tanks. The battle at Baixamo Steelworks was intense, marking the sixth large-scale conflict to unfold in this vicinity. Scattered throughout the Baixamo Steelworks and its periphery lay the remnants of bullets and shell fragments. Merely one aspect of the extensive array of armaments utilized. Countless energy weapon strikes left no trace behind. The terrain was littered with fallen soldiers, some bodies shattered beyond recognition, leaving those unaccustomed to the horrors of war sleepless for days upon witnessing such a hellish scene. Not only infantry corpses lay strewn about, but also the wreckage of tanks and infantry fighting vehicles. The combustion of ammunition and high-energy fuel produced blue flames, elevating the surrounding temperature. Even as the fighting ceased, the flames continued to rage, sporadically igniting unspent munitions in violent explosions. Even the mechs of the War King were not without casualties, with numerous bodies, primarily those of knight attendants, alongside the short sword attendants from the Blueprint side. In this initial phase of battle, two squadrons comprising 80 short sword attendants were positioned at the blocking stronghold. Following the outbreak of conflict, an emergency reinforcement of one squadron was dispatched, and during the most intense moments, Li Xian's second squadron also arrived to lend support, with the 5th Squadron contributing additional aid later on. In total, 180 short sword attendants participated in this battle. Chapter 104, Battlefield Cleanup. In this confrontation, the enemy's mech count was considerable as well. From the depths of the steelworks, over 40 mechs surged forth under Dupont's command, while the reinforcing units numbered 50 to 60 mechs. However, the knight attendants possessed a significant flaw. Their long-range combat capabilities were relatively weak. Whether emerging from within the steelworks or from the surrounding reinforcements, they faced the daunting challenge of concentrated fire. On the defensive front, there were not only short sword attendants but also heavy tanks known as skull crushers. These heavy firepower units alleviated much pressure on the short sword attendants, enabling the 3 squadrons initially tasked with blocking to await the arrival of the 2nd Squadron's reinforcements. The addition of 40 short sword attendants as fresh troops brought about a marked change in the battle's dynamics. The numerical advantage thwarted the enemy's plans, and once the reinforcements withdrew, Dupont was left with no chance of survival. the battlefield bore witness to over 60 fallen knight attendants, while more than 20 short sword attendants lay slain. Most of the deceased were newcomers, though a few seasoned veterans also met their unfortunate demise. In the heat of battle, even experienced soldiers were not immune to death. Aside from those who fell directly in combat, many mechs suffered severe damage and were forced to withdraw from the fray. Despite the overwhelming numerical superiority during the siege, the casualties on the Blueprint side were not insignificant. However, overall, the Blueprint Expeditionary Force emerged victorious. With a staggering 3-to-1 casualty ratio, this was undeniably a resounding triumph. If one considers that the fallen foes were predominantly veterans, while the majority of the casualties on their side were recruits. The significance of this victory is further magnified. The fierce battle momentarily subsided, yet the flurry of activity for Li Xian and his comrades was far from over. Battlefield cleanup was essential, as infantry and armored troops swiftly gathered the bodies of their fallen comrades. Engineers deployed from the forward base to commence repairs on the severely battered stronghold. They excavated new trenches, repaired fortifications, and constructed new defensive structures and firing points. Repair crews assessed damaged tanks for potential restoration. Even the mech support personnel arrived on the battlefield, some transporting the wrecked mechs away, while others assisted injured mechs in returning to base. Li Xian, too, was not idle. He approached the mechs he had downed to commence his own cleanup. Among the 3 knight attendants, apart from one mech that had been completely incinerated due to its energy system being breached, the others remained in relatively intact condition. This made it considerably easier for Li Xian to collect his spoils. Utilizing mechanical arms, he pried open the cockpit, revealing a pool of corpses within. The grisly state of the enemy mech operators was somewhat gruesome, yet Li Xian had long since grown accustomed to such sights. Perhaps due to the evolution of weaponry or the changes in lethality, the brutality of corpses in wartime sometimes surpassed that of previous conflicts. Employing psychic energy, he collected the scattered remains, setting them aside. He then skillfully located the storage compartment for supplies within the cockpit. Upon opening it, he was greeted by 2 vials of psychic energy elixir. Li Xian raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of delight in his eyes. He had previously tested this elixir with no adverse effects. Its properties were strikingly similar to those of Blueprint's No. 5 psychic energy composite, both designed to replenish the psychic energy of mech operators and extend operational duration. Each vial was worth 200 energy coins, nearly equivalent to Li Xian's monthly salary. This was an incredibly lucrative find, considering he received only 5 vials of supplies per month in the Biximo Steelworks combat zone. Should the fighting escalate, depleting these elixirs, he would have to purchase replacements out of pocket. Working for a paycheck that could cost him his life at any moment was hardly ideal. Nevertheless, Li Xian counted himself fortunate. His recent endeavors had yielded results, allowing him to absorb psychic energy signals and replenish his own reserves. Recently, he had consumed only 2 vials of No. 5 psychic energy composite, and his losses remained within an acceptable range. After attending to this corpse, Li Xian quickly moved toward the other 2 bodies. However, upon collecting the final corpse, an unexpected development occurred. Before the last mech, a short sword attendant stood, their presence suggesting an emerging complication. Typically, the question of who struck down an enemy is rarely contentious on the battlefield. The mech records every action throughout the engagement. Unless deliberately erased, this footage is automatically uploaded to the command center. This video serves as a decisive factor in assessing combat achievements and determining who may claim the spoils of victory post-battle. Yet, as Li Xian surveyed the situation, it appeared that complications had arisen. However, with 2 lifetimes of experience and having risen from humble beginnings, Li Xian had learned to navigate such scenarios with astuteness. As he activated his psychic energy, he fully took control of the short sword attendant, who now wielded a power spear as they approached the spoils of war. The sound of the mech's footsteps could hardly be masked. "What has happened, my good brother? Are you helping me collect the spoils of war?" Li Xian approached the back of the opposing short sword attendant, forcefully thrusting the power spear into the ground, a cold and unkind voice piercing the air. From the moment he laid eyes on the other, Li Xian had already grasped the situation. The opponent's mech was a slightly damaged one, its exterior armor marred by numerous scars. These blemishes were inflicted by the enemy's energy weapons. The corpse on the ground, upon closer inspection, was one of the heads Li Xian had claimed, though it hardly qualified as looting, as the battle against this mech was also fought by 2 new recruits wielding short swords. The outcome of the confrontation was uncertain. Had Li Xian not intervened, it was conceivable that the two might not have succeeded in vanquishing the Knight Attendant. Your spoils? The new recruit, a mech pilot, turned upon hearing the words and recognized Li Xian, understanding that the capture of this Knight Attendant was largely attributable to his efforts. Chapter 105. Chaotic Corruption. As the new recruit turned, Li Xian noticed that the cockpit of the Knight Attendant had been opened, revealing a scene of carnage within, the remains strewn about and yet to be cleared away. Whether this sight disgusted the new recruit or he simply lacked the knowledge to use psychic energy for cleanup, Li Xian could not say. Without further ado, Li Xian hoisted the power spear and strode towards the Knight Attendant's corpse, casually shoving the new recruit aside as he passed. All right, brother, thank you for opening the hatch. I shan't see you off then. With a sweep of his psychic energy, Li Xian transferred all the bodies from the cockpit outside. With practiced ease, he extracted a small box containing supplies from the cockpit, grasping it firmly in his mech's hand. Having secured his spoils, Li Xian felt no desire for further conversation and turned to leave. However, the new recruit was discontent with this course of action. Hey, veteran, don't we deserve a share of the spoils too? The new recruit piloting the mech hastily interposed himself in front of Li Xian. Speaking with unrestrained boldness, Li Xian regarded this obstacle with a slight smile and replied, "Food can be taken indiscriminately, but words must not be spoken carelessly. Did you slay him? Whoever kills is entitled to the spoils. That's the rule. We fought him for quite some time, and many of the wounds on him were inflicted by us." The new recruit's tone was relatively calm. Yet, now that the spoils were in Li Xian's possession, he had no intention of sharing, especially since they were rightfully his. Li Xian extended his mechanical arm, waving dismissively. "Had I not intervened, one of you might have perished. Didn't your squad leader teach you to respect veterans? Especially those who saved your lives? Step aside. I have matters to attend to." As he spoke, Li Xian's tone grew increasingly stern. He directly maneuvered his mech, preparing to push past the two short sword attendants. "I respect you." But the other short sword attendant's new recruit, whose temper was rather volatile, erupted in fury, hurling curses as he swung his power sword towards Li Xian's mechanical arm that held the spoils. "Put that down." Fortunately, Li Xian's vigilance was acute, and he deftly maneuvered his mech backward. Well, you foolish creature," Li Xian scoffed, anger giving way to mockery. The right arm of his power spear was instantly activated, unleashing a disintegration field that swiftly deflected the new recruit's incoming power sword. The combat skills of this new recruit paled in comparison to Li Xian's, both in agility and close-quarters prowess. Li Xian. The recruit's moves were riddled with flaws. The power spear easily parried the recruit's weapon, then thrust forward to strike against the armor of his cockpit. The disintegration field lingered on the armor without penetrating, a clear indication that Li Xian was holding back. The two short sword attendants were rendered speechless. The one who had attacked frozen in shock, while the other, who had remained passive, was awestruck by Li Xian's dazzling display of skill. Calm down, the new recruit shouted, urgently calling for his squad leader to come to the scene. "You fool!" Li Xian berated the new recruit who dared to strike at him, retracting the power spear. However, he did not depart. The situation had escalated beyond mere words. Soon, the squad leader arrived at the scene of the conflict. His expression far from pleasant, both due to the new recruit's audacity and the fact that weapons had been drawn, especially since it was initiated by their own recruit. Upon the arrival of the veteran squad leader, he displayed a commendable level of understanding. He swiftly approached Li Xian, speaking sincerely, "Li squad leader, it was our new recruit's fault. Please forgive them and do not take it to heart when we return to base. I shall treat you to drinks." Li Xian raised an eyebrow at the words. Indeed, this veteran was far more agreeable than the new recruits. Although Li Xian did not recognize him, he had garnered a bit of a reputation, and the veteran had already pieced together the events leading to this confrontation. Very well, it was a minor issue to begin with. Ensure you properly educate this recruit. Today it was me, but next time it could very well be you. Li Xian chuckled lightly, preparing to leave. However, just as he turned, the new recruit objected vehemently, bellowing, "Did I permit you to leave? And you worthless piece of trash." The first statement was directed at Li Xian, while the latter was aimed at his own veteran squad leader. Simultaneously, the new recruit activated his power sword, swinging it menacingly towards his squad leader. Clang! The veteran squad leader was not caught off guard. He quickly reacted, blocking the attack. The squad leader's face darkened as he gritted his teeth, cursing, "Have you lost your mind?" In the next moment, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically as alarms blared from their military-grade smart chips. "Warning! Warning! Chaotic corruption alert! Beep, beep, beep. The target's corruption level is excessively high. The military smart chip has been corrupted, and the pilot has succumbed to chaos. Please eliminate the target immediately. Please eliminate the target immediately." At this moment, Li Xian's mind raced with thoughts he recalled when Gao Bingyin had promoted the chips, emphasizing their primary function of monitoring the corruption levels of psychics. When corruption levels became too high and one fell into chaos, others could detect the corrupted psychic and take action to eliminate them. Now, a living being, a new recruit psychic, stood before him, having so effortlessly succumbed to chaos. Initially, Li Xian had assumed that the corruption of chaos was far removed from him, but he never anticipated such a close encounter. What? Chaos? How could this happen? Another new recruit, in disbelief, cried out helplessly. Did he consume Compound 5 in succession? The squad leader demanded sharply, "I don't know. I have no idea." The new recruit wailed, "Kikikik, what a splendid material world. What a marvelous soul." Chapter 106. Corruption. Li Xian was aware that biointelligent chips could monitor the user's corruption levels. After installing the chip, he had immediately checked his own levels. And upon hearing the classifications, he had been alarmed to find his corruption level hovering in the 30s. Ever since installing the chip, each time he consumed a potion, the rising corruption levels had filled him with dread. Not only did the 7th compound raise his corruption levels, but others, such as the 5th and 3rd compounds, also had similar effects. Each consumption led to an increase, though the degree varied depending on the level and effects of the psychic potion. After consuming a single dose of the 3rd compound, Li Xian would see at least a 10 increase in corruption levels. The 5th compound, typically used for restoring psychic energy, caused a slightly lower increase. Around 7-8. Thus, in general, Li Xian avoided consuming the 5th compound unless absolutely necessary, both to save money and to reserve opportunities for the 3rd compound. Even so, his corruption levels fluctuated between the 20s and 30s. The reasons for rising corruption levels were not solely due to potion consumption. Excessive use of psychic energy could also lead to increases. Strangely, there were times when his corruption levels would inexplicably rise, even when he had done nothing. Like that one time he merely thought of a phrase and suddenly found his levels soaring by several points. Moreover, during combat, when psychics utilized their powers, their souls ventured into the subspace. It was akin to igniting a torch in the midst of darkness, illuminating a vast expanse of subspace. At this moment, the demons lurking within the subspace could sense the essence of the psychic soul. Should they encounter a demon, the pivotal question would be whether the psychic could repel this malevolent entity, or if they would have to cease utilizing their psychic abilities before their soul was devoured. Should the soul fall into the clutches of a subspace demon, it would not bode well for the psychic. Often, the encroachment of these subspace demons upon souls is insidious. Psychics, while employing their powers, are primarily engaged in battle, and their intense focus can lead them to overlook many crucial details. The moment the demon begins to erode their soul, the psychic may remain oblivious until it is far too late. Thus, while psychics and mecha pilots are often fortunate, enjoying a relatively high status, there are times when they are vulnerable, ensnared by the chaotic corruption that hangs over them like a sword poised to strike at any moment. At this juncture, Li Xian comprehended the reason behind the new recruit's fiery temperament. Having encountered many hot-headed individuals before, he had never met someone so recklessly impulsive. It became clear that this individual had been tainted by chaos. The only uncertainty that lingered for Li Xian was the manner of this corruption, whether it stemmed from the erosion of their soul by a subspace demon or was a result of excessive pollution. Yet, this was not the time to ponder such matters. After succumbing to chaos, the new recruit's combat prowess had skyrocketed. Kikik, weak flesh, exquisite soul. You belong to me. The mecha, now corrupted by chaos, emitted an evil cackle as an invisible ripple spread outwards. In that moment, the 3 mecha pilots beheld a transformed sight before them. The mecha that had once stood at a mere 7 meters now loomed at least 11 or 12 meters tall. Its surface was adorned with a dense array of chitinous scales, writhing muscles, veins, and strands of black hair, Twisted barbs protruded from its limbs and joints, their tips glinting ominously. Surrounding the mecha were wisps of shadowy smoke and howling skulls. At that moment, what stood before the three sword-wielding attendants was no longer the new recruit's mecha, but rather a terrifying creation of a subspace demon. Kikik. The power sword wielded by the sword attendant transformed in their eyes into a blood-red blade. Slashing through the air under the demon's command. Fear gripped the hearts of the three mecha pilots, including Li Xian, as the new recruit, in a moment of panic, turned to flee, disregarding the vulnerability of his exposed back. Die! The demon roared, charging swiftly towards the retreating recruit. Inside Li Xian's cockpit, fear etched across his face, two chips in his head blared incessantly. Subspace demon incursion, immediate eradication, immediate eradication. Faced with the onslaught of the demon mecha and the alarm of the chips, Li Xian reacted instantaneously, swinging his power spear to intercept the demon's advance. Boom. Whether you are human or demon, perish, Li Xian roared, unleashing the full force of his power spear upon the enemy. The spear sliced through the air, producing a terrifying shriek, its speed unparalleled by anything he had experienced before. In an instant, Li Xian activated the overclocking mode of both chips, radiating with psychic brilliance. Not only did he glow with energy, but his mecha also shimmered with a luminous aura. The demon mecha deftly evaded, reluctantly abandoning its pursuit of the new recruit and redirecting its focus towards Li Xian's assault. With the spear held defensively before him, Li Xian advanced slowly, searching for an opportune moment to strike. Meanwhile, another veteran pilot, sensing Li Xian's bold move, gripped his power sword tightly and circled to flank the demon mecha. Kill! Li Xian bellowed, rapidly closing in. His power spear wielded with immense force against the demon mecha. Boom! The opposing mecha, now under demonic control, displayed combat skills far beyond that of a mere recruit, engaging Li Xian in a fierce exchange. The clash of their power weapons resonated through the air, filling the surroundings with a cacophony of sound, battle, exhilaration, soul, ecstasy. The demon mecha roared in response, its power sword parrying Li Xian's attacks. Another veteran, witnessing the ferocity of the skirmish, found it difficult to intervene as both sides pushed their mechas to their limits. Chapter 107. Subspace Demon Drink, the veteran roared, swinging his power sword in an attempt to strike at the demon's back, hoping for a surprise attack. Yet the demon seemed to anticipate this, unleashing a fierce and chilling roar from within its cockpit. Roar! In the next instant, the demon mecha exhibited an unfathomable agility, swiftly pivoting to evade the power sword strike before charging directly at the veteran's sword attendant. The collision of their mechas sent the veteran's machine careening through the air. Within the cockpit, the veteran's gaze momentarily faltered, evidently shaken by the ferocity of the roar. Not only he, but even Li Xian felt a sense of disorientation. The incessant alarms from the chips in his mind jolted him back to reality. As he regained his composure, he witnessed the veteran's mecha being brutally battered, its external armor marred by numerous wounds. Emergency recovery systems activated within the machine, releasing arcs of electricity, flames, and plumes of smoke. Your opponent is me, Li Xian roared, his eyes ablaze with psychic energy as he charged forward. The demon mecha turned once more to engage Li Xian in combat, deeming the greater threat to be the now resolute psychic rather than the battered veteran. The clash of the power spear against the blood-red blade created a maelstrom of energy, filling the air with tumult. Throughout the battle, Li Xian's psychic energy surged, and the image of his enemy began to crystallize into clarity. The once grotesque and terrifying visage of the demon mecha faded, revealing once again the new recruit's sword attendant. In that moment, Li Xian felt a surge of strength welling within him. His strikes became swifter, his analysis of the target's movements more astute, enabling him to discern the demon's vulnerabilities. A realization dawned upon him. Had he been influenced by the demon's malevolence? Had he now resisted its effects, or had the demon's influence simply waned? This thought flickered in Li Xian's mind, but he quickly cast it aside. He no longer mattered. The priority was to eliminate the enemy. Confronted by a Li Xian restored to normalcy, the demon mecha's combat prowess appeared insufficient. Is this all the strength you possess? Pathetic. Filth, Li Xian bellowed, relentlessly exploiting the demon mecha's defensive gaps with his power spear. Striking directly at its core, boom, with a powerful swing, the pale blue spearhead severed the demon mecha's right arm, which had been holding a weapon. Without a weapon, let's see how you resist, Li Xian exclaimed with glee at this turn of events. Though the mecha was formidable, its unarmed capabilities were decidedly average, particularly when facing another mecha. The demon's punches lacked the disintegration force of a weapon, and even if it struck Li Xian's mecha, it would be inconsequential. Moreover, Li Xian's power spear was no trifling weapon. Kikik. The demon mecha continued to taunt. As the cockpit hatch suddenly ejected, a grotesque and twisted figure erupted forth with astonishing speed. The moment Li Xian beheld this nightmarish entity emerging from the cockpit, a chill ran down his spine. The new recruit had all but vanished. The grotesque form had swollen considerably, the original mecha suit now torn asunder. Through the shattered fabric, chitinous scales were visible on the creature's skin, its face grotesquely contorted. Fangs protruded from its mouth, which had swollen to a cavernous maw, while dense black hair sprouted along its spine. And short bony spikes emerged from its joints, its claws sharpened to lethal points, as the creature charged forth. It feigned an attack towards Li Xian, but mid-strike, it shimmered with a faint glow, revealing unknown runes in the air. In the next heartbeat, it reappeared before the veteran's mecha. "Your mecha is mine," the subspace demon roared, launching a fierce assault on the cockpit's outer shell. The alloy armor of the sword attendant resisted the demon's onslaught. Yet it still sustained scratches beneath the demon's razor-sharp claws. In that moment, both sides were taken aback. The veteran in the cockpit had not anticipated the demon's sudden appearance outside his cabin. Nor could he fathom how a biological entity could inflict damage upon the mecha's alloy armor. The demon found itself in a state of bewilderment, never anticipating that its very minions, upon which its survival depended, would be incapable of tearing through the metallic shell of the mech. Despite this body being extraordinarily frail and not its original form, such an outcome was simply unacceptable. The assault from the subspace demon, though unable to shatter the cockpit cover of the mech, produced a jarring sound that roused the veteran. He swiftly brandished his weapon, swinging it fiercely at the demon. Having witnessed the might of powered weaponry, the subspace demon dared not withstand the attack with its own body. It leapt away suddenly, fleeing at remarkable speed. With the cockpit beyond its reach, the demon resolved to seek alternative methods of combat. This was a battlefield, after all, not merely a site for a single mech's demise. During the fray, the demon had already discerned another mech lying nearby. Though its cockpit was ajar, it still possessed weaponry. In the absence of an enemy before him, Li Xian stared in astonishment as the demon commenced a series of unexpected maneuvers. This scene was beyond his expectations. He had not anticipated the subspace demon's abrupt disappearance, only to reappear at a distance. However, as the demon charged toward the fallen knight mech, Li Xian's instincts kicked in. Realizing he might not reach the mech in time, he raised the left arm of his own mech. The short sword attendant had previously been engulfed in chaotic void energy, preventing Li Xian from launching a ranged attack. Now, with the demon devoid of its mech, Li Xian doubted it still wielded a void shield. With a crackle, a bolt of electricity surged forth as a plasma cannon discharged. The plasma cannon struck the demon with precision, but a barrier resembling a void shield manifested around it, swiftly diverting the plasma's might into the subspace. This revelation caused Li Xian to inhale sharply. Could it truly possess a void shield? Yet, in the next moment, the demon's semblance of a void shield appeared to overload and vanish. The residual plasma struck the subspace demon. A cacophony of electric arcs and searing heat erupted around the demon, and though the plasma's potency had diminished significantly, the remnants still caused the demon to convulse violently. The state of the subspace demon resembled that of a fish freshly caught, its body twitching under the onslaught of the plasma cannon. Not only did it convulse, but its fur ignited from the heat, and smoke billowed from its form. "Ha! I thought you were more formidable than this," Li Xian scoffed, exhaling a sigh of relief from within the cockpit. While he mocked, he did not cease his actions. With a hiss, a red laser beam shot forth from his left arm, as his other primary weapon. A 55mm laser cannon, fired. The intense, high-energy laser struck the demon's head with deadly accuracy. The flesh and blood of the creature could scarcely withstand such a horrific assault. The subspace demon's head was obliterated. And not merely the head. Its neck and a portion of its chest were shattered as well. Larger chunks of flesh fell to the ground, while the pulverized remains were incinerated into wisps of smoke by the laser's heat. Now devoid of its head and much of its chest, the subspace demon was irrevocably slain, its body finally still. Witnessing this, Li Xian exhaled a deep breath of relief. Yet, he remained vigilant, keeping his powered spear at the ready. He maneuvered the mech cautiously closer, when suddenly, a notification from the chip echoed in his mind. Target neutralized. Target neutralized. Please retreat immediately and maintain vigilance in the vicinity. As the military-grade smart chip repeatedly chimed, Li Xian glanced at the demon's carcass and ultimately decided against approaching it. This moment, the veteran, having regained his composure, piloted his mech closer. He gazed in disbelief at the demon's remains. Is this the result of chaotic corruption? Truly terrifying. Li Xian silently distanced himself from the veteran, his concern palpable. The veteran, observing Li Xian's actions, remained silent, unable to voice his thoughts. After all, it was his squad member, his rookie, who had succumbed to chaotic corruption. Soon, other mechs, drawn by the conflict, alongside the squad leader, arrived. Through Li Xian's account and the chip's notifications, they quickly grasped the events that had transpired. The demon's remains were swiftly obliterated and contained within an armored canister for preservation. Li Xian, the veteran, and the fleeing rookie were urgently summoned back to the forward base. There, Li Xian was ordered to disembark from the mech, escorted by guards into a large black building. Upon entering the room, which served as a lounge, he noted that its facilities were comparable to those of a mech pilot's quarters. Excluding the thick armored walls and the numerous guards stationed outside, it indeed resembled a pleasant resting space. What bad luck! Li Xian lamented, reclining on the bed with a heavy sigh. He had never anticipated that while attempting to salvage a trophy, he would encounter an ungrateful rookie attempting to seize it, only to confront a demon. Slaying the demon was one matter, but being placed under temporary confinement with the other two mech pilots was entirely another. This was truly unfortunate. Hey, you. I can hear your complaints from afar. The door swung open, and the voice of Defense Supervisor Lu Quan reached him before his figure appeared. Li Xian quickly rose from the bed, saluting Lu Quan. Captain Lu, I just finished battling. I may not have achieved glory, but I have endured hardships. Why, upon finishing, am I being confined? He protested. Lu Quan patted Li Xian's shoulder, gesturing for him to sit. All right, I understand your grievances and complaints. However, this is the standard procedure following an encounter with a subspace demon. You, having faced it directly, should be more acutely aware of its terrors. Lu Quan stated with a knowing smile. I am aware of its horror, yet I have slain it. Why am I still confined? Li Xian replied helplessly. Chaos corruption can be insidious, sometimes manifesting rapidly. While our chips can monitor certain instances, they may fail at others. To be frank, I know of several mech pilots each year who succumb to chaotic corruption or subspace demon invasions after battles. These demons are ultimately slain, but those who kill them, like you, must also undergo a period of isolation until any potential risks are entirely mitigated. For the next few days, remain here quietly. If you desire anything to eat or drink, simply request it. Li Xian sighed, inquiring, Captain Lu, how long will this confinement last? Lu Quan pondered. It depends on the specifics. Generally, it lasts around 7 days. If your corruption levels are notably high or erratic, it may extend further. Lu Quan added reassuringly, cooperate well during this period, suppress any emotional outbursts, and we can address matters once you are released. Having heard this, Li Xian could only nod resignedly. Rest assured, Captain Lu, I will comply fully. Observing his demeanor, Lu Quan smiled. Fear not. The base and the organization will not overlook your contributions. The valor you displayed in this battle will be celebrated with a grand feast upon your release. As Lu Quan departed, Li Xian remained, resigned to his circumstances. There was little option for rebellion. The door was guarded by elite soldiers clad in powered armor, and several weapon emplacements likely surrounded the area. The suppression of his psychic energy upon entering this space was palpable. Should he dare to act out or disregard the warnings and exit the room, he would most surely be turned into Swiss cheese. Thus, it was prudent to remain compliant. Each day, Li Xian underwent blood tests, with his fingertip pricked for samples. Additionally, every 4 hours, he was required to log and upload the chaotic corruption levels from the military-grade smart chip for review by the monitoring personnel. Fortunately, The pollution level of Li Xian has recently been relatively manageable. Moreover, due to the recent outbreak of conflict, he has refrained from using the number 3 psychic compound.as for the number 5 compound, which is used for restoring psychic energy. It has not been employed either. Consequently, his pollution level has even dropped below 20, placing him within a remarkably safe range. After one inspection, the examiner remarked with a smile, "Your pollution level is indeed exceptionally healthy. If you maintain this, it is likely that in 2 or 3 days, you will be free." Really? This is undoubtedly the best news I've heard in recent days. Being cooped up in this room is becoming unbearable. Li Xian exclaimed with delight. At that moment, a notification from the psychic chip came through. However, Li Xian did not check it immediately. He waited until the examiners had departed before opening the notification. Unknown psychic signal transcode failed. Reason for failure: current psychic level is too low. Please increase your psychic level before attempting to transcode again. Upon reading this notification, Li Xian furrowed his brow slightly before relaxing it again. It was quite unusual for a psychic signal transcode to fail, and this was Li Xian's first encounter with such an occurrence. Previously, psychic signals had been resolved effortlessly. This time, it was indeed peculiar. This psychic signal belonged to Roy, the commander of the Milda Retinue's 1st Brigade. After days of attempting to transcode, the effort had ultimately failed today. During the last battlefield encounter, Li Xian had downloaded several psychic signals, and his psychic level had now reached D5, yet, judging by the nature of this message, it seemed that even a D5 level was insufficient. Could it be that a C level was required for downloading? Nonetheless, this was for the best, as even if Li Xian were permitted to download it now, he would be hesitant to do so. His physical data was under the group's scrutiny, and should his psychic energy level suddenly surge? Even if the pollution level remained unchanged, he would likely be detained for a longer period. It was best to avoid any changes for now. His current D5 psychic level had already astonished those who were aware of it. Although the rate of improvement in psychic levels varies from person to person, some advance rapidly while others progress much more slowly. Individuals like Li Xian, who had reached the D5 level so swiftly after mastering their psychic abilities, were quite rare. Nonetheless, such individuals did exist. The nature of psychic energy was highly subjective, and the rate of enhancement depended entirely on the individual. While Li Xian's remarkable progress was impressive, in light of his low pollution level, the group could only perceive it as a sign of his considerable talent. However, should Li Xian's pollution level be high while simultaneously exhibiting rapid psychic enhancement, the implications could be dire. On a positive note, it would necessitate extended confinement for Li Xian. On a negative note, there was a possibility he could be replaced or even quietly dealt with. Naturally, all of this was merely speculation on Li Xian's part. Upon exiting the detention facility, Li Xian turned to glance at the building that had held him captive, exhaling a long breath filled with relief. He had no desire to set foot in such a place again. Bang! As he stepped through the door, a cascade of small fireworks erupted in the air. Team leader, welcome back. It was Wei Qian, Ling Yangping, and Gan Hongkai. They excitedly tossed aside their fireworks. Of course, they were not alone. Zhang Lu and Feng Dai had also arrived. Zhang Lu stepped forward, patting Li Xian on the shoulder, and said, "You've had a tough time at IT. Must have felt dreadful being cooped up in there. But now that you're out, forget about what happened inside. Come on, today is an important day. Thank you all for coming to welcome me," Li Xian replied with a smile. "What are we thanking each other for?" Zhang Lu chuckled. At that moment, Feng Dai joined in, draping an arm around Li Xian's shoulder and grinning. "You little rascal, the contributions you've made this time are truly remarkable. I'm quite envious," Li Xian laughed. "Brother Feng, we are all comrades. My accomplishments are yours too. I promise to treat you to a grand feast upon our return." "Really?" Feng Dai laughed. "It must be genuine." Li Xian nearly pounded his chest in assurance. Zhang Lu interjected, "All right, save your feast for later. We have other arrangements for today." As they spoke, they boarded an armored off-road vehicle and sped toward a corner of the base. Soon, they entered the military affairs building of the forward base. After traversing corridors and passages, they arrived in a grand auditorium filled to capacity. The front rows were occupied by mecha soldiers, while the rear was filled with support troops and engineers. Upon their entrance, the gazes of thousands in the massive conference room turned toward them. Even for someone like Li Xian, who had experienced many trials, this sight was still somewhat astonishing. "Ah, our great hero has returned." Someone called out. Applause in the front, Lu Quan smiled and began to clap. As the highest-ranking official in the forward base, his applause prompted a unified standing ovation from everyone present, the sound echoing like thunder. "All right, we were just waiting for you. Quickly take your seats." Lu Quan waved his hand, Lixin, and his companions bowed respectfully to the applauding soldiers before hastily taking their designated seats. This position was considered front row within the entire mecha unit's seating arrangement, and Lixin's seat was not far from Lu Quan. After Lixin settled in, Lu Quan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Taking a deep breath, Lixin relished the sensation of the moment. It was truly exhilarating. Thousands of people filled the grand hall, and it was unclear how long they had sat in anticipation until the ceremony officially commenced upon his return. This feeling, the sensation of being awaited by thousands, of being observed, anticipated, and envied, was utterly captivating. In the military, this sense of honor was even more pronounced. Even Lixin could not help but feel a little elated, secretly reveling in the moment. Chapter 110. Silver at the front. On the elevated platform in the center of the auditorium, a military officer had taken to the stage on the left side and began to speak. After eliminating the lengthy introductory remarks, he swiftly delved into the main topic of the day. Our forces have officially captured the Biximo Steelworks combat zone on October 12, 6123, successfully eliminating all stationed enemies, including 2 squadrons of Night Retinue mecha units. This was achieved by the Milda Retinue's 117th Enhanced Mixed Brigade. During the battle, all personnel displayed exceptional performance. Now, the defense supervisor, Lu Quan, will award the group medals to those who performed outstandingly in this battle. Awarding the Black Valor Sword Medal, a succession of names was announced, and the mecha soldiers stepped forward in groups of 10. All mecha soldiers who had contributed to the battle by assisting in kills received the Black Medal. Awarding the Silver Valor Sword Medal, another series of names was called, but this time the number of recipients was significantly fewer. The requirements for the Silver Medal were higher. It was typically awarded to those who had single-handedly slain enemies or played a pivotal role in the kills. Kuqian, Xiao Hong, awarding the Gold Valor Sword Medal. This time, 4 squad leaders ascended the platform to receive their honors from Lu Quan. Below, Lixin and Jiang Lu observed the proceedings, their eyes reflecting envy but even more anticipation. They both understood that their rewards would likely be even greater. The second squad had accepted the surrender of the enemy's chief of staff, which was fortunate. Sometimes, a bit of luck was necessary. They had sounded an alarm for the entire army in advance and, taking advantage of the absence of Night Retinue, had continuously breached the enemy's defenses. Such an achievement was undoubtedly far more significant than that of others. Jiang Lu, demonstrating calm and composed command during the battle, had bravely captured the enemy chief of staff and obtained intelligence that led to the successful breach of the enemy's defenses, allowing the troops to occupy the entirety of the Biximo Steelworks underground. Lixin, displaying bravery in battle, he was the first to breach the enemy's defenses, charging into the command center of the enemy's 117th Enhanced Mixed Brigade, slaying the brigade commander Roy, and subsequently eliminating 4 Night Retinue units in subsequent mecha combat. Awarding both individuals the Silver Second-Class Valor Sword Medal, the officer on the platform recited a lengthy list, and finally, it was Jiang Lu and Lixin's turn. Listening to the announcement of the medals, Lixin's heart raced uncontrollably. Initially, he had anticipated merely a Gold Valor Sword Medal for himself. Although he had destroyed 4 mecha units and slain the Commander Roy of the 117th Mixed Brigade. The credit for that kill could be said to have been arranged by Jiang Lu for him, thus somewhat diluted. However, this perception stemmed from Lixin's limited perspective. To those in power, the credit for slaying Roy was equally valuable regardless of who received it. They did not concern themselves with whether the achievement was shared between Jiang Lu and Lixin. They only cared about whether the objective was met and if the battle was won. It is only those below who would bother about who received the initial credit. Those above only care about the outcome. As long as the battle was victorious, that was sufficient. Jiang Lu and Lixin stepped forward to the elevated platform. Clad in military dress uniforms, they stood tall and proud, accepting the envious gazes of thousands below. How enviable it was, a Silver Second-Class Valor Sword Medal. What made him deserving of such a prestigious award? How wonderful it would be if it were bestowed upon me. These two, they must have some powerful backing. Wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. Many individuals have begun to harbor a touch of envy towards Lixin and Jiang Lu. They whisper softly among themselves, casting jealous glances in the direction of Li Xian and Jiang Lu naturally. Where there is jealousy, admiration follows closely behind. Our team leader is remarkable, Wei Qian shouted from the audience. Leader Li is incredible. This exclamation came from the auxiliary soldier, Team Leader Li, who gently caressed the black medal adorning his chest, an emblem belonging to their ranks, bestowed upon them in recognition of their gallant deeds throughout the battle. Among the auxiliary soldiers under Li Xian's command, 5 individuals were honored with medals. The possession of such a medal signifies their entry into the ranks of official employees at Blueprint Biotechnology Group. This occasion not only rewarded Li Xian and the mech warriors with medals and accolades. Other auxiliary soldiers also received their due honors. It merely happened that Li Xian's subordinates garnered a few more medals. To these auxiliary soldiers, this was a testament to Li Xian's prowess in the same role, fighting the same battles. It was Li Xian who achieved fruitful results, thus securing greater rewards for his subordinates. Some auxiliary soldiers, fighting valiantly, even risked their lives on the battlefield to salvage damaged mechs and facilitate their withdrawal, only to find that their rewards paled in comparison to those of others. After all, when it comes to awarding medals, it is not solely about who fought bravely but also about who achieved significant results. Should victories attained with relative ease be deemed unworthy of commendation? Or should the heavy losses and casualties of a defeat be worthy of recognition? On the awards podium, Lu Quan approached with a beaming smile. 2 officers trailed behind him, each bearing a red tray. Lu Quan retrieved a silver medal from one of the trays, featuring the design of 2 crossed swords. He affixed the medal to Jiang Lu's chest, proclaiming, "Well done. You truly are one of my soldiers." "I will continue to strive for excellence," Jiang Lu exclaimed, filled with excitement. Subsequently, Lu Quan moved to Li Xian's side, placing another medal upon his chest and stating, "From the moment you arrived, I sensed you were an exceptional young man. That's why I entrusted you to Jiang Lu for training. I must admit, I did not misjudge you. You have become a source of pride for both Jiang Lu and me. I will certainly continue to work hard." Li Xian replied, equally exhilarated as he saluted. "Old Jiang, do you now regret not wanting Li Xian back then?" Lu Quan jested, turning sideways to tease Jiang Lu after bestowing the medals. Jiang Lu's expression remained unchanged as he glanced at Li Xian and replied, "Since I accepted him into my team, I have never regretted it. He is an excellent disciple who requires minimal oversight. For every effort I invest, I receive tenfold in return. Lu Quan, thank you for sending such a fine apprentice my way." Jiang Lu responded with utmost sincerity. He then turned to Li Xian and added, "Li Xian, I must also extend my gratitude to you, Master." Lu Quan spread his arms wide, patting both Li Xian and Jiang Lu on the shoulders. "Now, today is a day of celebration, not one for mutual flattery and sentimental tears. Accept your medals and behave yourselves. Any further discussions can wait until you two are back home." Chapter 111. The Grand Feast. The award ceremony has been successfully concluded, followed by a grand feast for the entire army. This entire army refers specifically to the Mecha Division and the supporting troops. The infantry and armored units were arranged separately. The dining hall was temporarily transformed into the main venue for the feast. Dishes that were usually considered too extravagant are now gracing the tables. Although there are disparities in treatment levels between the Mecha Division and the supporting troops, during such significant occasions, no one would dare indulge in favoritism. All are served the same rations as the Mecha Division. The table is adorned with a variety of dishes, vegetables, meats, and flavorful delicacies that please everyone. For the supporting troops, many of these foods are merely tales they have heard of or sights they have seen, never having tasted them before. Now, in the wake of their victorious battle, they are finally able to relish such culinary delight. On the second floor of the dining hall, the officers of the Mecha Division are mostly gathered here. At the center sits a table occupied by several senior managers of M3 rank, primarily the Chief of Staff, senior officers of the Army, and M2 squad leaders. Li Xian is fortunate enough to be included. And he is the sole M1 rank employee at the table. It is akin to a husky being placed among a pack of wolves. He feels somewhat out of place. However, the individuals present are all astute and seasoned managers. And in the presence of Li Xian, who has just achieved great merit, they certainly do not scorn him. This meal can indeed be considered a joyous occasion for both hosts and guests. After the feast concluded, Li Xian and the others returned to their quarters, back to the mecha hangar. Alongside Li Xian was Jiang Lou Dai in Li Xian's room, The master and disciple engaged in conversation. Zhang Lu remarked, "Speaking of which, my second-level Silver Sword of Valor medal was indeed awarded thanks to you, my young apprentice." Li Xian shook his head in response, saying, "Master, breaching the enemy's command center is something anyone could do. You are the one who truly brought the accolades to my doorstep." Zhang Lu chuckled. "You think I'm referring to our success in breaking into the enemy's command center as the reason for this medal?" Li Xian, puzzled, asked, "Is it not?" Zhang Lu shook his head. "Of course not. If that were our only achievement, although we would receive decent rewards, this medal would certainly not be silver. According to my original expectations, securing a black second-level Silver Sword of Valor would have been commendable enough. The real reason we received the silver medal is due to the subspace demon you eliminated." Li Xian was taken aback, furrowing his brows as he inquired, "Isn't it said that individuals often succumb to chaotic corruption? Does that mean every time we slay one of these corrupted psionics, the organization bestows such a grand reward?" Zhang Lu replied, "I'm not entirely sure, but it certainly cannot be that simple. The reason we received such generous rewards is that the corpse of this particular subspace demon holds significant research value for the organization. Thus, our medals were elevated by a rank from the black level." Li Xian suddenly realized, "No wonder. I see you were not mistaken in your words. You truly are a lucky fellow." Zhang Lu laughed heartily. Li Xian, feeling a bit shy, joined in the laughter. "I primarily said that to inspire the new recruits. It was not meant to be taken literally." Zhang Lu's expression turned serious as he said, "Why shouldn't it be taken seriously? It's a remarkable trait. Do you think I'm joking? Your good fortune and promotion have also reflected on me, allowing me to rise as well. Not just me, our supervisor Lu has also been enjoying life lately. Haven't you noticed how cheerful he is these days? Before you arrived, that old chap was always wearing a frown and scolding everyone for no reason." Li Xian's eyes lit up. Could it be that Supervisor Lu is? He did not finish his sentence but pointed upwards with his finger. Zhang Lu nodded slightly, saying, "Currently, we are at war. I've heard that the organization is engaged in conflicts with several factions, and progress in other areas hasn't been particularly smooth. Only our battlefield, which was not highly regarded, has achieved commendable results, which in itself serves as a morale booster. I estimate that, regardless of what else happens, employee ranks will surely rise." Li Xian silently nodded in agreement. Zhang Lu then pointed to the silver second-level Silver Sword of Valor medal before him, stating, "Don't just consider whether Lu will be promoted. Even you, my young apprentice, have now opened the path to advancing to M2. Li Xian's face brightened, and he asked, "Master, does this mean I can be promoted?" Zhang Lu nodded. "If obtaining a second-level Silver Sword of Valor medal doesn't lead to a promotion, then who could possibly get promoted? I estimate you won't have to wait long to ascend to M2. However, the position of squad leader is limited, and it's likely that it won't fall to you." Li Xian nonchalantly remarked, "I have no interest in being a squad leader. There is still so much I need to learn. Remaining under your tutelage is the best option for me," Zhang Lu added. "You also need to expedite the enhancement of your psionic level. Otherwise, if you do get promoted to M2, but still retain the M2D1 rank, it will be quite awkward. Unfortunately, B-grade Type 3 composite materials are prohibitively expensive, and considering you just faced the chaotic corruption of the subspace demon, it's wise to lay low for now." Li Xian nodded. While a higher psionic level is undoubtedly beneficial, it should not be pursued too hastily. He is currently at D5 level, just a step away from C level to IT. Can be said that his rapid advancement in psionic levels is attributable to both his innate talent and the downloaded psionic signals. For the time being, he has no plans to consume the Type 3 psionic composite material. Indeed, it is prudent to be cautious. Being slightly ahead is commendable, but being excessively ahead could lead to unwanted scrutiny, especially after having just slain a subspace demon. After engaging in conversation for a while longer, Zhang Lu took his leave. Once Zhang Lu departed, Li Xian began to assess his current gains. Firstly, there was the silver second-level Silver Sword of Valor medal, which not only aids in elevating Li Xian's employee rank, but also comes with an impressive 1,500 merit points. Previously, his Silver Sword of Valor medal merely granted 200 merit points. Now, it feels as though his merit points are boundless. Moreover, this is not a one-time benefit. Each month, the medal will also provide an additional 50 merit points, further amplifying his rewards. As Li Xian perused the items available for exchange in the merit point shop, he was met with an array of enticing offerings that left him salivating. Chapter 112. the Danan region, however, Li Xian refrained from hastily redeeming his points. The rewards from this battle extend beyond mere material possessions. The spoils of war also encompass his own enhancement in strength. He glanced at the attributes within his chip. His psionic level has now reached D5 at 35, showing a rapid ascent. It can be said that his progress over the past few months is equivalent to what others might achieve in several years. Next, his mecha long-range combat skill has reached D3 at 14. This skill has been honed through both his own efforts and the assistance of his two intelligent chips, not to mention the practical experience gained on the battlefield. This skill level is authentic and devoid of any embellishments. Lastly, his mecha close-quarters combat skill has astonishingly reached D5 at 57. This improvement is the most significant, though it tends to slow down as one progresses. The mechanites he defeated on the battlefield contributed significantly to his advancement, with the first at D5 100 providing the most aid. The other three provided only marginal improvements. Li Xian contemplated the future, realizing that only by vanquishing formidable foes could he reap greater rewards and experience. However, stronger enemies naturally possess higher skill levels, which translates to greater combat prowess, making the outcome uncertain. Fortunately, Li Xian can enter a state of overclocking, which serves as his greatest trump card. After assessing his gains, Li Xian also took stock of the spoils. During the skirmishes on the periphery, he had destroyed 4 mechas, though one yielded no spoils. The other 3, however, provided some rewards. He had collected a total of 11 vials of psionic replenishment potions from the cockpits of the knight's mechs. Upon testing, he decided to keep half and sell the other half. For the time being, he does not require such a surplus of potions. As long as he can defeat enemies and download their psionic signals, he can maintain his operational endurance. Moreover, with a D5 psionic level, he is already capable of piloting the short sword attendant for an extended period. After reviewing his gains, Li Xian tidied up his belongings and went to check on his 3 team members. Following the end of the battle, the mecha troops had not yet had the chance to rest before being dispatched to eliminate any remaining foes. After securing the positions of some surrounding enemies, the mecha troops finally returned to the base. A few days of rest were sufficient for the mechanics to repair the mechas of the 7th group to their optimal condition. The 3 new recruits busied themselves. They were not idle during Li Xian's confinement. Under Zhang Lu's directive, they were assigned rigorous training tasks. Even in the absence of their leader, Li Xian, they could not escape the grueling late-night training sessions. Upon Li Xian's arrival at the training ground in his mech, he observed 3 mechs engaged in combat drills. The battles between the massive machines were quite intense, yet to Li Xian's discerning eye, the skirmish resembled little more than fledgling fighters pecking at each other. Nevertheless, even such rudimentary exchanges surpassed their previous capabilities. From Li Xian's perspective, they had likely attained D3 level proficiency in close combat skills. Captain Boss! The trio paused their combat upon noticing Li Xian's entrance. What progress have you made recently? Li Xian inquired. Boss, our close-quarter combat levels have already reached D3 standards, Gon Honkai exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Li Xian nodded slightly. This revelation was, indeed, as he had anticipated. It appears that your experiences on the battlefield have proven beneficial for your training. Now, do not remain idle. Seize this opportunity and continue your practice. Leisure time was a luxury for the new mech operators at the base. Their daily existence revolved around relentless training. However, even the training intervals were not prolonged, for a new round of combat would soon commence. The Bikesimo steelworks served as a crucial strategic defensive point, especially significant for the Mierda Knights. This was the reason they consistently deployed forces to reclaim this territory. Beyond the Bikesimo steelworks lay an expansive plain, devoid of any suitable defensive positions. To the rear were several small settlements, encompassing mining areas and living quarters. Further afield, a larger city awaited. It could be said that once the Bikesimo steelworks fell into the hands of the Blueprint Group and hung in defense, the Mierda Knights had inevitably exposed their relatively vulnerable flank to the soldiers of the Blueprint Group. For Li Xian and his comrades, this period was both a time of training and recuperation. Following their rest, a new wave of combat would commence, one that promised to be bloody and fierce. Within the operational command room of the forward base, a massive holographic map materialized before all present. This operational meeting was once again organized by Defense Supervisor Lu Quan, attended by 5 squad leaders and a greater number of leaders from support units. Everyone in the room focused intently on the expansive holographic projection. What we see now is the 5th largest city under the Mierda Knights, Danan City, Lu Quan declared. The Danan region boasted a large city and 13 smaller towns, housing millions of inhabitants. The population predominantly comprised clerks, civilians, miners, and metallurgists. Additionally, the region was home to a significant number of Churu, who primarily existed as laborers, most residing in the mining zones. There are 3 critical locations in the Danan region that must be secured. First and foremost is Danan City, the very heart of this area and its essence. Secondly, we must capture Yalan Town, the primary source of food for Danan City. Here lies the composite hydroponic farms established by the Mierda Knights, alongside the Industrial Energy Paste Production Center. Securing Yalan equates to seizing the lifeblood of the Danan region. Chapter 113. The Danan region, Part 2. In addition to Danan City, the second location that must be taken is Jiliwei Town, the distribution center for consumer goods within the Danan region, supplying essential items to the entire area. Gaining control over these 2 sites would compel the denizens of Danan to heed our commands. The third location is Waik Town, another vital node. Capturing this small town will grant us a defensive position, enabling us to establish a line of defense against the Mierda Knights' counteroffensive in the Danan region. The staff officer clicked on the 3 towns and a large city on the map, and Li Xian found the information overwhelming. Lu Quan's brow furrowed deeply as he spoke. Securing the Danan region presents a tremendous challenge for our deployed forces. Hung and Defense will fully cooperate with our military actions this time, mobilizing 3 new mechanized infantry brigades and 1 mechanized infantry brigade for support. Moreover, the group will provide substantial assistance, dispatching an Air Force division to aid our operations. Our mission is to take control of the entire Danan region, and once we achieve this, life will become more bearable for everyone. As Lu Quan scanned the expressions of those around him, the leader of the first squad, Ku Qian, inquired, "Supervisor, will there be any new mech units supporting us in this battle?" Lu Quan shook his head. "No new mech units are coming. I have exhausted my efforts just to reinforce our current structure, which has proven quite challenging. The reinforcements we receive consist solely of new recruits. All of you with losses in your squads must lead them diligently. We cannot afford further casualties. Support is hard to come by." "Understood," replied over 20 mid-level commanders in unison. "I must emphasize once more that the Danan region is a territory we must secure. Currently, everyone is living on the edge of scarcity, lacking in essentials. But if we can capture the Danan region, promotions and raises will no longer be mere dreams. The Danan region is entirely distinct from the Baixamo Steelworks, which harbors nothing but death. In contrast, the Danan region possesses abundant resources. If we can seize Danan, the group will undoubtedly continue to reinforce our position, as they too covet the Danan region. At that point, opportunities for advancement will present themselves." Lu Quan began to employ his persuasive rhetoric. After sufficiently rallying spirits, he gestured for the staff officer to continue. Nodding in acknowledgement, the staff officer resumed, pointing at the map. "Currently, the enemy has stationed heavy troops in the Danan region, but the vast plains of Danan favor our military operations. Furthermore, the enemy's defenses are not particularly robust, as we have previously captured the Baixamo Steelworks twice without launching further offensives afterward. Recent intelligence indicates that the enemy has a total of 4 brigade-level units in the Danan region: the 214th Infantry Brigade, the 322nd Infantry Brigade, the 122nd Infantry Brigade, and the 431st Mechanized Infantry Brigade. Additionally, there are around 10 enhanced battalion-level units. It is crucial to note that these 3 infantry brigades, along with the other enhanced battalion units, are mechanized forces capable of swift mobility within the radius of the roads. Once combat commences, it is anticipated that the enemy will still be able to call upon 2 to 3 brigade or division-level units for support. Their defense line is primarily established before Jiliwei Town, the first point to face our assault, featuring 2 fortified lines. Listening intently, Zhang Lu suddenly raised his hand to inquire, "How many mech units does the enemy possess?" This question piqued the interest of not only Zhang Lu but others as well. The staff officer glanced at Lu Quan, receiving a nod of consent before elaborating. "According to current intelligence, the enemy has approximately 3 squadrons of night retinues in the Danan region." Upon hearing this, astonishment rippled through the room. "So many?" Someone exclaimed. "3 squadrons? That's nearly equivalent to our numbers. Each combat group comprises 5 mechs, and a squadron consists of 50 mechs. In terms of organization, the enemy's mid-level combat units evidently hold a numerical advantage. 3 squadrons translate to 150 mechs. It is worth noting that in the previous battle within the Bixamo Steelworks combat zone, we lost over 20 machines, leaving us with merely a little over 170 mechs. The staff officer shook his head. No, in terms of mech force superiority, our military retains the upper hand. The enemy's 3 squadrons are not at full strength, and their total mech count should be between 120 to 130. After hearing this, someone murmured, 130. That's a decent number, but I wonder how effective they will be in battle. The staff officer continued, directing the command stick at the terrain map of the Dannon region. Among the 3 mech squadrons, their deployments are divided into 3 sectors. One stationed at the front line of the Juliway defense line, the second squadron positioned outside Dannon City's defense perimeter, and the final squadron stationed further back, defending the line at Wyke Town. Notably, Wyke Town also serves as the supply line for the Myrda Knights and their retinues within the Dannon region. In the arrangement of the combat plan, the initial step will see the aerial forces launching the first offensive, targeting the enemy's mechanized troop strongholds with relentless bombardment. If fortune favors us, the number of enemy nightly mechanized units we face may be slightly reduced. Previously, due to the intricate electromagnetic environment above the Bishimo Steelworks, compounded by the enemy's numerous fortifications and defenses situated underground, the aerial forces of our blueprint faction were unable to provide direct support. However, this time is markedly different. While it is true that the mechs are equipped with void shields, the assaults and bombardments from heavy aircraft will undoubtedly instill fear in the mechs, particularly if the dormant mechs are struck by these bombardments. The losses incurred would be substantial. Most critically, the aerial bombardment is not solely aimed at the mechs, but rather at the mech divisions themselves. At the onset of battle, even if the mechs are bombed, the damage may not be severe given their material composition. With the assistance of mechanics, many could potentially be repaired. However, should a significant number of mech division personnel be annihilated, there would be no one left to conduct repairs. One cannot simply stitch them up and expect them to continue fighting. Chapter 114. Combat Plan. After the staff officer recounted the intelligence regarding the enemy's defensive positions and troop deployments, Lu Quan stood up and declared, "Well, that is the intelligence at hand. Now, I will outline the specific divisions and strategies for this battle. Our primary ultimate objective is to seize the entire Dannon region." Note that I said seize, not destroy. The residential areas, mines, factories, and even the entire city within the Dannon region are vital assets for our blueprint group. We must strive to preserve as many assets as possible during the conflict. Hence, this presents a significant challenge. We must annihilate the enemy as much as possible beyond their outer defenses, avoiding urban combat wherever feasible. Do you understand? Understood. The assembly responded in unison. Lu Quan then enlarged the holographic map, pinpointing the location of Weka Town, a relatively elevated area, the only notable high ground within the entire Dannon region. Meanwhile, Li Xian examined the detailed information regarding Weka Town provided in the chip. The data revealed that Weka Town was established atop this high ground, which was once a mining site, but after extensive excavation, the mountain had been nearly obliterated. Previously, it was a miner's settlement, characterized by harsh living conditions. Thus, following the cessation of mining